Chapter 1. The New Era. In the year 385 of the New Era. With heavy steps, Yang returned to a modest five-story building located in the southern city of the Bay City. This was his home, though not the entirety of the building, but rather a 50-square-meter two-bedroom apartment on the third floor. Constructed from concrete and reinforced steel, the walls were thick. Fortunately, in this world, the housing area is calculated based on actual usable space, not the total constructed area. Otherwise, the usable space would be halved. The small building was built along the street, naturally lacking any community amenities. However, there was an abundance of greenery, flourishing and vibrant, giving it a semblance of life that belied its status as a civilian area. In reality, this was indeed a civilian district. It was not particularly close to the towering, sturdy city walls, but rather nearer to the inner city's enclosure. The residents of this area were predominantly individuals with a certain level of income. Yet, no one purchased property here because it was deemed impractical. The Lord's office did not sell but merely leased. This was not due to the Lord's office lacking business acumen, but because this world was fraught with danger, and attaining a high income was exceedingly challenging, especially for the common folk of the outer city. In the year of the New Era, a portal to another world suddenly opened, allowing a significant influx of spiritual energy, causing the entire blue star to expand several times over. What was initially anticipated as a flourishing era was quickly overshadowed by the arrival of ferocious beasts from another realm, as well as the simultaneous evolution of the animals and plants on Blue Star. Thus, the evolved flora and fauna began to compete with humanity for space to survive. The fierce beasts from the other world clashed with both evolved creatures and humans for their rightful habitat. Various modern weapons became ineffective, and the initial wave of attacks was resisted by the gathered early evolvers, albeit at a tragic cost. After several centuries of development, humanity established numerous base cities on the planet and formed a systematic cultivation framework. Among these, the most enigmatic were the elemental masters, who possessed structured methods of training. However, not everyone could cultivate. Even among the extraordinary, the most basic warriors faced stringent requirements regarding innate talent and aptitude. Since not everyone could cultivate, a substantial number of individuals remained as non-cultivators, making up the majority. Yi Yang was one such individual among the majority. At the age of 12, when he underwent the bone assessment, he was classified with the lowest grade of 9. Although cultivation was possible, it would be a mere stroke of luck to ascend to a high-tier warrior in his lifetime. He might even remain a novice warrior indefinitely. A novice warrior possessed strength comparable to that of a robust, untrained adult in this world, essentially being a weakling. Fortunately, the Lord's office was benevolent. The apartment that his parents had occupied during their lifetime was not reclaimed, but was instead allowed for him and his sister, Yi Xin, to reside in rent-free until they turned 16. Upon reaching 16, they would either have to join the reclamation teams outside the city or pay a substantial sum of martial currency each month to continue living in this apartment. Oh, and Yi Xin was only 11 this year, so she too could stay until she turned 16. However, once Yi Yang turned 16 and was unable to pay the rent, the siblings would be separated. Yi Yang would be evicted, while Yi Xin would be sent to a foster family or a specialized orphanage. The New Era world holds warmth, yet it is predominantly harsh. Before reaching the age of 16, individuals were under protection, be they high-ranking officials or ordinary civilians, and were not treated differently. Aside from living expenses, housing was not a concern, and the conditions were relatively good, even in orphanages. But once they turned 16 and lacked the aptitude for cultivation to enter an academy, the brutal realities of this world would confront them abruptly, leaving no time for reaction. Countless individuals perished between the ages of 16 and 17. Yi Yang had traversed into this world 3 years prior. The original owner, unable to accept the results of the bone assessment, succumbed to a fit of rage, allowing Yi Yang, who hailed from Earth, to take over the body. Initially, he found this world to be vibrant and full of possibilities, but soon he uncovered the grim truths that lay beneath. Fortunately, Yi Yang had always been an optimistic soul in his previous life, and upon arriving here, despite the myriad dangers that loomed ahead, he continued to greet each day with a smile. It was this warm smile that led him to secure employment. And it was precisely because of this job that he could support his sister's current cultivation. As the warrior cultivation system took shape, foundational body tempering methods became widely disseminated, almost everyone possessing a copy, and it was free of charge. Over the span of 3 years, coupled with his prior experience, Yi Yang had only reached the level of a low-tier warrior, while his sister, Yi Xin, had already entered the ranks of novice warriors. A simple comparison revealed the stark disparity in their talents. Conversely, Yi Xin exhibited promising potential, with a chance of being accepted into an academy for further study and cultivation. Reflecting on this, a smile graced Yi Yang's face after a long day of work. With a click, the door swung open. Xin, brother is home, he called out cheerfully while changing his shoes. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a fair-skinned, charming little girl rushed over, her brows slightly furrowed, betraying an unshakable worry. Brother, Yi Xin exclaimed, her voice bright and melodious. Once Yi Yang had finished changing, she grasped his arm and began her inspection, only relaxing after confirming he was unhurt. Brother works in the city, merely assisting the boss with accounts and occasionally lifting things. How could I possibly be injured? Every time he returned home, his sister conducted this checkup. Yi Yang found it endearing rather than bothersome, understanding that she was concerned for his safety. His sister was his only family in this world, his sole connection. Xin, guess what good thing brother has brought back today? Yi Yang beamed with a radiant smile. What is it? A faint smile appeared on Yi Xingxin's face as well. Tada! Yi Yang sang a little tune, opening the animal skin bag he held to reveal its contents. Wow, meat! Seeing a sizable chunk of fresh beast meat weighing about 2 jin, Yi Xingxin's excitement was genuine and heartfelt. Hurry, Xin, go cook the meat. We shall have a splendid dinner tonight. Okay, we'll go cook, Yi Xin replied with a smile, taking the animal skin bag and heading to the kitchen while murmuring, this is already 2 jin, let's eat 1 jin tonight and tomorrow. Xin, don't skimp cook at all, Yi Yang interjected, seemingly aware of his sister's intentions, raising his voice. But brother, what if we finish it all at once? Fear not, there will be more in the future. I can't promise daily feasts, but at least once every 7 days is certainly feasible. By the way, brother got a raise. Yi Yang's statement did not bring joy to Yi Xin. Instead, a look of concern crossed her face, her small features becoming serious. Under her gaze, Yi Yang's smile gradually faded, ultimately morphing into an awkward grin. Brother, what are you planning? Are you going to leave the city? As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. Salaries for jobs within the city were fixed. Despite the safety of working here, such security came with meager rewards. Outside the city, evolution beasts and ferocious creatures roamed freely. Evolution beasts were those that had evolved from the local fauna and flora, while ferocious beasts were those that had come through the portal from another realm. While there were no ferocious beasts near the base, evolution beasts were abundant. The value of evolution beasts was immense. Even the lowest tier evolution beast, the iron-toothed rabbit, could fetch over 1,000 martial coins in its entirety. However, high rewards came with high risks. Even an iron-toothed rabbit was not something an ordinary person could handle without weapons at the very least. One needed to be a mid-tier warrior or higher, or wield a weapon in conjunction with others to successfully hunt it. A frightened rabbit could bite, let alone one that had undergone evolution. And these rabbits were not solitary, they often came in groups. For low-tier warriors like Yi Yang, venturing outside the city alone was tantamount to seeking death. Yet for the sake of survival, many low-tier warriors and ordinary individuals formed hunting teams, armed with purchased weapons to hunt outside the city, seeking greater rewards. Yi Yang's parents had once been hunters themselves, but met their demise in the wilderness outside the city due to ill fortune. However, they did not perish at the hands of evolution beasts, but rather at the hands of other hunting teams. In the wilderness, dangers were not solely posed by evolution beasts. Chapter 2. Siblings. Clever Yi Xin understood her brother's intentions upon hearing his words, and she was equally aware of her brother's motivations. Due to her own lack of talent, her brother was striving to save money in hopes of sending her to the academy for study. In the base city, there were 2 pathways to enter the academy for cultivation. One was to possess a martial root bone of grade 6 or higher, which granted free admission along with food and lodging. The other was for those with martial root bones below grade 6 but above grade 8, who would need to pay for their own tuition to enter the academy for training. Of course, there was also a way to gain free admission and even receive substantial scholarships, which was to become an evolver. After the influx of spiritual energy, evolvers began to emerge. Some were born with immense strength, others with resilient bones, some possessed incredible speed, while others had formidable self-healing abilities, and there were even elemental masters capable of controlling the elements of nature. The moment one became an evolver, it signified their entry into the privileged class. Every evolver possessed at least a grade 3 martial root bone. While warriors could not become evolvers, evolvers were invariably powerful martial cultivators. This was an unchanging ironclad rule of the new era. However, the awakening of an evolver did not adhere to a set timeline. Most awakened around the age of 12, and upon awakening, their root bones would undergo a significant enhancement. This was why the base city conducted bone assessments at the age of 12. Naturally, during the assessment, a free awakening ceremony was also held. With a unique technique and spiritual stones, an attempt was made to awaken the latent factors within the body of the awakened. Yi Yang was uncertain of the extent of his sister's innate potential. The foundational body refinement method could not be casually breached before the age of 12, unless under the protection of a powerful guardian, alongside the preparation of abundant energy resources. A reckless breakthrough could result in the deterioration of one's foundational abilities. A person whose innate quality was originally rated at 6 could, due to a single reckless attempt, be reduced to a 7, or even lower. The cost of self-funded assessments for innate quality was exorbitantly high, far beyond what Yi Yang and his sister could afford. However, Yi Yang was aware that his sister's potential was certainly superior to his own, possibly even reaching the 6th grade. Yet, this remained a mere possibility, and he did not wish to place his hopes on such uncertain grounds. The work available in the city barely sufficed for their living expenses, just managing to sustain his sister's training and ensure her vitality did not diminish. As his sister approached her 12th birthday, his savings fell short of even 1,000 martial coins. The cost of self-funding her education at the academy would require at least 10,000 martial coins for a year's tuition alone. Coupled with the monthly rent of several hundred martial coins, the total expenses would accumulate to nearly 20,000 martial coins a year, excluding their living costs. In the city, his job offered a meager 1,500 martial coins a month, leaving little after basic expenses were deducted. By the time he turned 16, even their subsistence would be in jeopardy. Thus, today he sought out a member of the hunting team his parents had once belonged to, and the individual had already agreed to take him on. Even if he merely assisted in transporting game, he could earn a minimum of 2,500 martial coins a month, a substantial increase of 1,000 martial coins compared to his previous job. However, he did not intend to be a mere porter. In his past life, he was an outdoor sports enthusiast, and in this life, his physical capabilities were undoubtedly superior to those of his previous existence, at least twice as robust. After all, nourished by spiritual energy, his physical-based statistics were impressive. Additionally, his remarkable archery skills earned him the commendation of the hunting team leader, Uncle Liu, who offered him a position as a support hand and promised to procure a set of bows and arrows for him. As for firearms, such potent weapons capable of threatening formal martial artists were scarce within the hunting team, and Li too existed. One was prohibitively expensive, while the ammunition was equally costly. The hunting team's strength was limited, with the strongest member being Uncle Liu, a high-level martial apprentice, who, with his runic rifle, could barely rival a formal martial artist. As for elite martial artists, high-level martial artists, or even martial masters, they were beyond reach. The firearms accessible to civilians could only pose a threat to formal martial artists. Only the city guard possessed weapons capable of threatening elite or high-level martial artists. These weapons were tightly regulated. If discovered, not only would the weapons be confiscated, but the individuals involved would also be apprehended, with dire consequences to follow. Seeing his sister on the verge of tears, Yi Yang felt a surge of panic. He quickly embraced her, offering comfort while repeatedly assuring her that he was merely assisting the hunting team with transporting goods and that it was entirely safe. After numerous reassurances of his absolute safety, he finally calmed her down. A large pot of meat had been stewing, its aroma wafting through the air, causing Yi Yang's stomach to rumble in anticipation. Yet he resisted the temptation, pouring the majority into his sister's bowl, while his own contained less than half a pound. This was only preserved due to Yi Xianxin's threat of not eating. Otherwise, he would have poured all the beast meat into her bowl. After dinner, the siblings practiced in the living room. Once their training concluded, they washed up and exchanged goodnights before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. Yi Yang occupied the room that had once belonged to their parents, while his sister resided in another bedroom that had previously been shared by the two. The room was modest, with a small window, yet it provided a sufficient sense of security in this world. The living room, in contrast, was considerably larger. Lacking a dedicated training room, it served as a substitute for such a space. As his sister closed the door behind her, Yi Yang's radiant smile vanished. He shut the door and sat on the hard bed, his head bowed in contemplation. Lying down, he succumbed to slumber, dreaming of wielding a bow and arrow, vanquishing foes with lethal precision, as countless evolved beasts fell before his arrows, and money rained down upon him, nearly drowning him in wealth. In his dream, his sister's exceptional talent was recognized, enabling her to enter the academy and, years later, evolve into a formidable martial master. Yet, he dared not dream further even in dreams. He felt it was beyond reach. The following morning, Yi Yang rose quietly, washing up before cautiously opening his sister's bedroom door to glance at her. Seeing her motionless, facing the wall, he hesitated before refraining from entering. His sister had grown up. He could no longer act without restraint and needed to grant her the privacy she deserved. Gently closing the door, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, placing it on the table as she remained unresponsive. Yi Yang sat in silence, finishing his meal before approaching the door, whispering, "Xin, breakfast is ready for you in the kitchen. Please eat when you wake up. We'll be back later. Don't wander off or open the door to strangers." With that, he turned and left. He knew his sister was already awake. In her room, Xin lay in bed, her pillow dampened by tears. She wished her brother wouldn't leave the city. Ever since their parents had gone away, they had never returned. Yet she understood that her brother's decision was unchangeable. The only path forward was to work harder, to become a martial artist, to grow strong enough to repay her brother's sacrifices. "Brother, Xin will do her best. In the future, I will take care of you." Chapter 3. Departing the city. At the outskirts of the city, near the outer city gate, Yang arrived, clad in a single layer of clothing, with leg bindings and a pair of lightweight beast skin boots adorning his feet. His gaze shifted, and he quickly spotted Uncle Lu leaning against a vehicle, awaiting his arrival. Beside him stood another vehicle. The hunting team was modest in size, comprising only 7 individuals, making a total of 8 with Yi Yang included. Though their numbers were few, their strength was formidable among the hunting teams in the base city, bolstered by their exceptional camaraderie and notable reputation. 8 individuals, 2 pickups. A fortunate outing could yield several thousand to 10,000 currency units. Of course, that was under favorable circumstances. Generally speaking, a single expedition could still net 2 to 3,000 weapon currency, allowing each member a share of several hundred. With nearly half of each month spent outside the city, their collective earnings accumulated to a substantial amount. Upon seeing Yi Yang, Uncle Lu broke into a grin and waved him over. After exchanging greetings with him, he acknowledged the other members of the team. The veteran hunters were familiar with Yi Yang, especially since his parents had sacrificed themselves for the hunting team. Uncle Lu and the others had met the siblings before. However, they too had families to support, and the compensation provided had already exceeded expectations, demonstrating their benevolence. Now, willing to take him along on their endeavors, Yi Yang felt no qualms about it. "Xiao Yang, this is the armor and bow I bought for you. They're excellent quality. Try them on," Uncle Lu said. In his 40s, Uncle Lu was sturdy and wore armor. With a runic gun slung over his back, it resembled a semi-automatic firearm from a past life. Albeit larger, with a rugged yet exquisite craftsmanship, a kind-hearted man, he was willing to put himself at risk for his team, and the scar that marred his face was a testament to a past encounter with an evolved beast while covering for others. The leather armor he handed over was black, crafted from the hide of an evolved beast, adorned with metal plates at the chest, ribs, shoulders, elbows, and forearms. Additionally, there were knee and shin guards. Fully donned, Yi Yang felt invigorated. Strapping the quiver to his back and wielding the all-metal pulley bow in his hands, the ordinary civilian youth suddenly exuded a touch of heroism. Coupled with his inherently handsome features, he appeared strikingly exceptional. Had it not been for the coarse fabric of his clothing, one might have mistaken him for a young master from a wealthy family seeking to experience life outside his opulent surroundings. The only woman in the group, upon witnessing Yi Yang's transformation, playfully whistled. The sound flushed his cheeks with embarrassment, eliciting laughter from Uncle Lu and the others. After the laughter subsided, Uncle Lu clapped Yi Yang on the shoulder, his gruff voice booming, "Xiao Yang, You'll be following Hong Ling. She is our ranged attacker. With your bow, you'll provide us with support. Hong Ling, the sole female in the team, was a high-ranking martial artist with keen eyesight. Wielding one of the two runic guns in the group, her weapon was particularly striking, featuring a black square box at its apex. The woman, with her stunning curves and an aura of wild beauty, possessed a captivating allure that mesmerized those around her. Hee, little brother, come let your sister have a look, Hong Ling teased, extending her hand, which only made Yang feel more awkward. Observing his hesitant demeanor, the hunting team erupted into laughter once more. After the playful banter, and with Uncle Lu urging him on, Yang climbed into the vehicle, taking a seat beside Hong Ling. The two pickups, powered by runes, were imposing and significantly larger than the Raptor trucks of the past era, gently made their way towards the city gate. The walls of the base city were remarkably thick, imparting an impression of impenetrability. However, this was merely an illusion in Yang's memory. This wall had been breached 2 or 3 times over the past decade, with even more instances having been heard of. As for the vehicles, well, one could call them that. Since the dawn of the new era, all previous technological inventions had ceased to function. Now, these automobiles, like firearms, had been meticulously reconstructed through the study of runes. They were costly, yet as long as the core rune remained intact, they could operate indefinitely without the need for fuel or supplementary energy. Their maximum speed could reach 200 kilometers per hour, and they could achieve off-road speeds of around 100 kilometers. Dependent on the driver's skill. Naturally, there were even more advanced vehicles. It was said that some required the addition of spirit stones for propulsion, boasting even greater speeds, and there were various flying machines as well. However, such luxuries were beyond the means of Uncle Lu's hunting team. Selling all their possessions would scarcely cover the cost of a single spirit stone. Spirit stones were of no use to martial artists. Only rune masters and elemental masters could utilize them. Yet, neither existed within this small base city of merely several 100,000 inhabitants. Perhaps they had once appeared, but such individuals, upon maturing, typically chose to depart for larger bases to pursue their training and growth. Seeking guidance and greater prospects. Having left the city, the initially vibrant atmosphere within the vehicle quickly fell into silence. Wei Yang, still wearing a smile, felt a twinge of discomfort. However, this unease dissipated swiftly as Hong Ling began to speak earnestly, outlining the rules of the wilderness and the precautions that needed to be taken. With a serious expression, she added, in the wilderness, maintain utmost vigilance towards anyone who is not one of our own. When discussing the dangers posed by evolved beasts earlier, she had merely advised a moderate level of caution. It was evident that, in the wilderness, or rather the areas the hunting team would traverse, other humans posed the greatest threat. Throughout the journey, numerous vehicles were encountered, primarily small to medium-sized hunting teams comprising 2 or 3 vehicles. Only 3 large hunting teams were known within the base city, each possessing formidable strength. Their outings could extend for days or even weeks. Their prowess far surpassed that of Yi Yang's team, with several members being formal martial artists. Fortunately, such teams would not be interested in the prey that Uncle Lu's group sought. Otherwise, outside of those 3, no one would dare to hunt in the wild. After traveling 2 kilometers from the base city, the road became rugged and uneven, if one could even call it a road. It was merely a patch of wild terrain with sparse vegetation. Although the path was bumpy, the pickups maintained a swift pace, with minimal disturbance felt within the cabin. A short distance ahead, a stretch of undulating hills emerged, revealing the Xiahongai Mountain, named for its abundance of red-leaf trees, a result of a mutation in broadleaf forests. In autumn, the entire mountain would be ablaze with vibrant red hues, captivating to behold. Yet, beauty often belied danger. Many lives were lost within the seemingly picturesque Xiahongai Mountain. It was rumored that the crimson leaves were stained with the blood of humanity. Chapter 4. A Fortunate Find, Evolution of the Mind Domain. Shortly after the vehicle entered the forest, it came to a halt. They had reached the edge of the woodland, where evolved beasts typically did not venture. After a brief respite and inspection, the 6 members, led by Uncle Lu, proceeded on foot into the mountains, while the other 2 remained in the vehicle, keeping a distance and maintaining communication via their wrist communicators. These communicators served not only as communication devices but also as each individual's identification, bank accounts, and more, effectively functioning as a compact computer. As long as one possessed sufficient permissions, a wealth of information could be accessed through the communicator. Such devices were provided free of charge to the inhabitants of the Bay City, albeit in a basic model. For those desiring a more elegant, sophisticated communicator with additional features, a considerable fee was required. The 6 members advanced in an organized formation. Leading the way were 2 shield-bearers equipped with long knives, tasked with absorbing impacts and engaging in close combat. Following them was Uncle Lou, wielding a long knife in a reverse grip, with a rifle slung on his back, only to be drawn in special circumstances. Next was a youth with tousled hair, Lu Wu. Uncle Lu's eldest son. It was said he possessed the potential to become a formal martial artist, with a 7th-grade martial arts foundation. He excelled with an alloy spear, classified as a high-ranking martial artist, making him the 2nd strongest in the team after Uncle Lou. Then came Yi Yang, armed with his bow and arrows, followed by Hong Ling, brandishing her striking sniper rifle. In terms of sheer offensive capability, Hong Ling was arguably the most formidable and effective member. Thus, within the team, her earnings were second only to Uncle Lou's. Among the 8 members, only 3 constituted the core, serving as the primary sources of combat power. Suddenly, Uncle Lou signaled the team to halt, instructing everyone to remain vigilant while he examined the ground, utilizing his extensive experience to discern something. Soon, the communicator relayed Uncle Lou's voice. "We have encountered 3. Not far from here. It seems we are in luck." They resembled an oversized porcupine, weighing between 300 to 500 pounds, covered in sharp quills. These quills served as their weapons, capable of being launched like arrows upon being attacked, demonstrating significant power and area coverage. Covered in a thick armor of mud and resin, coupled with resilient skin, it is generally challenging for conventional means to breach its defenses. Caution must be exercised during close combat due to the piercing strikes. Though it may sound terrifying, the CZH is merely a low-tier evolved beast, akin to the TIYT, and the hunting team possesses the strength to easily take it down. After confirming this, under Lu Shu's guidance, the team cautiously advanced forward, all members meticulously controlling their breathing. Indeed, after traversing several hundred meters, they spotted 3 evolved beasts, larger than any wild boar Yi Yang had encountered in his previous life, vigorously gnawing at the roots of a large tree with a diameter of about 1 meter. The spikes could cover a radius of 20 meters, making close combat infeasible. Lu Shu turned to Hong Ling. "I can swiftly eliminate 2 of them at most," she said softly through the communicator on her EA-ARD. "No problem. Point to me nearly 4,000 WB in earnings as long as we secure them. Our outing today will not be in vain," Lu Shu replied, prompting a nod from Hong Ling. Her rifle, with each bullet costing 100, represented several days' worth of meals for one person. Missing a shot would incur a loss. However, each, despite being a low-tier evolved beast, was substantial enough to yield a significant amount of beast meat, with each selling for nearly 2,000. After deducting costs, Yi Yang would at least receive 100. As for Hong Ling, she would take the lion's share. The distribution within the hunting team was never fixed but based on contributions. When Lu Shu discovered the beast tracks and Hong Ling executed the kill, they would share the majority, while the others would receive the remainder. This was the rule, ensuring fairness. Crouching cautiously, the bipod of her rifle extended, a long accessory rail affixed to the fore-end, the digital sight activated. Lying prone, with legs spread apart and her eyes close to the sight, Hong Ling swiftly adjusted the rifle's aim and decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun was far quieter than anticipated, akin to being equipped with a suppressor. Yet, the recoil was significant. Yi Yang clearly observed Hong Ling's shoulder jolt as she fired. The bullet whistled through the air. From approximately 200 meters away, it accurately struck the head of one, obliterating it almost entirely. Without pause, Hong Ling swiftly adjusted her aim and fired again before the other 2, startled by the gunfire, could flee. The second was left with a massive blood hole in its neck, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Just as Hong Ling prepared to fire a 3rd shot, the last had already made its escape, moving with astonishing speed. Unlike any stout, 4-legged creature should as anticipated, only 2 remained. Hong Ling refrained from firing again. Instead, Lu Shu, crouching low, took aim with his rifle, intent on finishing off the severely injured. After a moment of aiming, Lu Shu suddenly lowered his weapon and turned to Yi Yang. "Xiao Yang, it's your turn." "Huh?" Yi Yang, on high alert, was startled and turned to look. Lu Shu's bullets were expensive and single-use. Firing one meant one less. Your arrows can be reused. You handle it. With Lu Shu's insistence, Yi Yang had no choice but to comply. Moreover, he genuinely needed the opportunity. Protected by several companions wielding weapons, Yi Yang approached halting 50 meters away. He raised his compound bow, aimed, and in an instant, the sharp arrow was released. Whoosh! A silver alloy trident-tipped arrow flew out, piercing accurately through the right eye of the wounded, driving deep within. The moment the arrow struck, the previously grunting fell silent. A clean kill. Excellent! Lu Shu glanced at Yi Yang with satisfaction, then led the others forward to collect the spoils. As Lu Wu passed by, he patted Yi Yang on the shoulder. That moment. Yi Yang stood there in a daze, motionless, in the absence of others' sight. A red shadow emerged from swiftly crossing several meters to enter Yi Yang's body. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his head, as if all the cells within him had awakened, a tingling sensation spreading through him. Simultaneously, a piece of information surfaced in his consciousness. Brain Domain Evolution 0 Tier 1100. This very information left Yi Yang in a state of shock, frozen in place. Could this be my golden finger? Brain Domain Evolution? But what use is it? Is there not the slightest introduction? After numerous attempts to communicate, he found no further information beyond this message. It was not a system but merely a golden finger. Without understanding the reasons, he felt somewhat disappointed. However, as someone who had traversed from his previous life, Yi Yang knew that the brain is undoubtedly the most mysterious area of the human body. He recalled a foreign film he had watched that discussed the development of the brain. When the brain reaches a certain level of development, the abilities displayed far exceed those of ordinary extraordinary individuals, even manifesting miraculous powers such as telekinesis. It could also enable time reversal, invisibility, transformation, and more. Thus, after a brief moment of disappointment, excitement surged within him. Nevertheless, he suppressed this exhilaration, gripping the bow's limb tightly, the taut veins betraying the turmoil within. Chapter 5. Hunting the Iron-Toothed Rabbit, returning to the city. Hey, little brother, what are you daydreaming about? A heavy slap on the shoulder jolted Yi Yang from his reverie, nearly causing him to stumble. Turning to look, he saw Hong Ling smiling at him. Sister Hong? I'm fine, just a bit excited. He, what a little kid. Just one opportunity to deal the finishing blow, and you're all giddy? Don't worry, there will be plenty of chances like this in the future. However, when it comes to splitting the earnings, you won't get an extra share. I know, Sister Hong, I didn't really contribute much. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Hong Ling's expression turned perplexed. Why are you so happy if you're not getting a bigger share? Yuri practically beaming. Naturally, she was unaware that Yi Yang's mind was not preoccupied with the prospect of more money. All he needed was the opportunity to deliver a finishing blow. After 100, he would be able to evolve. At that time, he expected the effects of brain domain evolution to reach the first tier. He was hopeful, anticipating the potential abilities he might gain after the evolution. Perhaps he would acquire powers akin to those of evolved beings. Even if they were merely auxiliary skills, they would still be the abilities of an evolved individual. Becoming an evolved being not only elevated one's status above that of a martial artist, but also promised improvements to one's innate qualities. Wait, that's not right. Shouldn't I now be considered awakened? My innate qualities should have improved, right? With this thought in mind, Yi Yang glanced at Lu Shu and the others, who were busy processing This was not an ideal location. He would test it once they returned to the city and practiced the foundational body tempering methods. Regaining his focus, Yi Yang assisted in loading the two carcasses into the truck's bed, and the group set off once again. Lu Shu tracked the fleeing while also searching for traces of other evolved beasts along the route. Meanwhile, Yi Yang followed closely behind Lu Wu, carefully attuning himself to the changes within his body. His vision had improved, and he felt a slight enhancement in his physique. Overall improvements in reaction speed, strength, and other attributes were palpable. Furthermore, his cognitive abilities had notably sharpened. Even his prior understanding of the foundational body tempering methods became clearer, revealing several shortcomings in his past training. They eventually located a third, but it proved difficult to hunt as it had mingled within a group of. There were 7 or 8 adults among the group. Along with over 10 juveniles, pigs breed prolifically. Even after evolution, they had not replaced quantity with quality. In the face of this predicament, the group had no choice but to retreat cautiously. They dared not disturb the QNT of. If they did, how many of the 8-member team would survive against 20 or more charging at them? In reality, Encountering 3 previously had been a stroke of luck. Lu Shu and his team were not particularly strong, and each evolved beast possessed its own abilities. Even if they could defeat one in a duel, success in hunting was not guaranteed due to their tendency to band together. Most hunting teams operated this way, seeking solitary or straggling low-tier evolved beasts for a safer hunt. Unless absolutely necessary, they would not take risks. When faced with a genuine first-tier evolved beast, they would flee as far and as fast as possible. Such evolved beasts were beyond the capabilities of mere martial artists to confront the iron-toothed rabbit. Around 3 in the afternoon, the team stumbled upon a group of iron-toothed rabbits, in contrast to they, which possessed formidable ranged attacks. The iron-toothed rabbit was the preferred prey for hunting teams like Lu Shu's. True to its name, the iron-toothed rabbit has a pair of sharp iron teeth, is incredibly fast, and has excellent jumping ability. However, these attributes did not deter the hunting team. Bang bang. With 2 rapid shots, 2 iron-toothed rabbits, each the size of a calf, were taken down. Each iron-toothed rabbit could fetch around 1,000, primarily dependent on the extent of damage to its fur. The most valuable aspects of the iron-toothed rabbit are its meat and pelts, as for the iron teeth. While they do have some utility, they are worth only a few dozen. A complete rabbit pelt could be fashioned into a collar, hat, and other items for sale, snow white and soft, highly sought after by the women of the inner city. The 2 shots fired by Hong Ling, besides killing the prey, also aimed to scatter the group of iron-toothed rabbits. There were at least 20 to 30 gathered. Attempting to hunt them all was clearly impossible. By shooting 2 and intercepting 2 or 3 more, this outing would be quite profitable. Whoosh, a silver arrow shot forth. And 60 meters away, the iron-toothed rabbit, just intercepted by Uncle Lu and a shield-bearer, froze mid-leap, its body collapsing forward. Startled, Uncle Lu and his companion turned to see that the young Yi Yang was still in the act of drawing his bow. Was this the handiwork of Yi Yang? The 2 exchanged astonished glances before inspecting the fallen iron-toothed rabbit. Indeed, it was dead, with the alloy arrow having penetrated its left eye, deeply embedded in its skull, likely striking the brain. Such marksmanship was impressive. Uncle Lu and his companion shared a knowing smile. It seemed Yi Yang was not destined to be a mere burden, but rather could emerge as a formidable asset in their hunting party. A welcome piece of news for the entire team. A crimson flash darted by, and another message flickered in Yi Yang's consciousness. Brain Domain Evolution Stage 0, 2100. Upon receiving this information, Yi Yang beamed with delight. Others might have assumed his smile was a celebration of successfully hunting an evolved beast, but only he understood the true reason behind his joy. 1 arrow, then another, and yet another. After 3 arrows, the iron-toothed rabbits had all fled. Such timid evolved creatures were almost a disgrace to their kind. Yet, considering their usual diet, it was unsurprising. Carnivorous evolved beasts, even at lower tiers, would not exhibit such cowardice. He almost forgot. Carnivorous evolved beasts rarely existed at lower tiers. Upon maturity, they typically reached at least level 1, equivalent to the strength of a seasoned warrior. The 3 major hunting teams within the base city, along with several medium-sized teams led by seasoned warriors, primarily targeted these evolved beasts. However, such creatures were seldom found near the outskirts of Little Red Leaf Mountain. Out of the 3 arrows, 1 missed, while 2 struck true. Each arrow pierced through the iron-toothed rabbit's eye, leaving its fur unblemished. Meanwhile, Uncle Lu and Lu Wu, in coordination with their 2 shield-bearers, successfully intercepted an iron-toothed rabbit each. The hunt concluded with a total of 7 kills, Hong Ling slaying 2, Yi Yang 3, and Uncle Lu and Lu Wu 1 each. The total haul amounted to 7 beasts, netting over 7,000 martial coins. Coupled with the 2 wild boars, their bounty surpassed 10,000 martial coins. Based on contributions, Yi Yang would receive nearly 2,000 martial coins, more than he had earned in the previous month. The harvest was splendid and greatly exceeded expectations. Uncle Lu, not one to be greedy, decided to call it a day. After loading the spoils onto the vehicle, the 8 of them set off from the mountain. As they drove out of Little Red Leaf Mountain, they sped directly toward the base city. A bounty of 10,000 martial coins was enough to entice many small hunting teams. Fortunately, their journey was uneventful. Upon reaching a 2-kilometer radius near the city walls and hitting the smooth roadway, the occupants of the vehicle visibly relaxed. After passing inspection, they entered the base. Uncle Lu and his companions did not part ways, but instead drove straight to the market. The market, located not far from the city gate, spanned a vast area dedicated to purchasing evolved beasts, medicinal herbs, ores, and other valuable goods. If one were fortunate enough to procure a high-grade herb, it could yield a fortune. Following the resurgence of spiritual energy, the spiritual herbs on Blue Star had also begun to flourish. Common herbs like Huang Jing and He Shou Wu, if aged over 50 years, could start at a price of 10,000 martial coins, and those over 100 years were even more valuable. There was a tale of a small hunting team that found a century-old He Shou Wu, selling it and not needing to leave the city for months. Typically, hunting teams had familiar sellers, and Uncle Lu's group was no exception. After transporting their catch and undergoing inspection, the transaction was completed with astonishing speed. Chapter 6. Dividing the Spoils, a lavish feast with the sale of their catch. It was time to divide the spoils. The group gathered around the pickup truck parked in the warehouse's backyard, their faces beaming with joy. Come, Xiaoyang, this portion is yours. Upon seeing the 2,000 martial coins reflected on his watch, Yang was taken aback and quickly protested, Uncle Lu, this is too much. Besides, the bow and armor were funded by you. Forget it? Uncle Lu chuckled, blocking Yi Yang's attempt to transfer the funds. You and your sister have it tough. Take the money first. We can discuss the armor and bow later. I'm not in need of this little sum. Exactly, Xiaoyang. Just take it easy, Lu Wu chimed in, pulling Yi Yang into a friendly embrace. From now on, we all share the same pot. Are you worried about running away? Just take it. We can sort out the rest later. Caught in Lu Wu's embrace, Yi Yang felt unable to resist. He glanced around and saw all members of the hunting team smiling at him, filling his heart with warmth. In this hunting team, he felt a familial bond. It was no surprise that, in his memories, when his parents were still alive, they often told him that Uncle Lu and the others were trustworthy. Even Hong Ling and the two newcomers seemed reliable at this moment. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Brother Wu. What are you thanking us for? This is rightfully yours. I haven't given you a single coin extra, Uncle Lu replied with a grin. Indeed, he had not. Yi Yang's 2,000 coins primarily stemmed from the 3 iron-toothed rabbits. Their pelts were pristine, earning a high price from the warehouse owner. Otherwise, he would not have received such a generous share. After all, the most valuable wild boars had little to do with him. And being a newcomer, he only received 300 martial coins from that. After dividing the spoils, the group exited the market. They parked the vehicle there, as leaving it in the city was inconvenient. Parking was only available within the inner city, which lacked such luxuries in the outer city. After all, vehicles were a rare sight in the outer city. Uncle Lu lived in the outer city too. Access to the inner city was not solely based on wealth. One also needed strength and status. However, compared to Yi Yang's modest 2-bedroom apartment, Uncle Lu's residence was a standalone courtyard near the inner city wall, with rent several times higher than that of the 2-bedroom flat. Despite this, countless individuals sought to rent such properties, as proximity to the inner city meant greater safety. The Bay City was not entirely secure. The outer city had experienced numerous breaches of its walls, while the inner city had remained intact thus far. Once the outer city walls were breached, those closest to the wall were the first to perish. Thus, given the opportunity, everyone strived to get closer to the inner city walls, even seeking ways to enter the inner city altogether. Only by entering could one attain true safety, leading to an improved quality of life. Yet, all of this hinged on one prerequisite: martial coins, plenty of martial coins. Upon reaching the ground floor, Yang parted ways with the others, clad in leather armor, a black quiver slung over his back, and a crossbow in hand. As he ascended the stairs, neighbors he encountered regarded him with a newfound respect, their attitudes markedly improved. Despite being merely a low-tier member of a small hunting team, he had gained a certain status in the outer city. Aside from the city guards and law enforcement, he had surpassed many. With a radiant smile still gracing his face, Yi Yang greeted familiar neighbors as he hurried along. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, he knocked on the door and called out before using his key to open it, "Brother." This time, Yi Xinshin rushed even faster, her urgency palpable. Upon seeing her brother seemingly unscathed, she slowed her pace. Entering the room, she placed the bow and arrows aside and, after shedding her armor, knee pads, and leg guards, she stood still, allowing her brother to be examined. Only then did Yi Yang chuckle. All right, I'm fine, truly. By the way, Xinshin, come sit down. I have good news to share. Yi Xinshin obediently sat beside her brother. Opening his communication watch, He displayed the transaction record, his face alight with joy. Xin, look, I earned 2,000 martial coins today. More than I made in the entire previous month. Let us go, change your clothes. I'll take you out to buy delicious food. We're having a feast tonight. Just as Yang excitedly spoke, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his hand. Looking up, he realized tears were streaming down his sister's face. For a moment, he was at a loss. Xin, what's wrong? Don't cry. Did someone bully you? Tell your brother, and I'll take care of them. Even if I can't handle it, I have the hunting team to back me up. With a loud wail, Xin threw herself into Yi Yang's arms. The sound of her sobbing sent a jolt of panic through him, as he feared someone had mistreated her. In an instant, a surge of murderous intent welled up within him. Xin, dear, please tell me. Who bullied you? No one bullied me. It's just, brother. Can we not go outside anymore? Xin whimpered, her fear evident. I'm scared. Scared that one day you'll see the tear-streaked face of his sister. Yi Yang sighed in relief, yet felt a sharp pang in his heart. He understood her fear. She was terrified that he might become like their parents, going out and never returning. Yet, in this cruel world, how could one forge a future without fighting? Moreover, with the rare opportunity he had been granted, giving up was not an option. Wiping away the tears from his sister's face, Yi Yang smiled reassuringly. Silly girl, don't worry, Dio. You see the bow and arrows at the door? I'll be right behind you, with Uncle Lu and the others protecting us in front. Moreover, Uncle Lu is exceedingly cautious. We remain on the periphery, posing no danger whatsoever. Even if there were peril, my brother is far enough away and can run swiftly. Stop crying, wash your face, and let us venture out to purchase some groceries. Really? Truly? Glancing at the bow and arrow by the door, the little girl began to believe that I swear, if I am lying, I shall transform into an iron-toothed rabbit. Observing Yi Yang's earnest vow, Yi Xine felt reassured. Her brother had never deceived her since childhood, and he surely would not this time. The trust built over many years between the siblings played a crucial role at that moment, of course. The presence of the bow and arrow also contributed. Had he returned with a knife, the outcome would have been entirely different. After freshening up and changing into clean clothes, the siblings descended hand in hand to the nearby market, where they bought an abundance of meat and vegetables, along with some snacks. For children from the outer city, snacks are undoubtedly a luxury. Xine was no exception. In the past, their finances barely sufficed for their basic needs. Leaving no room for such indulgences, however, times had changed. With a wave of his hand, Yi Yang spent 20 martial coins to acquire 4 bags of candies and preserved fruits. Upon returning home, with candies from her brother in her mouth, the 12-year-old Yi Xine hummed the tune of Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star as she entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. This melody was, of course, taught to her by Yi Yang. Over the years, whenever they had leisure time, he would sing various songs, and she had learned some of them. Dinner was quite sumptuous. The meat from the evolved beasts alone weighed 4 pounds, accompanied by 2 types of vegetables. The beast meat was, naturally, the low-tier iron-toothed rabbit, priced at 25 martial coins per pound, totaling 100 martial coins. The 2 kinds of vegetables, each slightly over a pound, cost more than 20 martial coins. Vegetables in this world are indeed expensive. Yet, the energy they contain remarkably counterbalances the meat, imparting a unique flavor. In the outer city, those who can enjoy vegetables at every meal are fewer than those who consume beast meat. After all, aside from satisfying hunger, the meat has no bearing on cultivation. As for ordinary individuals, they cannot even dream of consuming evolved beast meat. A single meal could easily consume several days' worth of food expenses. And being able to eat some common poultry or livestock is already a feat. Thus, this meal was undoubtedly a luxury for the inhabitants of the outer city, even when their parents were alive. A single meal costing over 100 martial coins, coupled with snacks worth more than 20 martial coins, totaling over 150 martial coins, was only spent during festive occasions. Chapter 7. Bone Enhancement. This time, Yi Yang did not intentionally let his sister have the lion's share. He consumed just over a pound of the beast meat, while his sister ate over 2 pounds, with the vegetables being roughly equal. Each of them enjoyed a generous bowl of rice, and the siblings lay contentedly on the cushions in the living room, gently stroking their bellies, feeling a bit overindulged. Xine, hesitant to break through, merely accumulated her vitality. Yi Yang, with his limited energy absorption, felt somewhat stuffed given his current strength. After resting for a while, Young suddenly rose and began practicing the foundational body training method in the living room. Seeing her brother suddenly engage in cultivation, Xian was momentarily taken aback, followed by a joyful smile. She had previously urged him not to give up, but it had always been in vain. Now, her brother was unexpectedly cultivating. This indicated that leaving the city was indeed a wise choice. Immersed in his training, Yang could distinctly sense an acceleration in his energy absorption rate. Compared to the previous wastefulness of most of his energy, the improvement was quite evident. Could it be that his bone structure had been enhanced? His conjecture was confirmed, filling him with joy. The quality of one's bone structure dictates the speed and efficiency of energy absorption. The stronger the bone structure, the faster and more efficient the energy absorption, consequently accelerating the cultivation process. Now, with his brain domain evolution at only 0th tier, 4100, the noticeable improvement suggested that future advancements would likely be even more pronounced. Yet, he pondered the underlying principle. Why had his bone structure improved, but not to a higher grade all at once? This aspect puzzled him, although he was unaware of the cultivation speed for bone structures above the 3rd tier. It certainly did not match his current performance. Yang estimated that his efficiency was roughly equivalent to that of an 8th tier bone structure. Of course, this was merely an estimation. It seemed he needed to expedite his ascension to the 1st tier to ascertain his progress. At that point, he should at least achieve the cultivation speed of a 6th tier bone structure. A night passed without incident. The following day marked a rest day for the hunting team, as Uncle Lu and his companions intended to enjoy a leisurely day. However, Yang was not afforded such luxury. With his newfound abilities, he urgently needed to enhance his skills. Thus, he sought out the local slaughterhouse for poultry and livestock. His reasoning was clear. If evolved beasts could provide evolution points for his brain evolution, then surely poultry and livestock could as well. Upon explaining his intentions, the slaughterhouse owner was quite pleased. After all, having a free worker would save a significant amount of martial coins. Nonetheless, he was somewhat displeased by the uncertainty of Yang's daily availability. Yet, considering the circumstances, it was reasonable. If he came daily without charge, how would he sustain himself? As for why Yang wished to undertake this work, the owner refrained from probing further, fearing that a single question might scare away his free labor. Nevertheless, the owner took extra precautions and personally escorted Yang to the slaughtering area. There, he witnessed Yang wielding a slaughtering knife, swiftly severing a chicken's head with a decisive stroke. Following that, an invisible shadow of blood surged forth, merging into his mind. Effective? Yang felt a surge of joy, only to furrow his brow in confusion. While the blood shadow was present, the evolution points had not increased. Perhaps the energy from these poultry was insufficient. Indeed, these were merely domesticated animals, and although they were far more formidable than the chickens of Earth, they remained just that, domestic fowl. Realizing this, Yang resumed his work, swiftly dispatching one chicken after another. Unlike the other workers who occasionally slacked off, he dedicated himself to the task for several hours straight. His diligence bore fruit. After slaughtering over 200 chickens, his evolution points finally increased by 1. By the end of the morning, he had accumulated 2 evolution points and had a surplus of dozens of chickens. The efficiency of his work drew glances from the other workers. While the owner beamed with satisfaction, his slaughterhouse operated on a per-piece basis, and income hinged on slaughtering efficiency. In just one morning, Yang had accomplished the work of several individuals without cutting corners. The grateful owner presented him with a large basin filled with rice and succulent braised pork. After expressing his gratitude, Yang quickly devoured the meal and readied himself to resume his tasks. However, just as he was about to begin again, the owner stopped him. "Young man, we've nearly finished with the chickens. If you're interested, I have several hundred pigs awaiting slaughter." Observing the owner's expression, Yang chuckled. The man was being quite devious. While slaughtering chickens was straightforward, pigs posed a greater challenge. Unlike chickens, pigs were robust and required significant effort to subdue. Even when restrained, the butcher had to exert considerable physical strength to make a clean incision. Not to mention the need for continuous slaughtering. Naturally, the commission for slaughtering a pig was substantially higher than that for a chicken, and the task was fraught with danger. Despite the owner's underhandedness, Yang remained unfazed, seemingly oblivious to the difference, and cheerfully set down his knife to follow him. The other poultry workers exchanged glances, thinking him a fool. Was Yang truly a fool? Certainly not. Gazing at the rows of pigs, he saw only experience points. While it took more than 200 chickens to earn a single evolution point, just 20 pigs would yield one, and of course, the effort required was significantly greater. But the speed of acquiring evolution points had improved considerably. Working diligently, Yang slaughtered over 100 pigs in the afternoon, finally amassing 5 evolution points. His brain domain evolution reached 0th tier, 11,100. Upon achieving 11 evolution points, he felt his cells come alive with vigor, leaving him momentarily stunned. His vision sharpened dramatically. He could clearly discern a pebble the size of a fingertip from 100 meters away. Additionally, his dynamic vision improved, enhancing his reflexes and strength, while his mind felt invigorated. This was a qualitative transformation. As he moved his limbs, the once heavy knife felt weightless in his hand, and all traces of fatigue evaporated in an instant. Was this the benefit of exceeding a 10% evolution threshold? Yang speculated. With his current strength, he had undoubtedly surpassed the initial stage of a martial apprentice, and the breakthrough came without side effects or the need for substantial energy replenishment. How peculiar! How marvelous! Putting down the sharp knife used for slaughtering pigs, Yang removed his apron and bid farewell to his employer. At this moment, he was devoid of any desire to continue his work as a butcher. He only yearned to leave the slaughterhouse as swiftly as possible to ascertain his own strength. Nothing was of greater importance. Despite his boss's numerous entreaties and reluctance, Yang hastily departed, making his way to a martial arts school located in the outer city. Not even pausing to change out of his blood and excrement-scented attire. Upon arriving at the martial arts academy, he reluctantly transferred 100 martial coins, and then, under the disdainful gaze of the staff, entered a strength testing room. With 100 martial coins, he could experiment to his heart's content here, and of course, such experimentation was limited to testing. Any deliberate damage to the equipment would incur compensation. Strength and combat power were the two most crucial indicators at the martial apprentice stage. Preparing himself, he disregarded the foul odor emanating from his clothes, took a deep breath, and coughed. How unpleasant. Chapter 8. Intermediate Martial Apprentice Bang. A powerful punch struck the punching target, and the strength meter's value leaped rapidly. The threshold for strength at the initial martial apprentice level was 300 kilograms of punching power. The threshold for intermediate martial apprentices was 500 kilograms, while that for advanced martial apprentices was 800 kilograms. It is important to note that this refers to punching power, not the lifting strength of both arms or the strength of a single arm lifting a weight. The numbers flashed, 10, 50,100. Before he knew it, the figure surpassed 300. However, it did not cease there. It continued to rise, causing Yi Yang's heart to race in tandem. In the blink of an eye, the number exceeded 500, signifying that Yi Yang had officially entered the ranks of intermediate martial apprentices. Yet the number did not stop. It gradually climbed until it finally settled at 643 kilograms. 643 kilograms, just a mere 150 kilograms shy of entering the advanced martial apprentice tier. In just 2 days, his punching power had increased by nearly 300 kilograms. If this trend continued, in 2 days, no, at most 3, he could become an advanced martial apprentice. How long would it take to become a martial artist? 7 days? 10 days? It could not be any longer. If it were, it would indicate a flaw in his assumptions. Next, he would test his combat power. Generally speaking, without employing martial techniques, the combat power value, which is the single-arm punching strength, is less than 1. However, utilizing martial techniques allows for the application of strength, resulting in a combat power value greater than 1. The extent to which it exceeds 1 depends on the strength of the martial technique and the practitioner's comprehension of it. Yi Yang had not cultivated any martial techniques, so the punching power he had just displayed was merely his inherent punching strength. The combat power test utilized a different machine, resembling an automatic blood pressure monitor. He placed his hand into a circular opening, remaining still as a thin membrane enveloped the front half of his arm. After a moment, the membrane tightened, and a combat power value of 1.5 appeared on the screen. 1.5. How could it be? Yi Yang was initially taken aback, only to be overcome with elation. This indicated that his combat power value was quite high, even without employing martial techniques. He had achieved 1.5, implying that his single-arm strength was less than 500 kilograms. As an initial martial apprentice, he could produce punching power equivalent to that of an intermediate martial apprentice without utilizing any martial techniques. What might he achieve if he were to cultivate martial techniques? Wouldn't he then be able to produce the punching power of an advanced martial apprentice? Time to test his endurance. After his moment of joy, Yang clenched his fists and stepped up to the strength tester, delivering punch after punch without glancing at the numbers or waiting for them to change. Each strike aimed at maximum power. The sounds of his punches echoed within the testing room until, after more than half an hour, he finally ceased. Over half an hour. Quite commendable. Gasping slightly, Yang grinned. Indeed, it seemed that those who smile often enjoy good fortune. After resetting the testing equipment, he rose and exited. He already knew the outcome. His single-arm strength had not even reached 500 kilograms, indicating that he still remained at the initial martial apprentice level. However, his combat power had indeed reached the intermediate level. Ha ha ha, what a delightful feeling! Upon returning home, amidst his sister's bewildered gaze, Yang quickly retreated into the bathroom to shower and change clothes. After cleaning his garments, he finally emerged. He had anticipated his sister would question him, but to his surprise, she merely glanced at him before busily tending to the kitchen. From dinner until bedtime, she did not ask another question, only wishing him good night. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Yang instinctively made his way to the kitchen, only to discover that his sister had already prepared breakfast. "Brother, breakfast is ready." "All right." Observing the smile on her face, though tinged with a hint of sadness, it had diminished considerably. Yang paused for a moment before responding and seated himself at the table. "Uncle Lu contacted me last night. We must head out today. This time, we might be gone for a bit longer, but we should be back by tomorrow at the latest." While eating breakfast, Yang explained, "Brother, don't worry. I will take good care of myself. By the way, you mustn't act impulsively. Please prioritize safety." "All right, rest assured, I will be cautious." After finishing their meal, Yishinshin washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen while Yang donned his armor and slung on his quiver. Time was of the essence. "Shinshin, I'm leaving. Brother." Yishinshin rushed out from the kitchen and embraced Yang tightly. After a moment, she released him, stepping back and placing her hands behind her back. "Brother, I will wait for your return. I will be training at home, and I have bought meat and vegetables. The door is locked, so please stay safe." "Don't worry." As he stepped out, glancing back several times, the heavy door slammed shut, followed by the sound of 2 locks clicking. Only then did Yang reveal a smile and stride towards the stairs. Once again, they gathered at the south gate. Not at the city entrance, but in the courtyard behind the warehouse. When Yang arrived, Uncle Lu and the others were already busy preparing. "Xiaoyang, you're here?" "Xiaoyang has arrived, Xiaoyang." Yang greeted Uncle Lu, Uncle Tian, Wu Gu, Hong Jie, and several others before joining in to help. As they were to be gone for 2 days, they needed to ensure they were well prepared. The vehicle had been cleaned thoroughly, free of any foul odors, and Uncle Lu had inspected it as well. Additionally, everyone had prepared provisions and supplies needed for the wilderness. While assisting, Yang was called over by Uncle Lu. "Xiaoyang, go grab another quiver of arrows." "All right. Is that okay?" "No problem." Yang dashed over to the warehouse owner, who was overseeing the others' work, and selected a quiver of alloy 3-edged piercing arrows, attaching it to his previous quiver for easy access over his right shoulder. With everything prepared and the vehicle checked, the group boarded and set off towards the city gates. Once outside the city, laughter and chatter filled the vehicle. Having learned from his previous experience, Yang had grown accustomed to it, holding the bow loosely with his left hand as his eyes remained focused on the scenery outside. The vehicle entered the mountains, and after more than 2 hours of travel, they halted in a lush, deep ravine. After swiftly concealing the vehicle's tracks, the group of 8 set forth together. With 2 ranged attackers now in the team, Uncle Lu decided to venture deeper. Since driving through the outer forest was inconvenient and posed too great a risk, they opted to proceed on foot. The formation consisted of 2 sword and shield bearers leading the way, followed by Lu Wu, then Yi Yang and Hong Ling, with another pair of sword and shield bearers bringing up the rear. This arrangement ensured a balanced offense and defense, allowing for immediate reaction to any ambush from any direction. As the ranged attackers, Yi Yang and Hong Ling naturally positioned themselves in the center to provide support as needed. Yi Yang walked in the middle of the formation, with Hong Ling on his side, the 2 sword and shield bearers behind him, Lu Wu ahead, and Uncle Lu and others further ahead. As the youngest in the group, he was clearly being given special care. Though he did not vocalize his appreciation, he felt a warm sense of gratitude within. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant, not allowing the protection of his position to lull him into complacency. His left hand gripped 2 arrows while his right hand knocked one onto the bowstring, his eyes scanning the forest side he was responsible for. This level of attentiveness pleased Uncle Lou and the others who were observing from the shadows. They were not concerned about his inexperience, but rather about ensuring he understood the instructions given. In contrast, while it was only Yi Yang's second outing, he executed the directives exceptionally well. He even took the initiative to perform tasks that had not been assigned to him, such as holding arrows in his hands and on the bowstring. Chapter 9. Exiting the city again? Deadly evolved beast. Emerald Sprout Snake. Though Uncle Lou had decided to venture deeper, they remained cautious, sticking to the outskirts. It was no secret that the Xiahongai Mountain harbored first and even second-tier evolved beasts. Given the strength of their team, encountering even a first-tier evolved beast could lead to their complete annihilation if they were not quick enough to escape. The forest was far from quiet. Distant roars of beasts and the sounds of flying, evolved beasts occasionally echoed through the air. These were not the targets of the hunting group. A cluster of iron-toothed rabbits had been let go. Or rather, they had intentionally avoided them. Uncle Lou's goal was to hunt lower-tier evolved beasts, such as the spiked boar, which could fetch 2,000 martial coins or even more. If fortune smiled upon them, they might even discover a medicinal herb, resulting in even greater profit. As the morning passed, the hunting group had yet to make any catches, but none of the members appeared anxious. If they had merely desired a quick bounty, they would have acted sooner. Uncle Lou raised his hand to signal a halt, and the group gathered around. Let us take a break and eat. Remain vigilant of our surroundings. This is an expansive area, with a clear view extending 100 meters in all directions. The treetops above rise to a height of 20 to 30 meters, and they do not provide sufficient concealment for any climbing evolved beasts or humans. As the leader of the hunting team, Uncle Lou undoubtedly possesses the most extensive experience in wilderness survival. Decisions regarding campsite selection are entirely at his discretion. After a brief respite for meals and hydration, the team prepared to set off once more. However, after walking for just over 100 meters, Yang suddenly halted his steps. Grasping the tail of an arrow with his right hand, he pulled back the bowstring. The pulleys whirring as the alloy arrow was readied. Wait, he communicated through the communicator, his voice resonating in the ears of all. Uncle Lou and the others stopped, turning to look back. Something felt amiss. An unsettling sensation of being watched washed over him. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, not a single member of the team displayed even a hint of derision. In the wilderness, any oversight could prove fatal. A sensible person would never disregard a foreboding feeling or warning, not even a novice. Uncle Lou and the others remained vigilant, with Yi Yang being even more so. His sister was waiting at home. He yearned for a safe return more than anyone else. Yet, that prickling sensation persisted, the direction of the impending danger unclear. They had encountered a creature skilled in stealth, but was it a human or an evolved beast? Nearby, next to the bushes not far from Uncle Tion, a flower snake, scarcely 2 centimeters in diameter, lay brazenly exposed, unseen by anyone. However, it was no wonder that they failed to notice. The snake's eyes were a vibrant green, and its patterns blended seamlessly with the environment. This snake was, in fact, an evolved beast, aptly named the emerald bud snake. The term bud signifies its small size, while emerald refers not to its color, but to its fangs. The evolved neurotoxin is injected through a pair of translucent, emerald green fangs akin to jade. This snake is one that even seasoned martial artists must approach with caution. A moment's negligence could lead to demise in the wilderness. It is not that the snake possesses extraordinary combat prowess. The scales of a high-level martial artist are quite resilient. However, given its size, even a mid-tier martial artist could easily cleave it in two. Yet, to penetrate its defenses, only a high-level martial artist wielding a sharp blade stands a chance. The reason the emerald bud snake instills trepidation in formal martial artists lies in its exceptional concealment abilities and its lethal emerald green fangs. It resembles a highly skilled assassin, patiently lurking in the shadows, awaiting the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, a signal of attack pierced the air. The emerald bud snake, situated approximately 3 meters from Uncle Tion, coiled and sprang forth, its more than 1 meter long body soaring into the air, its triangular mouth agape, and its dazzling green fangs protruding forward, as the hissing sound of the snake echoed. Yi Yang locked onto the direction and target, to the right front. An evolved beast. As his gaze shifted, he raised his bow and arrow in tandem. Then, Yi Yang's eyes widened. The emerald bud snake? In the base city, the illustrated guides on evolved beasts and ferocious creatures are quite affordable. Prior to their departure, Hong Ling had mentioned some of the most dangerous low-tier evolved beasts. Unfortunately, the emerald bud snake was among them. A single bite from this creature, for anyone below the rank of formal martial artist, would spell doom within 5 minutes unless an antidote was administered. Even for formal martial artists, the maximum time they could withstand the venom was merely an hour. Only elite martial artists could endure for several hours without succumbing to the toxin, affording them the time to seek out an antidote. Whoosh! The alloy arrow sliced through the air, aimed directly at the emerald bud snake. Uncle Tian, face contorted with fear and despair, found his pupils constricting to pinpricks. He hastily attempted to retract his shield, hoping to block the impending lethal strike with his iron shield. That hissing sound was heard not only by Yi Yang, but also by Uncle Lu and the others. Closest to Uncle Tian, Uncle Lu's speed, however, was no match for the emerald bud snake, leaving him to watch and regret. Lu Wu was positioned even further away, and Hong Ling, without her sniper rifle at the ready, clutched a dagger instead. Even if she had her rifle, she would have been unable to react in time. The others were even less prepared, their reflexes lagging significantly as despair washed over the group. Yi Yang gritted his teeth, adjusting the bow to its maximum draw weight of 1,000 kilograms. The alloy arrow released in the blink of an eye. Clang, swoosh, in that fleeting moment when neither the onlookers nor the emerald bud snake could react. The specially designed armor-piercing trident arrow penetrated the snake's body with force. Weighing no more than 10 pounds, the emerald bud snake was propelled backward by the arrow, embedding itself in a nearby tree trunk, writhing in agony. Simultaneously, Uncle Tian let out a muffled groan. Although Yi Yang's response had been remarkably swift, the emerald bud snake had the advantage of proximity, and Uncle Tian's right arm was bitten. The location of the bite was precise, bypassing the alloy plates of his leather armor. The venom had already been injected in the blink of an eye. The emerald bud snake had attacked, Yi Yang had struck, and Uncle Tian had 5 minutes left to live. This all transpired so rapidly that the others were left stunned, with only Hong Ling reacting in time. "We bought the antidote," she exclaimed, snapping everyone back to reality. Yes, they had brought 2 antidotes along before setting out. As a wave of realization washed over them, Uncle Lu and Hong Ling rushed forward, while Yi Yang exhaled in relief, drawing back his bow once more. Whoosh, thud. The alloy arrow pierced through the snake's armor at its vital point, and the emerald bud snake perished, pinned to the trunk. Uncle Tian received the antidote, dragged back from the brink of death. Though the process had been fraught with peril, the outcome was one of collective joy. Quick, retrieve the emerald bud snake, Uncle Lu commanded as the antidote took effect. Lu Wu approached, armed with a metal spear. Glancing at the writhing snake before giving Yi Yang a thumbs up, he then produced a leather pouch from his waist. Dumping its contents onto the ground, he grasped the snake's head, while another shield-bearer stepped forward to forcefully extract the alloy arrow. After a bit of handling, they finally secured the snake in the leather pouch. The emerald bud snake was considered a peak low-tier evolved beast, its venom potent, and its fangs sharp and sturdy. It was said that snake meat was highly nutritious, and the gallbladder was even more valuable. This single snake, in pristine condition, could fetch over 20,000 in the base city. Wei struck it rich. A windfall, the hunting team rejoiced. Even Uncle Tian, who had just recovered from the effects of the antidote, wore a delighted smile. Yi Yang was equally pleased. He had slain the snake, and according to the team's distribution rules, he would receive a significant share. Furthermore, killing the emerald bud snake had granted him 4 evolution points, equivalent to the bounty from 4 low-tier evolved beasts. His brain domain evolution stood at 15,100. This meant that with the elimination of just 5 more beasts, his brain domain evolution could trigger another qualitative transformation, leading to a surge in his own power. Yi Yang clenched his fist, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The others, witnessing his grin, assumed he was simply elated about the impending reward, unaware of the deeper reason behind it. Chapter 10. The Ferocious Arrow, Future Martial Artist, Martial Master. Xiaoyang is impressive. He can certainly be considered a sharpshooter, right? Haha, old Tian, your life was saved by Xiaoyang. Indeed, Xiaoyang, Just look at Uncle Tion's performance. As they stowed away the emerald bud snake. The group was in high spirits, exchanging jovial banter. Wei Yang's beaming smile never waned as he scratched his head in response. Xiao Yang, your strength is progressing remarkably fast. Suddenly, a strange pressure coursed through his arm, causing Yi Yang to tense up. The smiles on the faces of the others turned peculiar. This was partly due to Hong Ling's audacious action, and partly because they had just realized that Yi Yang's strength had indeed increased significantly. They hadn't considered the possibility that if Yi Yang were still a novice martial artist, even with remarkable archery skills, he wouldn't have been able to effortlessly dispatch the emerald bud snake with 2 shots. Moreover, the maximum draw weight of the alloy bow was only 1,000 kilograms, and even with the pulley system making it easier, one could not fully draw it without a force of 400 to 500 kilograms. Not to mention the rapid succession of 2 arrows. This woman, Yi Yang felt a pang of frustration. He had deliberately downplayed his abilities, yet Hong Ling had inadvertently exposed his strength. Stealing a glance at the arm she held, Yi Yang resolved to exhibit the magnanimity of a man. Never mind. It's just that my cultivation has advanced to the mid-level martial artist stage, and I've tested it. Upon hearing Yi Yang's explanation, the others were enlightened. Of course, if a novice martial artist possessed such strength, how would we ever manage? However, they acknowledged the convenience of having ranged attack capabilities. Perhaps I should learn archery as well? This notion wasn't limited to 1 or 2 individuals. Even Lu Wu began to entertain the same thought. Yet, as soon as it surfaced, it was quickly extinguished. One's energy is finite. Obtaining proficiency in a single martial skill is already a challenge, and dedicating oneself to study and practice consumes considerable effort. Learning archery as well, better to refrain. After all, they were not prodigies. This topic was soon put aside. As they chatted and laughed, the group resumed their journey. The members of the hunting team were only pleased by Yi Yang's cultivation progress. There was no jealousy among them. As the sole shortcoming within the team has been addressed, their overall strength has notably increased, leading to a significant enhancement in their safety. Furthermore, judging by the 2 arrows just released, Yi Yang's martial prowess can now rival that of advanced martial apprentices. Thus, the team now boasts 4 members whose abilities are on par with high-level martial apprentices. Following the display of his impressive archery skills, Yi Yang has also become more proactive in subsequent actions. He even took up a bow and accompanied Uncle Lu to learn the techniques of tracking. These methods are straightforward yet practical, primarily relying on keen eyesight. Wei Yang possesses commendable vision, and with the guidance of the seasoned hunter Uncle Lu, combined with his quick wits and excellent memory, he has managed to grasp a significant portion of the skills in no time. What remains now is the necessity for extensive practice to validate his learning. As the sun began to set, Uncle Lu decided against venturing further into the mountains, opting instead to retrace their steps back to the outskirts. Having already secured a substantial catch with a single emerald snake, a few more low-tier evolved beasts along the way would suffice for their return to the city. Greed is the original sin, particularly in this perilous world rife with danger. On their way back, Yi Yang positioned himself behind 2 shield-bearers while Uncle Lu walked beside him. Wei Yang's eagerness to learn was met with Uncle Lu's willingness to teach. As he imparted knowledge, he couldn't help but marvel at the child's perceptiveness, thinking to himself how fortunate it would be if his eldest son possessed such intelligence. However, when he glanced back at the bumbling giant wielding an iron spear, he ultimately dismissed this unrealistic fantasy. Being at the forefront, Yi Yang naturally garnered more opportunities to strike, while the team's other ranged attacker, Hong Ling, voiced no objections. The metallic arrows were remarkably sturdy, especially with the specially chosen tri-blade armor-piercing tips. On their return journey, they encountered a group of iron-toothed rabbits, which almost faced annihilation. 13 adult iron-toothed rabbits were swiftly claimed by the hunting party. Following the rabbits, they stumbled upon the previously encountered herd of spiked boars. Upon witnessing Yi Yang's remarkable accuracy and formidable attack power, Uncle Lu's greed was piqued. He led the group to the location where they had previously spotted the spike boars. There were a total of 15 boars, 9 adults and 6 subadults. Regardless of age, the price of these boars remained unchanged, and they were, in fact, more destructive than the iron-toothed rabbits. This time, both Hong Ling and Yi Yang took action, prioritizing the elimination of the adult boars. Cautiously approaching within 100 meters, Lu Wu and the others followed suit for protection while Hong Ling set up her sniper rifle from a distance. As they drew closer, Yi Yang nocked an arrow, aiming for the second largest target among the boars, leaving the largest one for Hong Ling. The power of her runic gun was formidable, capable of obliterating half of an adult boar's head with a single shot. Conversely, Yi Yang's bow and arrows, while effective, could not claim the same lethality. Aiming for a vital spot was crucial. Otherwise, given the boar's massive size, his arrow would merely leave a wound, causing pain without inflicting significant harm. Nevertheless, Yi Yang's aim was impeccable. He drew back the bowstring and released an arrow with a swift motion. In quick succession, 2 arrows flew forth, and as he touched his right shoulder, he knocked another arrow with ease. This time, his shooting was faster and more accurate. Just as Yi Yang released his second arrow, Hong Ling fired her weapon. The leader of the boar herd fell instantly with a gaping hole in its skull, not even letting out a sound before collapsing. Simultaneously, Yi Yang's arrows arrived, striking 3 boars, each weighing at least 400 pounds, directly in their eyes. The armor-piercing arrows penetrated effortlessly, reaching their brain tissue for a swift kill. The boars emitted sounds akin to domestic pigs, realizing they were under attack. Despite the death of their leader, they charged towards Yi Yang and the others, emboldened by their numbers. With a fierce determination, over a dozen boars advanced, creating quite a spectacle. However, Yi Yang had already retreated, loosing lethal arrows as he fell back. Previously, many boars had not faced him directly, making it challenging for him to land a fatal shot. Now, with the boars charging foolishly towards him, they presented a prime opportunity for him to strike. Moreover, support from Hong Ling was not far behind. As for Lu Wu and the others, they wished to hunt the boars but feared a sudden charge from them. Thus they followed Yi Yang in a continuous retreat. The path of vengeance was inevitably stained with blood. Though these boars may not have heard the phrase, they had certainly experienced its truth. Out of the 15 boars, Yi Yang successfully shot down 10, a fitting total. Hong Ling claimed 5. This was not to say her marksmanship was inferior to Yi Yang's archery. Rather, she had to prioritize protecting others, swiftly firing at any boars that threatened her companions. Once the battle concluded, Yi Yang closed his eyes, grinning foolishly, only to open them after a while. The others were already busy collecting the spoils of their hunt. Hong Ling, perched at a height, cast Yi Yang a meaningful glance before averting her gaze. Sensing the scrutiny, Yi Yang turned towards her but noticed she was not looking at him. It mattered little. There was no malice in her gaze. With his optimistic nature, Yi Yang tucked away any fleeting thoughts and focused his mind. Brain Domain Evolution Level 0, 32,100. After 2 hunts, he had garnered 17 evolution points, with the iron-toothed rabbits contributing 7. This was why Hong Ling had refrained from engaging, as Uncle Lu and the others had taken action. That occasion had been a deliberate opportunity to test his true capabilities. Then there were the 10 evolution points from this latest hunt, added to the 15 points he had before entering the mountains. Clenching his right hand, he felt the immense power within him, reflecting on his earlier restrained reaction time. With his gaze fixed into the distance, Yi Yang's heart burned with passion. He was certain he could become a martial master, or even surpass that. And it would not take long. Now, Yi Yang had escalated his ambitions from merely gathering tuition for his sister to aspiring to become a formal martial artist, and now, to that of a martial master. A martial master is a being above high-level martial artists, and there are but a few in the base city. Chapter 11. The Gleaming Martial Currency. Each of the 15 spiked boars was worth approximately 2,000 martial coins, while the 13 iron-toothed rabbits fetched about 1,000 each, and the emerald snake was valued at a minimum of 20,000. The total worth of their haul exceeded 70,000 martial coins. They had truly struck gold. In merely a day, their bounty rivaled that of several previous expeditions into the wild. Every member of the hunting party was elated. Yi Yang was especially thrilled, having contributed significantly, and was set to receive at least 30,000 martial coins. 30,000 martial coins, an absolute fortune equivalent to his wages from the past 2 years. With such a substantial sum acquired in just one day, Yi Yang felt a surge of greed within him. He even contemplated staying out for another day in hopes of an even greater bounty. Ultimately, however, reason prevailed over greed. Moreover, the bow felt cumbersome. It would expose his capabilities and was less powerful than a runic gun. Upon returning to the city, he resolved to upgrade his equipment. While he would not abandon his bow, he needed a more potent weapon, and given his current situation, firearms were undoubtedly the best choice. Oh, and he would also need to learn a martial technique. With money in hand and his abilities now at least equivalent to those of high-level martial apprentices, acquiring a martial technique as soon as possible was essential, even if it were merely a black iron level skill. Yes, he should focus on close combat techniques. While he possessed archery skills and the runic gun he intended to purchase, he could not neglect his melee capabilities. Otherwise, he would be squandering his potential. His reaction speed, though already impressive, would be inadequate in close combat scenarios. If he were to engage in hand-to-hand combat, he would be left with nothing but sheer brute strength, an unacceptable predicament. It is always beneficial to learn more, especially when his mind was operating at its peak. The sharper his mind, the more intelligent he became, and the quicker he grasped new concepts. With finances secure, he would soon gather enough for his sister's future tuition. Wei Yang planned to invest all his current gains towards upgrading his equipment and enhancing his strength. A craftsman must first sharpen his tools. By renewing his equipment and boosting his capabilities, he would be able to hunt more prey and accrue even greater wealth in martial coins. Xiaoyang, it's time to go, Uncle Lu called out. Yi Yang and Hong Ling joined him, assisting in carrying their spoils. They could not leave the prey behind. If left unattended, it would attract evolved beasts drawn by the scent of blood, leaving behind nothing but bones. However, transporting such a significant load would only intensify the odor. Fortunately, as experienced hunters with plans to remain out for an extended period, Uncle Lu and the others had prepared adequately by purchasing enough scent-masking powder. After a smooth return to their hiding spot, Yang accrued 2 additional evolution points. Time was of the essence. Once they dismantled their camouflage, the group boarded their vehicles and departed towards the mountains. Both pickup trucks sagged under the weight of their cargo. They encountered numerous hunting parties along the way, all driving vehicles. Walking was simply not an option. Only seasoned hunters dared to traverse the wilderness on foot, confident in their ability to survive. Otherwise, could they outrun a 4-legged evolved beast with just 2 legs? That would be naive. With the pedal to the metal, the 2 pickup trucks finally reached the base city before nightfall. Just as the city gates were closing, they navigated their way to the goods depot, where the owner was preparing to leave. Old Lu, what brings you here? The goods depot owner, aware of Uncle Lu's plans, was puzzled by their sudden return, his gaze shifting to the truck's wheels. Is there a significant haul? You wouldn't be back so soon without one. Uncle Lu jumped out of the vehicle. A sly grin spread across his face. With a grand gesture, he called out, "Unload the cargo." The workers from the warehouse hurried over, while the boss stood nearby, his expression brimming with anticipation. One by one, the spiky boars and iron-toothed rabbits were unloaded. Though there was a substantial quantity, these 2 items were rather commonplace. Indeed, one could say that the city was never short of these particular game. After all, the Xiaohongai Mountains were abundant with these 2 creatures, and the majority of hunting teams targeted spiky boars and iron-toothed rabbits. Iron-toothed rabbits were more numerous and easier to hunt, which made them cheaper. Conversely, spiky boars, being formidable and larger in size, commanded a higher price. However, if one were to consider the price per unit, iron-toothed rabbits were actually more expensive due to their superior meat quality and the potential for their pelts to be processed further. After observing for a while, as the last spiky boar was lifted down, the warehouse boss's face fell with disappointment. Noticing his expression, Uncle Lu smiled and turned to his son, Lu Wu. Lu Wu approached with a grin, handing over a leather pouch. Upon seeing the pouch that Uncle Lu had accepted, the warehouse boss's disappointment vanished, replaced by eager anticipation. When the pouch was opened to reveal the vibrant green sprout snake within, the boss's joy was palpable. This was indeed a rare find. Even elite warriors or high-ranking fighters might struggle to capture one. The primary reason being the sprout snake's exceptional camouflage ability, coupled with the innate wariness of beasts, which intensified post-evolution. Particularly for creatures like the sprout snake, classified as peak tier 0 evolution beasts, they would remain motionless or cautiously retreat when sensing danger, their natural camouflage rendering them almost undetectable. Furthermore, they could move swiftly, making their capture even more challenging. This is precisely why the sprout snake, despite being a low-tier peak evolution beast, maintained a consistently high price. After all, rarity equates to value. Of course, its intrinsic worth also played a significant role. Otherwise, even the rarest items would not command such exorbitant prices. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Old Lu, you've truly achieved something remarkable. Tio, hunt a sprout snake while maintaining the integrity of your team. I must regard your prowess with newfound respect. The warehouse boss exclaimed, inspecting the snake's carcass with fascination, his delight not going unnoticed by Uncle Lou. What's this? Is there someone specifically collecting these? Uncle Lou inquired, and the warehouse boss froze, realizing he had slipped. At that moment, he wished he could slap himself. The pricing for the warehouse's acquisitions was typically fixed, with exceptions made only for items that were specifically requested. In such cases, prices would invariably rise. The extent of the increase depended on the rarity and ease of capture of the item in question. Naturally, items that were specifically requested were always rare finds, unless a bulk purchase was involved. Commonplace items were readily available on the market. With a wry smile, the warehouse boss reluctantly revealed the reason. It turned out someone was offering a staggering $30,000 for each sprout snake. The warehouse's original buying price was $20,000, peaking at $25,000, with the price fluctuation based on the snake size. Even at $25,000, the warehouse boss would have made a significant profit in Marshall coins. He hadn't anticipated letting slip such information. Yet, despite this, he felt no remorse. He and Old Lou shared a long-standing relationship. The hunting team had consistently sold their catches to him since their first encounter, and years of camaraderie warranted the exchange of such information. Moreover, the fact that Old Lou could now capture sprout snakes indicated a substantial improvement in their capabilities. Continuing their partnership would ultimately benefit the warehouse. The boss wasn't foolish enough to sacrifice a source of goods for a trivial profit. Still, the allure of golden Marshall coins made him pause for reflection. Chapter 12. Dividing the earnings, purchasing firearms. The boss's words resonated not only with Uncle Lou but with the others present, leading to a profound silence. Originally, the sprout snake was intended to be sold to the boss under the premise of their old friendship, a mutual understanding. However, this was no small sum. It represented a significant discrepancy amounting to several thousand Marshall coins, an amount that could constitute several months' worth of income for many. Even the city guards earned merely 3,000 Marshall coins a month, while the security team fared even worse. After a prolonged silence, Uncle Lou turned to Yi Yang, noticing Yi Yang's indifferent demeanor. He spoke, "How about this? Since we share a long-standing relationship, we'll sell you this snake for 30,000 Marshall coins. As for how much profit you make, that is entirely up to your skill." "Really?" the warehouse boss asked, astonished. He had prepared himself for the painful sight of watching golden Marshall coins slip from his grasp, but was now pleasantly surprised. Although he would earn less at 30,000, with careful management, making a profit of 2,000 to 3,000 Marshall coins was certainly achievable. The warehouse typically earned only 5,000 to 6,000 a day after expenses, so this would equate to half a day's pure profit. While Uncle Lou's team would profit more, they were 8 members sharing the earnings, and the risks of hunting sprout snakes were considerable, especially since he knew the hunting team had purchased detoxification agents. Each detoxification agent for a sprout snake cost 2,000 Marshall coins. All these factors contributed to the overall costs, and the hunting team faced the risk of total annihilation. Regardless of the circumstances, he was assured of a profit. With a positive confirmation, the boss promptly paid, even raising the prices for the spiky boars and iron-toothed rabbits. This demonstrated his acumen in business, especially since Uncle Lou's team was willing to bring their goods directly to him. After all transactions were settled, Uncle Lou's account swelled by 84,000 Marshall coins. The spiky boars fetched 39,000 for 15 heads, while the 13 iron-toothed rabbits garnered 15,000, adding the 30,000 for the sprout snake. The total was substantial. With the funds received, Uncle Lou wasted no time in distributing the earnings. After deducting costs, including the detoxification agent and ammunition expenses, nearly 80,000 remained. Yi Yang, who had notably contributed by single-handedly hunting the sprout snake, received 32,000 Marshall coins, while the remaining 48,000 was divided among the other 7 members. Uncle Lou and Hong Ling received the largest shares, followed by Lu Wu, with the 4 shield bearers receiving between 4,000 to 8,000 Marshall coins each. This distribution faced no objections. The profits from this venture nearly equated to what they would earn over half a month, if not sometimes an entire month. What could they possibly complain about? Yi Yang, too, found no reason for dissatisfaction in the wild. Unless one's strength reached a certain level, teamwork was of utmost importance. After all, substantial efforts were required to retrieve the game one hunted. Once the rewards were distributed, each person received their rightful share. While everyone was still gathered, Yi Yang turned to Uncle Lou and said, "Uncle Lou, I now have some money. I owe you for the leather armor and the bow. Otherwise, I feel quite embarrassed to take your money. Uncle Lou paused, choosing not to elaborate further, and simply nodded. The leather armor wasn't expensive. When I bought it, I considered your role as a ranged attacker. So I only purchased the most basic model. The bow was a bit pricier, but not excessively so. Just give me 8,000, isn't that a bit low? Yi Yang frowned. 8,000 is what it is. What are you fussing about? Do you think I'm in need of your trifling amount? Uncle Lou replied, slightly irritated. Recognizing Uncle Lou's annoyance, Yi Yang pondered briefly and chose not to argue further. Promptly transferring the funds, he could always repay the favor by assisting them more in the future. After all, he would continue to work with them. Having received the payment, Uncle Lou prepared to leave. Uncle Lou, I still have something to discuss. What is it? I want to buy a runic gun, preferably one with considerable power. I'm unsure if this amount will suffice. And if possible, I'd also like to purchase a melee combat technique to learn. Who knows? It might save my life in critical moments. Upon hearing Yi Yang's request, Uncle Lou found it quite reasonable and nodded in agreement. Your idea is quite good. After a brief pause, he continued, your archery skills are excellent. It would make sense to be proficient with firearms as well. However, high-quality runic guns are costly and difficult to procure. Take the one on Hong Ling's back, for instance. It was a rare find. By the way, how much did it cost? 15,000, with bullets priced at 100 martial coins each. Hong Ling interjected, rolling her eyes. Right, the gun is expensive, but it's not the most expensive part. That title belongs to the bullets. Being consumables that vanish the moment you pull the trigger, 100 martial coins gone. Uncle Lou explained. Upon hearing the price of the gun, Yi Yang gasped, astonished by the exorbitant cost of the bullets. One bullet could feed a family of 3 for several days. Previously, Yi Yang and his sister earned 1,500 martial coins a month, averaging 50 martial coins a day, which meant they could eat well on that amount. Now, he realized he had been living in relative poverty. In truth, he was quite fortunate, earning more than many families in the outer city. However, Yi Yang didn't require such a sniper rifle. His keen eyesight could easily substitute for a scope. He was more inclined towards acquiring an automatic rifle, like the one Uncle Lou carried. Uncle Lou, I don't need something as high-end as Hong Ling's. I think the one you have on your back would suffice. This one? Uncle Lou was taken aback before breaking into laughter, shaking his head. This model is over a decade old. The rifles currently available on the market are far superior, you're right. With your adeptness in archery, using Hong Ling's type of gun would only hinder you. This remark elicited an eye roll from Hong Ling. So, love can simply vanish, can it? Ahem. Sensing Hong Ling's discontent, Uncle Lou coughed a couple of times, poised to speak. When the owner of the warehouse for the Tsueya snake approached, having overheard the conversation regarding the rune guns. Upon noticing the quiver on Yi Yang's back, he recalled the 2 holes on the Tsueya snake and realized he had found the rightful owner. Once he recognized the source of the Tsueya snake, the owner's eyes sparkled with interest, and he grinned as he leaned closer, asking, what is this? Young brother, are you looking to purchase a rune gun? Indeed, Yi Yang did not conceal his intentions, as there was no reason to do so. Moreover, this owner, operating a warehouse, had a notable background in the base city, possibly granting access to even better opportunities. How fortuitous indeed! The owner grinned widely. I happen to have a rune gun available, along with several dozen rounds. If you're interested, you may take a look. Let us go see. Yi Yang was undoubtedly intrigued. Observing Yi Yang follow the owner without hesitation, Uncle Lou stamped his foot and hurried after them, concerned that Yi Yang might face some misfortune. After all, the recent conversation had completely exposed Yi Yang's novice status with rune guns. The others also followed suit. Entering the warehouse through the rear gate, Yi Yang was astonished by its vastness. The backyard was already impressively spacious, measuring several dozen meters in both length and width, but it paled in comparison to the interior of the warehouse, which was at least 2 to 3 times larger and 3 stories high. Such a grand establishment naturally had its guards. Each wielded a rune gun and donned robust armor. The equipment on these few dozen guards was already worth a small fortune. As the group ascended to the 2nd floor, they followed the owner into an office-like area. Please, have a seat, the owner requested before stepping into an inner room. Shortly, he emerged, carrying a metal case. The case was a deep titanium black, with its corners wrapped in leather padding. It measured approximately 1 meter long, 50 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters thick. Placing the case on a large wooden table, he entered a password to unlock it. In an instant, the contents captured everyone's attention. Chapter 13. The beautiful gun. The case was evidently a specially designed weapon box, within which lay a striking titanium black bullpup rifle, just over a meter in length. The rifle bore a resemblance to the 95 model from Yi Yang's past life, albeit lacking the arch design atop the receiver. The fore-end, extending all the way to the muzzle, left only a couple of centimeters of the barrel exposed. It had a large caliber, at least 10 millimeters or more. The rune gun was a product of special runes researched by rune masters, designed to achieve rail acceleration, similar to an electromagnetic rifle but with greater power. While electromagnetic rifles fired iron nails, rune guns required specialized ammunition. The bullets were also inscribed with runes. Only rune bullets could react with the runes engraved within the gun. Upon pulling the trigger, the bullet would be discharged. This method was quite remarkable, showcasing the prowess of rune masters. A single small rune could potentially harbor immense power. However, I digress. The gun inside the case was so exquisite that its value was immediately apparent. Yi Yang longed to purchase it, yet with just over 20,000 martial coins left, it seemed decidedly insufficient. After all, he needed to reserve some funds for his sister's living expenses and martial techniques. Boss, this gun is indeed beautiful, and I presume its power is substantial, but it is beyond my means. You find it expensive? The warehouse owner responded, astonished. Is it not? Both Yi Yang and Uncle Lu exchanged glances, puzzled by the owner's retort. Did he mean to mock their apparent lack of experience? The owner burst into laughter. Since the dawn of the new era, beauty has lost much of its value and is no longer in high demand. This gun is indeed striking, yet its power is not significantly different from the latest rune rifles. When I first acquired it, I hoped to sell it at a premium, only to discover my folly. This gun has been a burden, unable to find a buyer. The group fell silent. Is it merely because it is too beautiful? Yi Yang's thoughts raced. Indeed, its very beauty renders it unmarketable in our base city. Hunters need weapons of slaughter, not mere collectibles. But it is a weapon. Yi Yang pointed at the rifle, clearly genuine. Yet, no one is willing to use it. The warehouse owner sighed. I spent a staggering 50,000 martial coins on this gun, along with 3 magazines of ammunition as a bonus. At this juncture, the owner's emotions surged. That was nearly half of my profits over the past month, all for this one gun. The warehouse owner was ambitious, eager to open avenues in the weapon market and diversify his inventory. However, just as he was ready to make a bold move, he foolishly opted to pay a high price for this gun. His unfulfilled aspirations had evidently dashed his hopes of selling weapons. 20,000 martial coins. Young man, just 20,000 martial coins, and you can take this gun along with 3 magazines of rune bullets. The owner waved his arms, his fierce demeanor causing Yi Yang to feel a twinge of unease, wondering about the owner's mental state. Turning to Uncle Lu, he found him silent. He then glanced at Hong Ling, who also avoided his gaze, her eyes flickering. In a moment when he needed guidance, the two most likely to provide it remained silent. His mind raced, quickly arriving at a conclusion. Was this gun truly worth 20,000 martial coins? Certainly. Yet, it was unnecessary. As the warehouse owner had pointed out, the purpose of acquiring a gun was to hunt evolved beasts. Aesthetics were irrelevant as long as the power was sufficient, if the weapon could deliver the desired impact. Even a simple iron lump of a rune gun would be preferred over a more aesthetically pleasing but pricier option. Since this gun's power was not significantly different from those found in weapon shops, spending the equivalent of 2 or even more guns to acquire just one seemed illogical. As for Uncle Lu and Hong Ling's silence, it was likely their way of allowing Yi Yang to make his own decision. The money was his, and how he chose to spend it was his prerogative. Moreover, the owner was not asking for an exorbitant price. Even at 20,000 martial coins, purchasing this gun would still constitute a minor loss. Too expensive. Boss, I cannot afford 20,000 martial coins. I must set aside enough for living expenses, and I also intend to buy a basic black iron technique. With that, Yi Yang rose, preparing to leave. Seeing him decline, Uncle Lu let out a sigh of relief and stood up to follow suit. Hong Ling was the last to rise. 15,000. Just as they had taken a few steps, the warehouse owner called out through gritted teeth. Yi Yang paused, his heart racing with excitement. Uncle Lu and the others looked over, their eyes filled with concern, fearing he might agree. Hong Ling also glanced over, her expression peculiar, as if urging Yi Yang to accept. Suppressing his desire, Yi Yang resolved to decline. 10,000, 10,000. Don't say any more, Young brother, I am offering you the best price for a rifle comparable to those in other weapon shops. 8,000? Yi Yang feigned difficulty, then he caught sight of the warehouse owner's fiery gaze. Wai Yang chuckled awkwardly. I primarily seek something less extravagant. All right, 8,000. Before Yi Yang could finish, the owner bit the bullet and acquiesced. The price astonished everyone. After the initial shock, elation ensued. Yi Yang no longer regarded the others and hurriedly approached to settle the payment and collect his prize. Wait. The warehouse owner placed a hand on the case. His gaze intense. I have conditions. Speak. Stopping Uncle Lu from interjecting, Yi Yang nodded. I want Suya snakes, at least 2 of them, within a month. If you fail to meet this condition, the gun will be returned, and your money refunded. Old Wang, Uncle Lu addressed the owner by his surname for the first time. Observing the owner's furious expression, Yi Yang anticipated Uncle Lu's words and preemptively replied, Fine, I accept your terms. Xiao Yang, it's all right, Uncle Lu, I am aware of what I'm doing. Seeing Yi Yang make a decision, Uncle Lu opened his mouth but opted not to voice his thoughts. The warehouse owner released his grip on the case. The transaction was completed, confirming the payment. The rifle, along with the metal case, now belonged entirely to Yi Yang. As he exited the warehouse with the case in hand, accompanied by Uncle Lu and the others. Yi Yang's smile was unceasing. Observing his delight, Uncle Lu and the others shared in his good mood. Regardless of the circumstances, Yi Yang had profited from this transaction, though the acquisition of the Tsueya snakes might pose a challenge. Uncle Lu, you all go ahead, I'll accompany Xiao Yang. I need to teach him about disassembling, assembling, and maintaining the rifle. Suddenly, Hongling spoke up. Very well, we'll head out first. Hongling, please guide Xiao Yang in handling the gun. Uncle Lu instructed before departing with Lu Wu. Uncle Tian and the others also diverged into the city, heading towards their respective homes. Wai Yang, cradling the case, returned home with Hongling. Chapter 14. Together home? Yi Yang, I am still but a child, brother. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Yi Xian rushed out with a kitchen knife in hand, cautiously glancing at the entrance. Upon seeing Yi Yang, a joyful smile illuminated her face. Xian, are you cooking? Yi Yang entered while carrying a box, inquiring as he turned to Hong Ling who was following behind. Sister Hong, please come in. After speaking, he looked back at Yi Xian. Xian, make sure to cook more rice. Did you buy any meat? Prepare a couple of dishes, we have guests. Yi Xian did not move, her vigilant gaze fixated on the approaching Hong Ling. This woman was strikingly beautiful, her figure so enviable that even Yi Xian felt a twinge of admiration. Clad in leather armor and wielding a runic gun, she exuded an overwhelming sense of desire for conquest. Who is she? Why is she returning with my brother? Will my brother abandon me? A wave of panic washed over Yi Xian, her eyes misting with tears. Xian, not receiving a response from his sister. Yi Yang turned in surprise. He then noticed her tear-streaked face. At that moment, he set down the box and hurried over. Xian, has someone bullied you? Tell your brother. The Bay City was governed by law. Even in the outer districts, murder, rape, theft, and harm were all punishable offenses, with the penalty for murder being death. Moreover, due to the chaotic times following the emergence of the new era, the laws were harsh. Far more so than in Yi Yang's previous life. Punishments ranged from whipping to hanging, and even the gruesome penalty of dismemberment was reserved for the most heinous offenders. However, in such tumultuous times, even with stringent laws, transgressions were rampant. With personal power continuously rising, authority was concentrated in the hands of a select few, allowing some nobles to evade punishment through bribery, while many were willing to take the blame for them. Injustice permeated every corner, with oppression, coerced prostitution, and even murder occurring without fear of retribution, as long as they remained undetected. Even if discovered, commoners had little recourse against the powerful. Furthermore, the law provided substantial protection to martial artists. If a commoner opposed one, they could be killed without consequence. The Bay City was certainly not a paradise. It was precisely for these reasons that Yi Yang felt such trepidation. No. Really no? Yi Yang was growing increasingly anxious. Really no, brother, I just thought something had happened to you. Didn't you say you would return tomorrow? Yi Xian deftly shifted the topic. This question elicited a smile from Yi Yang. After confirming that his sister was indeed unscathed, he took her hand and led her to the living room, bringing along the box. He then opened it with a flourished, "Tada! Xion, this is my latest equipment. What do you think? Is it beautiful? Wow, it's gorgeous. Women are often more attuned to matters of beauty, and even a young girl is not exempt from this inclination. Brother, this gun is truly stunning. Is it really yours? Did Uncle Lu buy it for you? Feeling slightly underestimated by his sister, Yang felt a surge of pride. He activated his communicator watch, revealing a balance of over 17,000 martial coins, causing Xion's eyes to widen and her mouth to fall agape in astonishment. Brother, this, weren't you curious as to why I returned so early? This is the answer, Why Yang continued, grinning. I just hunted a verdant sprout snake. Do you know what that is? I do. Xion nodded. Her gaze filled with admiration. A verdant sprout snake, along with other gains, led Uncle Lu to decide we should return. We just unloaded our goods at the warehouse, and this gun, along with the remaining balance, is my harvest for today. Brother is amazing, Xion cheered. Ha ha ha, it's just average. Yang feigned modesty and then noticed Hong Ling still standing nearby, observing them with keen interest. Embarrassed, he quickly stood up to introduce her to his sister. Sister, this is my teammate, Hong Ling. You can call her Sister Hong. She is our team's ranged attacker, skilled with firearms, and she came back with me to teach me how to disassemble and maintain guns. Upon hearing this, Xion also stood up to greet her. Hello, Sister Hong. Hello, little sister. Hong Ling smiled gently. That smile not only astonished Yang but also captivated Xion. Sister Hong is so beautiful. Thank you, Xion. May I call you that? Of course. Xion is so well behaved. Come, sister will accompany you to cook. That's all right. I can cook by myself. Xion shook her head. Though she felt a slight temptation, she recognized that Sister Hong was a guest, and it wasn't proper for a guest to assist in cooking. Right? She is indeed a guest. The young girl's thoughts were often inscrutable, but Hong Ling, being a perceptive woman, sensed some undercurrents. Under her insistence, the two beautiful women, one tall and one petite, entered the kitchen, and soon laughter echoed from within. When they emerged again, they appeared as if they had melded into one. After sharing a hearty and delightful dinner filled with laughter and chatter, Hong Ling began to teach Yang how to disassemble and maintain the firearm. Despite having just begun, Hong Ling handled the gun with such fluidity that Yang could only watch in awe. Yet as he observed, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. This gun, while present in the base city, should be quite rare. How could Hong Ling wield it with such expertise? Sister Hong, are you very familiar with this gun? Yang inquired. Not really, Hong Ling replied. Then how do you manage to be so proficient? Actually, all guns are quite similar. The more you handle them, the more you understand. That's so? Yang, lacking experience, felt uncertain but did not dare to challenge her. In all his lifetimes combined, this was his first encounter with a firearm, and his knowledge was non-existent. Yet, he felt that something was amiss, though he had no proof to substantiate his feelings. After teaching Yang several times and observing him operate the gun 3 times, Hong Ling took her leave. In the living room, Yang continued to practice when his sister Xion approached him. Brother, do you like Sister Hong? Seeing his sister's tentative demeanor, Yang felt a pang of unease. This girl, due to their parents' passing, was extremely insecure. What is she thinking? We are merely teammates. Sister Hong is indeed beautiful, but I am only 15 years old, still a child. Oh? Xion murmured, her face not reflecting the anticipated joy. However, Yang paid little heed. After a moment, he heard his sister softly say, If it's Sister Hong, I think it's acceptable. With that, the young girl blushed and dashed into her bedroom, leaving Yang stunned. His head lifted in confusion. Really, acceptable? No, I am still a child. Shaking off the inappropriate thoughts, Yang lowered his head to continue toying with his newly acquired treasure. Perhaps due to the evolution of his brain, his learning ability was remarkable. After just a few attempts, he had become quite adept. After disassembling and reassembling the gun once more, his proficiency rivaled that of Hong Ling just moments ago. Yet, there lingered an inexplicable restlessness within him. Whatever, I'll stop. He placed the assembled runic gun into the box, gazing at the rifle lying quietly within, securely fastened. Suddenly, Yang realized, I need to find some paint to make the gun less conspicuous. Otherwise, its beauty is too striking and too eye-catching. Chapter 15. Fist strength over 1,000 kilograms. Tian Tong Trading Company with money in hand. One naturally should not neglect the needs of the stomach. The saying the poor study literature while the rich practice martial arts primarily reflects in one's diet. In the past, he could fill his belly, but it was always with coarse grains, while he could satiate his hunger. The energy was insufficient to sustain martial training. Now that he had earned a decent amount, he would not skimp on meals. For breakfast, there were perfectly cooked pork chops, each weighing at least 2 kilograms. The meat of evolved beasts was delectable, devoid of any off-putting odors. Even the finest steak from his previous life could not compare. Thus, 5-point cooked was absolutely delectable, and Yi Yang savored every bite. After finishing breakfast and tidying up the dishes and kitchen, the siblings changed their clothes and set off. Today, Yi Yang intended to purchase a black iron level martial technique, pick up some oil paints, and test his strength at the Martial Arts Academy. Seizing the rare opportunity to venture out, he planned to bring his sister along. Going out shopping? Yi Xian exclaimed joyfully. As they stepped outside, Yi Yang noticed his sister bouncing ahead, but suddenly realized that her clothing was rather short and quite worn. Since they were already out, he decided to buy her a few new outfits. However, first, they needed to stop by the Martial Arts Academy. Other necessities, whether martial techniques, oil paints, or clothes for his sister, could be found within the adjacent streets, the same martial arts academy as before. They paid and entered the strength testing room. Bang! With a punch, he registered 832 kilograms of strength. This was the force he had exerted while suppressing his output, nearly indistinguishable from his single-arm strength. This indicated that his capabilities had indeed ascended to the high tier of martial apprentices. Let's try a full-force punch. After calming his mind, Yi Yang prepared to unleash another blow. Whoosh! Bang! This time, the speed of his punch was remarkable, the impact resonating loudly against the punching pad. The numbers flickered rapidly, quickly surpassing 800, then crossing 1,000, until it finally slowed after exceeding 1,400, coming to rest at the value of 1664. 1,600 kilograms? Yi Yang was taken aback, and upon calculating, his battle power should be around 2. He had leveled up again. Upon testing his battle power, the figure indeed confirmed as 2. Without any martial techniques, being able to unleash a punch with double the strength of his single-arm capability was exhilarating. Yi Yang nearly leapt for joy at this moment. His strength was comparable to that of a formal martial artist. To become a formal martial artist, one must possess a striking force exceeding 1,000 kilograms. Although he may rival the strength of a formal martial artist, should he engage in battle with one now, it is highly likely that Yi Yang would meet his demise. This is due to the fact that every formal martial artist has mastered martial techniques. Even the most rudimentary black iron techniques can instantly amplify one's power by at least 50%. Thus, a newly initiated formal martial artist could deliver a punch with a force of 2,000 kilograms. This is over 300 kilograms more than his own strength. This clearly illustrates the significance of martial techniques. Once he acquires them, Yi Yang could instantly elevate himself to the rank of a formal martial artist. Moreover, even if formal martial artists do nothing in the base city, they receive thousands in subsidies each month. By joining the city guard or the public security team, they can swiftly attain the status of an officer, with monthly salaries easily exceeding 10,000, along with the privilege of residing in the inner city. However, possessing the qualification to live there does not guarantee a stay. It is quite challenging to find accommodation in the inner city. TOs speak of housing alone. Properties there are not available for rent and must be purchased outright. A 200 square meter flat can cost upwards of 1 million martial currency, an astronomical sum indeed. Hence, it is not uncommon for formal martial artists to reside in the outer city, unless one joins the city guard or the public security team and becomes an officer. The city lord's estate will arrange housing in the inner city. Yet, this also entails a loss of freedom, confining one's future to that location. Yi Yang desires none of this. Moreover, his golden finger can only be activated by hunting evolved beasts. Staying in the military camp would render it useless, an outcome he cannot accept. He aspires to become a martial master as soon as possible, to ascend to the ranks of the truly exceptional. By that time, slaying a first-tier evolved beast could yield tens of thousands of martial currency, allowing him to purchase a home with a few dozen such kills, and with further effort, he could acquire a villa. With such a lucrative income, residing in the inner city would be a simple matter. Sufficiently indulged in his fantasies, Yi Yang exited the strength testing room, where he reunited with his sister, and together they made their way towards the bustling commercial street of the outer city. The commercial street was vibrant and teeming with a variety of goods, reminiscent of a grand bazaar. The foot traffic was sparse. In the outer city, most individuals toiled for survival, leaving little disposable income for leisure. The only patrons here were either members of the city guard and public security team, their families, or martial artists and their kin residing in the outer city. Naturally, many families of hunting teams could afford to spend as well. For instance, not long after entering the commercial street, Yang encountered Lu Wu, who was strolling with a beautiful woman. "Brother Wu," he greeted, introducing his sister to Lu Wu. "Are you here shopping as well?" "Yes, this is my girlfriend. You should address her as sister-in-law now." Glancing at the woman beside him, Yang cheerfully greeted her as sister-in-law, with his sister, Xin, following suit. "Hello," she responded pleasantly, her demeanor warm, showing no sign of disdain for the humble attire worn by the Yi siblings. "Brother Wu, I'm looking to purchase a martial technique. Do you have any recommendations?" Since they were acquaintances, Yang felt free to inquire. "What do you wish to learn?" Lu Wu asked, unfazed and smiling. "A knife technique. Primarily, I focus on range combat, utilizing bows and runic guns, and melee combat is merely for emergencies. A knife is convenient to carry, and I've heard it can be mastered quickly." "Who told you that martial techniques can be mastered quickly?" Lu Wu chuckled, correcting him. "Every martial technique requires extensive practice and refinement, of course. If you are a genius with extraordinary comprehension, it may be a different story. However, with that said, it is not wrong to desire to learn a knife technique. Knives are short weapons. Given that you already carry a bow and runic gun, adding an axe or spear would be cumbersome. A knife is just right, easily sheathed at your waist or slung over your back." After a moment's thought, Lu Wu pointed towards a nearby shop. "Tian Tong Trading Company is quite formidable. I've heard they have dealings even in larger base cities. I believe there is an even bigger Tian Tong Trading Company in the inner city, where they offer martial techniques, including several knife techniques." Yang nodded, having heard of the prestigious Tian Tong Trading Company. During his previous employment, the owner would smile ingratiatingly at a minor manager from the trading company. That manager's brother was a captain in the city guard, an elite martial artist commanding hundreds. A true power player in the base city. This illustrates the immense influence behind Tian Tong Trading Company. Perhaps it truly connects to the heavens. With this guidance, Yang refrained from further interrupting Lu Wu's shopping and took his sister directly to the trading company. The establishment was expansive, with multiple floors resembling a shopping mall from a previous era. The section for martial techniques was easy to locate, featuring a glass counter displaying numerous leather-bound tomes. Each cover bore a title, accompanied by a small sign detailing a brief introduction to the technique and its price. The descriptions were entirely authentic, particularly regarding combat power enhancements which had undergone rigorous testing. Among the various martial techniques available, none exceeded the black iron level. Techniques above black iron are classified as bronze level, which are not accessible to the average person. Even if they occasionally surface, most are auctioned off. Black iron martial techniques are commonplace, with one knife technique being sold to countless practitioners. For instance, Yang had his eye on a particular technique, the breaking wind blade. This swift blade technique boasts a combat power increase ranging from 1.5 to 2.5, contingent upon one's comprehension and mastery of the technique. This technique was considered among the best in the counter, priced at 10,000 martial currency. Chapter 16. Super Comprehension. Mastery of the blade in a single night. Since acquiring this golden finger, Yang has not only improved his strength but also enhanced his endurance, reflexes, and overall capabilities. His reaction speed has reached an astonishing level, as evidenced when he successfully shot the emerald sprout snake. Thus, the swift blade technique is indeed well suited for him. Moreover, the breaking wind blade can achieve a maximum coefficient of 2.5, meaning his attack power could potentially multiply by this factor. In contrast, other techniques only offer a maximum increase of 2.5 times, making it obvious which choice to make. However, in reality, very few practitioners in the base city train in this knife technique. Why? Naturally, because it is challenging to master. Generally, the higher the combat power increase a technique provides, the greater the difficulty in mastering it, and correspondingly, the higher the price. Although 10,000 martial currency is steep, it is not beyond the means of hunting team members who can save up over time, especially leaders who can more easily gather the funds. Money is not the issue. The scarcity of practitioners suggests the difficulty of mastering it. Nevertheless, Yang is confident and eager to attempt it. Finding the attendant responsible for the counter, he stated, "I would like to purchase the breaking wind blade in the outer city's Tian Tong Trading Company. Purchasing martial techniques and weapons makes one a valued customer." And the staff, keenly aware of this, greeted him with respect, saying, "Greetings, esteemed guest." The breaking wind blade is classified as a superior black iron technique, achieving a combat power increase of 2.5 when fully mastered. And it is a swift knife technique. However, it is priced at 10,000 martial currency, and the difficulty of mastery is extremely high. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the purchase? Indeed. Seeing Yi Yang's resolute demeanor, the attendant ceased further discourse, turning to retrieve a tome from a nearby locked cabinet, presenting it with care. "Please verify." He needed only to confirm that it had not been unsealed. The contents were guaranteed by the trading company's reputation. If there were any discrepancies, he could demand recompense, and for the sake of reputation, the trading company would generally not act carelessly. After all, the laws of the city carry weight, and any damage to their business reputation, especially concerning a specialized product like martial techniques, could lead to their downfall. After securing the technique and completing the payment transfer, Yi Yang found his savings diminished to a mere few thousand. He had intended to buy a knife as well. He had already set his sights on a blue steel single-edged sword. Weighing 16 pounds and 8 ounces, renowned for its durability and sharpness, priced at 4,000 martial currency. A substantial sum, but undoubtedly worth it. However, glancing at his remaining balance, he resolved to prioritize purchasing clothing for his sister. The knife could wait until another time, but his sister's wardrobe needed updating. At her age, she was quite fond of fashion. He had noticed her casting numerous longing glances at the clothing section during their walk. Yet, being considerate, she refrained from voicing her desires, carefully stealing glances as if afraid of burdening her brother. "Come, Xin, let us continue our shopping." "Okay," Yi Xin responded with a smile, and shortly thereafter, they entered the clothing section. The styles of the garments here were quite trendy, rumored to be on par with those in the inner city. The materials are merely ordinary fabrics, devoid of any protective qualities. Consequently, the prices are quite reasonable. A complete set of women's attire amounts to merely a few dozen martial coins. After perusing the prices at this grand emporium for the first time, Yi Yang let out a sigh of relief. He had no intention of purchasing those so-called specially processed garments. Although they possessed defensive capabilities, they paled in comparison to actual armor. Such clothing was primarily for aesthetic appeal, with prices rivaling that of armor, rendering them an impractical choice. After browsing for a while, and under the increasingly bright gaze of his younger sister, Yi Yang made a sweeping gesture and purchased 3 sets of spring and autumn women's clothing. All of a particularly charming and lovely design. In total, he spent over 200 martial coins. Recognizing the high cost-performance ratio and knowing he had sufficient funds, Yi Yang also treated himself to 2 sets, suitable for casual outings or as inner linings beneath his armor. Without delay, the siblings changed out of their original clothes, and with Yi Yang's insistence, discarded their old garments. However, he did not part with his own attire. It was lovingly crafted by their late mother, intended for washing and safekeeping. Once the shopping was complete, Yi Yang eagerly approached the weapons counter, pointed at the blue steel saber measuring just over 1 meter, inspected it, paid, and departed. After dining out, upon returning home, Yi Xian excitedly rushed to her room to try on her new clothes. After all, she was still a child not yet 12, and naturally wished to indulge in her new garments. Yi Yang smiled at her antics, choosing to ignore her commotion, and instead took out the Breaking Wind Saber manual to study in the living room. The Breaking Wind Saber was merely a basic black iron-level martial technique. Emphasizing speed above all, the saber was swift. The practitioner was swift. It comprised 3 techniques: the continuous saber, the wind-cleaving saber, and the breaking wind saber. The continuous saber emphasized rapid and relentless attacks. The wind-cleaving saber required the saber to harness the momentum of the wind, moving quickly yet stealthily. The breaking wind saber, however, epitomized speed, delivering multiple strikes in an instant, with the ultimate limit being 9 strikes in a heartbeat. As Yi Yang absorbed this knowledge, he was simultaneously astonished by the manual's descriptions. According to its assertions, even at the martial master stage, this saber technique would remain relevant. Such a manual, yet no one had practiced it. Why? Was its difficulty too great? A curious expression crossed Yi Yang's face. Why did it not seem difficult to him? Setting the manual aside, he grasped the saber. Weighing 16 pounds and 8 ounces, measuring 1 meter and 25 centimeters in length, with a handle of 25 centimeters and a blade length of 1 meter. It featured a single-edged thick spine, with a blood groove extending from the blades back to the tip, which was slightly upturned. The blade was straight, and the sheath was crafted from tan leather. With a soft sound, the pale blue blade slipped from its sheath. The black handle adorned with anti-slip grooves felt comfortable in his grip. This was a fitting saber. Casually discarding the sheath, almost unconsciously, he began to wield the saber, its continuous momentum flowing fluidly under Yi Yang's command. The strikes were swift, exceedingly swift. After a while, the blade's movements transformed into a blue flash. Wearing the most appealing outfit she could find, Yi Xian emerged from her bedroom, eager to showcase her new clothes to her brother. Just as she prepared to call out, she noticed Yi Yang practicing his saber technique. Observing the increasingly rapid blade movements, her rosy lips parted in awe, and she instinctively covered her mouth to avoid making a sound that might disrupt him. Gradually, her surprise morphed into delight, and her adorable face lit up with joy. Her brother was a genius, a true prodigy. Although still young, she possessed a natural intelligence and understood the words of the Emporium attendant. Now, witnessing her brother, who had just acquired martial skills, practiced to such an extent, how could he not be considered a genius? Quietly retreating to her room, she changed out of her new clothes, forgoing her evening routine, and jumped onto her bed to rest. That night, Yi Yang remained in the living room, sleepless and seemingly lost in enlightenment. Yi Xian lay peacefully in her bed, a subtle smile gracing her face. Chapter 17. Departure from the city, tremendous gains in the blink of an eye. Dawn broke. Yi Yang awakened from his training. Raising his head to glance out the window, he realized it was morning. Or perhaps he had not practiced for long. Brother, good morning. Hearing the voice, he turned to see Yi Xian, slightly groggy, emerging from her room. Good morning, Xian. A glance at his communication watch confirmed that indeed, an entire night had passed. Yi Yang greeted her with a smile, though a tempest of emotions surged within him. He had thought only a brief moment had elapsed, yet an entire night had slipped away. With a casual movement, he twirled the blue steel saber in his hand, executing a silent flourish. What is this? Yi Yang's eyes widened, and after closing them for a moment, he reopened them in disbelief. Had he truly mastered the breaking wind saber overnight? Although he comprehended the reality of this achievement, he still found it hard to believe. This was reputed to be the most challenging black iron-level martial technique. He had accomplished it due to the evolution of his cerebral domain. Soon, the reason dawned upon him. The evolution of his cerebral domain had elevated his comprehension to extraordinary heights, granting him astonishing control over his body. Thus, heightened understanding plus perfectly controllable limbs equated to enlightenment plus mastery of the saber technique. Embracing this outcome with joy, Yi Yang set the saber down and resolved to prepare breakfast, but upon turning, he found his sister already in the kitchen. All right then, I'll take a shower. After washing up, he emerged to find Yi Xian had prepared breakfast. Sitting at the dining table, they both moved their chopsticks simultaneously at Yi Yang's declaration to begin eating. They were no longer in want of food. Although they had just over 3,000 martial coins remaining, it would surely suffice for a month's worth of meals. Moreover, their next venture outside the city was scheduled for the next day. When they ventured forth again, Yi Yang would not be the same as before. He was confident that this journey would yield even greater rewards, and he even contemplated exploring the inner layers of the Xiahongai mountain. The day passed as he guided his sister in her training, explaining the theoretical foundations of basic body refinement techniques. Although Yi Yang now possessed the combat strength of a formal martial artist, and his physical prowess had reached the advanced martial apprentice stage, his breakthroughs remained elusive and obscure. Therefore, he still refrained from allowing his sister to push her limits carelessly. Nevertheless, it was entirely feasible for him to explain the foundational theories of body refinement to her. This way, once she achieved a breakthrough, her training would be far more efficient. The following morning, fully equipped, Yi Yang set out from home, carrying a camouflage-painted rune rifle along with all its magazines and arrows. With the blue steel saber sheathed at his waist, as he left home, he cast a glance back at the closed door, and Yi Xian's smile gradually faded. Her brother was embarking on another journey. Although he had grown stronger than before, The wilderness remained perilous and the freight yard's rear courtyard. Uncle Lu and the others had yet to arrive. Wei Yang filled a bucket with water to wash the vehicle. An old Wang rose from a chair beneath the eaves to approach him. "Xiao Yang, Boss Wang," he greeted with a broad smile, his radiance infectious. Old Wang's smile widened as he continued, "Xiao Yang, regarding the matter of the Toya snake we discussed earlier. There's no need to rush. Take it slow. Safety is the priority." "Understood. Thank you, Boss Wang. Rest assured, I'm well aware." Wei Yang replied while attending to his tasks. "Good." Old Wang offered no further comment, glancing at the rifle slung across Yi Yang's back. He inquired playfully, "Did you spray paint this yourself?" "Indeed. I did it yesterday, and it dried just in time today." "Quite impressive. It looks even more appealing now. I didn't expect you to have such talent in painting." Xiao Yang. Wei Yang was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled foolishly. In his previous life, such things were commonplace. Anyone with a modicum of interest would know how to do it. He hadn't anticipated that in Boss Wang's eyes. He would be seen as an artistic genius. Surely, he couldn't believe that the camouflage patterns on the rifle were his own creation. Yi Yang chose not to clarify. There was little point in explaining. And perhaps he had some ulterior motives. After all, concealing skills that others lacked, only to reveal them at a crucial moment, was the way to survive in this world. After some casual conversation, Uncle Lu and the others arrived one after another. Everyone noticed the rune rifle on Yi Yang's back and complimented it. Hong Ling approached, delicately tapping her lips with her slender fingers before playfully patting Yi Yang's shoulder. "When you return, make sure to do my gun up like this." It was neither a request nor a command, but rather a casual statement of intent. "Of course, no problem," Yi Yang replied readily. "Humph." A smirk danced at the corner of Hong Ling's mouth, her smile barely surfacing before she stifled it. Letting out a haughty humph as she turned to enter the vehicle. "Let us go," Uncle Lu called, and everyone boarded the vehicle. Setting off, whoosh, 2 alloy arrows flew out, striking the ground sharply over 10 meters away. The cautious advancing team barely registered the event. Upon looking back, they saw a green venomous snake, about the thickness of a baby's arm and over 2 meters long, writhing on the ground, pinned by the arrows. "The Toya snake. It's a Tsuya snake," exclaimed one of them. "Why heavens, it's right in our path. If we had walked just a few more meters, we would have entered its attack range." "Old Tian, Xiao Yang has saved you once again," the others exclaimed as they observed the snake, beads of cold sweat forming on Uncle Tian and a younger teammate's foreheads, their hearts racing. "Xiao Yang, how did you spot it?" Uncle Lu suddenly asked. Yi Yang hesitated for a moment before chuckling. "Uncle Lu, it's just that my eyesight is good. I saw the snake right there. The serpent lay there." An undeniable truth that no one could contest. Indeed, it was present. Yet the Chuya snake's propensity for concealment was both innate and widely acknowledged. Had one's vision been keener, it might have been spotted. But it had not garnered much renown. However, everyone harbors their own secrets, and others dare not pry. Uncle Lu, too, was no exception. His earlier inquiry stemmed solely from astonishment. It was Lu Wu who dashed forward. Observing that one of his arrows had struck true, hitting the serpent in a vital spot, he turned back to give Yi Yang a thumbs up before cautiously stowing the Chuya snake into a leather pouch. Another significant haul. The members of the hunting party were elated. Even though the lion's share would go to Yi Yang, the others were assured at least 1,000 martial coins each. With this single serpent, their journey today was far from futile. In fact, this hunting expedition had indeed returned laden with spoils. 9 black-spotted antelopes, 14 spiny boars, along with a Chuya snake. The black-spotted antelope, a pinnacle-level evolutionary beast of low tier, possessed a pair of razor-sharp horns and moved with astonishing speed, posing a far greater threat than this hunting party could handle. Initially, Uncle Lu had considered abandoning the pursuit, but Yi Yang unleashed a flurry of arrows, dispatching the majority with precision, each shot piercing through the eye sockets and into the brain, leaving the pelts intact. According to Uncle Lu, a single black-spotted antelope hide could fetch 2,000 martial coins, and a pristine specimen could be sold for over 4,000, nearing 5,000 coins. Regrettably, 3 others had met their demise, 2 of which were shot by Hong Ling, their heads shattered, resulting in damaged pelts. While the last was overwhelmed in an assault, its hide rendered even more unrecognizable. Evolution points. 0 Wink with a frown 61100. The bounty brought Yi Yang 27 evolution points, allowing him to leap through 3 minor stages in a single day. An exhilarating sensation like none he had ever experienced before. This feeling was addictive. Chapter 18. Returning to the city, envious villains once again, they were burdened with 2 heavily laden carts. A rough estimate indicated that this hunting party's haul over the course of half a day would amount to nearly 100,000 martial coins. 100,000 coins. This was a sum that previously took the hunting party a fortnight, or even more than a month, to accumulate. This figure did not account for expenses. Even Uncle Lou, after many years, had barely saved a mere 20,000 coins. With 2 high-tier martial disciples at home, the expense for their meat and nutrition to maintain their strength was no small sum. Even the quantity of food required to satiate these 2 martial disciples could astonish many. This time, conservatively estimated, the sum to be divided between the father and son would exceed 10,000 martial coins. Exiting the Xiahongai mountain with cheerful spirits, the route from the mountain to the base city was somewhat distant. Entering the mountains could not always be done along the same path, lest they failed to find any game. The journey thus far had been uneventful, but suddenly, 4 vehicles came to a halt ahead. Casting a pall over Uncle Lou and the others, from over 200 meters away, Uncle Lou ordered the vehicle to stop, while Hong Ling swiftly climbed atop the car, taking aim with her rifle. And Uncle Lou grasped his rarely used rune gun. The others opened their doors, weapons in hand, tightly gripped. Observing this scene, Yiyang immediately understood they had encountered adversaries and followed suit, putting down his bow and taking hold of his rifle. Though he did not raise the barrel as Uncle Lou stood still. Hong Jie, what is the matter with this convoy? Yiyang quietly inquired of Hong Ling atop the vehicle. This is a medium-sized hunting party, comprising 18 members, with 4 high-tier martial disciples and the rest at mid-tier strength, equipped with 4 rune rifles. The leader is named Wang Hai, and such roadblocks have occurred several times before. He is known to have a poor character, often engaging in robbery and pillaging. I understand, Yiyang replied. The opposing party was indeed a disgrace among hunting groups. Relying on their numbers and weaponry, they frequently resorted to murderous thievery. Yet from Hong Ling's words, Yiyang surmised that their hunting party had not suffered losses in recent encounters. Both sides remained cautiously poised in their standoff. The members of the opposing hunting party stayed inside their vehicles. Not daring to step out, however, with his keen eyesight, Yiyang caught a glimpse of a fierce gaze emanating from a burly man seated in the passenger seat of one vehicle. This man was likely Wang Hai. His eyes were filled with malice, as if he longed to rend flesh, yet he lacked the courage to exit the vehicle. Yang speculated that the opponent had previously suffered at the hands of Hong Ling's sniper rifle. In alignment with Yi Yang's conjecture, Wang Hai, seated in the passenger seat, fixed a ferocious glare upon Hong Ling atop the car. A year prior, it was this very woman who, with a single sniper rifle, had slain 7 or 8 of his subordinates. Had it not been for that incident, he would have obliterated Lu Wancheng's hunting party back then. Following that encounter, it took a full year for his hunting party to regain its strength. He had not intended to target this group again, but upon hearing from his subordinates that Lu Wancheng's party had recently earned a substantial profit, he was tempted to extort them. Judging by the depth of the tires, it was evident that their vehicle was laden with goods. Careless, Wang Hai thought to himself, feeling a twinge of regret. How much can be gained through such extortion? I should have sent someone to follow them and struck when they were done hunting. That would yield far more, perhaps even a windfall. For now, he was merely alerting them and risking exposure to that woman's gun. However, even if he had stirred the hornet's nest, what of it? Humph, the next time we meet. The ferocity in Wang Hai's eyes shifted to cunning as he dismissed the idea of further ambush and signaled his men to drive away. As the 4 pickup trucks sped away toward the base city, Lu Wancheng furrowed his brow, concern etched upon his features. Everyone, get in the car, quickly. Yes. The group climbed into their vehicles, the 2 pickups roaring to life as they raced toward the base city. Along the way, they encountered Wang Hai's hunting party again. However, the 2 convoys maintained a distance of several hundred meters without incident. Even when Lu Wancheng ordered an increase in speed to overtake, Wang Hai's subordinates did not pursue. As they distanced themselves from the convoy behind, Lu Wancheng let out a sigh of relief, and the others visibly relaxed as well. It seemed that Wang Hai's intimidation was not to be underestimated. Upon entering the city, the warehouse owner, Old Wang, awaited their arrival. In his eager gaze, Lu Wu produced a Chuya snake. Ha! I knew it would come to fruition. Old Wang clapped in celebration, overjoyed. When he beheld the 9 black-spotted antelopes, his delight only multiplied. The black-spotted antelope was a sought-after commodity in the market. Its speed and evasion was exceptional, and in the forest, coupled with its formidable strength, successful hunts were rare. Moreover, its delectable flavor and the utility of its antlers ensured that a single black-spotted antelope could fetch a handsome price. This batch of goods promised him a substantial profit. With both the chia snake and the black-spotted antelope in hand, Old Wang offered a premium for their acquisition. The 6 intact black-spotted antelopes were valued at 5,000 each, while the 3 with damaged pelts were uniformly assessed at 4,300, a substantial reduction of nearly 1,000 martial coins. The reasoning was that the heads of these 3 antelopes had been lost, leading to significant blood loss. The blood of evolutionary beasts also held considerable value. The 14 spiny boars garnered a tidy sum of 30,000, breaking even without any losses. Lastly, the chia snake was still purchased at 30,000 per unit. The total reached 100,000 and 2,900, with Old Wang generously rounding it up to 100,000 and 3,000. Naturally, the proceeds were to be divided. Yi Yang had contributed the most. Having discovered and hunted the chia snake, as well as taking down the majority of the black-spotted antelopes and spiny boars, to his astonishment, it turned out that the seasoned hunters had merely followed behind him to reap the rewards. Under Uncle Lu and the others' insistence, Yang reluctantly accepted 50,000 martial coins after several refusals. The remaining martial coins were to be shared among the 7, with the meager costs deducted. Uncle Lu and Hong Ling each received an additional 1,000, while each person received over 7,000 coins. Given that the greatest contributor was no longer himself, neither Uncle Lu nor Hong Ling felt comfortable taking more. Reflecting on their recent outings, even the smallest share had exceeded 10,000, an income they had never dared to imagine. The group was jubilant, with Uncle Tian exuberantly proclaiming he would treat everyone to a feast. Yi Yang initially intended to decline but was pulled along by the others, who insisted he could not leave. Reluctantly, Yi Yang agreed but insisted on returning to fetch his sister, Yi Xin, to join them. Thus, the group split into 2 teams. Yi Yang and Hong Ling went to retrieve her while the others set off ahead. Since Yi Xin had returned, Uncle Tian opted for a high-end restaurant in the outer city rather than their usual spots, situated on the commercial street. When Yi Yang, accompanied by Yi Xin and followed closely by Hong Ling, entered the private dining room, they were met with a lively atmosphere, nearly a dozen people present, indicating that they had summoned their families as well. At this, Uncle Tian would surely incur substantial expenses. Yi Yang mused, contemplating how he might contribute later. Seemingly reading his thoughts, Uncle Lu stood to clarify that this meal was collectively sponsored by everyone in honor of Yi Yang, the reasons for which had already been explained to each household. Upon hearing that this young man had aided their heads of families in earning a fortune, everyone was exceedingly warm, showering Yi Xin with compliments on her beauty. While this was indeed true, it left the 11-year-old girl blushing furiously, her face aflame. The meal was a joyous occasion for both hosts and guests alike. All present had hearty appetites, and the table was filled with various meats from evolutionary beasts and rare vegetables, leaving not a crumb behind. Having dined comfortably, the prices were also quite agreeable. This restaurant is certainly more enjoyable than cooking at home. 20 people spent over 6,000 wubi, which averages to more than 300 per person. The families of the hunting team felt a pang of regret, yet they concealed their feelings in front of Yi Yang. Uncle Lu also silently gasped. Thankfully, it was shared expenses. Otherwise, if he had treated them himself, he would have had to spend all his earnings from this time. As they said their goodbyes at the entrance, everyone returned to their homes, while the others had families waiting for them. And even Yi Yang had his sister accompanying him. Only Hong Ling turned away alone, gradually disappearing into the night. Chapter 19. Being followed, official warrior brother, is Hong Ling's sister the only one? On their way home, Yi Xian tugged at Yi Yang's hand and asked in her clear voice, I don't know. It seems so. I haven't heard her mention anyone, Yi Yang replied. Then brother, what do you think about inviting Hong Ling's sister to come live with us? Yi Yang was taken aback, then chuckled as he ruffled his sister's hair, saying, but our home has only 2 rooms. Where would Hong Ling's sister stay? She can stay with me, Yi Xian replied, tilting her head. That would be too cramped, plus she has her own home. However, if you want, you can invite her over to play. You have her contact information, right? Really? Of course it's true. seeing his sister's face light up with joy. Yi Yang smiled. You two can cook together then? And what about you? I'll definitely eat what you make. Hey, brother, you're so lazy. Ha ha ha. Yi Yang laughed heartily at his sister's disdainful expression. He could perceive the worries etched on her brow and often sought ways to make her laugh. The siblings chatted and joked as they walked, their laughter echoing in the air. Upon arriving home, Yi Yang's expression shifted as he glanced back at a dark corner of the street, furrowing his brows and placing his left hand on the hilt of his knife. He sensed that someone was following him. Brother, what's wrong? Nothing, Yi Yang replied, turning to his sister with a smile and shaking his head. Let's go back on Mim. The siblings entered their small building using their irises for identification, casually closing the door behind them as they ascended the stairs. Just as they vanished around the corner of the staircase, two armored figures arrived at the door, peering through the solid iron bars before departing. Once home, Yang instructed his sister to wash up. He sat in the living room, peering through the narrow window at the outside world. Shortly after leaving the restaurant, he had sensed he was being followed. Initially, he thought it was a figment of his imagination, but as he neared home, he became certain. Someone was keeping an eye on him. But why? Uncle Lu had paid for dinner. If it were members of a local gang, they would likely target Uncle Lu instead. If they were just some ordinary thugs, they would surely steer clear upon seeing his attire. And he had not offended anyone. Was it that hunting team member from earlier? Yi Yang's mind raced as he analyzed the situation, growing increasingly convinced of its plausibility. However, why would they target him? He had just joined the hunting team. To outsiders, he should be an inconsequential newcomer. Regardless, Wang Hai's people should not be seeking him out unless they intended to deal with the entire hunting team, trying to exploit his weaknesses, and his weakness gazing towards the bathroom. A murderous intent surged within Yi Yang. His sister was an absolute taboo he could not allow to be touched, and now someone dared to set their sights on her. Absolutely not. Gripping the hilt of his knife, Yi Yang contemplated going out to confront them. But then he considered his sister being home alone. What if they struck tonight? Moreover, he was unaware of where Wang Hai and his associates resided. Would he just roam about searching? Not to mention, if he were to inquire about a person's whereabouts and that person ended up dead, wouldn't he be leaving evidence for the authorities to apprehend him? He released his grip on the hilt. Killing could not happen within the city. It needed to be outside. Only if someone died outside would the local security forces turn a blind eye. Moreover, deaths in the wilderness were far too common. However, if he were to leave the city, what would happen to his sister? Right, Wang Hai's hunting team was not foolish. They surely would not act within the city. Capturing weaknesses was likely a means to coerce him into becoming an insider. So if they were to act, it would most likely be before he left the city. And since this hunting team had returned with ample spoils, Uncle Lu had mentioned they would go out again in 3 days. Brother, I'm done. You can wash now. All right, Xin, are you going to practice? Yi Yang's thoughts were interrupted as he stood to ask, I'll practice during the day. I can't break through now. I feel a bit restrained. Wearing her cute pajamas, Yi Xin approached. Then maintain your vital energy. Don't practice for now. I don't understand it well enough to advise you without causing complications. This left Yi Yang feeling quite helpless. He even considered seeking out a martial arts school to hire an expert to protect his sister, but when he recalled his sister and their home situation, he hesitated. Fortunately, there were still over 4 months until the testing period, so he would assess the situation then. As long as her innate talent was not as poor as his own, he would go to great lengths to ensure she could study at the academy in the base city. All right then, brother, I'm going to rest in my room. Okay, go ahead, I'll take a shower and then sleep as well. Good night, brother. Good night. Yi Xin returned to her room, while Yi Yang remained still, waiting for about half an hour before quietly turning off the lights and then returning to sit cross-legged on the living room mat. With his knife on his left and bow and arrows on his right, he planned to rest in the living room for the next few nights. The night passed without incident. The anticipated attack did not occur. Glancing at the faint light filtering through the window, Yi Yang let out a sigh of relief. After tidying up, he quietly returned to his room, then emerged as if he had just woken up. As per his routine, he intended to visit the martial arts school to assess his progress. Based on his calculations, the 27 evolution points gained from yesterday's outing should have elevated him to the rank of an official warrior. After having breakfast, he set off with his sister. Following last night's discovery, he was unwilling to leave her home alone. Choosing a different martial arts school, he paid the fee and confidently entered the strength testing room. With a punch, the force of his body struck out, and the device's numbers fluctuated rapidly, soon reaching 1,000 kilograms. With no sign of slowing down, it only began to decelerate at 1,500 kilograms, ultimately stabilizing at 597. This reflected his inherent strength. It confirmed that he had indeed broken through to the ranks of official warriors. If he were to approach the Lord's mansion now and join the city guards, he would at least qualify for the position of squad leader, managing dozens of subordinates. Joining the security team would even allow him to become a platoon leader immediately. However, that was not his desire. Even if joining the Lord's mansion would secure his safety, the secrets of his golden finger and the rapid paths to improvement prevented him from taking that route. With a powerful punch, he struck again, this time causing the testing device's numbers to jump even faster in the blink of an eye. It surpassed 1,500, continuing to rise at an astonishing rate, 2,000, no, 3,000. Eventually, it settled at 4,791. 3 times, his combat power reached 3. Last time, his combat power was 2. This time it was 3. When he broke through to the next stage, would his combat power exceed 5? At this moment, Yang's attention was not on the punch force numbers but rather on the combat power. If his combat power truly reached 5, with his strength as an official warrior, he could easily surpass elite warriors and enter the ranks of advanced warriors. Advanced warriors. In this base city, they were already considered upper echelons. At least, they would be on the level of a city guard captain. Just to illustrate, the current owner of this martial arts school was merely an elite warrior. Alas, this base city was somewhat small. It could only be classified as a minor base. It was not even considered a medium base. After all, the highest cultivation level is merely that of a martial artist, and their protective capabilities are limited. Fortunately, whether it be Xiahongai Mountain nearby or the other forests inhabited by evolved beasts, their strength is not particularly formidable. Otherwise, this base city would have long ceased to exist. Chapter 20. Inquiry, Crisis. In the mere span of 7 or 8 days since my first venture beyond the city gates, I have progressed from a novice martial apprentice to a fully fledged martial artist, my combat prowess now approaching that of an elite martial artist. Elite martial artists possess strength beginning at 5,000 kilograms, peaking at 10,000 kilograms. High-level martial artists start at 10,000 kilograms and can reach a pinnacle of 20,000 kilograms. 20,000 kilograms. When one compares this to the pitiful few hundred kilograms of a martial apprentice, the disparity is stark. A high-level martial artist could slay a martial apprentice with ease, akin to butchering a chicken. Even elite martial artists can dispatch a group of martial apprentices single-handedly, and in their later stages, they could even take down a cadre of formal martial artists. After testing my strength, I proceeded to assess my combat value, and as expected, it was 3. Once all the data was cleared, I turned and exited the facility. I resolved not to return in the future. Firstly, it was an expense. Having grown accustomed to frugality, I deemed the 100 martial coins per test excessively costly, as I could easily estimate my own strength without the need for repeated assessments. Secondly, I was concerned that the results of my tests might attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, thereby exposing my secrets. Within just a few days, having swiftly advanced from a novice martial apprentice to a formal martial artist, and with my combat prowess nearing that of an elite martial artist, such a secret would surely pique the interest of even a martial master. After leaving the martial arts hall, I took my sister for a leisurely stroll through the commercial district. My strength had markedly improved. Whether it be in open confrontation or stealthy ambushes, I felt unafraid. In fact, I welcomed the prospect of an altercation within the city, for it would allow me to showcase my capabilities as a formal martial artist. In the base city, formal martial artists are not penalized for eliminating provocateurs. As I ambled through the streets with my sister, Wang Hai sought out the owner of the cargo depot. He offered a 10,000 martial coin bank card, merely to purchase a piece of information. Upon seeing the silver card placed before him, the owner squinted his eyes. "Captain Wang, are you asking me to betray my clients?" "Not at all. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters." Wang Hai replied with a grin, his facial fat giving him a somewhat menacing appearance. "Pray tell." After a momentary pause, the owner neither refused nor acquiesced directly. "I wish to know the strength of Lu Wancheng's hunting team, particularly that of the newcomer." Wang Hai was exceedingly cautious in his dealings. He was aware of Lu Wancheng's capabilities, which matched his own. The previous night, he had dispatched someone to gather information, learning the quality of the goods sold to the depot. The report indicated that a significant portion of the pelts from their prey was well preserved, as if shot down by arrows. Furthermore, According to his inquiries, only the newcomer wielded a bow. The uncertainty surrounding this individual rendered Wang Hai hesitant to act rashly, prompting today's visit to the depot.as for whether the owner would answer his questions. Wang Hai was confident he would not be rebuffed. His audacity in such matters stemmed from the backing he possessed. Although the owner had a background comparable to his own, the allure of 10,000 martial coins was a compelling motivator. Wang Hai believed the owner would not jeopardize his standing for a hunting team devoid of even a single formal martial artist. As for his capabilities, I am uncertain. However, I suspect he does not exceed that of a high-level martial apprentice. His archery skills are quite precise, but beyond that, I know little, having never witnessed him in action. The owner responded to Wang Hai's inquiries while conveniently omitting any mention of the Tsueya snaked eye in his heart. He valued Yi Yang far more than Wang Hai. The two previous Tsueya snakes had already netted him over 6,000 martial coins. One more would bring him to 10,000, and that was without considering future profits. Wang Hai, on the other hand, seldom sold his quarry to the owner. Thus, the 10,000 martial coins, though appearing substantial, represented merely a one-time transaction. Old Wang understood well how to weigh his options. Yet, as Wang Hai surmised, the other party's background was not to be trifled with, and Old Wang wished to avoid direct confrontation. He had not lied. The newcomer was indeed a high-level martial apprentice with commendable archery skills, and it was true that he had never seen Yi Yang in action. Having concluded their conversation, Old Wang took the silver card pushed towards him and proceeded to serve tea and see Wang Hai off. Observing Old Wang's demeanor, Wang Hai felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had parted with 10,000 martial coins for so little information and felt it was a losing bargain. However, reflecting on the other party's background and his recent responses, he had no choice but to rise and take his leave. After Wang Hai departed, the owner sat in his chair for a moment, contemplating before activating his communicator to send a message. In the commercial district, Yi Yang and his sister awaited their meal in a restaurant. Suddenly, Yi Yang's communicator vibrated on his wrist. Upon tapping the screen, a holographic display emerged. After a fleeting glance at the content, his eyes flickered, and he swiftly shut it off. Brother, what's the matter? Nothing much. Uncle Lu and the others have set the time for our exit from the city and just informed me. Yi Yang smiled at his sister across the table. Yi Xin nodded but hesitated, saying, Brother, why don't you just stay in the city? We've earned several tens of thousands of martial coins. You could find a job here, and we would live quite well. Absolutely not. Yi Yang shook his head, interrupting her with an unusually firm tone. While this money may seem substantial, it is hardly durable. Now that I can cultivate, I even have the chance to break through to become a formal martial artist. You will soon be tested as well. Your talent exceeds mine, and you must go to the academy for your studies. I refuse to attend the academy. Preposterous. Yi Yang's expression darkened as he raised his voice for the first time at his sister. If you do not go to the academy, are you merely going to waste your talent by practicing at home? Yi Xin, remember this. In this world, only the strong possess a voice. Your brother wishes for you to become powerful. Faced with Yi Yang's serious demeanor, Yi Xin fell silent, pouting with visible displeasure. However, this time, Yi Yang did not comfort her, nor did he apologize. His future was destined to be fraught with countless slaughters, and he could not afford to constantly watch over his sister. Once she entered the academy, her safety would be assured, allowing him to venture beyond the city without reservations. With his current strength, he could guarantee his safety even if he stayed in the wilderness for 4 or 5 days. In that time, how many evolved beasts could he hunt? He might even venture into the inner circle of Xiahongai Mountain to hunt first-tier evolved beasts. That would be the moment he truly struck it rich. Yet, before that, he needed to address some matters. The two siblings had a rather subdued lunch, and afterward, Yi Yang led Yi Xin toward the inner city wall. After 10 minutes, they arrived at a large gate. This was Uncle Lu's residence, and Lu Wu awaited them at the entrance. Wu Gu Lu Wu, hello. Little Yang has arrived, and Xin, greetings to you. Lu Wu smiled as he greeted Yi Yang, then bowed his head to acknowledge Yi Xin before ushering them inside. Hong Ling, Uncle Tian, and the others have already arrived. As they walked in, Lu Wu remarked to them. Yi Yang nodded without further comment, turning to his sister, Xin. Go play with Lu Fong for a while. Brother needs to attend a meeting with Uncle Lu and the others. Okay. Lu Fong was the youngest daughter of Lu Wanchong and Lu Wu's sister, positioned second in the family hierarchy, around 13 or 14 years of age. With a bone grade of only 8, she had not gone to the academy and instead practiced at home, currently possessing the strength of a mid-level martial apprentice. The academy's small building was a standalone structure, with 2 floors above and 1 below. In the small living room on the 2nd floor, members of the hunting team had gathered. Upon seeing Lu Wu escorting Yi Yang upstairs, Lu Wanchong clapped his hands and called the meeting to order. Everyone is aware of Wang Hai's situation. This time, he does not intend to engage in mere skirmishes as before. I have received news that he visited the cargo depot this morning to speak with old Wang. What they discussed is unclear, but it is evident that he is intent on taking action against us. Lu Wancheng's words stirred some unrest among the assembly. Only the 2 fathers and sons, Hong Ling and Yi Yang, remained composed. Chapter 21. Decision. Strike. First seated in the main position, Lu Wancheng cast a glance at Uncle Tian and the others, then shifted his gaze to Hong Ling and Yi Yang. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again, this time addressing them directly. Hong Ling, Yi Yang, if you two were to act together, could you contend with a formal martial artist? A formal martial artist? Hong Ling remained unresponsive, while Yi Yang echoed in surprise. A formal martial artist? Indeed, Wang Hai has backing. He is the younger brother of a captain in the security team, a formal martial artist. Lu Wancheng stated solemnly. Who is this captain, and what is his strength? Yi Yang inquired further. His name is Wang Fuchuan. Anyone who can attain the rank of captain in the security team possesses the strength of an elite martial artist. Upon hearing this, Yi Yang furrowed his brow and remarked, Wang Hai's background is so deep. Can we really handle this? His skepticism was palpable. While we are certainly not a match for elite martial artists, it is precisely due to the captain's position that he will exercise caution. Unless outside the city, even if an elite martial artist were to kill, they would face consequences, and the captain's standing would be compromised. For the sake of one Wang Hai, Wang Fuchuan would not recklessly act. Moreover, his brother Wang Fuhai does not solely rely on Wang Hai's hunting team for support. This individual is quite averse to risking his life. He only leverages his strength as a formal martial artist and his brother's influence to gather tribute from hunting teams, never daring to venture out for wild battles. However, we must remain vigilant. Observe whether you can pose a threat to him. This man is exceedingly cautious, and the moment he senses danger, he will surely retreat. Lu Wancheng's introduction provided Yi Yang with a sense of reassurance. If he were to confront the elite warrior Wang Fuchuan at this moment, he would certainly turn and flee, taking his sister to another base. Or he might directly reveal the strength of a formal warrior. Given that Wang Fuchuan dared not act recklessly, and Wang Fuhai was exceedingly afraid of death, there existed a feasible opportunity here. If he granted himself a few days, no, even just a desperate day, he could transcend his limits and elevate his combat power to that of an elite warrior. At that point, combined with the wind-breaking blade at the perfected realm, it would not be impossible to slay an elite warrior. As a martial artist, he naturally practiced martial techniques. Thus, even with the perfected realm wind-breaking blade, Yi Yang would not dare claim he could engage an elite warrior without facing defeat. Casting a glance at Hong Ling, he noticed she was looking back at him, and the meaning in their exchanged gazes was unmistakable. Very well. They both spoke in unison. Clap. Lu Wancheng clapped his hands, exclaiming, then it's settled. Though avoid long, drawn-out nights filled with dreams. Everyone prepare yourselves. We shall depart the city at dawn tomorrow to take the initiative and resolve this matter swiftly. Perhaps Wang Hai's insatiable greed would prevent him from alerting Wang Fuhai, who resided in the inner city. All right, the group responded, rising to prepare for departure. Wei Yang sought out Yi Xin and, together with Hong Ling, left the Lu residence. After walking for a while, Hong Ling showed no intention of parting ways. What's the matter? Yi Yang halted, turning to inquire. I'm going to your house. Hong Ling replied indirectly. All right. The three continued on, returning home, where Yi Xin, sensing her brother and Hong Ling had something to discuss, wisely retreated to her room and the living room. Only the two remained. Wei Yang poured a glass of water for Hong Ling and then sat opposite her. You have something to say to me? Don't you? Hong Ling nodded, took a sip from her cup, and then looked at Yi Yang, saying, Tomorrow, when we leave the city, take Xin to the warehouse. Boss Wang is still trustworthy. However, he has informed Wang Hai of certain matters. Yi Yang shook his head and replied, Indeed, yet he concealed the most critical details, later notifying you and me. Hong Ling responded. Are you very familiar with him? Not quite, but I saved his life once. He owes me a favor. Hong Ling's eyes flickered slightly, though she quickly lowered her head, The subtle change did not escape Yi Yang's notice. Yi Yang fell silent, and the atmosphere in the living room grew tense. After a long pause, he finally spoke again. Do you think we can succeed? Just follow me once we leave the city. Hong Ling's voice brimmed with confidence. After a moment, she added, by the way, what level is your strength at? With a gun, a formal warrior can be slain. Yi Yang did not speak the whole truth. In reality, his greatest strength lay in the dagger at his waist. Then don't bring the bow and arrow tomorrow. Hong Ling advised. Fine, I'll leave it at the warehouse. Yi Yang nodded in agreement. That bow had a maximum draw weight of only 1,000 kilograms, which, at this point, was of little use to Yi Yang. To continue utilizing archery effectively, he would need to purchase a better bow. It would be splendid if he could acquire a superior and more powerful bow, but alas, that was merely a wishful thought. Do you trust me this much? Why help me? After another brief silence, they both asked simultaneously. Their gazes locked, and Yi Yang broke into a smile, prompting Hong Ling to smile in return. Sometimes, fate is remarkably wondrous. A mere glance is sufficient for those destined to be friends, while those who are not can only form superficial connections. Yi Yang and Hong Ling belonged to the former category. Neither spoke further. Everything was understood without words. Hong Ling rose, saying, I'll head back first. See you tomorrow morning. All right, see you tomorrow. As the door slammed shut, the bedroom door swung open. Yi Xin peeked out, looking at her brother. Is Sister Hong Ling gone? Yes, she has left. We need to leave the city tomorrow, so she must prepare. Yang replied, maintaining a radiant smile. The conversation they just had could not be disclosed to his sister. For otherwise, complications would surely arise concerning their departure from the city the following day, though. Xin. Yes, tomorrow, brother will take you to the warehouse to play. Okay, you can wait there for me to return from outside the city, and then we'll go home together. Sure. Yi Xin tilted her head for a moment, then agreed. All right, it's settled then. Yi Yang sighed in relief. As long as his sister was willing to stay at the warehouse. It seemed he had escaped the need for elaborate explanations. Come here. I'll continue to explain the foundational theories of body tempering methods to you. The following morning, Yi Yang was fully armed, while Yi Xin donned a lovely dress, resembling a fairy as she followed closely behind. The two siblings walked side by side towards the city gate. The closer they got to the outer city walls, the more deplorable the street environment became. It wasn't merely the presence of refuse, but rather the palpable decay and diminishing vitality that was evident to the naked eye as they neared the city gate. However, the existence of the warehouse and the comings and goings of the hunting teams revitalized the street scene significantly. Along the way, Yi Xin's little face appeared somewhat pale. Not long ago, an indiscreet individual had approached Yi Yang, inquiring if the girl beside him was for sale, only to receive a fierce beating from Yi Yang in response. Shortly after, another provocatively dressed woman had approached, hoping Yi Yang would part with some martial currency. She merely required 20 to comply with any of his demands. Unable to become a warrior and lacking the courage to venture outside the city to hunt, these individuals still sought to survive, making such occurrences common in the outer city. Some mothers even brought their young daughters along to solicit clients, believing this would yield greater earnings. As for the daughters' ages, it was a matter of survival. There was no time to ponder such concerns. In the back courtyard of the warehouse, everyone arrived early today. Even Hong Ling, who usually came the latest, was already waiting in the yard. Upon seeing Yi Yang arrive with Yi Xin, Uncle Lu appeared momentarily taken aback before stepping forward, his face etched with urgency as he whispered, Xiao Yang, why did you bring Xin here? I couldn't leave her alone at home. Hence, I brought her to stay at the warehouse for the day, Yi Yang explained, causing Lu Wanchong to pause in surprise before breaking into a smile. That makes sense. I'll go inform old Wang. No need. I can speak to him myself. Boss Wang is quite a decent fellow. Haha, indeed. Old Wang is a good man. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing exclusive business with him. All right, you go ahead. We'll wait for you. Okay, Uncle Lu, just a moment, no rush. Go on. Chapter 22. Betrayal. After leading his sister to Boss Wang, who seemed already aware of Yi Yang's intent, he nodded and smiled, saying, Go ahead. She is safe here with me. Thank you, Boss Wang. Yi Yang expressed his gratitude. Just call me Old Wang. All right. After greeting Old Wang, Yi Yang pulled his sister aside for careful instructions. The sights and sounds along the way made Yi Xin realize that this area was far from benign. Even the neighborhood they lived in was inferior, prompting her to continuously assure her brother that she would not worry him. Afterward, they bid each other farewell, and Yi Yang set down his bow and arrows, shouldering only his rifle and slipping a dagger into his waist as he ran towards the vehicle. "All set?" Hong Ling inquired. "Yes, all set." Upon seeing Yi Yang board the vehicle, Uncle Lu glanced at Yi Xin, who was being led into the main building of the warehouse by Boss Wang. He then exchanged a look with his son before firmly tapping the roof of the vehicle to signal departure. The two towering pickup trucks slowly exited the courtyard, the heavy automatic metal gate closing behind them. Vroom. The vehicles roared as they drove towards the city gate. "Boss, they VE set off." One of Wang Hai's subordinates, who had been watching at the southern city gate, quickly communicated via his smartwatch. Shortly thereafter, within less than half a minute, a convoy emerged from a narrow alley. 4 vehicles, 18 individuals, all under Wang Hai's command. He had not sought external assistance nor discovered any other experts. However, among these 18, at least 10 were wielding rune rifles, and half of those were the latest models available on the market. This was Wang Hai's external support. With those 10 rune rifles, it was equivalent to possessing the offensive power of 10 formal warriors, and the sense of threat was palpable, regardless of the strength of the woman and the new recruits within Lu Wanchong's team. Even if they were all formal warriors, a barrage from 10 rifles would surely leave them with little hope of survival. Moreover, as the 4 vehicles exited the city gate, a glance ahead revealed their target vehicles just a kilometer or 2 ahead. Wang Hai, seated in the front passenger seat, licked his lips vigorously, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty gleam. "Eliminate them, and we could earn at least 70 to 80,000 martial coins. Hand over half to our boss to cover the rental of the guns. And I'd still pocket 30 to 40,000 while dispatching an opponent I've long despised." Quite the bargain. The 2 pickup trucks drove into Xiahongai Mountain, not halting in the wilderness. Uncle Lu remained silent, and the others refrained from questioning. After entering the mountain, the vehicle speed sharply decreased. Having driven for about 10 minutes, they showed no signs of stopping for an ambush. Inside the rear vehicle, Yi Yang and Hong Ling exchanged glances, both perceiving the gravity in each other's eyes. Another 10 minutes passed before the front vehicle finally came to a halt. However, they stopped in an open area, surrounded by gentle slopes, and their parking position was at a low point. This was evidently not a suitable spot for an ambush, nor did it appear to be intended for hunting. The driver, Uncle Tian, instinctively prepared to hit the brakes. "Don't stop, go around," rushed to the top of the opposite slope. A dagger pressed against Uncle Tian's neck, wielded by Hong Ling. The young hunter in the passenger seat was taken aback, instinctively reaching for his weapon, only to find the icy muzzle of a runic gun pressed against his temple. Feeling the pressure and a slight sting from the dagger at his throat, Uncle Tian dared not disobey. He slammed the accelerator to the floor and swung the steering wheel, the vehicle roaring as it veered past the lead car parked ahead, surging toward the hilltop. The movements of the trailing vehicle did not escape the notice of those in the lead. Lu Wu glanced at his father in the passenger seat, a grave expression on his face. "Dad? What should we do?" In the back seat, Uncle Tian and another young hunter lay sprawled, their necks stained with blood, their eyes wide with confusion and fury. Over 200 meters away, a pickup truck climbed the gentle slope, stopping beside a tree as thick as a bathtub. The doors swung open, and Yi Yang and Hong Ling, armed and ready, disembarked. Uncle Tian exchanged a glance with the other young hunter, and they too opened the door and stepped out. They had not been killed. The two, seasoned in their experiences, now realized that they had been coerced by Hong Ling and Yi Yang at the slope below. It was apparent they had sensed something amiss. Reflecting on the position of the parked truck, Uncle Tian's expression darkened. Hong Ling set up her sniper rifle, while Yi Yang cradled his rifle, the bullet already chambered. Taking 2 steps forward, he stood at the edge, coldly surveying the pickup truck below. Lu and his son remained inside, unwilling to exit, while Uncle Tian and another teammate did not attempt to open their doors. The sound of footsteps echoed as Uncle Tian and his companion approached. They took their positions beside Yi Yang, shielding their upper bodies with their shields, similarly gazing down at the pickup. "Xiaoyang, they must be Lu Shu and Lu Wanchong who have betrayed us." Yi Yang's voice was icy, starkly contrasting with his usual radiant smile. Children of the new era were precocious, exhibiting an innate resilience toward the act of killing. They bore no qualms about taking a life, particularly those from the outer city, for whom killing and being killed were commonplace. Although Yi Yang had yet to take a life, he had witnessed many corpses. He had seen others slaughtered like livestock for naught but a bag of food. Since that moment, despite the smile remaining on his face, his heart had long ceased to be that of the boy who couldn't bear to harm a chicken in the slaughterhouse, amidst the Xiahongai mountains. He had dispatched numerous evolved beasts. Now, he might have to kill a person. It's all right. Just treat them as evolved beasts, Yang reassured himself. Lao Lu, why? Uncle Tian found it hard to believe. The young hunter beside him shared his incredulity. If it weren't for Hong Ling making the same choice, they might have suspected Yi Yang of betraying the hunting party and falsely accusing Lu and his son. After all, Yi Yang had only recently joined the hunting party, while Lu Shu had consistently led and cared for them. I don't know. Why Yi Yang truly did not know. Had it not been for the astonishment on Lu Shu's face upon seeing his sister in the warehouse courtyard, and the subsequent subtle reminder from old Wang, he would never have suspected Lu Shu would betray the hunting party. It was important to note that Lu Shu had founded the hunting party, remaining its core. However, the only reason he might choose betrayal would be one possibility. The forces behind Wang Hai had intervened, not killing Lu and his son, but threatening the lives of Lu Wu and his family. That was the only conceivable scenario. The opposing side comprised formal martial artists, backed by elite warriors from the security team. Although they could not act openly, they possessed numerous covert methods to deal with the hunting party. Furthermore, it was unlikely Lu Shu would bring his entire family while hunting. Even if he did, those individuals could easily rally more hunting parties, and with Wang Hai's support, they would have no chance of standing their ground. Rather than allowing the entire hunting party to be annihilated, it was more prudent to sacrifice others to save oneself. This was the selfishness inherent in human nature, a selfishness that permeated everywhere. In the new era, finding a partner one could truly trust with their back was a rarity. The vehicle below remained motionless, with no one exiting. Hong Ling had yet to pull the trigger. The pickup truck was robust, and the bullets she possessed could not penetrate its armor. To breach such a runic vehicle's shell, specialized armor-piercing rounds would be necessary. However, armor-piercing ammunition was forbidden and unobtainable in the base city. Only the city guards were equipped with such weaponry, and even the security team lacked it. Wei Yang's rifle was comparable in power to the sniper rifle, albeit with a shorter range, limited to 800 meters. And also lacking armor-piercing rounds. If Lu and his son remained in the car, they would be at an impasse. Activating his communication wristwatch, Yang located Lu Shu and tapped the screen to initiate a call, which connected almost instantly. Lu Shu, are they threatening you? Yang asked, broadcasting to the entire team. A silence enveloped the earpiece, and after a few breaths, Lu Wancheng's hoarse voice emerged. I'm sorry, Xiao Yang. After everyone left last night, Wang Fuhai came knocking. I had no choice. What about Uncle Tian and the others? Yang pressed. Lu Wancheng remained silent. The silence had become his answer. I told you, I can deal with formal martial artists. I was not joking. Wei Yang sighed, continuing, I'm giving you an opportunity. Don't engage with them. Just leave. This time, Hongjia and I can let you go. During the most challenging times following their parents' passing, Lu Shu had generously provided double compensation. And it was Lu Shu who had introduced them to their previous employment. Before this, Lu Shu had been kind to him. Therefore, Yang decided to extend them a chance, to leave, never to mention this incident again. As if nothing had ever occurred, if they stayed. Yi Yang had no habit of being bullied without retaliating. Chapter 23. The wolves have arrived. No response came from the earpiece in the vehicle at the base of the slope. Lu Wu looked at his father, awaiting his decision. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Wancheng gazed at the hilltop, his expression inscrutable. After a long pause, he sighed, we have no more chances if we leave now. What will happen when we return? Wang Fuhai will come after us. We won't be able to operate within the hunting party and will only starve. Send the signal. The last 4 words were nearly uttered with all the strength Lu Wancheng could muster. He did not wish to betray his old brothers. He wanted to continue hunting with the hunting party, sharing profits and living together. Even with Yi Yang joining them, their future would only grow brighter. But time was of the essence. Faced with a dozen of Wang Fuhai's subordinates, all equipped with runic rifles, he and his family had no means of resistance. His wife and daughter had been taken. If he did not comply, they would undoubtedly perish. It would be even difficult to wish for death. He knew Wang Fuhai owned a brothel on the commercial street, and his wife and daughter would surely be sent there. With that thought, Lu Wancheng's gaze hardened. I'm sorry. This world is like this. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall on Wang Hai and the Wang brothers. Lu Wu nodded, sending the signal via his communication wristwatch. And then they awaited in silence, the hilltop. Receiving no reply, Lu Wanchong ended the call, and the outcome was already evident. Uncle Tian, you two should hide in the back. Do not show yourselves. Hearing Yi Yang's voice, Uncle Tian's lips moved, but ultimately, he did not retort, grabbing the young hunter's hand and turning to flee toward the rear. And no sooner had they moved than Yi Yang's expression shifted. He spotted 4 vehicles approaching in a semicircle from afar. He turned to Hong Ling, who smiled and stowed her rifle. Subsequently, the two turned to leave, leaving the vehicles behind. Buzz. The 4 vehicles belonging to Wang Hai's men halted approximately 100 meters from the pit's bottom. Positioned on the gentle slope, lower than Yi Yang's location, numerous thick trees surrounded them, providing ample cover even if they disembarked. Observing the pickup parked in the open 100 meters away, Wang Hai furrowed his brow and activated his communication wristwatch to contact Lu Wu. Come out. Let me see you. My dad and I are in the car. Lu Wu naturally did not want to exit. He was well aware of Hong Ling's marksmanship, and with Yi Yang also present, he assumed the latter's skills would be equally formidable. If he and his father were to exit the vehicle now, they risked being sniped by the two. At least one of them would likely perish. However, Wang Hai would not relent. The more individuals one involved in scheming, the greater the paranoia. If the two did not reveal themselves, Wang Hai would feel insecure, fearing these two could be lurking in the shadows, plotting against him. Get out immediately or I will notify the city. Your mother and sister will soon find themselves at Qingfeng Tower. You bastard, Wang Hai? Lu Wu knew well what Qingfeng Tower represented. Curse away. It won't cost me a thing, but your sister will lose a layer of innocence. Ha 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 ha. Hearing the arrogant and lewd laughter emanating from the external speaker of the communication wristwatch, Lu Wu's face flushed crimson, his eyes burning with anger as he glanced at his father. He did not agree with betraying his comrades. Yet, with his father having made a decision, he felt powerless to protest, even allowing his mother and sister to be taken. Lu Wanchong, seated in the passenger seat, weakly waved his hand, pushing the car door open in preparation to step out. Dad, Wu, it's useless. Stay in the car and don't move, I'll go down. With that, Lu Wanchong exited the vehicle and simultaneously dialed Wang Hai's communication wristwatch. Wang Hai. I'm coming down. Hong Ling and Yi Yang have noticed something amiss. They're at the opposite hilltop, along with your son and the others. Wang Hai ruthlessly shattered Lu Wanchong's hopes. As soon as Lu Wanchong began to struggle, the driver's side door was pushed open. Lu Wu descended from the vehicle, clutching the rune gun that belonged to Lu Wanchong. Wu, get back in the car, Lu Wanchong urged anxiously upon seeing his son emerge. The peril did not solely stem from Hong Ling and Yi Yang. It also loomed from Wang Hai's subordinates. Dad, it's futile that I want to come out, and neither will Wang Hai. Lu Wanchong fell silent. After a moment, he addressed Wang Hai. The people in the car are dead. I will now drag the bodies out. Good. The car door swung open, and 2 corpses were pulled out and laid on the ground. Through binoculars, Wang Hai confirmed that these 2 were members of the hunting team, breaking into a grin as he inquired, Where are the others? Where are they? I don't know. You all come over to the car. Understood. Lu Wanchong was reluctant to approach, but having come this far, he had no choice. Casting a glance towards the direction where Hong Ling and Yi Yang had vanished, Lu Wanchong boarded the vehicle, with Lu Wu taking the front passenger seat. Until the car started, the anticipated gunfire did not erupt. Had they left? In truth, Hong Ling and Yi Yang had not departed. However, Lu Wanchong and Lu Wu were not their primary targets. Wang Hai was. Only by eliminating Wang Hai could the crisis be averted. As for Lu Wu and Lu Wanchong, they could be dealt with at any moment. Driving the car, Lu Wanchong and his son converged with Wang Hai's men. As the vehicle came to a halt, several armed personnel swiftly disembarked from both sides, using the car as cover, with rune rifles aimed at the pickup. Upon seeing such an array of rune rifles, Lu Wu broke into a cold sweat. It was fortunate he had heeded his father's advice. Otherwise, if a shootout ensued, the commotion in the distance did not escape the notice of Hong Ling and Yi Yang. Upon observing at least 6 rune rifles displayed by Wang Hai's subordinates, Yi Yang's eyes shifted. Hongjia? Can we hit them? Yes. Just 400 meters ahead, concealed behind a rock, Hong Ling could lock onto 2 targets through her scope. That will expose our position, Yi Yang cautioned. Are you certain? Absolutely. After firing, Retreat immediately and find a chance to cover me. Stay at a distance. I will handle the rest. All right. After a brief silence, Hong Ling acquiesced, taking a deep breath as she pressed her eyes to the scope, gently adjusting her aim. Meanwhile, in the distant woods, Lu Wanchong and Lu Wu waited for a moment before exiting the vehicle. Once outside, they closed the car door, inadvertently placing themselves in the line of fire of Hong Ling's rifle. However, she did not target them. Instead, she pulled the trigger the instant one of Wang Hai's subordinates approached to confiscate Lu Wu's rifle. Bam! The deep crack of the gunshot resonated. The accelerated metal bullet shot forth, and as Wang Hai's subordinate heard the gunfire, the bullet struck its mark, blasting apart a significant portion of the unfortunate target's head, causing the body to tumble sideways. Enemies, take cover. The sudden gunfire and ensuing casualties sent Wang Hai's men scattering for cover. As Wang Hai heard the shot, his expression shifted, and he swiftly turned towards Hong Ling's position. Seizing his binoculars eye in the distance, having shot one person, Hong Ling swiftly rolled behind a rock, clutching her sniper rifle, then crouched and sprinted away, moving with the agility of a cat and the swiftness of a leopard. Vanishing from the scope's view amidst the foliage and stones, it's that female sniper. Drive up, capture her, and make it worth your while. Wang Hai gritted his teeth, issuing the command. The nature of the master reflects that of the subordinates. Wang Hai, a purveyor of violence and plunder, commanded a crew of equally ruthless individuals. Upon receiving the order, the hunters concealed behind cover sprang into action, leaping into their vehicles, the engines humming as 3 cars roared to life. Pursuing through the flanking woods, Wang Hai joined the chase, unperturbed by the absence of the other 3. They were currently ensconced within Rune vehicles, impervious even to high-ranking martial artists, let alone a few mere combatants. Abandoning the cars had been their gravest mistake. This sentiment was echoed in the minds of Lu Wanchong and Lu Wu. The 4 vehicles sped away, disregarding the 2 men standing on the ground, offering no one to watch over them. If Lu Wanchong wished to retrieve his wife and daughter, he dared not flee. In fact, they might even pursue the attackers. The duo was indeed intent on this course of action. Having come this far, they desired Hong Ling and Yi Yang's demise even more than Wang Hai did. Otherwise, should the 2 escape and find an opportunity for revenge, it would be their own lives at stake. As former allies, they were acutely aware of Yi Yang's precision with a bow and his keen eyesight. If even the cooling snake could be detected and dispatched with 2 arrows, what of them? Should they fall under the gaze of the cooling snake, their chances of survival would be slim. Such was the disparity. Chapter 24. The hunting rifle. The 4 vehicles raced swiftly along either side of the woods, with Lu Wu at the wheel, trailing Wang Hai's vehicle as they joined the pursuit of their former comrade, Hong Ling. Concealed in the shadows, Yi Yang observed the scene unfold with clarity. They had been granted the opportunity to flee, yet the 2 intended to play the traitors to the end, even joining the hunting party. A profound murderous intent welled within Yi Yang's eyes. However, now was not the time to deal with them. Yi Yang's gaze shifted towards the 2 Rune vehicles on his side. The armor of the cars was indeed robust, constructed from alloy materials far harder than standard steel. The rifle in his hands could not pierce it. However, the vehicle's strength did not extend to its tires. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out as the right side tires of the leading vehicle were punctured, causing the vehicle to swerve violently and, due to the terrain, flip over entirely. The rear vehicle lost its right front tire, its front end veering dangerously before crashing into a large tree. With a resounding thud, the Rune vehicle came to a halt, the tree suffering a significant dent from the impact of the specially modified bumper. The commotion from the right side woods did not escape Wang Hai and his men. Grabbing his binoculars, Wang Hai noticed both vehicles had come to a stop and quickly instructed his subordinates not to exit the cars but to await assistance. Then, bam! Another gunshot echoed, and the rear vehicle's right rear tire was punctured, causing it to tilt and become immobile. The 2 vehicles housed a total of 9 individuals, 4 of whom wielded Rune rifles, 2 per vehicle. The hunting team members, armed and obedient, remained in their vehicles, maintaining vigilance on either side while awaiting backup. Wang Hai abandoned his pursuit of Hong Ling, charging directly through the woods towards his overturned men. This was not due to any affection for his subordinates. Rather, both the Rune vehicles and the rifles in their hands represented significant monetary value. Particularly, even the most basic model of a Rune vehicle cost nearly 100,000 martial coins. While the core engine was the most expensive component, If they could rescue the two vehicles in time, replacing a tire would cost around 2,000 martial coins, allowing them to be utilized anew. Therefore, abandonment was not an option. Wang Hai would exert his utmost to reclaim the vehicles until he realized the situation was untenable. This, too, was part of Yi Yang's scheme. The two rune vehicles served as bait, luring Wang Hai and his men to rescue them, thereby aiding Hongling and preventing the enemy from pursuing her with their vehicles. Furthermore, it provided an opportunity to eliminate foes. To replace tires or tow the vehicles would necessitate personnel disembarking, and that would be his moment to strike. Thus, while he could have easily blown out the tires of Wang Hai's vehicles, Yi Yang refrained from acting, allowing 3 vehicles to close in and park beside the 2 disabled rune vehicles. Stay alert. If anyone exits, replace the tires and tow the flipped vehicle back, Wang Hai commanded loudly, simultaneously opening the small firing ports on the car doors. The other armed members of the hunting team mimicked his actions, while the 8 unfortunate souls without firearms were ordered by Wang Hai and the others to carefully exit the vehicles and begin their tasks. The armed individuals were Wang Hai's trusted subordinates, while the other 8 were merely followers seeking a meal, occupying the lowest rungs in the hierarchy. Such perilous tasks were naturally assigned to them. The 8 were divided into 2 teams to begin changing the tires, with 4 individuals assigned to each vehicle. Fortunately, every vehicle in Wang Hai's convoy was equipped with 2 spare tires, which were now perfectly suited for the occasion. Once the full-size spare tires were installed and the overturned vehicle was towed over, they could resume their operations. The spare tire at the rear was removed, each tire being heavy and sizable, with one person pushing while another shielded and guarded. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, from 50 meters behind a tree on the right, a figure emerged, firing continuously while on the move. The initial shots were too rapid. The gunners on the vehicle did not react in time, resulting in 3 of the hapless individuals exiting the vehicle being struck down, one spare tire rolling down the slope. Only then did the return fire commence from the vehicle. However, the speed of the assailant was too swift, swiftly ducking behind a large tree. Moreover, the response was delayed by half a second. And due to the limited firing range, all the bullets fired by Wang Hai's hunting team went astray, scattering wood chips, stone fragments, and grass clippings in every direction. Swish! As Yi Yang concealed himself behind a tree, he executed a forward roll, skillfully utilizing the adjacent grass, which was half a person's height, for cover, and swiftly hid behind a stone 2 meters away. Following this, he crawled rapidly on all fours, reaching another tree several meters away. Kneeling, he tilted his head and squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and unbeknownst to Yi Yang, the 2 unfortunate members of the hunting team who had rushed to the other side met their demise in the forest, their bodies collapsing to the ground, one with his neck nearly severed by a bullet, eyes wide open in shock, while the other suffered a headshot, leaving a gruesome mess of shattered skull. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets continued to fly, and Wang Hai's subordinates showed no restraint, firing off rounds costing over 10 martial coins each without a hint of regret. They felt no remorse, for it was Wang Hai who had financed the ammunition. Watching his men desperately unleash a barrage of bullets that failed to hit their mark, Wang Hai, filled with frustration, bellowed, "Improperly and shoot!" However, to be fair, Wang Hai was putting his subordinates in a difficult position. Yi Yang's reaction speed had become alarmingly swift, surpassing even that of high-tier martial artists. Only a martial master could hope to keep pace. His remarkable speed allowed him to execute both concealment and shooting before his enemies could even react. Not to mention Wang Hai's lackluster subordinates. Against a properly trained team, unless they coordinated their fire effectively, their bullets would merely follow him in vain. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Wang Hai lamented the waste of bullets and grew increasingly agitated over his inability to hit a target, Yi Yang leaped into the air, firing his weapon mid-flight, and the final 3 members of the hunting team who had disembarked were swiftly dispatched. Thud. He landed, legs curled, feet pressing against the roots of a tree. And then, with a powerful push of his thigh and a brace with his left hand, Yi Yang sprang back to his feet, vanishing at an astonishing speed from the line of fire of Wang Hai's subordinates. Bang! Suddenly, a distinct gunshot echoed in that fleeting moment before the shot. Yi Yang tilted his head. Crack! A bullet struck a nearby tree trunk, embedding itself and leaving a deep hole. Swiftly, he turned back. A surge of murderous intent ignited in Yi Yang's eyes. He spotted Lu Wanchong, standing with his weapon drawn, aiming precisely at the spot where Yi Yang had just stood. Disappointment etched across his face. There was no doubt that the recent shot had come from him. Had Yi Yang not sensed the impending danger and reacted swiftly, that bullet would have claimed his life. Truly, an old hunter indeed, able to fire with such precision in advance. Yi Yang averted his gaze, a solemn resolve forming within, and mentally added Lu Wanchong to his list of targets. Meanwhile, Lu Wanchong, standing by the vehicle, felt a chill run down his spine and, without a moment's hesitation, turned to get back in the car. Let us go. Yi Yang is too formidable. He never fought at full strength in the team. We've underestimated him. Hearing his father's urgent shout, Lu Wu blinked in confusion, then quickly shifted gears to leave. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the vehicle jolted. Before Lu Wu could react, bang! Another shot echoed, causing the truck carrying the Lu family to tilt dangerously. It was over. Feeling the vehicle shift, Lu Wanchong's heart sank, regret flooding his expression. Had he known it would come to this, he would have acted differently. Chapter 25. 2. Surrounding a group. What had he known? There is no such thing as foreknowledge in this world. Not in the past, nor in the new era. In the depths of the forest, a one-sided massacre was unfolding. The 8 disembarking members offered no resistance as they were gunned down, and Yi Yang retreated unscathed. As for Wang Hai's subordinates in the vehicle, aside from wasting a considerable amount of ammunition, they reaped no rewards. Inside the vehicle, Wang Hai sought to locate the elusive Yi Yang once more. Unfortunately, Yi Yang had already concealed himself. Bang! Bang! 2 gunshots rang out, lifting the front of Wang Hai's vehicle while the rear sank lower. Damn Yi Yang, don't let me catch you! Wang Hai cursed angrily. He realized that the rear wheels of his vehicle had been disabled. Bang! Bang! Another 2 shots were fired. Wang Hai glanced at the only intact vehicle in the group, now leaning precariously to one side. Clearly missing 2 wheels as well. In less than a minute, Wang Hai's hunting team, which had once boasted a significant numerical advantage, found themselves trapped and unable to move, while the original prey had single-handedly surrounded more than 10 adversaries. Oh, but there was more, a woman. After disabling the tires of all the ruined vehicles, Yang called out for Hong Ling. Hearing the call, Hong Ling, who had been cautiously approaching the conflict, quickened her pace. Upon reaching the designated position, she quietly took cover, aiming her scope with deadly intent fixed on Wang Hai's vehicle. The 2 had successfully completed the encirclement of the remaining 10 or so enemies. Their roles now reversed. Inside the heavily armored vehicle, Wang Hai's expression was grim. With the 8 dispatched, only 10 remained, including himself, oh no, and the Lu father and son. However, those 2 were currently out of his control. So he could only count 10. This was bad news. The good news was that their pickup truck had also been disabled by Yi Yang, leaving the Lu father and son to fend for themselves with the rest of the group. Nonetheless, whether good or bad, it was all bad news for Wang Hai and his subordinates. As they found themselves immobilized, to move, they would have to send someone out to change the tires. Yet, based on their opponent's reaction speed and marksmanship, without adequate firepower to cover them, venturing beyond the protective confines of their sturdy vehicle would lead to heavy casualties. Moreover, changing tires would require at least 8 people. Even with the Lu father and son included, only 4 could provide cover, far too few to establish sufficient fire support. Thus, they were left with 2 options. First, maintain a tight defense and wait for Yi Yang and Hong Ling to lose patience and depart. Second, disembark entirely to eliminate the enemies before changing tires and leaving the forest with their spoils. The first option was stable, yet this was the outskirts of Xiahongai Mountain, and who knew how long that would take? The second option was far more perilous. Once they dismounted, they risked being picked off one by their adversaries. After all, not far away lay an intact ruined vehicle, under the control of Yi Yang and Hong Ling. For Wang Hai, the second option was more appealing. With overwhelming firepower, he could unreservedly force the 2 out and concentrate their fire on the target. Waiting would invite unpredictable risks. The wilderness was fraught with danger. Especially at night, Yi Yang and his companion could climb trees to hide, while they remained trapped in their damaged vehicle, surrounded by the stench of blood from fallen comrades, a scent that might attract numerous mutated beasts. The vehicle beneath them could not offer absolute protection. Although the second option was risky, 12 individuals armed with 11 guns equated to having 11 formal martial artists, thus presenting a fair chance of success. In Wang Hai's estimation, the likelihood of successfully eliminating the target was quite high. Old Lu, being trapped in this vehicle is not favorable. Do you have any thoughts? Wang Hai communicated with Lu Wanchong. He had taken note of the latter's sharpshooting skills. The previous shot had been remarkably accurate. Had Yi Yang not sensed the danger in advance, he would have already fallen victim to Lu Wanchong's aim. If you all agree, I believe disembarking to eliminate them is our best option. Lu Wanchong shared Wang Hai's perspective. Both were seasoned veterans of the wilderness, well aware of when to make sacrifices. Moreover, it was still only morning, with ample time remaining before nightfall. They had plenty of time to discuss strategies and make arrangements. Even if a battle were to ensue, they could not afford to charge out recklessly. That would be tantamount to serving themselves up as easy prey. Hong Jie, if any members of the hunting team disembark, do not rush to fire. Wait for my command. Yi Yang had also contemplated the possibility of Wang Hai's group dismounting, and he had already devised a plan to ensure that none of the enemies escaped. Understood. Time passed slowly as Wang Hai and Lu Wanchong deliberated for a long while, finally concluding their strategy 2 hours later. Everyone produced the food they had on hand to eat and regroup. Another hour slipped by, and at 12:43 in the afternoon, with a rustling sound, cylindrical objects began rolling out from the small firing ports of the vehicle. Puffed! With a series of low sounds, gray smoke rapidly began to spread. Smoke bombs? Such items were rarely used in the new era, as their effectiveness was nearly negligible. Yet it must be said that their deployment at this moment proved quite advantageous. At least, all Hong Ling could see now was smoke. The scope was high-tech, even featuring automatic targeting, yet it unfortunately lacked infrared thermal imaging. This was a flaw, but no one had thought to investigate this capability. After all, those with strength had no need for IT.as for the weak. Who cared about their opinions? Blinking, Hong Ling spoke. Xiao Yang, no worries. Fire a shot in 5 seconds, then hide immediately. Be cautious of their approach. Yi Yang's tone was resolute, instantly calming Hong Ling's previously flustered heart. The gun barrel remained still as she scanned her surroundings for the best route. Then, without aiming, she silently counted down 5 seconds. The smoke billowed rapidly. This previously overlooked tactic now shone brightly, invigorating the morale of Wang Hai and his subordinates. On the pickup truck, as he watched the thick smoke rapidly engulfing the area, Lu Wanchong couldn't help but silently commend the strategy. Though the method may appear rudimentary, it proves remarkably effective at this moment, enabling a swift and safe exit from the vehicle. Indeed, a clever stratagem. Amidst the smoke, neither Wang Hai nor Lu Wanchong and his associates lingered. Silently, they pushed open the car door, rolling forward onto the ground before swiftly assembling in position. Following the previously determined general direction, they established defensive vigilance on 3 sides, leaving only the open area at the bottom of the slope behind them. The moment they heard gunfire, they would return fire to suppress any counteroffensive. This time, Wang Hai resolved to disregard the cost of ammunition. Even if he expended every bullet he had brought, he could always sell the 2 pickup trucks, with each valued at over 100,000. He could afford to waste a considerable amount of ammunition. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet striking the car with a metallic thud, causing Wang Hai and his 2 subordinates to break into a cold sweat. They clearly heard the bullet impact the adjacent vehicle, indicating that their own vehicle had long been targeted by the enemy. Fortunately, they had utilized smoke grenades. The 3 men felt a surge of relief. This contraption, once an afterthought, had now proven invaluable. As gunfire erupted. Without Wang Hai's prompting, half of the personnel instinctively redirected their aim. Those accustomed to the wild were naturally seasoned in their methods. Survival demanded sufficient skill. Their ability to discern sound and location was exceptional. Bang, bang, bang. 3 rifles unleashed a torrent of ammunition towards the source of the bullets, with Wang Hai personally leading his 2 subordinates out of the smoke. The remaining 4, along with Lu Wanchong, held their positions, guns drawn, vigilant of other directions. This had been mutually agreed upon. Lu Wanchong, who had previously occupied a disadvantaged position, now stood on equal footing with Wang Hai. After some back and forth, Lu Wanchong had achieved a minor victory, with Lu Wu at his side. Yet, the situation was not necessarily safe. In fact, it was fraught with greater peril. Enveloped in smoke, Hong Ling could not discern the enemy. Just as Wang Hai and his men could not clearly see beyond the haze, a figure stealthily entered the smoke-filled area, gunfire silent, blue steel blade in hand, approaching the indistinct silhouettes with careful precision. Chapter 26. The Fate of the Traitor Hiss. The dense gray fog stirred momentarily, a faint, peculiar sound barely audible, Within the expansive coverage of the gray mist, this slight commotion was invisible from the outside. The nearly inaudible noise was largely drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. Two bodies, clad in leather armor, lay on the ground, having been struck by two swift blades from behind their necks. The heads remaining partially attached, since the corpses' owners had been half-kneeling, their collapse made little noise, similarly masked by the gunfire. Wei Yang swiftly departed the scene, moving with remarkable speed as he navigated around a parked vehicle. Reappearing behind two armed hunters, employing the same tactic, he swiftly dispatched them with two quick strikes. Circumventing Lu Wanchong and Lu Wu, Yang stealthily approached the three hunters who were fervently firing their weapons. Upon reaching them, the trio pulled their triggers with fierce intensity, their expressions contorted in ferocity, utterly oblivious to the impending danger from behind. Wei Yang halted behind the three, then, using all his strength, propelled himself forward. Colliding with the central gunman, thud! The gunman was sent flying, crashing heavily against the front of a nearby vehicle. The noise was considerable, alerting the two nearby companions to the threat. Before they could issue a warning, a pale blue flash emerged from the gray mist, simultaneously severing both their necks. After incapacitating the injured central gunman, Yang swiftly turned, delivering a clean strike to slay him as well. 3 strikes. 3 targets, accomplished in the blink of an eye. The once thundering gunfire abruptly ceased. Evolution points, 0, 91100. The initial 8 individuals who had been shot provided 2 evolution points each, now, with 7 more slain, each yielding the same, that a total of 30 evolution points had been gained. Just 9 points shy, Yang was on the cusp of ascending to the first level, feeling a delightful tingling sensation within. He remained still, positioned not far from the 3 corpses. His 6 o'clock. Wang Hai and his 2 subordinates had burst forth, while 15 meters away at 1 o'clock stood the Lu father and son. The sudden silence of gunfire prompted Wang Hai, who had just surged out 30 meters, to sense something amiss. He decisively halted with his subordinates, seeking refuge behind a large tree in the midst of the gray mist. The Lu father and son grew increasingly vigilant, standing back to back, their expressions fraught with anxiety. They were close enough to have heard the distinct sound of the earlier collision, even witnessing the blood spurt from the now fading mist. Though the thick fog obscured the traces, however, neither father nor son could discern whether it had been Hong Ling or Yi Yang who had struck, as for Tian Shu and another companion. Such thoughts had not crossed their minds. With the gunfire halted, Wang Hai and his men, who had only recently marveled at their seemingly haphazard actions that had proven beneficial, now hid behind their cover. Quietly observing the dissipating smoke, the very fog that had once shielded them had now become a hindrance. Though visibility was compromised, the absence of gunfire and the eerie silence indicated that their comrades within the mist were likely in dire straits. Otherwise, there would surely be some commotion, rather than this unsettling stillness. Yet, Wang Hai remained somewhat discontent. Old Ding, Old He, Guzi, San Shun, he called out each of his 7 subordinates' names, but received no response. Wang Hai's heart sank further as he attempted to reach Lu Wanchong. Old Lu, he called, his voice trembling slightly, the familiarity in his address apparent. Knock knock, however. The response he received was not that of Lu Wanchong but rather 2 faint knocks. The sound, though minimal, was akin to celestial music in Wang Hai's ears. Lu Wanchong was still alive. His son must also be safe, as they could not be separated. Yet, cautious Wang Hai pressed on, asking, Old Lu, is that you? This inquiry represented their prior agreement. As seasoned hunters, they anticipated certain contingencies in their plans. If it were indeed Lu Wanchong, he would respond with 3 knocks. If not, the signal would differ. 3 knocks resonated again, prompting Wang Hai to breathe a sigh of relief. At least they had not been completely wiped out. However, given Lu Wanchong's reticence to make any significant noise, the situation appeared grim. Wang Hai felt an urge to depart. 150 meters away from Wang Hai's hiding place, Hong Ling stood behind a large tree. Her weapon poised, aiming towards the spot where the 3 had just vanished. Her eyes reflected a mixture of surprise and amusement. Little Yang truly is astonishing, having grown to such a degree in such a short time. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Yang had just slain 15 more individuals, acquiring 30 evolution points, and his strength had significantly increased. After keenly sensing the surroundings, his reflexes and speed had improved even further, likely surpassing the initial level of a warrior. Perhaps even reaching the mid-level of a martial artist. He might even be quicker than mid-level martial artists specializing in speed and reflexes. Yet, without a point of reference, Yi Yang could not be certain. Only aware of the substantial enhancement. As for his strength, a gentle clench of his fist provided a strong sense of security. Leaning against the pickup truck, Lu Wanchong and Lu Wu remained vigilant. One wielding a rifle, scanning their designated areas with a slight hunch. Lu Wu held an alloy long gun, his expression grave. Neither spoke. After traversing the wilderness for so long, they understood that once a decision was made, there was no point in regret. Remorse would not aid their current predicament. Swish! The dense fog ahead rustled, and the two fixed their gaze, yet saw nothing. "Are you looking for me?" In the next instant, a youthful voice emerged from the direction of the car's roof. The unexpected sound startled both men. They could not fathom how, having only just noticed the movement, someone could suddenly appear at their side. Nevertheless, Lu Wanchong and his son reacted swiftly. Lu Wu thrust his long gun from beneath his arm, aiming at the roof, while Lu Wanchong crouched, adjusting the barrel of his rifle. Their seamless coordination reflected their familial bond. One engaging in close combat while the other sought distance for ranged support. However, they overlooked one crucial detail. If Yi Yang could silently and swiftly appear at their flank, he could just as easily manifest elsewhere. When Lu Wanchong turned to look, there was no one on the roof. Lu Wu's strike consequently fell short. Swish! The pale blue blade flashed. Ah! A shriek pierced the air, accompanied by an arm soaring into the air. Still clutching a rune-imbued rifle, for these two, the greatest threat posed by Yi Yang was indeed that very weapon. Thus, as he descended from the vehicle and executed a series of strikes, his first blow severed Lu Wanchong's arm. Following that, the screams were emitted by Lu Wu, followed by Lu Wanchong. The swift flashes of blades were barely visible, and soon, the two father and son lay bloodied and limp on the ground. Each had lost an arm, and deep, bone-exposing gashes marred their remaining hand and legs. Standing there, Yi Yang observed the Lu father and son, their eyes reflecting terror, despair, confusion, and ultimately a hint of regret. With a single hand clutching the knife, his expression remained icy. "Uncle Lu, Brother Wu, I had prepared myself to fight for the team, yet you chose betrayal." This statement was heartfelt. Just yesterday during the meeting, he had readied himself for a desperate confrontation with the elite warrior Wang Fuchuan. That resolute "I can do it" response had included even the cowardly Wang Fuhai, along with Wang Fuchuan. Alas, in the span of a single night, everything had changed. Uncle Tian was dead, killed by the trusted Lu Wanchong. The very Uncle Lu, whom he had once felt gratitude towards and wished to repay, had now become a stranger. This seemingly familial hunting team had disintegrated in an instant, descending into chaos and violence. "Kill me! Kill me! Come on!" Uncle Lu suddenly shouted, his voice echoing far and wide. His demeanor suggested a frantic desire for death, yet Yi Yang understood he was signaling Wang Hai and others. The world is wondrously ironic. What should have been brotherhood had swiftly transformed into enmity. Those who were once adversaries had become, in the eyes of some, the sole lifeline for survival. Amusedly observing Lu Wanchong, Yi Yang disregarded him and turned his gaze to Lu Wu. "Brother Wu? If possible, I will rescue your mother and sister. As for how they will survive afterwards, that is up to them." Lu Wanchong momentarily froze into silence. Lu Wu, looking at Yi Yang, felt the struggle in his eyes fade, replaced by a calm gratitude as he said, "Thank you, Xiao Yang. You're welcome." With that, a swift slice of the knife was delivered, and Lu Wu's eyes widened as he slumped, breathless. "Xiao Yang, no, Lu Wanchong attempted to voice something, but Yi Yang did not listen, delivering a clean cut that spared him further suffering. These two had erred, seeking to harm him, even wishing to endanger his sister. They deserved their fate. Yet, past kindness could not go unacknowledged. Hence Yi Yang had promised Lu Wu that, if possible, he would save Lu Feng and her daughter. The fate of traitors was grim, but he, Yi Yang, would not be one who forgot his debts of gratitude. Chapter 27. Wang Hai's death, the annihilation of the hunting team. The traitors received their just punishment, paying the ultimate price with their lives, and now it was time for the instigator of the entire incident. Wang Hai and his two subordinates concealed themselves behind a natural circular defense formed by 3 trees, an ideal hiding spot. The trees formed a triangular formation, their roots elevated, providing them cover while Red Ling could not aim at them. Conversely, Yi Yang's position afforded him the opportunity to strike. However, at that moment, Wang Hai and his men had also spread out, crouching low and using the other two tree trunks for cover, one watching their rear, while the other two focused on Yi Yang's direction. Now, beyond the smoke, they were better positioned to observe the movements within the obscured area. Suddenly, several cylindrical objects flew out from the smoke, landing among the three. Gazing at the four cylindrical items on the ground, the trio fell silent. These were smoke bombs left in their vehicle. They had previously used some and still had 7 or 8 remaining. Hissing, the bombs expelled smoke rapidly, quickly engulfing their surroundings. Fortunately, all three wore masks, preventing them from choking on the fumes. Yet the appearance of the smoke bombs instilled a sense of foreboding, as anticipated. The moment the smoke began to dissipate, the three quickly regrouped, backs against one another in vigilance. Just as they converged, a shadow darted into the smoke, brazenly charging in without concealment, but at an astonishing speed. "Someone's coming," Wang Hai warned tersely, raising his firearm. As soon as he uttered those words, the figure vanished from sight. "Over here!" Another subordinate shouted. "I see it!" The last one called out. The speed was blinding. The shadow seemed to toy with them, spinning rapidly. Its movements erratic, far too swift for their eyes to comprehend. Wei Yang was deliberate in his tactics, intending to instill fear and gradually lead them to despair. After several encounters, one could no longer restrain himself, firing at the apparition as it reappeared. Unfortunately, the bullet missed its target, and the shooter continued to fire, the gun barrel pursuing the shadow. Wang Hai and another subordinate were startled, instinctively lowering their bodies. One knee on the ground to evade their comrades' line of fire, and they too began to shoot. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was intense, but Yi Yang utilized the thick trunks to evade, depleting their ammunition while swiftly closing the distance. Click, click. One man's magazine ran dry. "Come out, come out." The sound of the empty trigger being pulled echoed repeatedly. The man seemed to have lost his mind. This psychological state was inadequate. Yi Yang coldly smirked, fulfilling their desire, suddenly emerging from behind the tree, before swiftly stirring the smoke once more. This time, his single blade swept past the trio. Upft. The frantic one collapsed, blood gushing from his throat like a fountain. His fingers still twitching on the trigger. "Run!" Wang Hai suddenly shouted, dashing forward, already several meters ahead before his subordinates could react. He had been abandoned, forsaken by his own leader. The responding hunters sought to flee, but it was too late. Upft. A blue steel blade pierced through the back and protruded from the chest, its force overwhelming, penetrating the alloy armor completely. With that thrust, the hunter's heart was impaled. "You?" The hunter glanced down at the bloodied blade, his pupils constricting to pinpricks as he turned his weary gaze back to those cold, indifferent eyes. Filled with profound regret, it dawned on him that the foe they sought to confront was, in fact, an elite warrior. This was his final thought. The armor he wore was of good quality, impervious to civilian runic firearms, at least requiring military-grade weaponry to breach. Yet this ordinary steel blade had perforated his protective gear, indicating Yi Yang's elite prowess. Releasing his grip, Yi Yang stepped back as the corpse crumpled to the ground, the blade remaining embedded within. The previous strike had been executed swiftly, the force concentrated, allowing the blue steel blade to pierce through the armor entirely. Yet, this blade, albeit blue steel, was of inferior quality compared to the metal components of the armor. The strike had severely damaged the knife, which he had only recently acquired for 4,000 martial coins. It was not worth repairing, and he planned to purchase a better one. Previously lacking funds, he would soon find himself affluent, wealth beyond his previous imagination. What to do with such wealth, aside from setting aside a portion? The remainder would naturally be used to enhance his strength, and equipment was a means of fortifying that strength. Retrieving the rifle from his back, he took several strides out of the smoke's reach. Wang Hai continued to run, aiming for the lone intact pickup truck several dozen meters away. "I'll take care of it." Just as he was about to fire, Red Ling's voice crackled through the earpiece. "Don't kill him. He should have quite a bit of money on him." Wei Yang did not object, merely offering a reminder. Rest assured, and no sooner had he spoken than a gunshot resounded. Wang Hai's body jolted, collapsing to the ground, rolling several times. Stepping forward with his rifle, Yang advanced. After a few steps, Tian Shu and another emerged from behind the pickup truck, shields raised, rushing towards Wang Hai, their knives poised at his throat. Gradually, Yi Yang approached, with Red Ling also drawing nearer, coldly observing from a distance of over 20 meters, her sniper rifle in hand. "Transfer your account funds to me, and I might spare your life." Yi Yang crouched down, the barrel pressed against Wang Hai's forehead. "Ha! Don't be naive. Even if you spare me, what about them? What about her?" Wang Hai was not easily deceived. "All right, you make a valid point. I wouldn't spare you either." Yi Yang replied with a smile, shrugging. After saying that, he lowered the gun to rest between Wang Hai's legs. "However, I have all the time in the world to persuade you to part with your money. You've likely done this before, haven't you?" Pressed against the unyielding gun barrel, Wang Hai shuddered. No man could endure such humiliation, even when facing imminent death. Wang Hai, with a gun pointed at him, realized this youth was not joking. Those in the outer city were, to put it plainly, fighting for survival, capable of anything for that end. Just like Yi Yang, who had just killed dozens, now sporting a radiant smile while speaking as if it were not his concern. Pressing the gun against his vulnerable area, "I have but one request. Take my corpse out of Hongya Mountain and bury it." Wang Hai surrendered. He hoped to die with some semblance of dignity, unwilling to lose his pride as a man. After all, once dead, nothing remained. It would be better to use the funds in the account to exchange for a promise, one that he believes the other party can fulfill. "Fine, I agree," Yi Yang acquiesced. His swift agreement left Wang Hai in disbelief, compelling him to swear an oath. Only after completing the vow did he begin to accept it, transferring the entirety of his 36,400+ military currency without retaining a single coin. His funds were limited, with 4 vehicles to maintain and subordinates to support, all of which required financial resources, not to mention the monthly contributions he had to pay. Saving up such an amount was already commendable. Once the money was secured, Yi Yang reciprocated with a sense of resolution. The corpse was lifted into the back of a pickup truck by Tian Shu and another individual. Next came the collection of spoils. Chapter 28. The spoils. The merchant Lao Wang at the front entrance of the warehouse in the base city, Wang Fuhai, accompanied by 10 fully armed subordinates clad in the latest H3 armor, wielding WF-32 rifles and WH-25 revolvers at their thighs, along with alloy knives sheathed at their backs, presented a formidable sight. Equipped for both long-range and close combat, they were indeed armed to the teeth. This was Wang Fuhai's private guard. Comprising a total of 20 individuals, their armor was only available to soldiers of the city's defense forces, and while their weaponry was somewhat lacking, the WF-32 rifle represented the third model of the second generation of rune rifles. Boasting considerable firepower, the handguns and alloy knives were equally impressive. Such equipment was unattainable for the average person. Even elite warriors residing in the inner city might not possess them in abundance. These items were procured through the influence of his older brother, which came at a significant cost in military currency. His purpose for being here was straightforward: to abduct that little girl. Setting aside the fact that she was the sister of a target, her appearance alone could fetch a handsome price in his dance halls within a year or two. Thus, he made his approach. Yet, he found himself blocked at the entrance. Observing the warehouse guards, who were equally well-armed and outnumbered his own men, Wang Fuhai's grip on his silver alloy combat knife tightened audibly. Despite his attempts to negotiate, the warehouse owner refused to make an appearance. He contemplated ordering his men to charge in and test the owner's resolve, but ultimately, valuing his own life, he opted for caution and retreated to the 8-wheeled armored vehicle parked behind him. Indeed, it was an armored vehicle in the inner city. One could acquire some equipment that was unavailable in the outer city. Although this armored vehicle was merely a discarded model from the city defense forces, stripped of its heavy machine guns and rapid-fire cannons, it still boasted impressive defensive capabilities, reaching a level 2 rating. Such vehicles were exceedingly rare in the outer city, with a single unit fetching nearly 1 million military currency, equivalent to the price of a home in the inner city. Wang Fuhai possessed 2 of them, underscoring his considerable wealth in the inner city. The Wang family was regarded as a significant clan. Wang Fuhai's father had been a mid-level officer in the city defense forces, a high-ranking martial artist. Although he perished in the battle against the evolutionary beast uprising, his eldest son had proven to be capable. However, Wang Fuchuan chose not to re-enter the city defense forces but instead joined the public security team, where he now served as a captain, positioning him among the upper echelons of that organization. In essence, both brothers harbored a certain fear of death. With the legacy of their father and the stature of the elder brother as a captain, Wang Fuhai, who held no official position, lived a life of leisure. Gathering a group of followers who wielded the military arms he provided to form a hunting team. The Fuhai hunting team, though its name felt somewhat out of place among hunting groups, was bolstered by two formally trained warriors recruited by the Wang family over the years, alongside the equipment he supplied. While it could not compare to the two major hunting teams under the City Lord's mansion and the City Defense Forces, it nonetheless ranked third. This ranking was not due to the Wang family's influence in the inner city, but stemmed from the lack of interest in forming hunting teams among other high-ranking individuals, who preferred to send their subordinates or family members to conduct business in the inner or outer city. This approach was not only safer but also more profitable. In truth, the hunting teams of the City Lord's mansion and the City Defense Forces had hunting as merely a minor objective. Their primary tasks involved monitoring the movements of evolutionary beasts outside the city while undertaking missions to eliminate tiered evolutionary beasts. Should they discover any traces of Tier 2 or higher evolutionary beasts, it was their duty to report, prompting the City Lord's mansion or the City Defense Forces to dispatch experts for extermination. As for hunting for profit, that was merely a secondary consideration. On the third floor of the warehouse, peering through the window at the departing armored vehicles, Lao Wang revealed a cold smirk. "Uncle Wang," a timid voice called from behind. Instantly, a warm smile spread across Lao Wang's face as he turned. Addressing the speaker gently, "Xin, there's no need to worry. Since your brother entrusted you to me, unless the City Lord's mansion or the City Defense Forces intervene, Uncle Wang is confident in keeping you safe." "Thank you, Uncle Wang. Such a good girl. Go play now." Observing the understanding demeanor of Xin, Lao Wang's smile bloomed like a flower. A pickup truck struggled along the road, slowly entering the southern city gate. After passing inspection, it proceeded towards Lao Wang's warehouse amidst the curious expressions of the City Defense Forces. In the warehouse's rear courtyard, upon receiving notification, Boss Wang hurried downstairs to the entrance, accompanied by Xin. With a thud, the driver's door swung open. Upon seeing Yang leap from the vehicle, Xin's previous worry evaporated, replaced by a radiant smile. "Brother," she exclaimed, darting towards him. "Ha ha ha, Xin." He scooped his sister into his arms, lifting her and twirling her around to demonstrate that he had emerged unscathed. Once on the ground, Xin beamed with joy. Her brother's safe return was the greatest relief. "Thank you, Uncle Wang," Yang said, turning to the approaching Boss Wang with gratitude. "What thanks? Xin has already expressed her gratitude," Lao Wang replied amiably. He proved himself to be a decent man, not only fulfilling his promise but also refraining from mentioning Wang Fuhai's attempt to reclaim the girl. Had he brought it up, Yang would have been overwhelmed with gratitude, but he chose not to. At that moment, Hong Ling also emerged from the vehicle. Nodding in acknowledgement, Boss Wang did not engage with her but instead glanced at the pickup's rear door. Noting that it remained closed and one vehicle was missing, his brow furrowed as he inquired, "Did something happen?" Lu Wanchong and the others didn't return. "Only two came back. I divided their share, and they've all gone home." Yang explained. He had given Tianshu's men 20,000 military currency each and then announced the dissolution of the hunting team, returning with only Hong Ling upon hearing Yi Yang's title for him. Boss Wang realized his assumptions had been confirmed. Nodding, a shrewd smile reappeared on his face. "Considering the weight of your vehicle, I presume your haul was substantial." This inquiry brought a smile to Yi Yang's face as he slapped the hood of the engine with enthusiasm and asked, "Old Wang, do you accept rune vehicle cores, weapons, and armor?" "Just second-hand items. Of course, I accept," Lao Wang replied eagerly. Whether it be the vehicle's core or its weaponry and armor, these items were hard currency. Acquiring them would undoubtedly yield profits. Even if he chose not to sell them, he could still process them through channels for a profit. This was a significant business venture, particularly concerning the rune vehicle cores, which were crucial components of rune vehicles and held substantial value. Provided they were in good condition, they could fetch an excellent price. With Wang Hai's men annihilated, for vehicles remained abandoned, which he could not transport. Wei Yang had no intention of taking them either. He simply punctured all the tires and spare tires, taking only the suitcase-sized core with him, leaving behind the vehicle shells and other remnants. The remaining spoils consisted of the weapons and equipment from Wang Hai's subordinates, as well as those of Lu Wanchong and his son. Everything usable was brought back, intended for sale at a fair price. 5 vehicle cores, 11 rifles, and several pieces of armor and cold weapons. As he observed the items being unloaded from the truck, Lao Wang's eyes sparkled, as if envisioning a wealth of golden military currency flowing into his pockets. This transaction was indeed substantial. After finalizing the calculations, Lao Wang quoted a price of 447,836 military currency, rounding it up to 450,000. This was a truly significant sum. Just as Yi Yang thought Lao Wang might struggle to gather the payment, he was surprised when the latter handed over the full amount without hesitation, rendering his prepared remarks moot. However, it was to be expected, with such a large warehouse and the myriad of goods on display in the front. How could Lao Wang possibly lack funds? Yet, according to him, this payment constituted a substantial portion of his liquid assets. Fortunately, the items were in high demand, and he could quickly recoup his investment while making a modest profit of 2 to 3%. Hearing about the potential profit of nearly 100,000 military currency, Yi Yang felt a pang of envy. The saying that middlemen profit from price differences held true. Simultaneously, he reconsidered his previous assessment of Lao Wang, now viewing him as a shrewd businessman. Chapter 29. Replacing equipment, single blade Baichuan. Although Yi Yang felt a twinge of disappointment at having been significantly undercut, he understood that this was quite normal. In comparison to other merchants, Lao Wang had been relatively fair. Moreover, he had protected his sister for an entire day. As the settlement of the payment was underway, Yi Xinxin relayed the news of Wang Fuhai's attempt to reclaim her, immediately lifting Yi Yang's spirits, which had been somewhat low. Lao Wang was reliable. Both parties had no objections to the transaction. Old Wang was delighted, and Yi Yang was equally satisfied. After expressing his sincere gratitude once more, Yi Yang took Hong Ling and his younger sister and departed from the warehouse. Throughout this entire process, Old Wang did not inquire further about Lu Wanchong and his son. "Aren't you going to ask Old Wang?" Hong Ling inquired as they walked along. "Ask about what?" Yi Yang replied. "About the Lu family," Hong Ling answered. "Duh." Why Yi Yang was taken aback. Can Old Wang really gather such information? If not, how do you suppose he gave you that reminder this morning? Hong Ling rolled her eyes. In this outer city, there are very few matters that can escape his notice. Having promised to locate and rescue Lu Wancheng's wife and daughter from the depths of the demon lair, Yi Yang informed Hong Ling during their return journey, "Let us do it tomorrow. Today I'd like to scout the area myself." After a brief pause for thought, he concluded, "Fine, it's your decision." Hong Ling nodded. "By the way, now that the hunting team is disbanded, I find myself with nothing to do. You really ought to recruit some talent quickly. You are responsible for my future employment." Wei Yang paused. Taken aback by Hong Ling's expression, he had not intended to re-establish the hunting team. Initially, he had planned to venture out for hunting alone, but it seemed that was no longer a viable option. "I don't plan to reassemble the hunting team," he stated. "Why not? Are you done making money?" Hong Ling retorted, remembering how she had insisted on taking only 20,000 weapon coins when they divided the spoils. Yi Yang had to concede, as he had initially intended to split it evenly. This meant that Yi Yang now possessed over 400,000 weapon coins, which marked him as a veritable millionaire in the outer city. Yet, in the inner city, this amount was inconsequential. A single house in the inner city costs at least 1 million weapon coins, with villas starting at 3 million. Thus, while this sum was significant in the base city, it was relatively insignificant compared to most residents of the inner city. "Of course, I need to earn money. I will have to venture outside eventually," he affirmed. Not only did he wish to move into the inner city, but the development of his golden finger also necessitated continued excursions beyond the city walls. "So, are you planning to go solo?" Hong Ling pondered aloud. However, given Yi Yang's performance today, he indeed had the qualifications to venture out alone. At the very least, survival in the small Hongyi mountain was assured, and he could earn a decent income daily. While making tens of thousands a month was uncertain, bringing in several thousand was surely effortless. "Yes, I do intend to go solo. Take me with you." "Huh?" Yi Yang's mouth fell open, his pupils constricting. "What, do you find me a burden?" Hong Ling halted, turning back to give him a look that radiated danger. "Ahem, that is certainly not the case. It would be great to have you along. I've been seeking a companion." Seeing Yi Yang's nervous demeanor, Hong Ling chuckled, then suddenly blushed at a thought that crossed her mind. Yi Yang, noticing the implication in her previous words, hastily waved his hands in explanation. "No, I meant partner, companion." "All right, no need for explanations. I'm leaving now." With that, she took her long strides, preparing to depart. Hey, wait. I'm planning to update my gear. Why don't you come along? No need. Hong Ling didn't even glance back, continuing on her way. Watching her retreating figure, Yang raised his hand, ultimately letting it fall in resignation. Meanwhile, Yixin pouted and tightened her grip on her brother's hand, sensing a threat. Although Sister Hong Ling was nice, she could not let anyone take her brother away. She must not lose him to anyone. Throughout the journey, Yang remained oblivious to his sister's unusual emotions. By the time they reached the Tiantong Trading Company, Yixin had managed to compose herself. Seeing his sister's faint smile, Yang felt reassured. The two siblings entered the trading company, not rushing to the weapons section but instead wandering around. Yang bought his sister a new outfit and also purchased 2 sets for himself. Now that he had money, he didn't need to economize on clothing since it was relatively inexpensive. Additionally, they each bought 2 pairs of shoes. Unlike clothing, the shoes were considerably more expensive due to the higher wear and tear. The 4 pairs of shoes cost Yang over 13,000 weapon coins, which made Yixin frown. Although pricey, they were worth the cost, crafted from the finest low-tier beast leather. There were also boots made from advanced beast leather that looked even more appealing, but Yang hesitated to spend on them. The beast leather from first-tier evolved beasts already provided substantial defensive capabilities, easily resisting knives made of blue steel, with prices starting in the tens of thousands. Such items were still too extravagant for the siblings at this stage, especially since they needed to update their gear. After over an hour of browsing, they finally entered the weapon area. The variety of blades was vast, ranging from the cheapest costing 2 to 3,000 weapon coins to those priced over 100,000. However, all were merely ordinary weapons. None forged from runic steel were available. Even the standard blades were sufficiently sharp and durable for martial practitioners. After spending a considerable time selecting from the holographic display at the counter, Yang finally chose a single-edged sword with a scabbard, primarily made of blue patterned steel, mixed with sea gold sand and red copper essence. Sea gold sand and red copper essence were not native to this world. They were brought back during the human counteroffensive against the beasts from another realm. These minerals were among the many treasures returned from that world. The sword measured 1.1 meters in length, with a 25-centimeter handle and an 85-centimeter blade, maintaining a straight design with a thick spine and sharp tip, adorned with beautiful blue-gold patterns. Blue patterned steel is regarded as superior to blue steel. Aside from runic steel, blue patterned steel is one of the best materials for crafting cold weapons. Naturally, blue patterned steel also comes in grades, categorized as 10-fold, 100-fold, and 1,000-fold. There is no 10,000-fold, as it is deemed unnecessary. The primary material of this sword is 100-fold blue patterned steel. Wei Yang didn't quite understand how many fold it was, but he recognized its value. As he drew the sword from its sheath, he noticed that the patterns on the blade looked even more exquisite than those displayed holographically. Half an inch from the blade's base, 2 characters were inscribed, by Chuan, the evident name of this sword. It was indeed a fine blade. After all, ordinary weapons do not bear names unless crafted by a master who deems the work worthy. This by Chuan's single-edged sword was undoubtedly a masterpiece. Holding it in his hand, Yang felt its weight. It was approximately 36 pounds, comfortably gripped, likely incorporating principles of ergonomics, with the leather wrapping likely sourced from an evolved beast. The scabbard was not made of metal but was also crafted from tanned beast leather. Simple yet elegantly adorned with cloud patterns that complemented the blade's design perfectly. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Holding it, Yang was thoroughly pleased. Observing her brother's fondness for the weapon, Yixin glanced at the dizzying price once more, bit her lip, and softly urged, "Brother, buy it. With this, your survival capability in the wilderness will greatly increase. All right, let us purchase it." Yang genuinely wanted it. Moreover, his sister was correct. This sword should have no trouble slicing through second-tier evolved beasts. Sir, if you wish to test the blade, there is a designated area behind. This sword can effortlessly cut through 10-fold blue patterned steel. And 100-fold is no problem either, the beautiful salesgirl quietly suggested, her eyes sparkling. Such a young customer buying such an expensive weapon in the outer city, combined with his handsome looks, made her hopeful for something more. Perhaps after one night, she could soar to new heights. Thus, her movements and tone carried a subtle implication. Unfortunately, her overtures went unnoticed by Yi Yang. While the woman was indeed beautiful, resembling a goddess adored in his previous life, In the new era world, mere beauty held little merit without strength. Clearly, this lady lacked any formidable abilities, being merely a martial apprentice, which did not appeal to Yi Yang. Furthermore, she paled in comparison to Hong Ling. Nonetheless, Yi Yang did not disregard her kind intentions, replying with a hearty laugh, "All right, let us give it a try." Chapter 30. First level, telekinetic sensation. The beautiful salesgirl led Yi Yang and Yi Xinshin into a room behind the counter. She felt somewhat displeased by Yi Xinshin's presence but dared not show it, her waist twisting more provocatively. Alas, this performance was wasted on the blind. Inside the room, several pieces of steel were laid out on the floor, one of which bore blue patterns, indicating its identity as a tenfold blue-patterned steel ingot. "Sir, you may give it a try." "Great." Yi Yang stepped forward, drew his sword, twirled it in a flourish, and then effortlessly struck down. Swish! The tenfold blue-patterned steel was sliced in half with little effort. Sheathing the sword and observing the blade, still pristine and undamaged, Yi Yang's smile widened. "What a fine sword. All right, I'll take this one. Let us settle the bill." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." The salesgirl's smile brightened as well. Selling this sword would earn her a reward that equaled several months of her salary. Unfortunately, throughout this transaction, the young man's gaze had not once landed on her. The salesgirl felt a pang of disappointment but knew better than to express it, for the Tiantong Trading Company upheld strict regulations. If it is a mutually agreeable arrangement, the trading company would not intervene. However, should it disturb a customer, the consequences could range from a monetary deduction to potentially losing one's job. In the outer city, securing a position at Tiantong Trading Company is a coveted opportunity, envied by countless individuals, hence she dares not offend. The price of 150,000 martial coins is the cost of this blade. Such an amount, if managed frugally, could sustain a family of 3 in the outer city for nearly a decade. To spend such a substantial sum on merely a single knife is indeed staggering. Having acquired the blade, Yi Yang also desires to purchase a bow. His previous crossbow was conveniently sold to Old Wang, necessitating the acquisition of a superior bow now. Regrettably, even at Tiantong Trading Company, no better options are available. The malleability of metallic ores is limited. Materials suitable for crafting bows are either prohibitively expensive or can only yield a draw weight of around 1,000 kilograms, rendering them unhelpful. With no masters of archery in the base city, there are naturally no superior bows for sale. Without a market, goods would merely gather dust, and the trading company would not allow such a situation. Disheartened, Yi Yang shifted his focus to the armor section. After surveying the offerings, he ultimately purchased the highest defense standard armor to replace the one Lu Wanchong had previously given him. In Tiantong Trading Company, the best armor available is rated H5, valued at 100,000 martial coins, which Yi Yang acquired. This armor can withstand 3 consecutive shots from the standard rifles of the city guards, boasting considerable defensive capability. Moreover, it is more form-fitting and agile, providing exceptional comfort when worn. Having gathered all his purchases, Yi Yang and his sister dined on the commercial street before returning home. As night fell, they arrived at Qingfeng Building on the commercial street. This establishment belongs to Wang Fei. Yi Yang changed into a fresh outfit, donned leather boots, and with his newly acquired knife in hand, entered amidst the warm greetings of the hosts. He requested a private room and instructed the attendant to summon their boss, stating he had significant business to discuss. The attendant hesitated momentarily, noting Yi Yang's youthful appearance, yet after glancing at the knife on the table, he respectfully acquiesced and exited the room to convey the message. On the 3rd floor, within the Tianzi room, the Wang brothers, Wang Fuhai and Wang Fuchuan, sat at an ornate wooden round table, accompanied by 2 elegantly dressed women in ancient silk skirts. The table was adorned with exquisite dishes and rare wines, a feast seldom seen by ordinary folk. When feeling out of sorts, the brothers often frequented Qingfeng Building in the outer city to unwind and relax. In many ways, the 2 brothers were indeed quite similar, a testament to their blood relation. The attendant hastened to deliver the message. A mere servant could not meet with the influential Wang Fuhai, but only with the manager of Qingfeng Building. Upon receiving the message, the manager dismissed the attendant and ascended to the 3rd floor. Inside the room, the brothers were engaged in a hushed discussion, their hands wandering restlessly. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Wang Fuhai's expression darkened. "What is it?" The affairs of Qingfeng Building were generally handled by the manager, and he was not to be disturbed during discussions, especially not in front of his elder brother. "Boss, I apologize for the interruption. There is a guest who claims to have significant business to discuss with you, and I did not dare to make a decision on my own. Let them in. For Wang Fuhai, only two things piqued his interest: women and martial coins. As a prominent figure in the base city, he often had individuals seeking his assistance or presenting business opportunities. Naturally, some sought to leverage his influence to enlist Wang Fuchuan's help. Regardless of the nature of their requests, Wang Fuhai welcomed all, as they could provide him with what he cherished most. The manager pushed the door open, bowing his head to report. Sir, the attendant mentioned that the visitor is a young man, dressed in casual attire and wielding a knife. A knife. This information piqued the brothers' interest. Typically, only formal martial artists would carry cold weapons with them. Their speed and reflexes far surpassed those of martial apprentices, and while firearms could pose a threat, that was only in a stationary context, and one would foolishly remain still to be shot at. Thus, for those who had achieved the formal martial artist level and above, the lethality of cold weapons was greater. They might regard firearms with caution, but not fear. Furthermore, this individual was still a youth, likely hailing from the inner city. Wang Fuchuan, engrossed in playful banter with the two women, never interfered with business matters, eye in his eyes. Only cultivation and deeper exchanges with beautiful women held significance. Wang Fuhai anticipated his brother's reaction. A testament to their unspoken understanding, and without seeking his brother's opinion, he pondered for a moment before saying, "You go test the waters, and remember to be respectful." "Yes, boss." The manager did not dare utter another word and promptly exited. Making his way to the private room, upon reaching the door, he knocked and, upon receiving permission, entered. "Esteemed sir, I am the manager of Qingfeng Building. May I inquire what business you wish to discuss with our boss?" Observing the manager, who was slightly bowing at a distance, Yang smiled and asked, "Are you in a position to make decisions?" "I cannot make decisions on behalf of the boss. However, he is currently not in the building. If you have matters to discuss, I can relay them to him promptly." Then who is in the second room on the left on the third floor? Surely, Qingfeng Building does not have another boss? Yang's words startled the manager, who looked up to meet his knowing smile. This smile conveyed to the manager that this individual was not someone he could handle. "Please hold on a moment. I will notify the boss." "Very well, I shall wait." The manager retreated and hurriedly returned to the third floor. Meanwhile, Yang sat in his chair, head slightly raised, his gaze seemingly capable of penetrating the floorboards. This was a manifestation of his first-tier evolution in brain domain ability, telekinetic perception. When he concentrated, he could sense everything within a radius of several hundred meters, even the faintest whispers and the tremors of a common ant's antennae. In the room on the third floor, the Wang brothers could not escape his awareness, with even their subtle movements clearly visible to him. Chapter 31. Rescuing a person? Is Yi Yang an evolver? Brain Domain Evolution Level 1, 91,000. Within the Xiahongai Mountain, he was merely 9 points shy of an upgrade. After eliminating Lu Wanchong and his son, along with Wang Hai, he amassed a total of 18 evolution points. Among them, Lu Wu and Wang Hai contributed over 2 points each, with one yielding 6 points. Records indicated that, in conjunction with his previous encounter with the Tsueya snake, Yang deduced that the stronger and more capable the creature, the more evolution points he would gain upon its demise. Achieving the first tier of brain domain evolution significantly accelerated the enhancement of his physical attributes, and estimates suggested notable improvements across the board. Particularly, his reflexes had become astonishingly rapid. Even if he claimed to be a high-level agility-type evolver, no one would dispute him. In fact, they might even extend that classification further. That, of course, strength and speed were also enhanced. Upstairs, the manager's return caused Wang Fuhai's expression to darken once more. "Come in." The manager entered without waiting for Wang Fuhai's words and promptly reported the conversation from the private room. As the longest-serving manager of Qingfeng Building, he possessed keen insight. Upon hearing the manager's account, the Wang brothers exchanged glances, and then Wang Fuhai turned back. "Lead the way." "Yes." The four women rose and bowed to the departing Wang brothers. Under the manager's guidance, the two, each carrying a sheathed short knife at their waists, arrived at the entrance of the private room. Pausing momentarily, Wang Fuhai signaled for the manager to knock, and upon hearing the invitation to enter, the manager complied, allowing the brothers to step inside. Before they were seen, their voices arrived first. "Ha ha ha, I wonder which esteemed boss has graced us with their presence. Qingfeng Building truly shines with your visit." Turning to the source of the voice, Yi Yang saw two burly men entering. The speaker was Wang Fuhai, while the other, robust yet wearing a sinister expression and bearing slanted eyes, was Wang Fuchuan. Upon seeing the two, Yi Yang remained seated, merely smiling and gesturing for them to take a seat. This unmoving gesture of transforming the guest into the host caused the pupils of the Wang brothers to contract. Yet, they confirmed that the youth before them was not a prominent scion from the inner city. They recognized all the prominent young masters, especially those who had attained the formal martial artist level. Moreover, the youth's attire was evidently of ordinary style sold in the outer city trading companies. Is this a dragon crossing the river? The brothers contemplated, yet they did not reveal their thoughts. Instead, they approached calmly and took their seats. Though Wang Fuchuan's hand remained near the short knife at his waist, "I wonder what business you wish to discuss with Wang?" Wang Fuhai inquired with a smile after they settled in. "I seek two individuals and an explanation," Yi Yang stated directly, without preamble. This statement instantly put the brothers on high alert. Did this youth have a grudge against his brother? Wang Fuchuan furrowed his brow. While a glimmer of realization flashed in Wang Fuhai's eyes, "You are the newcomer from Lu Wanchang's team." Suddenly, two voices resonated within the private room, barely half a second apart. Following this, a short knife was hurled forth with a clang, embedding itself in the pillar of the room. Upon closer inspection, a straight blade was poised against Wang Fuchuan's neck, while the youth who had just been seated on a chair now stood beside him. The expressions on the faces of the Wang brothers shifted dramatically. It was Wang Fuchuan who had acted first. Yet this young man had reacted with astonishing speed, not only deflecting his weapon with a single strike, but also appearing at his side in an instant. Faster than the response of an elite martial artist in the late stages. Moreover, the force of that earlier blow had dislocated his left wrist and split open the skin at his palm. A flicker of gravity and uncertainty flashed in Wang Fuchuan's eyes. A high-level martial artist? A martial master? Or perhaps an evolved being? Do not move. The calm warning hung in the air like a thunderclap to Wang Fuhai's ears, rendering him momentarily stiff as he froze, losing the courage to draw the knife at his waist. This gentleman, your request, I shall comply with entirely, as long as you spare my elder brother." That moment, Wang Fuhai was devoid of his previous bravado, trembling like a leaf, his voice quivering, cold sweat drenching much of his back. "Where are Lu Wanchang's wife and daughter?" Yi Yang did not respond but instead coldly inquired. "They are in the backyard, rest assured. No one has harmed them," Wang Fuhai quickly replied. "Bring them here. If they are missing even a single hair, I will take a piece from you." Wang Fuhai shuddered. Initially prepared to rush out to summon his men, but as he lifted his rear, he hesitated and called out towards the door. "Hurry, someone come in." The steward, who had been waiting outside, hastily pushed the door open, and upon witnessing the scene within, was taken aback. Before he could react, Wang Fuhai's voice rang out, "Quickly go to the backyard and fetch Lu Wanchang's wife and daughter. Remember, it's a request." "Ah, who?" The steward was momentarily stunned, but upon regaining his composure, he wore a puzzled expression. He had no idea who Lu Wanchang's wife and daughter were. The mother and daughter who were brought here today. "You fool! Hurry!" The steward, now enlightened, acknowledged and swiftly exited. Inside the room, the Wang brothers remained silent, and Yi Yang showed no inclination to speak. The knife in his hand remained firmly against his opponent's neck, the sharp blade grazing the skin. A slight push would draw blood. Thus, Wang Fuchuan dared not move. Of course, another reason lay in his suspicion that Yi Yang possessed greater strength, potentially even that of an evolved being. Only an evolved individual could explain how Yi Yang, previously deemed a waste with a 9th-grade physique, had rapidly enhanced his abilities in such a short span. Indeed, Wang Fuchuan had investigated Yi Yang. Given his status, acquiring the information of an ordinary person residing in the outer city was a trivial task. The findings indicated that Yi Yang was a 9th-grade waste, beyond doubt. This was precisely why. After Wang Hai approached Wang Fuhai, he received support and firmly believed in the results of Wang Hai's investigation. Lu Wanchang's team was merely a small hunting group, posing no threat aside from Hong Ling. Hence, Wang Fuhai had lent Wang Hai 6 rune rifles. Had they known earlier that Yi Yang was an evolved being, even if he were a strength-type evolved individual, they would not have dared to act against this hunting group. Shortly thereafter, the individuals arrived. When Lu Wanchang's wife and daughter were brought in, both recognized Yi Yang at once. "Xiao Yang." Brother Yi Yang. Their faces displayed astonishment, quickly followed by tears of joy. Upon seeing the situation in the room, they understood the reason behind their courteous invitation. After their joyous weeping, mother and daughter felt a wave of shame wash over them. They were aware that Lu Wanchong and Lu Wu had betrayed the members of the hunting group. Although it was not intentional, they had indeed committed a wrongdoing. Yet now, it was Yi Yang who had come to their rescue, making them feel a profound sense of guilt. Auntie, Xiaofeng, are you all right? Yi Yang inquired. That we're fine, Xiao Yang, thank you. Thank you for saving us. Your Uncle Lu. Auntie, let us not dwell on the past. Please wait outside. I'll take you away shortly. All right, we'll step outside first. The two women, accompanied by the steward, exited, and the door to the private room was shut once more. This time, before Yi Yang could speak, Wang Fuchuan broke the silence. Mr. Yi, this matter is our fault. You may do with us as you wish. Wang Fuchuan's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. On one hand, the knife was at his neck, and on the other, he suspected Yi Yang's identity as an evolved being, causing him to refrain from acting recklessly. 500,000. Yi Yang wasted no time, stating plainly, he opted for monetary compensation. The identities of these two were significant, and killing them would lead to numerous complications. Moreover, he and Hong Ling, along with his sister, had not suffered any harm, thus avoiding any unnecessary commotion. 500,000 was a substantial sum, and no problem. Wang Fuhai immediately agreed, proceeding to unlock his communication watch to initiate the transfer. Upon receiving the funds, Yi Yang sheathed his knife, stating, You may seek revenge. I shall await your response. We dare not. The brothers bowed deeply, their fists clasped before them. Yi Yang remained silent as he walked towards the door. Mr. Yi, please hold. Suddenly, Wang Fuchuan called out. Chapter 32. The Wang brothers. Yi Yang halted in his tracks at Wang Fuchuan's call, while Wang Fuhai beside him trembled, quickly casting anxious glances at his elder brother. However, Wang Fuchuan disregarded his brother's silent cues, continuing with a respectful demeanor. I understand that Mr.Ye is skilled with the bow, and coincidentally, I possess a treasured bow that I would like to give to you. Why? Yi Yang furrowed his brow, questioning. He did not believe in free lunches, especially in such a world. Wang Fuhai, standing nearby, opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent, trusting his elder brother. Though Wang Fuchuan typically refrained from engaging in business matters, his brother still listened to him regarding significant issues. I hope Why? He can protect the Wang family. Absolutely not. Yi Yang categorically rejected this request. He was unaware of the circumstances within the inner city, having only recently risen to prominence. However, for someone like Wang Fuchuan, who held the position of an elite martial artist and the captain of the security squad, to seek protection indicated considerable trouble looming behind him. He merely wished to care for his sister and lead a life less fraught with hardship. Such troublesome matters were not what Yi Yang desired to involve himself in. Moreover, his current strength was meager. He could not even guarantee the safety of himself and his sister, let alone protect a Wang family with whom he had previously had considerable conflict. His heart was not so grand. Nor was he a saint. The fact that he chose not to kill the two, given their respectful attitudes and his own lack of loss, was already a significant act of mercy. Mr. Yi, please allow me to explain. Wang Fuchuan, rejected, desperately sought to persuade him further but was interrupted by Yi Yang. No need. Just moments ago, we were enemies. Sparing your lives is already quite generous. To expect me to protect the Wang family is simply out of the question. Even if I could, I would not agree for the sake of a mere weapon. With that, Yi Yang stepped towards the exit. Mr. Yi, Fuchuan is willing to offer the entire Wang family's assets. Wang Fuchuan shouted. Yi Yang halted momentarily but did not turn back, pulling the door open and stepping outside. Watching the door close behind him, Wang Fuchuan slumped into a chair, his expression one of stunned disbelief, causing Wang Fuhai to feel a deep sense of concern. Elder brother, is it really that dire? Ha, Fuhai. It could not be worse, Wang Fuchuan replied with a bitter smile. But, how could they do this? Why not? Wang Fuhai was left speechless by the counter-question. Indeed, why not? Just as with his Qingfeng Tower, when dealing with commoners, there was no consideration for their thoughts. This illustrated the stark disparity in strength and status. Now, however, the tables had turned, and the oppressed had become themselves. Observing his dazed brother, Wang Fuchuan sighed inwardly, having made a decision. Following this incident, coupled with his own concerns, the brothers no longer wished to linger. After a brief wait, they rose and made their way towards the inner city. Meanwhile, Yang escorted Lu Feng and her daughter back home, leaving behind 10,000 martial coins before taking his leave. He had fulfilled his promise, rescuing the two and providing a considerable sum, which he deemed an act of kindness. As for what lay ahead, it was no longer his concern. Upon returning home, he saw his sister, who was slowly practicing her body tempering technique, and smiled, choosing not to disturb her as he entered the bathroom for a shower. When he emerged, Yixinchi had finished her training, not rushing to break through. Her current focus remained on solidifying her foundation, so she did not dare to practice for too long. The siblings chatted for a while before each retreated to their rooms for the night. In the inner city, the Wang brothers returned home, accompanied by 6 guards. Their residence was a 3-story villa located near the core area of the inner city, with a spacious yard covering over 700 square meters. And the building itself had a usable area of nearly 2,000 square meters. In the underground training room, the brothers sat across from each other. Elder brother, who exactly is Yi Yang? At this moment, Wang Fuhai finally voiced the question he had been holding back throughout the journey. He must be an evolved being, just as I suspected. The answer that Wang Fuhai received was not unexpected. The moment the other party took action, he sensed that something was amiss, and when his elder brother sought refuge from them, his suspicions deepened. The family eyeing his brother's position had once shared a close friendship with their father. Yet now the third son of that family was pressuring them without a hint of past camaraderie. The strongest force within that family consisted of martial masters, with nearly 20 bodyguards, all at least formal martial artists. And the steward was even a high-tier martial practitioner. In the base city, ordinary people would not dare to provoke such an existence, nor could they afford to, yet his elder brother had sought the aid of that young man. The only entities capable of instilling fear in martial masters, aside from those of equal or higher rank, were evolvers. The youth could not possibly be a martial master or possess even greater prowess. The only explanation could be this. Silence enveloped the two brothers as they refrained from speaking. After a long pause, Wang Fuchuan seemed to have made a certain resolution. Fuhai, tomorrow I will resign from the security team. You should prepare as well, dispose of our assets as soon as possible. Elder brother. Wang Fuhai was taken aback. He had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Wang Fuchuan, aware of his brother's astonishment, managed a bitter smile and remarked, just yesterday, they proposed sending members of the security team to patrol outside the city. How dare they? Wang Fuhai exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock. It was evident that they aimed for him. Fortunately, the proposal had not passed in the meeting. Otherwise, he would already be outside the city by now. This suggestion was clearly targeted at him, and Wang Fuchuan understood it all too well, yet he felt powerless to resist. Once they lost the captaincy, if the brothers continued to hold on to their resources, it would undoubtedly incite envy and pose a threat to their lives. When one is weaker, there is little they can do. The helplessness and bitterness on his face were palpable. Should I cling to my position or ensure our survival? I choose the latter. At worst, we can leave the base city and seek refuge in another one. Even as he spoke, Wang Fuchuan did not truly believe his own words. Without protection, the Wang brothers would be reduced to mere scavengers, and if they attempted to leave the base city, they would certainly be intercepted along the way, meeting their demise outside the city. After all, no one could guarantee that they would find a new benefactor after departing in this world. Many of those in power were ruthlessly cunning. Eradicating a threat entirely was far more convenient than leaving any potential risks behind. Moreover, the opposing force was merely composed of an elite martial artist and 3 or 4 formal martial artists. In the eyes of that family, sending a few of their household guards would suffice to deal with them. When there is a straightforward solution, no one would choose to take risks. The brothers conversed for hours, returning upstairs to rest only in the early hours of the morning. Yet even in sleep, they clutched their weapons, as did several formal martial artists who had aligned themselves with Wang Fuchuan, remaining ever vigilant. The following morning, Yang rose early to practice in the living room before quietly entering the kitchen to prepare breakfast. By the time Yixinchi hurriedly awoke, a delectable breakfast was already laid out on the table. A 2-pound first-tier rib from a Li Jiao mountain goat, cooked to medium, accompanied by a vegetable salad and a piece of fruit for each. This breakfast was quite extravagant. The price of first-tier evolved beast meat could reach hundreds of martial coins per pound. This single meal for the two siblings approached 1,000 martial coins. In the past, such luxury would have been unthinkable, As Yi Yang and Yi Xin sat down, they enjoyed their delicious breakfast with laughter and conversation. Indeed, the first-tier evolved beast meat was exquisite. Even simple preparation rendered it delightful. With each bite, the surge of energy invigorated the two siblings, who had never before experienced such a meal. However, just as they had taken a few bites, a series of heavy knocks resonated at the door. At that moment, a glimmer flashed in Yi Yang's eyes, his expression darkening before relaxing once more. Xin, continue speaking. I will check. All right, Yi Xin replied obediently. Yi Yang popped a piece of meat into his mouth, casually grasped the dagger beside him, and strode toward the door. Chapter 33. Brothers present treasures, willing to be servants. Standing outside the door were the Wang brothers clad in armor, weapons at the ready, accompanied by 4 other fully equipped formal martial artists not far behind. These 4 were Wang Fuquan's trusted aides, representing the last vestiges of the Wang family's strength apart from the 2 brothers. The expressions on the faces of the Wang brothers as they stood at the door were filled with deference, and Wang Fuquan held aloft an exquisite wooden box with both hands. The box was rectangular, measuring approximately 1.3 meters in length, 40 to 50 centimeters in width, and about 10 centimeters in height. With a soft click, the door opened, and Yi Yang stepped out, observing the 2 brothers standing in the corridor with such reverence. As well as the 4 formal martial artists nearby, Yi Yang closed the door behind him and inquired, "What brings you here?" The 2 understood that Yi Yang held a poor opinion of them, and given the prior incident involving Wang Hai, their mere presence without being dismissed was already a sign of Yi Yang's restraint. The reason Yi Yang did not expel them was also due to the brothers' relative respectfulness and the box in Wang Fuquan's possession. Inside the box lay a beautifully carved black wooden bow. The intricate carvings on the bow's body were complex, suggesting it was no ordinary item. Coupled with Wang Fuquan's words from the previous night, Yi Yang deduced that this bow must be the rune bow that the Wang family had in their collection. "Mr. Yi, I sincerely apologize for the intrusion," Wang Fuquan spoke, while Wang Fuhai stood behind him, bowing respectfully without uttering a word. "Speak your purpose," Yi Yang replied coolly. If previously Wang Fuquan had been someone Yi Yang regarded with caution, now he felt he could eliminate him without a second thought. "Please, Mr. Yi, we seek your assistance." Suddenly, Wang Fuquan dropped to one knee, with Wang Fuhai following suit. The 4 formal martial artists standing nearby also knelt. The brothers' unexpected display left Yi Yang momentarily stunned, but soon his expression darkened. Exuding a chilling aura, these 2 harbored intentions of coercion. Sensing the coldness emanating from Yi Yang, Wang Fuquan recognized that their actions were profoundly inappropriate. Yet he was left with no choice. He feared that any delay would result in their demise. This morning, Wang Fuquan had approached the security team to resign, only to be met with obstruction, with the other party insisting that it would appear as though they were bullying him, and that such occurrences were not permitted within the base city. While they made such claims, Wang Fuquan was acutely aware that their intention was to eliminate him. They desired his position while simultaneously wishing to avoid the negative reputation of forcing him out. Clearly aiming for his unexpected demise to seamlessly take over the captaincy, in such dire circumstances, Wang Fuquan had no choice but to hastily bring his brother along, carrying with him the family heirloom bow and a manual on archery techniques. "Mr. Yi, allow me to succinctly explain the situation," Wang Fuquan continued. "I do not seek anything else. I only ask that you spare the lives of my brother and me, in gratitude for your kindness. We are willing to present this precious bow and serve under you, humbly acting as your guards and servants." Hearing Wang Fuquan recount the strength of the opposing force and their willingness to offer the bow as recompense, Yi Yang was genuinely tempted. A fine bow is hard to come by. At least within the Tian Tong Trading Company in the base city, there was no suitable bow available. The value of a rune weapon was incalculable. This bow within the box could easily be worth millions of martial coins, if not more. It was even beyond the realm of monetary valuation. Engraved rune weapons and rune firearms, cannons, and the like were 2 distinct concepts. Rune firearms, machine guns, and cannons could only fire projectiles, with their power increasing only with size and the number of runes inscribed. However, they could reach a maximum of only 2nd tier at best. In contrast, rune weapons were different. Low-tier rune weapons were useful only in terms of sharpness and durability, while high-tier rune weapons could unleash attacks akin to those of elemental masters. There were even specialized defensive rune treasures. High-tier rune treasures could withstand the full force of an elemental master of the same rank. Point 1 type could be mass-produced and operated even by ordinary individuals, while the other was custom-made, powerful, and possessed various mysterious functions. The distinction between the two was immense. Ordinary rune weapons could be purchased with martial coins, but high-tier rune weapons required rare materials or spiritual stones for exchange. All of this information had been gleaned by Yi Yang from the Tian Tong Trading Company. Thus, it was evident how valuable the bow in the wooden box was, and it was no wonder he felt tempted. As for the notion of taking them under his wing, Yi Yang had not considered it. After the betrayal by Lu Wanchong and his son, he could not easily accept strangers into his midst, especially those who had a history with him, such as the Wang brothers. Is what you say true? Yi Yang inquired after a moment of contemplation. Not a hint of deception, Wang Fuchuan replied earnestly. He needed Yi Yang's assistance for his life. How could he dare to lie or conceal anything? I can guarantee your lives. However, that is contingent upon the strength of your adversaries being as you have described. Yi Yang agreed. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Wang Fuchuan was overwhelmed with joy, and behind him, Wang Fuhai was equally elated. Reaching for the wooden box, Yi Yang refrained from opening it and merely instructed the two to wait outside. Once inside the house, he casually placed the wooden box in the living room and continued his meal, simultaneously contacting Hong Ling, hoping she could come to help protect his sister. Hong Ling did not refuse and replied with 3 words, 10 minutes. In less than 10 minutes, Hong Ling knocked on the door. Yi Yang opened it, inviting her in, and glanced at the Wang brothers waiting patiently in the corridor before firmly shutting the door with a resounding thud. In the living room, after Yi Yang recounted the situation regarding the Wang brothers and opened the wooden box, Hong Ling's eyes flickered with intrigue. After a moment's contemplation, she remarked, I believe you can accept them. Eh? Yi Yang looked at her, perplexed. Are you concerned that their intentions may not be pure and that they might rebel in the future? In truth, you needn't worry at all. They are undoubtedly aware that you are an evolver. Betraying a powerful evolver is a risk they are not yet prepared to take. Moreover, there are ways to keep them in check. What methods? Yi Yang inquired. The talisman contract. Upon hearing this phrase, Yi Yang appeared bewildered. He recognized each word individually, but their combination eluded him. However, he understood the term talisman to imply something of great value. The talisman contract is a unique item crafted by rune masters, imbued with remarkable properties. By merely dripping blood on the contract and performing a ritual, the contract's master can control the life and death of the signatory. Is it truly that powerful? Yi Yang felt as if he were hearing tales from a fantastical world, where such things belonged, rather than in a society so technologically advanced. Yet, he pondered, if runes could render the impossible possible, then the existence of such an extraordinary contract seemed quite reasonable. However, he quickly realized that talismans of this caliber would not come cheap. He certainly did not possess one, and the base city did not even sell a single rune longbow, let alone the mysterious talismans. Even if they did, he could scarcely afford them. Seemingly perceiving Yi Yang's internal deliberations, Hong Ling hesitated before softly stating, as it happens, I have a master-servant contract, which I fortuitously stumbled upon. Yi Yang raised his gaze to Hong Ling, a hint of skepticism creeping into his expression regarding her identity. From what he understood, talismans were not only costly but also difficult to acquire. The mere fact that Hong Ling possessed one seemed incongruous with her status. The notion of having merely stumbled upon such an artifact was utterly unbelievable. How could one possibly come across such a treasure? Chapter 34. I will not accept. Yi Yang realized that Hong Ling was concealing a significant secret. However, he had no intention of prying into others' privacy. As long as a person was his friend or ally, that was all that mattered. Everything else was secondary. After some contemplation, he resolved not to recruit the Wang brothers. These two siblings, one an elite warrior and the other a formal warrior, certainly had strength. As teammates, they would not be a liability and could contribute significantly. Yet, disregarding their previous scheming against him, the fact that Wang Fuhai had once sought to abduct his sister made it impossible for him to accept them. Moreover, Yi Yang was not one to accept gifts without reciprocating in kind. It was not in his nature. Thus, he decided to accompany the brothers on a trip, intending to save their lives. What happened afterward, with the individuals involved, would no longer concern him. After a few moments of silence, Yi Yang articulated his decision. I will not accept them. It is not a matter of loyalty, nor is it due to the talisman contract. And it is certainly not a lack of trust in you. Upon stating this, he raised his hand to forestall Hongling's attempt to interject and continued. The fact remains that the Wang brothers have plotted against us. And that is a truth we cannot ignore. Furthermore, the most critical point is that Wang Fuhai attempted to abduct Xiangxin. As long as that stands, I cannot bring them into my fold. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Hongling fell silent. She realized that Yi Yang was an extraordinary individual, unlike anyone she had previously encountered. He possessed a strong sense of principle. The Wang brothers had schemed against him, yet because he had promised to save them and they had cooperated sufficiently, coupled with the fact that they had not taken matters into their own hands, Yi Yang had refrained from killing them on the spot, though harboring animosity toward them for their intentions toward Yi Xingxin. After they had offered a valuable bow, it was evident that he could have accepted their gifts, declined their allegiance, and placed them in a dire predicament. Yet, Yi Yang chose not to act in such a manner. Others might have gladly accepted their allegiance, especially with the assurance of the talisman contract to guarantee loyalty. For most, there would be no loss, and it would only serve to bolster their strength. Why not? However, Yi Yang was unwilling to do so because Wang Fuhai had harbored intentions to abduct Yi Xingxin. My sister is his Achilles heel, Hongling deduced. Very well, this is your decision. You shall determine the course of action. Hongling nodded, refraining from further persuasion. Having reached a resolution, Yi Yang was not inclined to delay. He donned his newly acquired armor, sheathed his sword, and rose to leave. Mr. Yi, lead the way to the person in charge. Yi Yang said little else, not even hinting at the matter of accepting the brothers into his fold. Understood. Perceiving Yi Yang's non-committal stance, the Wang brothers dared not speak further and nodded in agreement as they led the way downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, 2 armored vehicles awaited them. Observing their resemblance to the wheeled armored vehicles of his past life, albeit larger, Yi Yang felt as though he had crossed into another era. However, reflecting on the fact that this world was merely a few hundred years removed from his previous existence, he found solace in this realization. As they boarded the vehicles, the total number of individuals, including Yi Yang, amounted to only 13, providing ample space. However, Yi Yang was aware that the Wang brothers commanded a far larger following. He chose not to inquire, deeming the matter irrelevant to him. The armored vehicles cruised unimpeded into the inner city, driving for over half an hour before halting in front of a sprawling estate in the city center. The estate spanned over 10 acres, enclosed by towering walls and guarded by sentinels. The guards, clad in armor and wearing full-face helmets, were unrecognizable. Their weapons consisted of rune rifles, with a battle knife sheathed at their backs and a large handgun secured at their sides. The walls stood at least 6 meters high. Punctuated by watchtowers at regular intervals from below, one could see the firing ports, indicating that sentries were stationed within. As soon as the armored vehicles came to a stop, the guards at the gate tensed, with one stepping forward to investigate while the others aimed their rifles in readiness. Upon Wang Fuchuan revealing his identity and stating their purpose, the guards confirmed his identity and, after communicating via their wrist devices, received a brief acknowledgement and waved them through. The vehicles resumed motion, entering the estate and soon stopping in front of a substantial 3-story Western-style villa. Judging by the sturdy design of the villa, it was constructed with considerable fortitude. As the group disembarked, the Wang brothers flanked Yi Yang, approaching a middle-aged man clad in a black suit, his hair impeccably styled, with a short blade at his waist. This man was the steward of the estate. With a slight bow, the steward remained silent, wearing a restrained smile as he gestured for them to proceed. Upon entering, they were soon surrounded by 4 armored figures, each wielding a battle knife, subtly enclosing the group as they advanced. Wei Yang walked with his gaze fixed ahead, secretly astonished by the strength of this estate. The steward likely possessed the prowess of a high-tier warrior, while the 4 armed guards were presumably elite to high-tier warriors themselves. Adding in the power he sensed, it was evident that the estate boasted dozens of formal warriors and nearly 10 elite warriors, with 2 or 3 high-tier warriors among them. Remarkably, these individuals appeared to be mere guards of the estate. Such power was characteristic of the most prestigious families within the base city. In comparison, the Wang family paled in significance, explaining their audacity in exerting pressure. The group traversed through the villa and reached the rear garden. The expansive lawn was adorned with ornamental trees and various flora. Though they were trimmed to a modest height for security reasons, evident from the pronounced signs of pruning, In the center of the garden stood a canopy pavilion covering an area of over 100 square meters, where a silver-haired elder reclined leisurely, sipping tea. His hair, similarly well-groomed, and seemingly ordinary attire exuded an aura of affluence. This man was the owner of the estate, the head of the Yao family in the base city. Yao Wansheng, one of the martial arts experts in the area, possessing mid-tier martial arts skills. "Sir, the Wang family has arrived." Upon hearing the steward's report, Yao Wansheng did not stir, merely glancing at the three individuals before finally fixing his gaze upon Yi Yang. "Young man, are you the aide summoned by the Wang brothers? They have offered a price that is hard to refuse." Yi Yang smiled brightly in response, his expression radiating warmth. This smile seemed to evoke a favorable impression from Yao Wansheng, whose demeanor softened as he nodded with a smile, though his tone remained even as he stated, "I can let them go." Yi Yang did not anticipate such a direct concession. However, it was clear that it came with conditions. Indeed, Yao Wansheng continued, "However, Wang Fuchuan must resign from his position, and the bao belonging to his family must be surrendered." Yi Yang remained silent. The joy on the faces of the Wang brothers gradually solidified. "I apologize, old sir, but I too have a fondness for that bao, and it is already in my possession." "Oh? Is that bao their price?" Although Yao Wansheng inquired, his expression remained undisturbed, as if he had already anticipated this development. It made sense. Since the Yao family's target was the Wang brothers, it was likely they had sent someone to monitor them. The two men had come with their acquisition early in the morning, and they could hardly escape the watchful eyes of their observers. After casting a deep glance at the two brothers, Yi Yang once again faced Yao Wansheng, stating, "Indeed. Can it be relinquished? Impossible. The items in hand could not be surrendered." Yao Wansheng lacked the capability for such a demand. Furthermore, having come this far, he could not afford to leave empty-handed. After all, he was risking exposure as an evolver and could not walk away without any benefits. The benefit he sought was that bao. With those words, the four guards around them, along with the steward, drew their blades. The swords, forged from blue-patterned steel, gleamed ominously. Chapter 35. Identity exposed, negotiations made. Yao Wansheng shows favor. The unsheathing of the combat knives sent a chill down the spines of the Wang brothers. Yet Yi Yang, standing beneath the vast sky, remained utterly composed, his expression betraying not a flicker of emotion. "Do you believe you can safeguard that bao along with the Wang brothers?" The Wang brothers, having accepted the bribe, naturally hoped the old gentleman would grant them leniency, allowing them to resign and manage their affairs without further trouble. "That bao, once in my possession, will certainly not be relinquished." "Haha, you are remarkably confident." Upon finishing his statement, Yao Wansheng's demeanor shifted, and the guards prepared to strike. However, before they could act, with a swift motion, Yi Yang had already drawn his combat knife, Bai Chuan, and in an instant vanished from sight. The clash of blades rang out almost simultaneously, and 5 figures were sent hurtling backward, crashing onto the lawn 10 meters away. 2 high-level warriors and 3 elite mid-tier warriors, defeated in an instant. They had no power to retaliate. This scene left not only the Wang brothers aghast but also caused Yao Wansheng's pupils to constrict. He had already held this young man in high regard. Yet he had still underestimated him. Evolver Yao Wansheng cast a profound look at the Wang brothers. "Ha ha ha, I did not expect to misjudge you so thoroughly." Gazing at the combat knife now pointed towards him from the position where the steward had previously stood, Yao Wansheng felt a tremor in his eye. He sensed the threat of death. This youth's speed was astonishing. He had seen nothing but a fleeting shadow, undoubtedly an evolver. Given the swiftness of his reactions, he must be an agile type evolver, yet his strength was formidable as well. Observing his subordinates, who had risen with torn palms, even the well-versed Yao Wansheng found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, there was no doubt regarding the identity of the evolver. The Wang brothers had taken the wooden box to the outer city, and shortly after meeting Yi Yang, he had acquired information about this young man. A few years prior, he had been assessed as possessing 9th-grade roots, subsequently working at a trading firm in the outer city until recently, when he began hunting outside the city, experiencing a meteoric rise in power. Such a situation could only be explained by one thing: a suddenly awakened evolver. Thus, the Wang brothers had been able to easily enter the Yao family estate and meet Yao Wansheng. Had it not been for Yi Yang, they would not have had the opportunity to enter the estate at all. "Old sir, I believe I can obtain that bao now," Yi Yang said, his smile radiant. Yet he did not relax his grip on the knife in the slightest. Of course, young Master Ye's strength is deserving of that bow. Yao Wanqing acknowledged, his tone shifting accordingly. As for the Wang brothers, there will be no issue. As long as Wang Fuchuan resigns, the Yao family will no longer trouble them. Yao Wanqing readily agreed, thank you. At that moment, Yi Yang flipped his wrist, holding the combat knife in a salute of gratitude. You are most welcome, Yao Wanqing replied with a smile, then gestured to the seat opposite him. Young Master Yi, please have a seat. After sheathing his knife, Yi Yang approached and sat down. Yao Wanqing personally poured a cup of tea and placed it before Yi Yang. This tea was procured from other Bei cities. We have none of this quality here. Young Master Yi, please enjoy. After taking a sip, Yi Yang nodded appreciatively. The tea was exquisite, surpassing even the finest from his previous life. A refreshing aroma flowed in his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste that invigorated his spirit. Excellent tea, ha ha ha. Upon hearing Yi Yang's praise, Yao Wanqing laughed heartily, waving his hands. The tea is indeed good, but it hardly qualifies as fine tea, so? Yi Yang awaited further explanation. In the larger Bei cities, this tea is merely of the lowest grade. It is said that superior teas possess various miraculous effects. They transcend mere tea and are regarded as treasures of the earth. The influx of spiritual energy and the existence of otherworldly realms have led humanity to discover countless extraordinary treasures. Not to mention within the blue star itself, the presence of spiritual energy over the centuries has given rise to numerous extraordinary materials. Among them are tea trees nurtured by spiritual energy, which is hardly surprising. Having been steeped in countless novels and mythologies in his past life, Yi Yang was not astonished by this revelation. After a moment's pause, Yao Wanqing continued, Young Master Yi, you must be an evolver, correct? Indeed. I awakened suddenly over half a month ago. Yi Yang confirmed with a nod. He had prepared himself for exposure before arriving. Revealing a portion of his strength bore benefits. Concealing it entirely would be unwise. With the identity of an evolver, he could undertake many endeavors with greater ease. The rapid increase in his power could be explained without arousing suspicion, thus avoiding numerous complications. In just over half a month, transitioning from a martial apprentice to a formal martial artist, and then to an evolver. Truly, you are favored by the heavens, Yao Wanqing marveled. Lost in thought for a few seconds before regaining his composure. With your status, young Master Yi, you could reside within the inner city. Yao, have a modest reputation in the base city. If you do not mind, the Yao family can offer some assistance. Thank you, old Sird. Wai Yang paused, not rejecting the offer but adding, however, I am accustomed to my freedom and have no desire to join any particular faction. I am not interested in the intrigues of power struggles. Ha ha ha, of course, of course. Young Master Ye's future lies beyond this place. The world outside is far more expansive. Yao Wanqing understood that Yi Yang would not be swayed by such trivial matters to join the Yao family. The future of an evolver would not be bound to this small base city. Nevertheless, he was willing to forge a connection with an evolver for the sake of his family, a worthy investment. Not in the present, but in the future. Thank you for your understanding, old sir. Yi Yang reiterated his gratitude. I shall not keep you. Young Master Yi, I will make arrangements by this afternoon at the latest, and I shall send someone to notify you. Very well, I shall await your good news. Raising his cup, Yi Yang drained the remaining tea in one gulp and then stood to take his leave. The Wang brothers quickly followed suit, their heads bowed and their expressions subdued as they exited. Once the three had departed, the steward approached Yao Wanqing. Master, make arrangements for a villa in the core area of our estate. Assign 2 servants and 2 gardeners for maintenance. Additionally, visit the city lord's mansion to finalize young Master Ye's identity. It must be done swiftly. Also, summon the 4th son back. Understood, Master. The steward bowed and promptly left, soon accompanied by 2 elite warrior guards, heading towards the city lord's mansion. Father, I have returned, a voice called out, followed by a towering figure clad in intricately crafted armor, wielding a double-edged axe forged from blue-patterned steel. He strode confidently into the rear garden. This man was Yao Wanqing's 4th son, Sangba, aged 29, possessing 4th-grade roots and natural strength, already a high-level warrior. Regrettably, despite his exceptional talent, he was not an evolver. Sangba bore his mother's surname rather than the Yao name. Although he was robustly built, his features were striking, marked by distinct angles and a resolute expression. Among Yao Wanqing's offspring, he was the most gifted and diligent in martial training. Yet, diligence alone could not match the pace of an evolver's power growth. This was the harsh reality of their world. Talent often overshadowed hard work. Fourth son, over here. Songba approached respectfully, bowing before taking a seat in the place previously occupied by Yi Yang. After pouring a cup of tea for his fourth son, Yao Wanxing slowly began. I called you here today to discuss following a certain individual, father. Songba paused mid-motion, his expression one of confusion as he regarded Yao Wanxing. Without allowing his son further contemplation, Yao Wanxing directly uttered 3 words. An evolver. Chapter 36. The follower. Although Songba bore his mother's surname, he was still of direct lineage within the Yao family. A prodigious talent destined to become a martial master, and possibly even a martial sovereign, or perhaps attain the rank of a 4th-tier martial marquis. His future was destined to surpass that of his siblings, establishing him as the purple gold beam supporting the Yao family, a white jade pillar reaching for the heavens. Thus, when Yao Wanxing suggested that he follow someone, Songba was perplexed and resistant. However, upon hearing the term evolver, all his confusion and reluctance vanished. An evolver, indeed, was a favored child of heaven and earth. Rune masters and elemental masters were also forms of evolvers, yet they remained shrouded in mystery, warranting their separate classification. Even the weakest among them, a strengthening type evolver, could easily dominate their peers. Moreover, their martial roots would swiftly ascend to 3rd tier or above upon awakening, creating a stark contrast with his own 4th-tier roots. Roots above the 4th tier were reserved for the pinnacle of martial geniuses, far surpassing 4th-tier capabilities in both cultivation speed and strength. Above the 3rd tier, there existed a realm of distinction. Therefore, for Songba, who was considered a genius among ordinary individuals, following an unparalleled talent was hardly a disgrace. Father, I understand. Yet, will that esteemed evolver wish to take me under their wing? For martial practitioners, evolvers were vastly superior and far nobler. To aspire to follow an evolver was not a guarantee of acceptance. Rest assured, the esteemed evolver, known as young Master Yi, hails from humble beginnings. Just a month ago, he was merely a martial apprentice, lacking a notable background, with only a high-tier martial apprentice woman under his command. I have also arranged for the steward to prepare a villa for us. Though it may not compare to a manor, it reflects our goodwill. Upon hearing this, Songba breathed a sigh of relief. To pledged loyalty during this esteemed individual's humble beginnings, coupled with the family's efforts, rendered the likelihood of rejection minimal. However, do not entertain thoughts of disdain. Just recently, he effortlessly sent the steward and 4 elite guards flying with a single strike, sustaining only minor injuries, in terms of combat prowess. He should not be underestimated. Thus, once you follow young Master Yi, do not act insincerely, nor dwell excessively on family matters. The farther you can walk alongside him, the better it will be for our family. In the future, we may even have the opportunity to relocate to a larger base. In response to his father's admonitions, Songba promptly rose, clasped his fists, and bowed, saying, "What father has said, I shall keep firmly in my heart." Do not worry, father. I am not one to lack discernment. Good, just remember that. Yao Wanxing felt reassured about his 4th son. Had he harbored any doubts, he would not have made such arrangements. Were he to send a foolish and ignorant individual, even if accepted, they would soon be returned. The social capital spent would be wasted, potentially incurring animosity. Yao Wanxing would never engage in such a futile endeavor. On another front, as the Wang brothers respectfully escorted Yi Yang downstairs from the manor, they once again solicited his patronage. Yet, Yi Yang declined. Just as Yao Wanxing had surmised, he was not one to accept just anyone. Following this encounter, he believed his reputation would undoubtedly spread throughout the Bay City, attracting numerous potential followers, allowing him to be selective. Why would he accept 2 individuals with ulterior motives? The rejected Wang brothers were filled with regret but felt powerless. The image of Yi Yang defeating the Yao family's steward and 4 elite guards was still vivid in their minds. Even with tenfold courage, they would not dare to coerce him, instead treading carefully to avoid provoking his ire. 2 armored vehicles departed. Yi Yang exhaled deeply. He had always known the elevated status of an evolver, surpassing that of martial practitioners, but he had never felt its weight until today's encounter with the Yao family. He realized that he need not join the Yao family, nor even offer a promise. They assisted him with his identity issue and provided him with a villa, clearly hoping to cultivate goodwill. Yao Wanqing's arrangements had not escaped Yi Yang's mental perception. He was acutely aware of everything. Upon returning home, he noticed Hong Ling, who was poised with two thick-backed short blades resembling dog-leg knives. Wei Yang smiled and gestured for her to relax. "How is it, brother?" Gently ruffling his sister's hair. He offered her a reassuring glance before responding to her inquiry. "Everything has been taken care of. Moreover, the Yao family has shown great courtesy, assisting us with our inner-city identity and providing us with a villa. We should be able to move in this afternoon at a villa." Both Hong Ling and Yi Xian were taken aback, their mouths agape in adorable astonishment. After a brief moment of surprise, Hong Ling's expression turned complex as she regarded Yi Yang, finally breaking her silence. "Are you an evolver?" "Ah?" Yi Xian, still in shock, was further astonished, her small face displaying an expression of disbelief as she looked at her brother. "Yes, I am an evolver," Yi Yang admitted candidly. "Which type?" Previously, Yi Yang had not showcased much of his strength, and even Hong Ling had not detected it. Yet, from her demeanor, it seemed she had her suspicions to strengthening type agility. Yi Yang replied after a brief pause. He could not disclose the details about his golden finger. Even the mental prowess gained from his brain domain evolution was kept as a trump card. This world was fraught with danger and mystery. Yi Yang was uncertain whether knowledge of his abilities would compel someone to attempt to seize his golden finger. Thus, he exercised caution. Huff. Hong Ling released a breath, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. But she quickly donned a smile. "That's wonderful. Does this mean we won't have to worry anymore?" Yi Yang regarded Hong Ling earnestly, and after a moment, he too smiled. "Indeed, no more worries. Moreover, Xian can also attend the academy. By the way, Xiao Yang, regarding Xian's education, I believe we should consider it carefully. Hongyi City is merely a small base city, and the martial academy here cannot provide superior guidance. I have an idea. If possible, it would be best to send Xian to a larger base for her studies." "A larger base?" Yi Yang was taken aback. Human base cities were classified into 4 tiers: small, medium, large, and super. Beyond large bases, there were only super base cities. There were merely a handful of super bases across humanity, with only 2 in the former Xia Kingdom region. The majority of base cities were predominantly large bases, with medium and small bases beneath them. Within a large base city, not only were there evolvers, but also mysterious and powerful rune masters and elemental masters. The skies there were broader and more vibrant, yet also harsher, with greater expenses involved. However, none of this posed a problem. As an evolver, Yi Yang possessed means to survive, even in a large base city. He had no doubts about this. What caused him to hesitate was his complete unfamiliarity with the conditions there. Furthermore, the long journey and the safety of traveling with his sister raised concerns. Rest assured, each year, the martial academies of large base cities send representatives to scout for promising talents. If Xian's roots reach 4th tier or above, or if she successfully awakens, the academy will send individuals to collect the new students. Of course, if her roots are mediocre, we can remain here for the time being. What do you think? All right, we'll discuss it then. If Xian truly has an opportunity to attend a large base city's academy, I will naturally be delighted. Wei Yang smiled in agreement. If his sister garnered the attention of a large base academy, he would not need to worry about her future, and he would be more than willing to support her. However, these were merely thoughts for the time being. Everything hinged on the results of the upcoming assessments. Even if his sister only possessed 6th or 7th tier martial roots, it would not trouble him. After all, it was merely a matter of resource allocation. He could simply channel any surplus resources he did not require into his sister, ensuring she would at least attain the strength of a martial master. Chapter 37. Vassals and Oaths. Hong Ling did not depart. Wei Yang and his sister invited her to reside with them in the inner city, and after some contemplation, she accepted. However, when she proposed to become Yi Yang's follower, she was met with refusal. As Yi Yang put it, they were partners and friends. The 3 enjoyed a sumptuous lunch together, rejoicing in the abundance of martial currency that allowed Yi Yang to indulge without concern for accommodation. In the afternoon, the steward of the Yao family arrived, accompanied by a towering man over 2 meters tall, clad in exquisite armor and wielding a double-bladed blue-patterned steel axe. Upon seeing this individual, Yi Yang's eyes narrowed. The man, though still under 30, possessed strength surpassing that of the Yao family's steward. The steward introduced him as Zhangba, the 4th son of Yao Wanqing. boasting fourth-tier roots and advanced martial prowess. He had been brought to express his desire to become Yi Yang's follower. Yi Yang approached the notion of a follower with caution, as this individual would be expected to remain by his side in the future. However, after Tong Ba swore an oath to forsake his Yao family identity and pledge unwavering loyalty, Yi Yang consented. In this new era, oaths that were once disregarded had taken on profound significance. Those who betray their oaths are not only scorned by all, but also subjected to the unseen retribution of fate. Such were the words of Hong Ling. Subsequently, Kangba knelt on one knee before Yi Yang, his dual-bladed battle axe planted firmly in the ground, his head bowed in solemn vow. I, Kangba, swear by the way of martial arts to devote my life to my master. Yi Yang, remaining steadfast in loyalty, never departing from his side, loving whom he loves and hating whom he hates. Should I violate this oath, may my martial path shatter, and may I find no resting place in death. Upon the completion of the oath, Yi Yang drew the blade from his waist and gently tapped the flat of the blade upon Kangba's head and shoulders in succession. I, Yi Yang, accept Kangba's allegiance. With the ritual concluded, Kangba became Yi Yang's devoted follower, akin to a vassal. For the remainder of his life, he would serve Yi Yang and fight for him until death. Observing the ceremony's conclusion, the expression of the steward was one of palpable excitement, and he displayed even greater respect towards Yi Yang, seemingly surpassing his regard for Yao Wansheng. The next order of business was to relocate. Important items were carefully packed, including the clothing of the two siblings, some cherished belongings of the sister, and a few remnants of their parents. The packed belongings were carried by several guards from the Yao family, while Yi Yang carried a battle knife at his waist, a rifle on his back, a wooden box in his right hand, and held his sister's hand with his left, followed closely by Hong Ling and Kangba. As they departed from the home they had inhabited for several years, the commotion surrounding the Yi family naturally attracted the attention of their neighbors, however, due to the presence of the Yao family's conspicuously armored guards. None dared to approach. Yi Yang merely nodded in acknowledgement to the onlookers. Although the neighbors were not malicious, they had never shown any concern for the two siblings, and now that Yi Yang had achieved success, he saw no reason to extend any favors to them. They descended the stairs and departed in their vehicle. They traveled into the inner city, finally stopping in front of a grand three-story Western-style villa near the core district. The villa was expansive, covering over 1,000 square meters, with front and back gardens of several hundred square meters, and nearly 1,000 square meters of space on each floor. The first floor comprised the reception hall, kitchen, and other facilities, while the second floor housed the bedrooms and more, all lavishly decorated, equipped with all necessary kitchenware and living essentials. The steward had even prepared a variety of fruits, vegetables, and meat sufficient for 3 days within the magical refrigerator in the kitchen. The fruits and vegetables were common, but the meat was sourced from first-tier evolved beasts. The basement was vast, spanning 1,300 square meters, containing 2 training rooms, each equipped with a force measuring device. This villa, along with its amenities and furnishings, was likely worth at least 10 million martial coins, a considerable gesture of goodwill. After expressing gratitude, the steward took his leave. Kangba selected a room in a nearby single-story building designated for servants and guards, while another adjacent building housed 2 cleaning servants and a gardener. Upon arriving at their new home, it was customary to prepare a meal, a tradition that had endured for countless years. Initially, Yi Yang had only intended to have a small gathering with his close ones. But before dinner, Yao Wansheng arrived with his 3 sons, 2 daughters, and a large entourage from the 3rd generation of the Yao family, bearing expensive gifts. However, the Yao family was met at the villa's entrance by Kangba, who stood firm in his duty. Observing Kangba's unwavering dedication, Yao Wansheng's children looked on in bewilderment, while the 3rd generation harbored unspoken grievances, yet dared not voice their thoughts about their 4th uncle. Yao Wansheng, however, wore a satisfied expression. As Yi Yang busied himself in the kitchen, he received Kangba's report and felt a wave of frustration wash over him, though he was nonetheless pleased with his newly acquired follower. After a brief pause, he set down his kitchen utensils and declared, "I shall go and see." "Yes, young master," Kangba responded, taking his leave. Yi Yang shook his head, entrusting the kitchen affairs to Hong Ling and his sister, wiped his hands and followed suit. "Greetings, young master Yi. Please forgive our uninvited presence," Yao Wansheng said with feigned humility. "No need for such formality, Master Yao. Let us converse in the living room," Yi Yang replied courteously. Fully aware of the generous gifts he had received, it would have been excessive to adopt an air of superiority, and Yi Yang was not one to conduct himself in such a manner. The group proceeded to the living room, with Kangba walking closely beside Yi Yang, as if entirely oblivious to the presence of the Yao family. Yao Wanqing seemed unaware of this dynamic, engaging Yi Yang in casual conversation. Upon learning that Yi Yang's sister and close friend were busy in the kitchen, Yao Wanqing could not contain himself and promptly dispatched his steward, along with his 2 daughters and several members of the 3rd generation. To assist, Yi Yang attempted to dissuade them, but to no avail, and reluctantly permitted their intrusion. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xinxin and Hong Ling emerged from the kitchen, and Yi Yang was taken aback to discover that Yao Wanqing's steward possessed exceptional culinary skills. Throughout their conversation, Yi Yang gleaned much valuable information, including previously unknown details. He even learned that, given his current situation, he could gain entry into an academy, and if he so desired, the best martial institute within the base city would offer him substantial benefits. However, Yi Yang had no inclination towards such endeavors. Even the large base city's academy was not something he wished to engage with at this time, as his talents were to be honed through the slaughter of evolved beasts. And he was progressing rapidly, rendering formal education unnecessary. Dinner was a splendid affair, with both hosts and guests enjoying themselves. After the gathering dispersed, the villa returned to its serene ambience. The servants and gardener returned to their quarters, while Kangba remained vigilant outside the villa, occasionally surveying the surroundings. Unless summoned by Yi Yang, he would resolutely refrain from stepping foot inside the villa. With a high-tier martial artist now at his side, discussions regarding Yi Xinxin's potential breakthrough were brought to the forefront. After some deliberation, Kangba suggested inviting Yao Wanqing to oversee the proceedings. This proposal met with Yi Yang's approval, and Kangba departed, soon returning with Yao Wanqing in tow. 2 days later, under Yao Wanqing's watchful eye, Yi Xinxin successfully achieved her breakthrough without incident, now stepping into the intermediate ranks of martial apprentices, allowing her to continue her training. With matters organized, Yi Yang felt discomfort by the stagnation in his evolution progress over the past several days. After visiting the Yao family to borrow 4 guards, he set out with Hong Ling and Kangba, driving the pickup truck retrieved from the warehouse towards the outskirts of the city. Chapter 38. Exiting the city. Kangba, as Yi Yang's vassal, drove the vehicle, while Hong Ling occupied the back seat and Yi Yang sat in the passenger seat. The truck was long and spacious, providing ample room for the 3, who were now fully armed. The previous night, they had conferred and decided against hunting in the Xiahonggai Mountains this time, as it was primarily home to low-tier evolved beasts, with few first-tier creatures present in the inner circle. Such a location was ill-suited for their newly formed team, as their strength rendered hunting low-tier evolved beasts a waste of time with minimal returns. Thus, they chose to exit the city through the West Gate. Approximately 50 kilometers beyond the West Gate lay a series of undulating hills, where the trees were equally majestic and abundant, and an abundance of evolved beasts roamed, with first-tier creatures often found at the periphery. The inner circle also housed second-tier and a small number of third-tier evolved beasts. For other hunting groups in Hongye City, this area was considered forbidden territory. Only the former 3 major hunting groups and a handful of medium-sized groups could thrive here and secure prey. The first-tier evolved beast meat commonly found in the base city mostly originated from this region. A pickup truck, which would typically not be seen in this vicinity, sped through the wilderness, drawing curious glances from members of hunting groups driving armored vehicles. Only those who recognized the driver as a martial artist dared to hush their chatter. Compared to armored vehicles, the pickup's defenses felt akin to mere paper. However, Yi Yang was unconcerned. The sole purpose of this vehicle was to transport their hunting spoils back, and there was no need to navigate through the hills recklessly. Thus, he had declined Yao Wanqing's generous offer of an armored vehicle. He preferred the separation of the cargo area from the passenger compartment, allowing for the prey to be stored apart and preventing the stench of blood from becoming overwhelming. The vehicle came to a halt at the edge of the hills, and the trio concealed it before disembarking. Preparing to venture into the mountains to and their party, Kangba wielded only a dual-bladed axe, while Yi Yang carried the Baichuan treasure knife at his waist, a longbow slung across his back, and a camouflaged rune rifle in tow. Hong Ling maintained her previous appearance, with 2 broad-bladed short knives hanging at her sides and an exaggerated sniper rifle equipped with a scope on her back. This attire served one primary purpose: concealment. However, when the first armored vehicle came to a stop nearby and a visibly skilled hunter emerged, respectfully saluting Kangba, Yang realized that his strategy had faltered. Yet, what did it matter? the three continued their journey into the hills, with Kangba leading the way, while Yi Yang and Hong Ling followed behind. This time, Hong Ling did not remove the rifle from her back, instead walking with empty hands, occasionally brushing against the hilt of her blade. As if poised to draw it at any moment, whoosh! The attack of a bamboo leaf green evolved beast was abruptly interrupted by Kangba, who severed the serpent's head from its body, then crushed it into the earth beneath his heavy boots. The trio paid no mind and continued deeper into the hills, dismissing such low-tier evolved beasts as unworthy of their attention. Only a rare low-tier evolved beast such as the merits a slight bow. After taking a few steps, Yi Yang suddenly paused. How little time had passed, and he had already become indifferent to the weapon's currency he had casually acquired. However, that bamboo leaf green snake was indeed too emaciated. With its meager flesh hardly sufficient, even if he brought it back, who would want to brew it into liquor? Moreover, alcohol itself is a rare commodity. At least in Hongya City, few in the outer city could afford to indulge in drink. Young master, we have now entered the hilly terrain. From this point onward, we may encounter first-tier evolved beasts at any moment, Zongba remarked after they had walked approximately 2 to 3 kilometers. Understood. Let us proceed. You and Hong Ling shall remain at the rear while I lead the way, Yi Yang responded, retrieving the dark rune bow from the leather bag strapped to his back. Taking the lead in front, yes. Zongba did not hesitate to comply, taking his battle axe in hand and following closely beside him. Numerous first-tier evolved beasts resided in the hills. Even he, a high-tier warrior, had to tread cautiously. Should they encounter a pack of evolved beasts, a swift retreat would be essential to preserve their lives. Compared to humans, it seemed that these beasts were truly favored by heaven and earth. After evolving, their strength surpassed that of similarly tiered humans, and with their tough hides and robust physiques, ordinary warriors would hardly stand a chance against them. For instance, Zongba, due to his innate divine strength and his axe technique trained to perfection, could merely hope to withstand a high-tier first-tier evolved beast. Even a group of mid-tier first-tier evolved beasts could easily overwhelm him. Without his innate divine strength, he would likely only achieve a stalemate against a mid-tier first-tier evolved beast. With a mere 50% chance of victory, the trio did not march straight ahead. As hunters, they naturally sought traces of their prey. After searching for more than 10 minutes, Yi Yang's footsteps halted abruptly as he removed a metal arrow from his back, knocking it onto the bowstring, drawing it half-taut, whoosh, thud. The silver metal arrow zipped through the air, embedding itself forcefully into the tree root 20 meters away, buried more than halfway. Such a fine bow. Yi Yang rejoiced inwardly after experiencing its power firsthand. Merely drawn halfway, without even activating the runes, this bow exhibited such formidable might. He could only imagine the devastation it would unleash if fully drawn, or if its runes were activated. This bow was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. Were it not for the ignorance of the Wang brothers, they would never have parted with it, hadn't Yao Wanqing been moved by it. At the spot where the arrow had struck, the underbrush rustled, revealing something struggling within. Zongba dashed over, bending down to retrieve the prey, a smile spreading across his face. It was its body still writhing, though it had been pierced through at its midsection. Though it was dead, its nervous system continued to trigger involuntary movements. A decent find, Yi Yang remarked nonchalantly, his attention focused on the prompt appearing in his mind. Indeed, even an exotic low-tier evolved beast like that could only yield 0.1 evolution points. It seemed necessary to hunt first-tier evolved beasts. Otherwise, the thought of nearly 10,000 sent a shiver down Yi Yang's spine. The effect of 0.1 evolution points was negligible, hardly perceptible. Zongba, please collect it, Yi Yang instructed, and they continued on their way. A howl echoed from afar, causing the trio to halt in their tracks. It is the howl of a wild wolf, Zongba cautioned. Wild wolves were relatively common first-tier evolved beasts, typically living in packs ranging from a few to dozens, or even hundreds. Most wild wolves were low-tier evolved beasts, with the alpha wolf being either mid-tier or high-tier. To ascend to the second tier, they would need to undergo evolution or mutation. However, mutated wild wolves would evolve into a new breed. If the wolf pack is not too numerous, our trio might be able to hunt them. Zongba added. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Yang turned and sprinted toward the source of the howl. Without hesitation, Hong Ling followed closely behind, and after a brief pause, Zongba grasped his battle axe and hurried after them. As a follower, he could not question his master's decision. Even if he sensed danger, once his master had set off, he could not remain behind. The trio moved swiftly. Surprisingly, Hong Ling, seemingly the weakest among them, managed to keep pace with the deliberately slowed Yang and even matched Zhang Ba's speed, displaying an ease that suggested hidden depths. Indeed, Sister Hong Ling must harbor a secret. She had previously concealed her true capabilities. Perhaps it was not an intentional concealment, but rather that her previous strength had been insufficient to reveal itself, and she simply did not need to exert her full power. Chapter 39. First-tier evolved beasts at the valley bottom of the hills. On a sloping grassy area, a pack of over a dozen wild wolves, comparable in size to the largest tigers Yi Yang had seen in his past life, stood nearly 2 meters tall, their bristly fur erect like steel needles, aggressively besieging a herd of black-horned wild bulls. These black-horned wild bulls were also first-tier evolved beasts, having evolved from wild cattle. They were larger, with tougher hides and gleaming black horns that exuded a formidable aggressiveness. Yet these wild wolves displayed no fear, coordinating their attacks with precision, continuously assaulting 2 of the black-horned bulls with their sharp claws and teeth. Perched on a large rock over 100 paces away from the battlefield, a wild wolf, larger and with glossier fur than those below, observed the scene intently. This wolf was evidently the alpha. The howl they had heard earlier was a signal of attack emitted by the alpha wolf. Several hundred meters away, atop a small hill, Yi Yang and his companions lay in ambush. Fixing their gazes on the distant battlefield, everything, including the alpha wolf, came into sharp focus within Yi Yang's perception. The alpha wolf was a high-tier first-tier beast, while among the 17 wild wolves, 5 were mid-tier, and the rest were low-tier. Several wolves appeared to be injured. Although the black-horned bulls generally possessed a docile temperament and did not initiate attacks, their imposing size and sturdy, sharp horns meant they would not sit idly by when provoked. However, the bulls' offensive capabilities were limited and lacked the agility of the wolves, even with their tough hides. They could not completely withstand the wolves' sharp fangs and claws. 2 Severely injured bulls were on the verge of collapsing. Yi Yang observed everything unfold before him, and a thought struck him. He had set his sights on this pack of wild wolves. Not far away, the imposing alpha wolf, its fluffy mane billowing in the wind, turned its head toward the hilltop, its nose twitching as it sensed something amiss. That creature has a keen nose, Yi Yang murmured in admiration. Then turned to Zhang Ba and Hong Ling, asking, "What do you think of the wolf pack? Do you have confidence?" Zhang Ba was at a loss for words. This was a pack of nearly 20 first-tier evolved beasts. Had they not arrived later, they would have likely been surrounded by the wolves had they ventured this close. However, seeing his master's intent to hunt them, he was reluctant to agree, wanting to express his lack of confidence. Yet, his master had clearly made a decision, so he could only nod. "Not a problem," Hong Ling replied decisively, drawing her broad-bladed knives from her thighs with a sharp sound. Proceeding down the slope, Yi Yang and Zhang Ba exchanged silent glances. Zhang Ba, feeling a shiver of urgency, quickly rose and followed suit, gripping his double-bladed battle axe. Hong Ling was a striking beauty, and the nature of her relationship with his master was ambiguous. As a loyal servant, he had to keep a watchful eye. Who knows, she might become the future mistress. As for Yi Yang, he needed no protection from him. As they moved forward, Yi Yang also rose, preparing his bow and arrows. However, he was faster, swiftly flanking them from the other side. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth. Thud! 200 meters away, a wolf that had just leapt onto the back of a wild bull, poised to deliver a fatal blow, was sent flying several meters away with a whimper as a silver metal arrow lodged itself in its left eye, still quivering in place. These wild bulls are gentle creatures. Oh, no, gentle beasts. You should refrain from creating bloodshed, Yi Yang remarked to himself after successfully hitting his target. In his mind, the evolution points were updated. Evolution Domain Level 1, 10.11000. Indeed, it was only by slaying a low-tier first-tier wild wolf that one could earn a point. "I thank you," the alpha wolf growled coldly, its eyes flashing with anger as it emitted a low growl, clearly displeased by Yi Yang's interference. "Hey, I'm just looking out for you. No need for resentment." Sensing the alpha's murderous intent, Yi Yang shrugged, but his hands were relentless as he released another arrow. Swish a woo. Due to the angle, the wolf this time was not facing Yi Yang, so he missed its eyes but exposed another vulnerability. its rear. The arrow struck true, embedding itself deep within, piercing through numerous organs, and the wolf collapsed, howling in agony. A woo! This shot stunned the surrounding wolves. They were unafraid of death. Not even glancing back, they continued their assault on the first bull. However, that arrow was far too ruthless. Nearly half of the wolves immediately tucked their tails between their legs, abandoning their assault and retreating. Although the remaining wolves did not exhibit such cowardice, they too fell back. Seizing the opportunity, the herd of bison shielded their injured companions and thundered toward the valley's exit. The lead wolf atop the large stone narrowed its pupils, swiftly turning to gaze in Yi Yang's direction. Its eyes gradually turning crimson. Howls of confusion erupted from the pack, as the 15 remaining wild wolves at the valley floor received the signal, crouching low with bared teeth, staring intently at Yi Yang. As well as Hong Ling and Songbao of these, the majority focused on Yi Yang, while only 6 or 7 directed their attention toward Hong Ling and Songbao. Strike first to gain the upper hand. Hong Ling cried out sharply, twirling her broad-bladed dogleg knives with grace, her long legs propelling her forward with sudden swiftness. Songbao had no time for idle words. With a thunderous shout of kill, he brandished his battle axe and charged ahead. Tio, the lead wolf, the human's aggression was a blatant provocation, compounded by the earlier deaths of its subordinates, inciting its fury. Naturally, the lead wolf did not charge headlong. A howl erupted. The 15 wolves split into 2 waves, surging toward their respective targets. These 4-legged beasts moved with astonishing speed, leaping several meters in a single bound. This was merely their initial burst of speed. As they charged, their velocity increased, and they spread out, forming a crescent to encircle their prey. Truly, these creatures were born hunters. Observing the oncoming pack, Yi Yang mused. However, he too was not idle, with his speed fully unleashed. He drew his bow and loosed arrows with a velocity surpassing that of these beasts, all while keeping a watchful eye on the situation involving Hong Ling and Songbao, as well as the movements of the lead wolf. Among the 8 wild wolves charging toward Yi Yang, 3 were intermediate first-tier evolved beasts, while the remaining 5 were low-tier first-tier evolved beasts. Yi Yang's primary target was those 3 intermediate first-tier evolved beasts. In truth, the most effective way to overcome the pack would be to swiftly eliminate the lead wolf. Yet, Yi Yang had no intention of doing so. He wished to leave the entire pack intact. A low-tier wild wolf could fetch 30,000 martial coins in the city, a price comparable to that of a Chueya snake. However, this was merely the price for the wolf's corpse. Within evolved beasts lay a treasure known as the crystal cord. A first-tier evolved beast crystal core could be valued between 30 to 50,000 martial coins. Moreover, in most cases, crystal cores were not sold. The uses of crystal cores are numerous, the most common being for cultivation. The core is the source of an evolved beast's power, containing considerable energy. Through special processing, humans can absorb the energy from the crystal core for their own cultivation. Other applications include alchemy, among others. Chapter 40. Hunting and the Exotic Treasure. Stoneflower whoosh, whoosh, whooshed in the blink of an eye. Yi Yang loosed 6 arrows in rapid succession, striking and killing 1 intermediate first-tier wild wolf and 4 low-tier first-tier wild wolves in their vulnerable spots. With 1 arrow remaining, the head of the intermediate first-tier wild wolf tilted slightly, causing the alloy arrowhead to strike its skull, breaking upon impact without penetrating. Nonetheless, the wild wolf was sent flying by the force, rising unsteadily and shaking its head, slightly dazed. The expression copper-headed, iron-boned, tofu-waisted aptly describes wolves and dogs. Their skulls are the hardest part of their bodies, making it unsurprising that ordinary alloy arrowheads cannot pierce them. Just as Yi Yang prepared to fire a follow-up shot to finish off the dazed wolf, on the other side, Hong Ling and Songbao had already engaged the wild wolves. With a sudden leap, Hong Ling propelled herself into the air, her body stretching to its fullest as she raised her dual blades high before swiftly bringing them down. The glinting blades met the leaping intermediate first-tier wild wolf. Thud! The broad blade struck the incoming wolf, and with a flurry of strikes, the wolf's head was sent flying as the 2 figures, 1 human, 1 wolf, passed by each other. Hong Ling landed gracefully, the wolf's corpse tumbling apart. Yi Yang paused for a moment, unable to resist stealing a glance. Sister Hong just jumped so high. Those knives are incredibly sharp. With the greatest threat swiftly dealt with, Hong Ling rolled upon landing and rose with poise. Continuing her assault on the remaining wild wolves, as for Songbao, Though slightly less impressive, he wielded a battle axe that was no ordinary weapon, coupled with his formidable cultivation and innate strength. His reaction speed was commendable. With a powerful swing, he struck another intermediate first-tier wild wolf, sending blood streaming from its mouth and nose. Following this, he swiftly brought his axe down again, decisively severing the wolf's head. What a remarkable monster slayer! Yang chuckled to himself, not bothering to turn back as he loosed an arrow, striking the still-dazed wild wolf dead. As for the final beast, Yang did not spare it either. Just as it contemplated turning tail and fleeing upon witnessing its companion's fall in an instant, an arrow pierced its eye. There was no need for concern on Hong Ling's end. Song Ba was handling the remaining 2 wild wolves with ease. With 10 evolution points earned, Yang shifted his gaze toward the lead wolf atop the large stone. The lead wolf clearly did not anticipate that its reign of terror, which had instilled fear in countless foes, would so swiftly be dismantled by 3 humans. Particularly alarming was the fact that its 3 elite guards and 5 ordinary subordinates had all fallen in mere moments, without even getting close. After weighing the situation, the lead wolf concluded that it was certainly no match for these humans. Hence, it sought to flee, but escape was not an option. The archer's speed was far too swift. And in the blink of an eye, he was already several dozen meters away. With no hope of escape, the lead wolf resolved to fight. A low growl escaped its throat, a warning as the fur along its neck bristled, baring its teeth as it prepared to attack. Suddenly, the lead wolf sprang forth, its crimson gaze fixed on Yang, who was drawing his BOWIT, abruptly changed direction. Whoosh! An arrow struck the ground, missing its target. Yi Yang's heart stirred. This wolf was remarkably swift, its reflexes astonishingly agile. It was an entirely different caliber compared to the previous intermediate first-tier wild wolves. Could it be that it had undergone a mutation in its evolution? Just as there are evolved beings among humans, there are undoubtedly mutated beasts among evolved creatures. Mutated beasts arise either from the activation of certain genes or through the ingestion of rare materials. The reasons for such mutations are manifold. In terms of quantity, mutated beasts are far more common than evolved beings among humans. Wei Yang found himself hesitant to kill the lead wolf. After confirming the lead wolf's identity as a mutated beast with several arrows, Yi Yang quickly loosed 3 more, injuring it but refraining from delivering the fatal blow. Finally aware of the disparity between itself and the human before it, and having sustained injuries, the lead wolf let out a mournful howl and turned to flee. You all handle this, I'll pursue. Watching the lead wolf's figure disappear into the forest, Yi Yang signaled to Hong Ling and Song Ba, propelling himself forward in pursuit. His speed was remarkable, and with his telepathic sensing ability, even though the lead wolf had already fled several hundred meters, he had no fear of losing track of it. As he followed, the lead wolf appeared increasingly frantic, disregarding the thorns and underbrush. Racing swiftly into the depths of the hills, after pursuing for over 20 kilometers, the lead wolf finally darted into a cave at the bottom of a valley, its figure vanishing at the entrance. Without hesitation, Yang followed suit, sheathing his bow and drawing his combat knife at his waist. Upon entering the cave, he found a lengthy passageway, twisting and turning for over 200 meters. Once inside, the space opened up considerably, revealing a natural cavern. The cave featured a dark river and stalactites, reaching heights of 20 to 30 meters and spanning at least 300 to 400 meters wide. In this place, not to mention a dozen wild wolves, even dozens more could find shelter. However, Yi Yang's focus was clearly not on the cave itself. With a swift movement, he pressed deeper. Upon reaching the end, he navigated around a door-like slab, thick as several meters and extending to the cave ceiling, and his eyes lit up as he finally caught sight of the wolf once more. At this moment, the lead wolf had removed the arrow lodged in its side with its mouth, blood flowing, as it cautiously approached the pristine white stone platform nestled in the hidden recesses of the cave. Upon the stone platform grew a strikingly red plant. Stoneflower? Seeing the plant atop the stone platform caused Yang to exclaim in delight. This exclamation startled the lead wolf, which had been nearing the stone platform. It turned, baring its teeth and glaring at Yang, who stood on a stone about 20 meters away at the entrance. Hey! The beast had spotted him. Wei Yang paid no mind to the creature and, with a powerful leap, advanced several meters in one bound. With a few more steps, he approached the lead wolf in an instant. He could not allow the creature to destroy the precious treasure on the stone platform. At this moment, the lead wolf seemed to grasp Yi Yang's intentions, its eyes flashing with a mix of surprise and rage. It ignored the approaching Yi Yang and instead darted toward the stone platform, clearly intent on destroying the treasure. "You dare, beast?" The lead wolf's actions incited Yi Yang's fury. He shouted as he closed in from behind. With a sudden acceleration, his Baichuan knife was unleashed, executing the wind-cleaving slash. Thud, thud. The recently leaping alpha wolf was swiftly cleaved in a diagonal manner by a blade descending from above. Its massive carcass immediately severed into two parts, which thudded to the ground. After dispatching the wolf, Yi Yang did not even lower his head but hastened to the stone platform, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he gazed upon this treasure. The stone flower, though named a flower, was not a bloom at all but rather a plant akin to aloe vera. Its vibrant red hue, combined with its growth upon rock, earned it its moniker. The goodwill extended by the Yao family had bestowed upon Yi Yang numerous advantages, one of which included access to their vast collection of books. Literature has eternally served as a ladder for human advancement, and the new era was no exception. Within the Bay City, literature was scarce, particularly concerning introductions to the world, evolutionary beasts, exotic creatures, and rare resources, which were seldom circulated among the populace. However, the Yao family possessed an abundance of such texts. By borrowing these books, Yi Yang acquired a wealth of previously unknown knowledge, especially regarding evolutionary beasts and various matters pertaining to otherworldly realms and unique resources. The stone flower, categorized among rare resources, was not a species previously discovered on Blue Star, but one that emerged solely after the onset of the new era. Yi Yang's exhilaration stemmed from the fact that consuming the stone flower would invariably elevate one's innate potential by one grade. And it also carried a certain probability of awakening latent genes, transforming the individual into an evolutionary being. Even disregarding the latter possibility, the first effect alone assured the stone flower's immense value. Its mere appearance would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among countless powerful figures. To discover such a precious treasure flourishing within the den of wild wolves left Yi Yang both astonished and elated. After the initial shock, he hurriedly and cautiously uprooted it, securing it within the leather pouch at his waist. Fortunately, despite its extraordinary efficacy, the stone flower was remarkably resilient and did not impose stringent requirements for preservation. As long as it was consumed within 24 hours of being harvested, it would suffice. Otherwise, without a jade box or similar vessel to maintain its potency, it would be a waste to let it go unutilized. Chapter 41. Trouble having secured the stone flower, Yi Yang turned to depart, leaving behind the wolf carcasses and the crystal cores within them, hastily making his way out of the cave and swiftly retracing his steps. Upon reaching the valley bottom, he found Songba and Hong Ling already tidying up the battlefield. Noticing Yi Yang's hurried return, they quickly approached him. "Xiao Yang, didn't you pursue it?" Hong Ling inquired. Observing Yi Yang's empty hands, devoid of the alpha wolf's corpse, "No, just clean up. We must leave immediately," Yi Yang replied. "Leave? We've only just entered the mountains. Although we've slain over a dozen wild wolves and reaped considerable rewards. Why depart now?" Hong Ling questioned, puzzled. They had ventured out of the city for the purpose of hunting and making money, and with ample time remaining in the day, Yi Yang's insistence on leaving perplexed her. Yet, witnessing the urgency etched across Yi Yang's face, she refrained from opposing him and turned to gather their spoils. As for Songba, upon receiving the command, he had already hoisted a rope tied to several wolf carcasses not far away. Soon, the three of them each carried a few wolf carcasses, heading towards the direction where their vehicle was parked. After walking several miles, Yi Yang's mood gradually calmed, and he came to the realization that he had been overly hasty. However, now that they had exited the mountains, he had no intention of returning. The trio soon located their parked vehicle, only to find themselves in a predicament. The dragged-out wolf carcasses totaled 17, each quite substantial. Even though the truck's bed was sizable, it could accommodate at most 7 or 8 wolf carcasses when stacked and bound, and no more. Yet, all these represented money to Yi Yang, who found it unacceptable to abandon them here. Ultimately, Songba devised a solution to sell the surplus wolf carcasses at a low price to other hunting teams. Even after the crystal cores were removed, each wolf carcass could fetch 3 to 5 martial coins. The hunting team purchasing the carcasses could resell them for a substantial profit without any risk. This idea garnered the support of both Hong Ling and Yi Yang. Subsequently, as the two observed the vehicle and the wolf carcasses, Song Ba re-entered the forest to seek a willing hunting team. Their hunting speed had been sufficiently swift, and since Yi Yang's pursuit of the alpha wolf had not consumed much time, Song Ba found a team willing to take over within just over an hour. Before long, the transaction was completed smoothly, with the other party purchasing 7 wolf carcasses at a price of 23,000 martial coins each, resulting in a total of 160,000 martial coins. Yi Yang voluntarily waived the extra 1,000. After a mutually satisfying exchange, the trio climbed into the vehicle, securing 10 well-preserved wolf carcasses in the truck bed, covered with a tarpaulin, and set off towards the base city. Meanwhile, the team accepting the wolf carcasses did not depart immediately. Instead, they loaded the carcasses into an armored vehicle and re-entered the hills, evidently preparing to continue their hunt. Outside the cave, the rustling sounds of leaves and brush echoed. Soon, a 7-member team emerged about 100 meters from the cave, dressed in exquisite, ancient, general-like full leather armor. All members bore cold weapons, with not a single firearm in sight. Among the 7, one individual clearly served as the guide, while 4 others flanked a youthful man and a middle-aged figure at the center of the formation. Judging by their attire, the young man was evidently the leader of this group. "Young master, this is the cave of the mutated wild wolves. There are 17 in the pack, plus the mutated alpha," making a total of 18, the leading warrior confirmed, respectfully addressing the young man. "Let us go inside," the young man exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, and waved his hand to proceed towards the cave. "Young master," the middle-aged man beside him interjected, raising a hand to halt him, shaking his head, "we should first send someone to scout ahead. Qing Shu, you are being overly cautious. It's merely a pack of first-tier wild wolves. Even if there is a mutated beast, it hasn't broken through to the second tier," the young man replied dismissively. However, seeing the middle-aged man's resolute demeanor, he reluctantly nodded, saying, "Fine, you two, go ahead and scout. We'll follow closely behind." "Understood," the 2 designated individuals responded affirmatively, brandishing their weapons as they advanced towards the cave entrance. After they had sprinted several dozen meters ahead, the others began to follow suit. They entered the cave without hindrance, and upon seeing the spacious cavern, both the young man and the middle-aged Qing Shu furrowed their brows, while the remaining guards stood vigilantly around them, weapons drawn. As they kept watch, "Search," the young man commanded, his brow furrowed. The 5 warriors promptly dispersed, meticulously searching the cave. With limited hiding spots within the cavern, it wasn't long before someone shouted, "Found it!" The young man and Qing Shu quickly propelled themselves towards the source of the voice, with the other guards converging as well. Upon arrival, they found themselves at the entrance of a side chamber obscured by stalactites. The 7 of them entered, and as they turned the corner of the cave, they beheld the dismembered carcass of the alpha wolf lying on the ground. Swiftly, 2 figures darted forward to the carcass. One individual quickly returned to the young man, who was approaching at a brisk pace, and reported, "Young master, this is the alpha wolf. It has been slain. We're too late." The young man seethed, his expression darkening to an extreme. Beside him, Qing Shu's countenance was similarly grim, yet instead of lashing out, he stepped forward to inspect the wolf carcass. Moments later, a crystal core appeared in his hand. Observing the alpha wolf's crystal core, Qing Shu's eyes glimmered as he approached the young man, saying, "Young master, the one who took the treasure was in quite a hurry, leaving even the crystal core behind. The blood of the alpha wolf hasn't fully congealed. It seems they departed not long ago. What do you think, Qing Shu? What should we do?" the young man inquired, clearly reluctant to accept the situation. According to what Li Zi mentioned, this wolf pack had over a dozen members, yet now there is only this alpha wolf remaining. While the other wild wolves are nowhere to be found, I suspect someone encountered the pack, hunted down the other wild wolves, injured the alpha, and then pursued it here. They likely did not expect to find treasure here, and upon discovering it, they were overjoyed, swiftly slaying the alpha and leaving without even bothering to collect the crystal core, Qing Shu reasoned. His analysis was sound, but before the young man could respond, one of the guards interjected, "Young master, we've made a discovery." The young man's words trailed off as the guard approached, cradling a bloodied alloy arrow. Taking the arrow, Qing Shu inspected it briefly before discarding it, stating, This arrow is merely a common alloy type, easily purchasable in any base city. It bears no significance. Then, Qing Shu, do not fret, young master, Qing Shu interrupted, smiling, since they stumbled upon it by chance, along with that alloy arrow. It is highly likely they belong to a hunting team from a nearby base city. Although this hilly area is expansive, the number of hunting teams here is quite limited, and most hail from a nearby small base city. Hongyi City, a small base city? The young man paused. Then a smile spread across his face. In that case, it will be much easier. He then cast a sweeping glance at the 5 subordinates, instructing, you all disperse and discreetly search for any hunting teams carrying wolf carcasses. Do not act recklessly. Contact me immediately upon locating them. Understood. The 5 guards acknowledged, turning to race out of the cave. Chapter 42. Clue. Songba's identity exposed. Qing Shu, what do you think this treasure is? After the departure of the 5 subordinates, the youth finally inquired. Uncle Qing approached the stone platform, which stood over a meter high, and scrutinized it for a moment before shaking his head and stating, there are no traces left here. However, it is likely that the wolf underwent a mutation due to the treasures on this stone platform. Regardless of its nature, that treasure is undoubtedly precious. Unlike ordinary individuals, Uncle Qing had previously deduced the happenings inside and outside the cave with remarkable accuracy. Yet, even so, the uprooted stone flower left no signs behind. The rarity of the stone flower meant that Uncle Qing had never seen the actual specimen, let alone harvested it himself. Thus, no matter how astute he was, he could not discern its significance merely by observing the stone platform. Otherwise, had they realized that the treasure on the stone platform was a rare gem like the stone flower, the two would not have remained so composed, but would have immediately contacted their family to dispatch more experts. The youth's apparent disregard for Hongye City indicated that the family behind him must possess considerable influence. In the new era, power and strength are synonymous. The two discussed as they exited the cave. While 5 guards, all advanced martial artists, spread out from the cave, searching towards Hongye City. It was still Old Wang's goods depot. After entering the city, Yi Yang contacted Old Wang and then had Songba drive over. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yang. I knew you would continue. Old Wang, the proprietor of the depot, greeted with outstretched right hand, clasping Yi Yang's firmly. Old Wang, I still owe you a crystal viper. Yi Yang chuckled. Oh? Old Wang's heart stirred, a smile breaking out on his face. Behind him, Songba timely produced the crystal viper. Ha ha ha, thank you. This is my promise, and I shall certainly fulfill it. By the way, take a look at the bounty in the vehicle. It will surely delight you. Really? Old Wang was skeptical, but when Songba unveiled the tarp covering the wolf carcasses, Old Wang was left astounded, and the crystal viper in his hand suddenly lost its appeal. This, Xiao Yang, will you sell all this to me? Of course, among all the depots, I only trust you. Upon hearing Yi Yang's words, Old Wang's eyes reddened, nearly brought to tears. He understood that it was due to his previous protection of Yi Yang's sister. That adorable and sensible little girl, that Yi Yang acted so generously. To owe him, it had merely been a small favor. After all, the Wang brothers' strength was limited. Yet now, Yi Yang had produced an entire vehicle filled with the corpses of first-tier evolved beasts. A rarity in the outer city. Just this single load of prey could ensure he reaped immense profits, a drop of kindness repaid with a fountain. Old Wang was deeply moved by Yi Yang's character. In the new era, individuals with such virtues are scarce, and because of their rarity, they are all the more precious. Subsequently, amidst a friendly atmosphere, a transaction was completed for 10 evolved beasts and a crystal viper, yielding Yi Yang over 300,000 martial coins, while Old Wang acquired prey that was nearly unattainable from other depots in the outer city. If these evolved beasts were sold in the outer city, Old Wang would garner at least 200,000 martial coins in profit. Even if sent to the inner city, he could still expect over 100,000 martial coins, in the Kuai Hills. 5 warriors clad in full leather armor, wielding combat knives, were ruthlessly slaughtering a medium-sized hunting team. This hunting team comprised just over 20 members, with around 5 martial artists among them. Such a force was already at the top tier within the hunting teams of Hongye City. Apart from 3 large hunting teams, this group ranked within the top 10 of others. Yet, even with such formidable strength, this hunting team was unable to mount a proper defense against the assault of 5 attackers. The rune rifles in the hands of the team members failed to hit their targets and were swiftly cut down by the 5 assailants, leaving behind only 3 captives with severed limbs, while the rest perished. Once the battle concluded, 2 members hoisted their knives and approached, opening the rear door of an armored vehicle and tossing out a series of wolf carcasses. The captured members of the hunting team knelt on the ground, looking up in despair at the youth and a middle-aged man standing 3 meters away. Young master, a total of 7 wolf carcasses, all freshly slain. This is the only hunting team with wolf carcasses. No treasures were found on the bodies or the captives, one of the guards reported to the youth. Understood, the youth nodded and stepped forward to survey the 3 captives, furrowing his brow as he inquired. Tell me, where are the treasures obtained from the cave hidden? Speak, and I may spare your lives. The members of the hunting team then realized that the reason these ruthless bandits had come for them was the wolf carcasses they had happily purchased earlier. Their hearts burned with resentment, directed both at the individuals before them and at Songba. Among Yi Yang's team, the leader of this hunting group only recognized Songba, as Hong Ling and Yi Yang were previously unknown figures with few acquaintances. Furthermore, this hunting team had been operating in the Kuai Hills, having not even seen the 2 before. With the reason understood, the 3 captives' hatred towards Songba intensified. They believed Songba had deliberately orchestrated this to divert attention from themselves. Fortunately, the Yao family concealed Songba's identity well, and these individuals were unaware of his true nature. Nevertheless, they revealed the source from which they acquired the wolf carcasses. The hunting team leader's communication watch was confiscated, and by examining the transaction records, Songba's image soon appeared. Kill them, the youth instructed indifferently, turning to leave. With a swift motion, sharp blades severed the throats of the 3 captives, and their faces bore no expression of shock, but rather a slight smile. They understood their fate, yet even in death, they were determined to drag Songba down with them. The wolf carcasses, weapons, human corpses, and the nearby armored vehicle were all left untouched in the hills. Such refuse was beneath the youth's notice. Upon returning to the villa in the inner city, Yi Yang immediately sought out his sister, hastily bringing her to the training room. Hong Ling glanced at the 2 siblings before heading off to prepare dinner. As for Songba, he remained outside, vigilant. Inside the training room, Yi Yang carefully retrieved the stone flower from the bee skin bag and placed it in his sister's hands. Xian, this is a wonderful treasure. Eat it quickly. Gu. What is this? Yi Xin inquired, observing it without moving. It's a precious item that can enhance your root bone and has a chance of making you an evolved being. Hurry and eat it. Yi Yang explained excitedly that I won't eat it, Gu. You eat it, Yi Xin replied, placing the stone flower back into Yi Yang's hands. The suddenness of her action startled him, prompting him to quickly catch it. His heart warmed as he cradled it with one hand while ruffling his sister's hair with the other, smiling as he said, Silly girl, I am already an evolved being, don't you know? This won't do me any good. You need to eat it. It has a 24-hour shelf life, after which it will turn to dust. I will eat it quickly. Noticing his sister was about to protest further, Yi Yang's expression turned serious, and his tone became stern. This was the first time he had spoken to her so since their parents' passing. Realizing her brother was upset and that he was indeed an evolved being, Yi Xin pouted, feeling a bit wronged as she accepted the stone flower and took a few bites. Watching his sister swallow the treasure, Yi Yang felt anxious and after a moment asked, What do you feel? I don't feel anything. Just a bit of bloating in my stomach. Her response nearly broke him. However, the records he had previously read were vague, leaving him uncertain whether the stone flower had taken effect. Frowning, he waited a moment, and seeing that his sister exhibited no adverse reactions, he said, The records state that the medicinal properties of the stone flower are gentle. Such changes may take time to manifest. No worries, during your training in the coming days, pay close attention, and if you notice any changes, be sure to tell your brother. I will, Yi Xin nodded. All right, I'm leaving now. Wait a moment. By the way, do not mention this to anyone. Understood. I promise not to say a word. Yi Xin made a gesture to seal her lips, which made Yi Yang smile as he exited. Chapter 43. Entering the city to investigate, mysterious black-clad figures. Not long after Yi Yang left the training room following his sister's ingestion of the stone flower, 5 individuals entered through the western gate of Hongya City on foot. Their attire was distinctly different from that of the hunting teams in the base city, which naturally drew the attention of the city guards. Just as the captain of the city guards was about to approach and inspect the group, the leader produced a metallic token that caused the captain to halt, subsequently signaling the group to pass without inspection. However, after the 5 had departed, the captain's eyes flashed, and he promptly dispatched someone to report to the inner city. 5 elite martial artists had entered the city, and the leader had displayed a token representing the identity of a martial master issued by the Martial Alliance. Such significant matters were not to be concealed. These 5 individuals were indeed the guards under the mysterious youth. Sir, the city guards have reported that 5 foreign martial artists have entered the city. Judging by their attire, they likely come from prominent families within medium to large bases, the steward informed Yao Wansheng. Raising an eyebrow, Yao Wansheng paused before instructing, "Send someone to keep an eye on them and see what brings them to Hongye City." "Yes, sir." The steward received the order and went down to make arrangements. Not only the Yao family but also the city lord's mansion, the city guard's military headquarters, and the prominent families of Hongye City were all keenly attentive to the forthcoming actions of these 5 individuals. As previously mentioned, Hongye City is merely a small base, with the highest level of cultivation reaching only the martial master stage. This implies that there are no formidable evolved beasts in the vicinity, nor any trace of the ferocious creatures from another world. Otherwise, Hongye City would have long ceased to exist. It is precisely because of the relatively tranquil environment that it fails to retain genuine experts. True masters possess an unwavering determination to grow stronger. Individuals of such caliber have no future in Hongye City. Those with inferior strength and lacking valuable resources naturally attract little attention. Aside from a handful of merchant caravans, outsiders rarely visit Hongye City. Now, 5 individuals have appeared, and among them, the leader is a martial master, causing many to ponder their intentions. Upon entering the city, the 5 dispersed, seemingly unaware of the tale following them. However, shortly thereafter, when they re-emerged, they had donned new armor, and significantly fewer followers trailed behind them. Clearly, they were not oblivious to their pursuers. Rather, they were luring them into a trap. It is worth noting that even the weakest among these 5 possesses elite warrior strength, with the strongest being a martial master. How could they possibly fail to notice that those tailing them were merely formal warriors? Moreover, the pursuers were not particularly skilled in tracking. The individual collapsed in the alley was swiftly taken away, and most of the followers had been eliminated, but some remained. For instance, the Yao family had dispatched a high-ranking warrior to trail them, accompanied by several others providing cover. At Old Wang's warehouse, a high-ranking warrior entered and directly stated his intention to discuss a business deal with the owner. Upon meeting, Old Wang was immediately confronted with a knife to his throat in the VIP room. "This, esteemed guest, if you have any requests, you may state them directly. There is no need for such hostility." Faced with the blade at his neck, Old Wang remained remarkably composed. The guard, observing the owner's demeanor, contemplated briefly before sheathing his weapon and placing a crystal core on the table. Second tier. Upon seeing the crystal core, Old Wang's heart raced. He was transfixed by its presence, exclaiming in astonishment. "You have a keen eye, proprietor," the guard replied with a smile, gesturing toward the crystal core. "I have 2 questions to pose to you. Should your answers prove truthful, this crystal core shall be yours. Is that so?" A fleeting glimmer of avarice flashed in Old Wang's eyes, quickly noted by the guard. "I assure you, there is no deception here." "Very well, please proceed with your inquiries," Old Wang said, discreetly pocketing the crystal core while maintaining a cordial smile. "I have learned that you acquired a batch of first-tier wild wolves around noon. Is this true?" Indeed, Old Wang did not conceal the truth. "Is this individual part of the team that sold the wild wolves?" The guard's gaze sharpened as he activated a silver watch on his wrist, producing an image to inquire. Upon seeing the image, Old Wang's expression grew serious. After a brief contemplation, he asked, "Where did you obtain this image?" "That is not your concern," the guard replied, shaking his head. Old Wang fell silent once more, and after a moment's sigh, he said, "Very well, this person was indeed part of the team, but he is currently in the inner city. I cannot ascertain his exact whereabouts." "Oh? Do you know his identity?" The guard's heart soared, surprised by the swift progress. "Indeed, money opens doors effectively. I am unaware, as this is his first time delivering goods to my warehouse. However, judging by his appearance, he seems to be a noble from the inner city, wielding a double-edged battle axe, robust in stature, clearly a master." Old Wang met the guard's gaze directly as he spoke. The guard momentarily froze, then expressed his gratitude, offering a respectful bow. "Thank you for your information. Proprietor, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "You are welcome. May you travel safely." The guard departed, leaving Old Wang standing in silence for a considerable time before finally sighing and heading upstairs to his own room. As night fell, the 5 guards regrouped in an alley near the inner city. The others had failed to glean any useful information, while the high-ranking warrior who visited Old Wang's warehouse reported his findings. Upon hearing this, the group finally had a lead, prompting the martial master to prepare to notify the young master. "Boss, I believe we should hold off on informing the young master. After all, this is merely a forgotten small base. And within such a minor establishment, they are likely to be the weakest presence. With our abilities, capturing one individual should be a simple task, right? Once we have secured the target, we can present them to the young master. Wouldn't that be more perfect?" The subordinate's suggestion piqued the interest of the leading guard captain. "Very well, let us proceed to the inner city, capture a few tongues for interrogation, and strive to locate our target before dawn. Then exit the city swiftly." "Understood." The others voiced no objections. Subsequently, the 5 easily evaded the sentinels at the inner city walls and entered the inner city. They dared not approach the core area. For despite the scarcity of masters within the city, the core area was not a place for them to act recklessly. The inner city was bustling, with commercial streets typically operating until around 2 in the morning. Numerous entertainment venues, including bars, taverns, casinos, and dance halls, thrived here. One could truly feel the vibrancy reminiscent of the pre-new era. To avoid drawing attention, the 5 decided to focus their search for informants along the commercial street, for its clamor could be heard from afar. The operation proceeded smoothly. Utilizing their skills, the 5 easily subdued a high-ranking warrior who had just exited a bar. Even though the individual was not intoxicated, facing a martial master left him with no capacity to resist, and he was dragged into the back alley of the bar. Under pressure from the group, the high-ranking warrior's expression shifted several times upon seeing the image of the target, ultimately succumbing to the fear of death and preparing to speak. Just as he was about to divulge information, a swift sound pierced the air, and the martial guards instinctively dodged, with a flash of silver. When they turned to look, they saw a silver-throwing knife embedded deep in the forehead of the informant. "Who?" the martial guard cried out, abruptly looking up to find a figure clad in black standing at the alley's exit. The figure was alarmingly close, less than 10 steps away. Upon seeing the black-clad individual, the hearts of the 5 sank. When had this person appeared? Why had they sensed nothing? The 5 grew wary, and the guard captain felt an ominous foreboding. He understood that someone capable of silently closing the distance to within 10 steps and only being noticed upon attacking must possess extraordinary prowess. Yet, was there such a master in Hongye City? "What do you wish to convey?" "Nothing much. I merely heard that you all have been causing a ruckus in the city, and I could not bear to watch," the black-clad individual rasped, their voice harsh and unpleasant. Such words struck the 5 like a bolt of lightning, reverberating ominously in their ears. Chapter 44. Exiting the city, followed a master who could approach silently within 10 steps, declaring their disdain for you while drawing blood. Could only foreshadow dire consequences. The black-clad figure departed as silently as they had arrived, leaving behind 6 corpses in the alley, each with a slender wound upon their foreheads. The following day, when the bodies were discovered, silence enveloped Hongye City, from the city lord downwards. The appearance of an individual capable of silently eliminating a mid-level martial master, 3 high-ranking warriors, and 2 peak elite warriors in Hongye City without a hint of detection was certainly alarming news for those in power. Once the information spread, Yang visited the scene for a brief inspection before returning. He deemed the incident unrelated to him. Nevertheless, the occurrence of such an event in the inner city piqued his interest, prompting him to arrange for his sister to stay temporarily with the Yao family before preparing to exit the city the next day. With Yao Wanqing present, Yang felt significantly more secure, and Yao Wanqing assured him that Yi Xin would be well protected. Subsequently, Yang, accompanied by Hong Ling and Song Ba, prepared their equipment for departure. Their destination remained the Broadleaf Hills, where they had previously discovered treasures and hunted over a dozen first-tier evolved beasts, yielding substantial rewards. Furthermore, there were no better hunting grounds around Hongye City than the Broadleaf Hills. The pickup truck exited the city gates toward the Broadleaf Hills, 2 aircraft resembling broad-bladed daggers, approximately 2 meters long and nearly a meter wide, hovered above. A young man and a middle-aged man observed the pickup truck below. "Qing Shu, is that them?" "Indeed, young master. The person we are looking for is in that vehicle." Though he does not seem to be the leader of the group, the middle-aged man replied, "Oh, but that Song Ba appears to possess high-ranking warrior strength. Indeed. However, the other two seem to possess only the strength of formal warriors. I am unsure, but the driver is undoubtedly our target." Song Ba. Qing Shu pondered for a moment before responding. "Let us follow them. Since they have exited the city, this presents an opportunity. We must not allow them to pass easily." Regardless of the circumstances, the youth made a decision, yet their actions remained unobservable. The flying apparatus trembled at an altitude of approximately 1 kilometer, swiftly pursuing the rapidly retreating pickup truck in the passenger seat. Yi Yang's eyes sparkled with determination as he tightened his grip on the ruined bow, only to relax it moments later. With a brain domain evolution at level 1, 22.11000, they entered the Broadleaf Hills. Concealing the pickup truck, under Yi Yang's guidance, the trio advanced swiftly, utilizing the dense foliage of the trees as covered in the sky. The young man and his middle-aged companion maneuvered the flying device to land about 2 meters above the ground. Upon disembarking, the apparatus quickly disassembled, soon coiling around their arms and attaching itself to their wrist guards. This flying device was evidently of superior quality. Whether it was known within the confines of Hongye City remained uncertain. Yet it had not been encountered thus far. With a swish, swish, Yi Yang appeared to be deliberate in his actions, having slain 7 emerald sprout snakes within a mere 2 hours, thus accumulating 0.7 evolution points. His meticulousness stemmed from a slight obsession. He harbored a disdain for decimal points, particularly the one that followed the number 1. Behind him, several hundred meters away, the young man trailed his middle-aged companion. Wearing an expression of bemusement, were they hunting emerald sprout snakes? While these evolved beasts were indeed rare, they were of little consequence in the eyes of the young man. Even allowing one to bite him would not inflict harm. However, the creature's talent for concealment was indeed formidable. "That young man possesses keen eyesight," the middle-aged man remarked. "As an archer, one cannot afford to lack sharp vision," the young man replied softly, nodding in acknowledgement. The middle-aged man refrained from further conversation and instead inquired, "Young master, shall we take action?" "Let us observe a while longer," the young man replied, not one to act impulsively. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is essential for victory in battle. Although their target, Zhang Ba, appeared to be the strongest among the trio, his habitual caution prevented him from striking recklessly. Still not moving, after slaying another emerald sprout snake, Yi Yang hesitated before deciding against further hunting. Once Zhang Ba had collected the snake carcass, he turned his gaze in a specific direction, leading the way at a brisk pace. The trio maintained a rapid speed, slightly exceeding that of formal martial artists. A pace that posed no challenge to the young man and his middle-aged companion trailing behind. Shortly thereafter, Yi Yang stumbled upon a horde of first-tier evolved beasts, long-tusked wild boars. These creatures were a larger variant of wild boars, their bodies encased in a thick armor of mud and resin. Their weapons were the 2 sharp tusks protruding from their elongated snouts, with mature specimens nearing 0.5 meter in length. Coupled with their several-ton weight, a charge from such beasts could intimidate even high-tier martial artists. As Yi Yang and his companions spotted the herd, the wild boars became aware of their presence. A chorus of snorts erupted from over a dozen adult long-tusked wild boars, blocking their path and facing the trio, while behind them, nearly 10 piglets were sheltered. The snorting served as a warning to the intruders. "Step back and spread out. Be cautious. Leave them to me," Yi Yang instructed his companions without moving. "Is that acceptable?" Zhang Ba remained silent, while Hong Ling, with her elegant brows slightly furrowed, inquired softly, "Not a problem." Yi Yang assured her with that. Hong Ling and Zhang Ba retreated diagonally behind 2 sturdy tree trunks for cover. Yi Yang, bow in hand and a smirk playing on his lips, effortlessly drew a metal arrow from his quiver and nocked it. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air. Thud! The arrow had penetrated the left eye of one of the mid-tier wild boars, forcefully piercing through the eye socket and into the brain. The massive creature trembled, as if frozen, before collapsing to the ground. The death of their companion sent the long-tusked wild boar herd into a frenzy. A howl erupted, signaling a charge from their leader. The ground trembled as the herd advanced, their combined weight echoing like the thunder of an army on the march. The enraged wild boars seemed intent on trampling Yi Yang into a pulp. Yet, it was precisely this confrontation that Yi Yang sought. For evolution points were his objective. With a tail that posed a threat trailing him, he needed to elevate his strength swiftly, and this group of long-tusked wild boars presented the fastest avenue to those points. One by one, the wild boars fell as they charged. Despite their evolution, these creatures were singular-minded, charging straight ahead. Their speed, though impressive, rendered them mere targets in the eyes of Yi Yang, whose reflexes and archery skills were exceedingly precise. They were even inferior to a pack of wolves. In truth, had the previous wolf pack faced off against this herd of long-tusked wild boars, the boars would have emerged victorious. Over a dozen metal arrows flew forth at remarkable speed, and the last of the long-tusked wild boars collapsed approximately 10 meters from Yi Yang, who had not shifted his stance throughout the encounter. Whoosh! Another arrow flew, striking a piglet and startling the remaining piglets into a panicked retreat. Yi Yang spared the rest of the young boars. With the brain domain evolution now at level 1, 381,000, the 15 adult first-tier wild boars had yielded 15 evolution points, and the piglet contributed an additional 0. 1.at last, the display panel appeared more pleasing. The discomfort had dissipated. Chapter 45. Third-tier martial sovereign. The haul from the 15 long-tusked wild boars was indeed substantial, yet a significant dilemma loomed: how to transport these behemoths, each weighing 2 to 3 tons, back home. Should they merely harvest the crystal cores? Such questions flitted through Yi Yang's mind, but he had no time to ponder them. The young man and middle-aged martial artist who had been tailing them finally decided to reveal themselves. After observing the situation, they concluded that the archer leading the trio was indeed formidable, though not to a degree that warranted fear. While the young man lacked some strength, he possessed numerous means of self-preservation. And after all, they faced only 3 martial artists of lesser realms. As the two approached, they made no effort to conceal themselves. Once within a few dozen meters, Zhongba and Hong Ling took notice of their presence. "Young master, Xiao Yang." Upon hearing their calls, Yi Yang feigned ignorance, turning to regard the two uninvited guests with a furrowed brow and eyes full of wariness. An arrow was knocked at the ready on his ruined bow. What a fine bow! As they drew near, the middle-aged man's gaze settled on Yi Yang's longbow, a note of admiration escaping his lips. This remark prompted the young man to also direct his attention toward the bow. Recognizing its extraordinary nature, the unabashed scrutiny from the two men left Yi Yang and his companions with a sour expression. It was clear they regarded them with disdain. As Zhongba prepared to step forward, Yi Yang intervened, halting his advance while his gaze burned with intensity. Since time immemorial, the dishonor of a master leads to the demise of his servant. Please do not misunderstand, esteemed sirs. We merely wish to inquire about 2 matters. The middle-aged man said with a smirk. Yi Yang and his companions remained silent, their eyes fixed on every move made by their adversaries. Noticing their lack of response, the middle-aged man continued unabated. "First, 2 days ago, did you not hunt a pack of first-tier wild wolves? And if we did?" Yi Yang finally spoke. "No matter. We simply wish to ascertain whether you ventured into the wolves' den," the middle-aged man replied. His tone calm. "One of our team members was attacked by wild wolves, and we seek to recover his remains for a proper burial." The audacity of their fabricated tale was astounding. Yi Yang had indeed entered the cave, but there were no human remains within. It dawned on him that the mention of the wolf pack was a ruse. These two were after the stone flower. Yet, Yi Yang was left perplexed. Surely, these intruders understood the nature of the stone flower. Why had they not sought them out sooner and instead chose to follow today? Did they not know the flower was hidden within the cave? With these thoughts swirling, Yi Yang shook his head, responding, "We did not go there. The wolf escaped. It was too swift to pursue, and given our ample harvest, we did not see the need to chase after it." This explanation was plausible. However, the two uninvited guests were clearly unwilling to let the matter rest. The middle-aged man pressed on, "Is that so? Yet we have witnesses who saw the 3 of you enter the wild wolf's lair." This statement elicited a concealed scoff from the trio. Only Yi Yang had pursued the wolf. Now, they claimed it was 3, clearly fabricating their story. "Sir, you seem to have been misled. We have not ventured there," Yi Yang replied, shaking his head. "Is that so?" The middle-aged man's smile faded as he suddenly lunged towards Yi Yang, while the young man also sprang into action, targeting Zhongba and Hong Ling. "Damn it!" The moment their actions commenced, Yi Yang too moved, cursing under his breath as he swiftly released 2 arrows. One aimed at the middle-aged man and the other at the young man. As the arrows hurtled towards them, the The middle-aged man merely flicked his fingers, causing the metal arrows to shatter into fragments that fell to the ground, his gaze now fixated with fervor on Yi Yang's prized bow. The young man, however, was momentarily halted by the incoming arrow. It struck too swiftly for him to be careless, lacking the middle-aged man's prowess. This brief pause afforded Zhang Ba and Hong Ling the opportunity to join forces against the threat. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man paid no mind to the battle unfolding elsewhere. His sole focus was on subduing the young man before him. He could discern that the young man was indeed the leader among the trio. Furthermore, the exquisite bow before him stirred a deep yearning within him. If he was not mistaken, this should be a runic weapon, and yet, as a master of the martial sovereign level, he possessed not even a single runic weapon. Seizing this bow would allow him to exchange it for a formidable weapon upon his return. The martial sovereign level was a third-tier mastery, a caliber far beyond that of a martial master. Even a peak martial master could not compare, as evidenced by the earlier incident where the opponent effortlessly shattered a metal arrow with a mere flick of his finger. Both in physical defense and reflexes, he surpassed a martial master by a considerable margin. However, this Uncle Qing had overstepped his bounds. He did not regard Yi Yang with any respect and thus refrained from drawing his weapon, deeming the youth unworthy of his blade. His speed was astonishingly swift, closing the distance of 100 paces in an instant, while Yi Yang, who had released 2 arrows, was utterly unable to fire a third. And even if he managed to unleash a third arrow, what of it? Uncle Qing was unperturbed. It would merely be a trivial matter for him. He had grown complacent, forgetting the wise counsel of his former master. In the realm of combat, one must not underestimate the young or the old. Thus, as Uncle Qing approached within 2 meters of Yi Yang, his hands poised to capture the youth, a sudden brilliance ignited in the young man's eyes. Followed by the resounding clash of metal, the battle blade at his waist was drawn. Uncle Qing sneered, appreciating the young man's audacity to draw his weapon, but that admiration was fleeting. In the next moment, the smirk vanished from Uncle Qing's face. The blade moved with blinding speed, reaching its target in an instant. He had to evade. A drastic change overcame Uncle Qing's countenance as he propelled himself backward with all his might to avoid the deadly slash aimed at his neck. Simultaneously, he raised his arms to block the incoming strike. However, with a sickening sound, Uncle Qing felt his arms grow light, swiftly followed by a surge of excruciating pain. A wretched cry escaped his lips. He had evaded the initial strike, but his hands had not been so fortunate, severed at the wrists by the keen edge of the Baichuan blade. Regrettably, though he marveled at the opponent's reflexes, Yi Yang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. His full-force slash had not claimed his foe's life. Nevertheless, he pressed on, unleashing the perfected wind-cutting blade technique like an unending tide. The blade moved with such swiftness that it left behind only shimmering trails of light. His figure mirrored that velocity, darting around Uncle Qing with the grace of teleportation, relentlessly striking. Yi Yang dared not allow his opponent a moment's respite. The man's prowess was undoubtedly at the 3rd tier. Not only was his cultivation formidable, but the presence of elixirs or treasures on him was also uncertain. The identities of these 2 individuals were far from ordinary. They had previously tracked him using a sophisticated single-person flying device, something he had never encountered before, reminiscent of sword flight and immediately indicative of their extraordinary nature. These 2 were likely from a more significant base, perhaps even a large metropolitan base. Thus, Yang resolved to eliminate them entirely to prevent future troubles. Under Yi Yang's relentless assault, Uncle Qing dared not delay. The speed of his adversary was overwhelming, and the loss of his arms served as a grim reminder of the peril to his own head. Thus, he had no time to staunch the bleeding or consume any healing potions. He could not even deploy his escape vehicle in time. On the other side, the young man, battling alongside Zhang Ba and Hong Ling, noticed the shift in circumstances and his face blanched. He cried out in alarm. That shout startled Uncle Qing, causing him to instinctively flinch. Glancing over, he saw the youth clearly gaining the upper hand. In a duel against a formidable opponent, the greatest fear is distraction. A moment's lapse can reveal vulnerabilities, often fatal ones. The martial sovereign Uncle Qing had made this critical error. There was no remedy. The young man's status was too elevated, and even as a martial sovereign, he dared not permit even the slightest mishap. It was precisely due to his excessive concern that the young man's urgent shout caused him to err. A mistake that Yi Yang seized upon, as a consequence. This martial sovereign met his demise, his heart pierced by Yi Yang's blade, followed by a brutal twist. Uncle Qing felt a searing pain in his heart, anger igniting in his eyes as his left arm lashed out like a steel whip in a final desperate attempt to strike down Yi Yang, hoping at least to inflict severe injury. He could perish, but the young master must not die. Yet Yi Yang was evidently astute. After piercing the opponent's heart and inflicting a savage twist, he quickly released his grip, performing a backflip that propelled him 10 meters away. With a whoosh, the sound of slicing air echoed above as a powerful force swept past. However, Yi Yang had already retreated at least 10 paces. Uncle Qing's final strike missed its mark with an expression of profound resentment. Uncle Qing watched as the young man once more seized the precious bow, his eyes widening in horror as he collapsed to the ground. Whoosh! A metal arrow shot forth, aimed directly at the young man's back. Chapter 46, Defensive Talisman, Bottom Line, Death. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air with tremendous speed. The young man, currently facing away from Yi Yang, was too late to react upon hearing the whistling sound. Crack! Upon striking its target. The arrow did not produce the sound of piercing armor and flesh. Looking up, he saw the arrowhead had vanished, the shaft splintered into several pieces due to the overwhelming force. Although the arrow did not penetrate the young man's armor, the tremendous impact still caused him pain, forcing him to stagger backward to dissipate the force. Clang! Clang! The young man, who sought to take advantage of the situation to launch a surprise attack on Zongba, took several steps back, his battle blade held horizontally before him, his face ablaze with fury. You killed Uncle Qing? How dare you kill him? The audacity of his words implied that only they could kill and seize treasures, while others were not permitted to resist. Casting a disdainful glance at the young man, Yi Yang refrained from engaging in argument, drawing his bow and knocking another arrow. You will regret this, the young man shouted, filled with venomous intent as he prepared to release his flying device to escape. But would Yi Yang allow him to flee? Absolutely not. Whoosh! An arrow flew forth, aimed directly at the young man's head, followed by a rapid succession of 3 additional arrows. This time, Yi Yang showed no restraint, unleashing 4 arrows in the blink of an eye. The speed of the arrows was astonishing, and the young man instinctively attempted to evade, causing the movement of the metal on his wrist to come to a halt. The moment the arrows were released, Yi Yang lowered his bow, pushing off the ground to vanish from sight. In less than a second, he reappeared beside the young man, harnessing the momentum of his speed to deliver a downward slash. As Yi Yang vanished, alarm bells rang in the young man's mind, and he soon beheld the battle blade descending at an angle. A piercing cry erupted as a blue halo materialized, enveloping the young man completely. Boom! The steel blade struck the blue aura, which astonishingly absorbed the blow, and Yi Yang felt a jolt of rebounding force, nearly dislodging the blade from his grasp as he was propelled backward by over 10 paces. This was a defensive talisman. Although Yi Yang and Zongba were initially perplexed, Hong Ling's exclamation quickly brought clarity to Yi Yang. This fellow possessed such a treasure. It revealed his remarkable identity. Not only did Yi Yang grasp the situation, but Hong Ling also understood. Yet her following words left no room for hesitation in Yi Yang's mind. Xiao Yang, the defensive talisman either has a time limit or a limit on the number of uses. Continue your assault. We cannot allow him to escape. Upon hearing those words, Yi Yang comprehended the urgency. He charged forward once more, employing the wind-cutting blade technique to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes against the blue shield. Watching Yi Yang relentlessly cleave at the barrier, the young man grew increasingly anxious. This was his last resort. The defensive talisman could withstand up to 10 attacks from an opponent 2 tiers above him, or a continuous onslaught from a martial sovereign for an hour. It was an exceedingly rare treasure. However, he found himself in dire straits, never anticipating that an ordinary youth from a small town could possess such combat prowess, surpassing even a mid-tier martial sovereign, and slaying his strongest bodyguard. Now, someone recognized the defensive talisman. He had intended to intimidate his opponent with the talisman's extraordinary capabilities, believing that if he could, by even a fleeting moment, he would be able to leap onto his flying device and escape. While the defensive talisman was indeed marvelous, it bore a significant flaw. Once activated, the protected area could not move. To relocate, it had to be retracted. In the current scenario, the young man dared not retract the talisman. But allowing Yi Yang to continue his relentless assault would inevitably lead to his demise. Desperation consumed the young man, yet he found himself at a loss. After delivering over a dozen strikes, Yi Yang paused, realizing that this was not a sustainable approach. Was he to mindlessly hack away for hundreds of strikes? No, there had to be a more ingenious solution. Taking 3 steps back, Yi Yang brandished his blade and proclaimed, "I do not know your name, but you must understand the current situation. Either I continue my assault and ultimately slay you, or you present me with sufficient treasures, along with a vow of martial integrity to keep today's events a secret, and I may consider sparing you." Seeing Yi Yang step back, the young man felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon hearing Yi Yang's proposition, he was quite tempted. However, he harbored doubts about the other's integrity. "I can swear, but you must also vow to uphold your promise." Agreed, however, "the items you provide must satisfy me." Yi Yang contemplated for a brief moment before acquiescing. With both parties reaching an accord, the young man dispelled the defensive aura, yet he did not relinquish the talisman, still clinging to it tightly. As soon as the opponent exhibited the slightest sign of abnormality, he could reactivate the protective talisman. The shimmering shield dissipated, and Yi Yang retreated 5 steps once more. For him, this distance could be traversed in an instant, especially since he possessed the ability of telepathic perception, allowing him to detect even the most minute movements of his adversary. Both parties held their trump cards and subsequently took turns swearing oaths. After exchanging vows, the young man exhaled a sigh of relief, pondered for a moment, and produced a palm-sized metallic object. As he released it, the object floated automatically in mid-air. This was a single-person flying device, valued at several million martial coins even in the major bases, and in Hongye City, it would cost at least 10 million martial coins. With no available channels for acquisition. "Not enough," Yi Yang remarked, noticing the metallic box that had suddenly appeared in the young man's hand. "We are 3 in number. You must provide me with 3 flying devices." 3? Impossible. I do not have that many. How can you say that? You have just produced one, the one I just felled had another, and you yourself possess one as well. That makes 3, does it not? Upon hearing Yi Yang's calculations regarding the flying devices in his possession, the young man immediately became wary. "In a way. If I give you my flying device, what will I do?" "Very well then, you can provide me with 100 spirit stones as compensation." Yi Yang waved his hand dismissively, feigning that he had already made a significant concession. The price caused the young man's eyes to widen in disbelief, while even Hong Ling, not far away, looked on in exasperation. 100 spirit stones sounded trivial, yet the value of this flying device alone was not equivalent to 100 spirit stones. Anything purchasable with martial coins was inherently not comparable to spirit stones. Perhaps that talisman was worth around 100 spirit stones at most. Spirit stones were most commonly found among talisman masters and elemental masters, who controlled more than half of the spirit stone resources on Blue Star. Other families, even if they possessed some, would treat them as a treasured reserve. It was inconceivable to freely give such high-value items to someone from a family that was not even composed of evolved beings. The young man, not being an evolved individual, had no need for such high-grade items for cultivation, as beast cores were more than sufficient. "I do not have that. I only possess beast cores. How many tiers?" Yi Yang asked directly without pressing further. "The highest is only tier 3. Tier 3, that won't suffice. It doesn't match the price." Yi Yang shook his head. A tier 3 evolved beast core was worth merely hundreds of thousands in Hongye City, and could never equate to the value of a flying device. The disparity was too vast. The young man evidently understood this as well. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, 20 tier 3 evolved beast cores, along with 1 tier 4 evolved beast core, still short. Add another tier 4 evolved beast core. I truly have nothing more." Once Yi Yang confirmed that the young man was not lying, he felt reassured. The reason he inquired about the tier of the cores was to gauge the strength of the young man's family. Beast cores were seldom sold unless they were in surplus, yet for a family, having more beast cores was always advantageous. Thus, the fact that the young man could produce a tier 4 core suggested that his family likely had a tier 4 powerhouse. However, given the quantity he possessed, it could indicate that this individual was either not favored within his family, or that the highest strength within his family was merely a tier 4 martial lord, and even then, in limited numbers. "Fine, let us agree on this. Now produce the items," Yi Yang stated, conceding to the terms. The young man prepared to present the agreed-upon items. "Wait, your subordinate is not dead?" Yi Yang suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, the young man instinctively turned his head. Not far away, the body of Qing Shu lay motionless. "I don't know." In that instant, the young man realized he had fallen into a trap. Just as he prepared to activate the defensive talisman in his hand, a flash of blades neared him. This time, the distance between them was too close, compounded by the young man being distracted and unprepared. With a swift thrust, his left hand, which held the defensive talisman, was severed, and a fist, encased in a metallic glove, loomed larger in the young man's vision. Rising from below, bang, with a forceful punch, the young man was sent flying. Blood spewed from his mouth and nose, mingling with the crimson flow from his severed wrist, tracing an arc as his body ascended. Yi Yang struck. The young man soared into the air, and at that moment, Songba acted. With a leap, he raised his dual-bladed battle axe high and then swung it down with a sickening thud. A sizable head was severed from its body. The young man's eyes widened in disbelief, reflecting a look of incredulity before his spirit faded swiftly. Chapter 47. The storage ring. The young man lay dead, his head severed, leaving no chance of survival. Yi Yang had not violated his oath. He had not killed the young man but had merely wounded him. Moreover, he had not commanded Songba to attack. It was Songba's own initiative. Gazing at the fallen corpse, Yi Yang grinned widely, sheathing his blade and hastening forward to search the body. Before long, he stood up, holding an object resembling a bracelet, an undeniable smile illuminating his face. The moment the young man produced the defensive talisman, Yi Yang had grown suspicious. When the young man casually produced a flying device, it confirmed his suspicions. This individual possessed a storage talisman. Storage talismans were indeed another remarkable creation of talisman masters. The price of such a miraculous item was exorbitant, so much so that many had never even heard of it. Yi Yang learned about it from Yao Wanxing, who possessed one that, according to him, even the modest 3-cubic storage talisman he owned had cost him 10 million in evolved beast cores and a centuries-old ginseng. Both items were far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, and even high-ranking martial artists would find it difficult to come by. With the young man deceased, the storage talisman naturally became an unclaimed treasure. Yi Yang pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall, which was swiftly absorbed by the bracelet. Instantly, a vast space materialized in his consciousness. Yi Yang realized that the young man's storage ring was undoubtedly superior to Yao Wanqing's. But he had not anticipated it to be of such magnitude. This space approached nearly 30 cubic meters in size. According to Yao Wanxing, what could this storage bracelet be worth? It was likely beyond mere martial coins and required spirit stones for valuation. Though that was uncertain, gratefully accepting the windfall, Yi Yang tossed the flying device to Hong Ling, while he retained the young man's flying device for himself. He then excitedly approached the middle-aged man's corpse to search as well. He similarly discovered a storage talisman, albeit in the form of a ring. Yi Yang intended to give this storage ring to Hong Ling, but she declined, stating it was unnecessary. Songba also hesitated to accept such a valuable item. After some thought, Yi Yang decided to reserve it for his sister upon their return. Having completed the search, the haul was undeniably substantial. The storage ring obtained from the middle-aged martial sovereign was uncertain in value. But the contents of the young man's storage bracelet were certainly worth a fortune. 1 card worth 10 million martial coins, over 10 cards worth 1 million martial coins each, and several tens of cards worth 100,000 martial coins. These martial coin cards were exclusive to major bases. Hong Ling explained that the martial coins from their smaller base would indeed be recognized in larger base markets, but they required exchange at a 5-to-1 ratio. Considering this, the hundreds of thousands of martial coins Yi Yang possessed would only translate to a mere few tens of thousands after conversion, falling short of even 100,000. These martial coin cards were anonymous and very convenient for use. Many affluent individuals opted for exchanges. The young man's possession of such a bounty of martial coin cards, along with the storage bracelet, indicated that his family was far from ordinary. Yet, regardless of their status, it was of little consequence now. Death was irreversible. Moreover, Yi Yang estimated that the strongest individual in the young man's family was merely a Tier 5 martial king, a figure who, even if not an evolved being, would still rank among the elite. However, Yi Yang felt no fear. Even if the young man's family discovered his identity as the murderer, it would take them considerable time to do so. In just over a month, His combat prowess could already slay ordinary mid-tier martial sovereigns, and given a few more months to a year, with sufficient evolved beasts to hunt, even a martial king would be easily vanquished. Unfortunately, the long-toothed wild boars could not be transported. While it was somewhat regrettable, the thought of the treasures within the storage bracelet alleviated most of the pain. Simultaneously, this storage bracelet and the recent conflict solidified his resolve to leave Hongye City. The evolutionary beasts around Hongye City were simply too weak, hindering his future leveling prospect. He needed to venture to a larger base, where the evolutionary beasts near those cities were of significantly higher tiers. With first, second, or even third and fourth tier beasts abundant, there were even ferocious beasts and spatial rifts leading to other worlds. He was eager to encounter the legendary ferocious beasts and yearned to explore the rifts once he became powerful enough. It was said that only those of martial sovereign level could traverse into the other world. Even there, martial sovereigns were often mere cannon fodder. The world beyond was bound to be far more exhilarating. Having gathered their spoils, the trio swiftly evacuated with what they could carry. As for the long-toothed wild boar and the 2 human corpses left behind, it was only a matter of hours before evolution beasts would be lured by the scent of blood. Indeed, merely 10 minutes after Yi Yang and his companions departed, a dark-skinned, 7 to 8 meter long feline evolution beast appeared nearby. After cautiously observing, it could no longer resist its hunger and rushed to feast voraciously upon the corpse of the middle-aged warrior. Qing Shu. Upon returning to the city, Yi Yang and his companions did not visit the warehouse but headed directly to the inner city. With tens of millions of martial currency cards at his disposal, Yi Yang was hardly in need of funds. Coupled with the evolution beast crystal cores and rare treasures within his storage ring, he could easily live a comfortable life in Hongye City without lifting a finger. After all, with his prowess, he was already considered among the pinnacle of combat strength within the city. He brought his sister back, handed her the storage ring, and instructed her to recognize it as hers with a drop of blood. Allowing her to empty its contents, to his surprise, there were indeed some unexpected delights. The young man had clearly been a master. He possessed 10 spirit stones, which Yi Yang himself did not have. Tucked away within this middle-aged warrior's storage talisman, 10 spirit stones were by no means a trifling amount. After some consideration, Yi Yang decided to take the spirit stones, along with other items that his sister would not need, which he also stored in his own storage ring. Subsequently, Yi Yang chose not to leave the city for the time being, instead spending his days accompanying his sister in her training or leisurely wandering the inner city. With just over 10 days until the talent assessment, Yi Yang planned to wait for his sister's results before deciding how to proceed to the large base city. During this time, the Xian was quite content, as her brother had ceased hunting outside the city. She was unaware of Yi Yang's true strength, only feeling that the outside world was perilous and worrying each time he left. Now that he was staying in, not only could he accompany her daily, but he hadn't even ventured out of the inner city, which naturally eased her mind considerably. With her heart at ease, her spirits lifted as well. Hong Ling also resided in the villa, cooking daily and spending time with the Yi siblings, or going out shopping, leading a similarly pleasant life. Additionally, Sangba was exceptionally diligent, not revealing a word about the events that transpired in the hills. He either practiced daily or stood guard at the villa's entrance with his battle axe. Naturally taciturn, he had become even more reticent. The joyful days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, over 10 days had gone by. One morning, Yi Yang and the others prepared themselves, with Yi Xian donning a set of new clothes, and the 4 boarded the pickup truck parked at the door, heading towards the plaza in front of the city lord's mansion. That location was where the talent assessment would take place. Each year, it was held at the same venue, and any child who had reached the age of 12 was eligible to participate. The pickup truck stopped at a parking lot not far from the plaza, and Yi Yang took his sister's hand, with Hong Ling and Sangba following closely behind, as the 4 made their way towards the plaza. They had arrived quite early, yet a long queue had already formed. Fortunately, there were multiple testing channels, 20 in total, allowing them to choose any one among these. 10 channels were designated for the inner city children, while the other 10 were for those from the outer city. Even in a talent assessment, levels were evident. Chapter 48, Talent Assessment. My sister is an ice elementalist. How is this level reflected? With 10 channels for the inner city and 10 for the outer city. Isn't that fair? If one thinks so, they are mistaken. The population of the inner city is nearly 10 times less than that of the outer city. Thus, while 10 channels may appear equitable, it actually favors the inner city, as they do not have to stand in such long lines. Moreover, inner city children can queue at the outer city channels, but outer city children are not permitted to access the inner city channels. And so forth. Of course, these matters are not of great consequence. After all, if the base city were to face a beast tide, it would be the warriors of the inner city who would contribute the most. Therefore, absolute fairness is unattainable. Instead, this method of elevating the status of martial artists and inner city residents is more fitting for the new era. After bringing his sister near Channel 16, they registered and received their numbers before stepping aside to wait. The talent assessment had yet to officially commence. The root bone testing could be conducted by the City Lord's mansion, but the subsequent awakening ceremony required the assistance of instructors from the large Bay City's Martial Academy. Each year during the awakening ceremony, even in a forgotten corner like Hongye City, notable figures would attend, and not just one. Their purpose, of course, was to scout for exceptionally gifted evolutionists, elementalists, and future rune masters. Aside from these three, they had no interest in taking anyone else, save for children with root bones ranked 3rd tier or above, who were also considered martial arts prodigies. The Martial Academy, after all, was where martial arts were cultivated. Even elementalists and rune masters required martial training in their early stages. By 9 in the morning, the plaza of the City Lord's mansion was already bustling with people. In addition to the parents of children from both the inner and outer city awaiting assessment, many residents of the inner city had come to witness the spectacle. After all, it was an annual grand event. And many in the inner city would attend to have something to discuss later, or perhaps discover some promising talents. While these talents might not catch the eye of the martial academies in the large base city, they were certainly of interest to various families in Hongye City. Additionally, should a genius evolutionist emerge, the local authorities would need to invest early, at the very least to establish familiarity. At last, the esteemed guests arrived. 6 individuals clad in resplendent attire, their expressions composed, strode forward, with the city lord respectfully guiding them, followed by other high-ranking officials from the city. It was evident that these 6 individuals hailed from the large base city, and they were among the most mysterious and powerful elementalists on Blue Star. With his extraordinary vision, Yang discerned that the 6 appeared relatively young, at least as far as appearances were concerned. Upon reaching the venue, they did not proceed to the observation platform, but rather took their seats at 6 prepared stone tables, each placing a colorless crystal at the center, awaiting silently. The city lord then stepped forward to deliver an impassioned speech, welcoming the 6, expressing hopes for the children, and reiterating the rules. Following this, he announced the commencement of the assessment. One by one, children passed through the channels, and once they stood upon the root bone testing apparatus, it would swiftly scan them, with the results displayed on the screen shortly thereafter. After the root bone testing, regardless of the grade, they would be guided to queue for the awakening ceremony at the 6 tables. The awakening ceremony was straightforward. They merely needed to place their hands on the transparent, colorless crystals as required. As children continued to pass by, Yang and his companions remained observant in the crowd, only paying attention when a child with root bones of 5th tier or above appeared. However, these children merely elicited some gasps of astonishment before being accepted by 2 martial academies in Hongye City. The real anticipation lay in whether they could become evolutionists during the awakening ceremony. So far, however, no evolutionists had emerged. Xiao Yang, it's Xian's turn. Hong Ling was somewhat anxious, appearing even more so than Yi Yang. Yi Yang nodded silently, his gaze fixed intently in his sister's direction. Why? Xian's small face was taut, and the guiding personnel beside her spoke in an exceptionally gentle tone to reassure her. Little sister, do not be nervous. Just stand still in front of the apparatus. Nodding, the little adult like Xian stepped forward. The apparatus began to emit a rapid beeping alarm. This alarm did not signify any anomaly. Rather, it indicated the detection of a talent with root bones of 3rd tier or above, 3rd tier. As the results displayed on the screen, the City Lord's plaza erupted in excitement, and the City Lord and others sprang to their feet. For Hongye City, the appearance of a talent with 4th tier root bones was already cause for jubilation. Anything above 4th tier marked a true genius among geniuses, and such individuals would be taken away by the prefectural city, the large Bay City, to receive training at the academy. Not to mention, possessing 3rd tier root bones already implied a high potential in martial arts. there was a 100% chance of becoming a 5th-tier martial king. With a possibility of reaching the 6th tier, a 5th-tier martial expert would rank among the upper echelons in the large base city, not a person to be trifled with. Even evolutionists, if not above 4th tier, would still command a measure of respect. Such a talent, in a place like Hongye City, where even 3rd-tier martial masters were absent, would undoubtedly attract immense attention. Even if he would not remain in Hongye City in the future, the ties of kinship still mattered. As long as they were maintained, there might come a day when they could call upon him in times of need. The city lord and others were elated. Yet due to the ongoing ceremony, they remained standing without rushing over immediately. Yao Wansheng also spotted Yi Xian, and upon recognizing the little girl, his smile nearly split his face. Her brother is an evolutionist with immense strength. Who would have thought that the sister is also a prodigy? Our Yao family maintains a close relationship with them. Ha ha ha, our Yao family is about to rise. In an almost instantaneous flash, several methods to enhance the influence of the Yao family surfaced in Yao Wansheng's mind, all of which were, of course, related to the Yi siblings. Yi Xin, fully aware of the significance of possessing a 3rd-grade root, was equally exhilarated, yet her delicate features remained taut, with only the veins on the back of her hand gripping the hem of her garment, betraying her inner turmoil. The 6 individuals responsible for the awakening ceremony exchanged knowing glances and shared faint smiles, with a talent of 3rd-grade roots among them. They felt they had fulfilled their duty. Yet, that was all there was to it. A mere martial practitioner, even one with 3rd-grade roots, could ultimately not rival an evolver. Even with identical roots, an evolver's combat prowess would surpass that of an ordinary martial artist, let alone that of an elemental master. Naturally, the treatment afforded to geniuses was vastly different. Guided by an instructor, Yi Xin was led directly to a stone table, behind which sat a woman adorned in a resplendent ancient robe of azure. Cinched at the waist with a jade belt, draped in a sheer blue garment, her long hair styled in a manner reminiscent of ancient male attire. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her visage radiating an exquisite gentleness. Little sister, do not be anxious. Relax and place your hand on the crystal. Do not think of anything. Just like this, she coaxed softly as her soothing voice enveloped her. Yi Xin gradually calmed, her fair hand resting upon the transparent crystal. Before long, the crystal began to exhibit transformations, manifesting increasingly pronounced ice crystal anomalies, and with their emergence, the surrounding temperature seemed to drop. What is this? The 6 individuals behind the stone table were finally moved. They were well aware of what this phenomenon represented. In a rural place like Hongye City, they had fortuitously discovered an ice elemental master. Moreover, judging by the feedback from the crystal, her spiritual root level was at least of mid to high quality. An elemental master. It was the gift of an elemental master. Heavens, we have an elemental master in Hongye City. The appearance of this anomaly captured everyone's attention, with gasps of astonishment echoing, and the city lord and others grew even more excited. Eager to approach, silence. Suddenly, a crisp female voice rang out, resonating throughout the plaza. Following this, sharp ice spikes materialized around them. The crowd looked up to see the ethereal figure suspended in the air, her expression grave, while the other 5 employed various means to protect Yi Xin, momentarily halting the awakening process. This abrupt change rendered the plaza silent, and those who had been preparing to approach, including the city lord, were left pale and retreated in haste. After surveying the crowd, the woman nodded in satisfaction before retracting her powers, allowing the other 5 to return to their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we at Qingyuan Academy have taken a keen interest in her. What say you? Chapter 49. Competition. Nangong Bingxin. Ladies and gentlemen, we at Qingyuan Academy have taken a keen interest in her. What say you? The woman's melodious voice rang out, unmasked, and many heard her clearly. The 5 individuals behind the stone table exchanged glances, reluctant yet ultimately acquiescing. The Ice Elemental Department of Qingyuan Academy was renowned throughout Blue Star, and the woman's mentor was also a highly esteemed figure. Furthermore, Qingyuan Academy primarily recruited female disciples, with male disciples being secondary. They knew they could not compete. Of course, Sister Bingxin, she may be given to Qingyuan Academy, but should another promising talent emerge, you must not seize her. One of the handsome men among the 5 spoke up. Let us discuss this further. Bingxin did not immediately agree. This response evidently did not satisfy the 5, Yet they were left with no choice. Nangong Bingshin was not only their companion but also the team leader, and her mentor was fiercely protective. Overall, the other 5 held no advantage before her. Xiaoyang, Xin is actually an elemental master. An elemental master? Hongling exclaimed, somewhat frantically shaking Yao Yang by the shoulders, her enthusiasm palpable. Her exclamation drew the attention of those around, who soon learned that the 3 were the family of the girl who had just been identified as an elemental master. Instantly, the crowd was filled with envious congratulations, eager to establish connections with this newly minted noble in the city. However, they were destined for disappointment. Once her status as an elemental master was confirmed, the younger sister would undoubtedly venture to the capital city, and Yao Yang would soon follow suit. Thus, in response to the overtures from these individuals, Yao Yang dispatched his enforcer, Song Ba, with his imposing figure stepping forward. The aura of a high-level martial artist emanated from him, instilling fear in those nearby, who promptly withdrew. Not far away, the Wang brothers were also among the crowd. Upon learning that Yao Yang's sister was an elemental master, they felt a mix of dread and regret for not having allied themselves with the Yao family earlier, even harboring a hint of jealousy. This jealousy was minimal, yet it could quickly flourish should an opportunity arise. Wow! Another evolver has appeared. The commotion surged once more, capturing everyone's gaze. Yao Yang turned to observe. Before him stood a young man clad in coarse linen clothing, clearly ill-fitting. However, the light radiating from the transparent crystal signified that he had successfully awakened as an evolver. Judging by the manifestation, he was likely a natural-type beast evolver. Natural-type beast evolvers possess a unique ability known as beast transformation, enabling them to morph into forms such as werewolves, bearmen, or tigermen, thereby gaining enhanced strength, agility, and defensive capabilities. There are also plant-type evolvers within the natural category, capable of transforming parts of their bodies into flora to combat foes. In comparison to the enhancement type, the overall might of natural-type evolvers tends to be superior. Following the awakening, the young man's previously 6th grade martial route had ascended to 4th grade, with prospects of further improvement in the near future, potentially reaching 3rd grade or higher. In this small rural city, 2 evolvers had emerged. Alongside a rare elemental master, the 6-person team on stage was elated. The testing and awakening ceremonies continued, yet as time passed, no further evolvers manifested. However, several martial talent with 3rd grade roots did emerge. As the test concluded, Yi Xin, who had been by Nangong Bingshin's side, finally reunited with her brother. Nangong Bingshin, following Yi Xinshin's sprint, spotted Yao Yang. At first glance, she perceived that this youth was extraordinary, alongside Hongling. Hongling was beautiful, possessing a wild charm that contrasted with her gentle demeanor, drawing even another woman's admiration. Without lingering too long on Hongling, Nangong Bingshin approached Yao Yang, smiling and nodding in greeting. Given her status, she typically would not engage with a youth from a small base city, but if this young man's sister was indeed a talented elemental master, potentially becoming her junior disciple in the future, that changed everything. Hello, I am Nangong Bingshin from Qingwan Academy in Sanjiang City, and I am also an ice elemental master. Hello, Yao Yang. Is your sister looking to join Qingwan Academy for her studies? It is not yet confirmed. Previously, Nangong Bingshin had merely announced her intention. Should the siblings possess alternative plans, the 5 individuals observing from a distance would undoubtedly rush forward to contend. Even at the risk of offending Nangong Bingshin, they would not relent. Naturally, Nangong Bingshin noticed the actions of her companions, while Yao Yang's somewhat indifferent demeanor made her realize that this young man was not overly excited by her status as an elemental master. Rather, he remained remarkably composed. This boy would not be easy to handle, as expected. After their brief exchange, Yao Yang turned to the 5 individuals not far off, slightly bowing in acknowledgement. I noticed your recent efforts to protect my younger sister. If you are not in a hurry, I would like to invite you all to a meal, and I hope you won't find it distasteful. Not distasteful, not distasteful. Ha ha ha, splendid. I happen to be quite hungry. Greetings, my young brother. I am. The 5 were taken aback by Yao Yang's direct invitation. Initially feeling that their chances were slim, they now found themselves with a renewed sense of hope. Naturally, they each responded with enthusiasm, hastily agreeing while ignoring Nangong Bingshin's piercing gaze. Cunning. With a sense of helplessness, Nangong Bingshin withdrew her gaze, casting a deep glance at Yi Yang. Subsequently, She directly took hold of Yixinxin's hand, leveraging the advantage of being a woman. This scene made the other 5 individuals grit their teeth in frustration, yet they felt utterly powerless. They dared not approach to grasp Yixinxin's hand, for they could only imagine how her brother might perceive them should they do so. Thus, the 5 turned their attention to Yang, flocking toward him in a bid to ingratiate themselves, forging connections, and simultaneously boasting about the prowess of their respective academies and the tangible benefits they could offer. They displayed no awareness of their identities as mysterious, powerful, and proud elemental masters. However, the brother of a talented elemental master was indeed worth their efforts, as they watched the group depart from the plaza. The city lord and his companions, who had initially intended to greet them, ultimately remained motionless, redirecting their attention to the other confirmed prodigies set to travel to Sanjiang City, particularly the young natural evolutionist from the outer city. The boy and his parents had been invited to the city lord's mansion, accompanied by others. However, Yao Wanxing did not attend. With the connection he had established with the Yi siblings, especially considering his son Zongba was near Yiyang, the Yao family felt no need to curry favor with the suddenly affluent evolutionist. Within the Yi family's villa, the group gathered in the living room. The hour was still early, and there was no rush for a meal. Moreover, Yiyang had sent Zongba to the most renowned hotel in the inner city to reserve a table. Casting a glance around, Yiyang focused on a few individuals, ultimately settling his gaze on Nangong Bingxin. Miss Nangong, on our way here, the other 5 esteemed elemental masters informed me of the benefits their academies could provide. I would like to inquire about the situation at Qinghuan Academy. Faced with a clear-headed parent, Nangong Bingxin felt somewhat troubled, yet she understood that this conversation was unavoidable. Since other academies had not ceased their pursuit of Yixinxin, she needed to pay heed as well. Fortunately, she had already contacted her teacher beforehand and secured sufficient authority. With this confidence, Nangong Bingxin spoke. Our Qinghuan Academy primarily enrolls female students, with male students being supplementary in terms of elemental master training. Other disciplines may not be top-notch, but our ice system stands out. Renowned not only in Sanjiang City but across the entire Blue Star.my teacher is a 6th-tier ice elemental master and serves as the head of the ice department at our academy. She has granted me the authority to accept Xin as her direct disciple. However, I must mention one aspect about my teacher that is somewhat unconventional. At this point, Nangong Bingxin felt a bit embarrassed as she continued. My teacher advocates for practical combat. Once a student reaches the 2nd tier, all disciples under her guidance are required to participate in practical training. Additionally, apart from basic cultivation resources, other rewards such as more spirit stones and talismans are contingent upon completing specific tasks. What about before reaching the 2nd tier? Yiyang paused before asking. Before reaching the 2nd tier, my teacher will provide ample resources and attentive guidance, so there is no need for concern. Even during practical training, she will not neglect her students but will arrange for senior disciples to lead and protect them, Nangong Bingxin quickly replied. Upon hearing this, Yiyang had already formed a decision. Although the various benefits promised by the other 5 were enticing, the presence of a good teacher was far more critical. Having the opportunity to receive the devoted mentorship of a 6th-tier elemental master, particularly one specializing in ice, matching his sister's innate talent, was exceedingly rare. As for the practical training aspect, he did not oppose it. On the contrary, he was quite supportive. Furthermore, he planned to head to Sanjiang City to reunite with his sister, ensuring she would have his care during her training. However, Yiyang chose not to voice this decision immediately and instead looked toward the other 5. They did not hesitate, increasing their offers once more, but they openly acknowledged that in terms of faculty strength, they could not compete with Qinghuan Academy. After considering all this information, Yiyang turned to his sister. Without needing to ask, he could discern the answer from her subtle expressions. Very well, Miss Nangong, you have persuaded me. I entrust Xin to your care from now on, and I will make haste to Sanjiang City to reunite with my sister. You can rest assured, I will certainly take good care of Xin. I hold her in high regard, Nangong Bingxin happily responded upon hearing Yiyang's choice. She then took Xin aside, retrieving several small trinkets from her storage ring as gifts to foster a good relationship with her new junior disciple. After enjoying lunch, the representatives from the other 5 academies took their leave, while Nangong Bingxin remained. She and the newly admitted students needed to await the arrival of the academy's team, which would take them back to Sanjiang City in 3 days' time. During this interim, Yixin clung to her brother, knowing she would soon be separated from him for an extended period. Although reluctant, she suppressed her tears, determined to assist her brother in achieving a better life in the future. Yi Yang chose not to leave the city, opting instead to accompany his sister as they explored every corner of Maple Leaf City, indulging in carefree enjoyment. On the third day, Nangong Bingshin received notification that everyone should proceed to the outskirts of Maple Leaf City. After a brief wait, a massive flying warship hurtled through the sky, transforming from a mere speck into a colossal vessel that hovered approximately 50 meters above the ground. The flying warship, not only swift in speed but also adorned with numerous defensive runes and formidable weaponry, was primarily utilized for large-scale warfare and expeditions in other realms. This time, 3 such warships were dispatched to escort the new students to Sanjiang City. Only these flying vessels could safely transport numerous newcomers at once. For traversing the journey slowly, even with numerous upperclassmen and teachers leading the way, could not guarantee their safety along the route. After all, these new students were essentially ordinary individuals, and any mishap along the way could leave them utterly defenseless. Moreover, the challenges of a long-distance trek posed significant concerns. In contrast, the flying warship could cover the distance from Maple Leaf City to Sanjiang City in just a few hours. As the moment of parting approached, Yi Xin finally succumbed to tears, clinging tightly to Yi Yang. She was still merely a 12-year-old child, and in her past life, children of that age were often found nestled in their parents' arms. However, the new era had forced them to mature prematurely. Nonetheless, the impending separation weighed heavily on her heart. Yi Yang, too, felt the sting of emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Over the past 3 years, he and his sister had relied on one another. She was his sole family. Now, with this only family member departing, his heart brimmed with reluctance and concern. Yet he stifled the tears threatening to spill, unwilling to reveal any vulnerability before his sister. Whether one might label it as unnecessary pride or a manifestation of masculinity, he needed to maintain a smile for her sake. Xin, my dear, in no more than a year, I will arrive in Sanjiang City to reunite with you. You must diligently cultivate, for soon, you will have an elemental master as your brother. Yes, I will work hard, brother. You must come find me, Yi Xin replied, raising her sleeve to wipe away her tears, appearing as pitiful as a forsaken kitten. Seeing his sister's expression nearly swayed Yi Yang to reconsider. Brother always keeps his promises. I have never lied to you. Right? Nodding earnestly, Yi Xin extended her small pinky. Brother, let's make a pinky promise. All right, let's seal the promise. After completing the gesture, he comforted his sister, gently pulling her into an embrace and whispering in her ear. You can use the currency card in the storage ring. When you reach Sanjiang City, buy whatever you desire. Don't hold back, I still have plenty. I understand. Yi Yang, it's time to depart. Nangong Bingshin approached and announced. Go ahead, Xin. Remember to heed Sister Bingshin and your teacher's advice. Yes, brother, you must hurry and come find me. Watching as his sister was led by Nangong Bingshin up the gangway, Yi Yang could no longer contain the tears that slipped down his cheeks. Waving his hand until she faded from view, the flying warship gradually ascended, soaring to several thousand meters in altitude before emitting a brilliant flash, vanishing from sight in an instant. The departure of this prodigious young girl, Yi Xin, left many in Maple Leaf City feeling a profound sense of regret. Because they did not wait for the expression of goodwill from others, the person left. However, it is fortunate that Yi Yang remains. Yet, only Yao Wanqing knows that Yi Yang will not linger in Hongya City for long. Having declined banquet invitations, including those from the city lord, Yi Yang returned to the villa with Zhang Ba and Hong Ling. Currently, he possesses over 6 million martial currency and a small quantity of crystal cores, along with some aircraft and the battle blades of the young man and middle-aged martial sect master he had previously slain. With the blades of both the young man and the middle-aged martial sect master, particularly the young man's blade which surpasses his current single-edged blade, Bai Chuan, he need not change weapons for the time being as it can serve him for an extended period. As for Bai Chuan, it remains usable. For Yi Yang, the most pressing matter is to replace a batch of arrows. The previous alloy arrows proved inadequate, failing to pierce even the armor worn by the young man. They were still launched using a runic bow. Thus, procuring a new set of higher quality arrows has become imperative. He has already placed an order with the Tianong Trading Company, and he will receive them within a week. Alongside 3 pieces of superior armored AS for Zhang Ba's weapon, there is no urgency for replacement. With his current strength at the late stage of a high-tier warrior, Acquiring a better weapon would not significantly enhance his combat prowess and might instead draw unwanted attention. On the day following his sister's departure, Yao Wanqing visited alone. The two engaged in a lengthy discussion in the villa's study. A week later, the trading caravan from Tian'ong Trading Company arrived. A dozen massive earth shell tortoises, accompanied by several guards, entered the city in a grand procession, attracting countless onlookers. In the inner city's VIP room of Tian'ong Trading Company, the manager presented 2 jars of arrows and 3 pieces of armor resembling ancient styles. These were custom-made designs, unavailable for sale in Hongye City. The 2 bags of arrows contained a total of 100, valued at 500,000 martial currency, not the currency of Hongye City, but that of a large base city, requiring transactions via martial currency cards. The 3 pieces of armor, crafted from the hides of third-tier evolved beasts, featured key sections embedded with even harder metal plates. Not only aesthetically pleasing but also offering excellent defense. Moreover, they comprised a complete set, including arm guards, wrist guards, gloves, knee guards, boots, and helmets, with a total cost of 800,000. For the arrows and armor, Yang needed to pay a total of 2,900,000 martial currency. After producing 3 100,000 martial currency cards and spending the remaining 100,000 on various medicinal powders, Yang and his companions took their leave. The next morning, the trading caravan from Tian'ong Trading Company would depart from Hongye City, heading towards the nearest medium-sized base city, Shanjing City, from where the caravan had come. Through the introduction of the trading company manager, Yang received permission from the caravan leader to join them on their journey to Shanjing City. Chapter 51. Shanjing City, a temporary stay. The time to depart had arrived. Wei Yang, Hong Ling, and Zhongba emerged from the villa, as the Yao family members had been summoned back the previous night and were waiting outside the villa this morning. Behind them stood the high-ranking officials of Hongye City, led by a representative of the city lord's office. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Xin was detected to possess ice element affinity, prompting the high-ranking officials of Hongye City to seek ways to establish connections. However, due to the obstruction from Nangong Bingxin, they had refrained from involving themselves with the Yi siblings in recent days. Now that Yi Xin had departed, the attention of the officials naturally turned toward Yi Yang. After some investigation, they discovered the Yao family's connection to Yi Yang, particularly Yao Wanqing's 4 sons. In the presence of numerous high-ranking officials and family representatives, even Yao Wanqing found it difficult to refuse. Fortunately, Yi Yang was already prepared to leave. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Yao family head and esteemed guests, thank you for coming to see us off. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With so many people present, Yi Yang naturally expressed his gratitude. Young Master Yi, you are too modest. Please exercise utmost caution on your journey. If the outside world proves perilous, do return to Hongye City. Indeed. Although our Hongye City is not particularly strong, we pride ourselves on our favorable environment. The crowd exchanged pleasantries with Yi Yang, engaging in conversation as they walked toward the inner city's Tian'ong Trading Company. The distance was neither too far nor too close, and the large group arrived in just over 10 minutes, with many still having had no chance to speak. Unfortunately, time was limited. Wei Yang declined the gifts from the crowd, as there was little of value in Hongye City for him, and he preferred not to incur any debts of gratitude. Since ancient times, favors have been the hardest to repay, and Yi Yang knew that the gifts were given not for his sake, but for his sister's. He would not allow his sister to owe favors for such trivial benefits. The Tian'ong Trading Company's caravan was ready, awaiting their arrival. Subsequently, the caravan set off, and the 3 of them boarded an empty earth shell tortoise to begin their journey. As they exited the city, the group of Yao Wanqing and others sent them off. Once their gaze was withdrawn, the caravan leader issued a command, and the colossal earth shell tortoise commenced its march, swiftly increasing its pace. This beast was not an evolved creature but rather a formidable beast from another world. Its gentle temperament made it easy to tame, yet it boasted the undeniable strength of a third-tier beast. Its shell provided substantial defense, and even 4th-tier or 5th-tier beasts would struggle to penetrate it. In the past, such creatures were likened to turtles. However, underestimating it would be a grave mistake. Its massive size, weighing several tons, made its charge terrifying, particularly in groups. Enemies would fear its bulk, yet Yi Yang and his companions felt an overwhelming sense of security atop its back. The expenditure of several thousand martial currency was well justified, especially after 3 days, when a 4th-tier evolved beast was knocked over by the earth shell tortoise. fleeing in disarray. Yi Yang and his companions felt that this journey, though costly, was undoubtedly worth every coin. After 5 days of arduous travel, the caravan arrived at Shanjing City. The city gate. Armed with the identity token from Sanjiang City provided by Nangongbing Xin, Yi Yang and his companions smoothly entered this medium-sized bay city, also known as a state city. Compared to Hongye City, Shanjing City was larger, with a greater population and a higher proportion of martial artists and martial masters. Of course, the wilderness outside was rife with more evolved beasts. Just 10 miles from the city, evolved beasts were known to roam. Although the encountered beasts were not of high rank, they fully illustrated the dangerous conditions outside Shanjing City, which could not be compared to the relatively safe Hongye City. The disparities within the city were even more pronounced. Compared to Shanjing City, Hongye City resembled a mere township from the past, while Shanjing City was akin to a county seat. Its prosperity undoubtedly surpassed that of Hongye City by several tiers. Naturally, the city was divided into inner and outer sections, maintaining the elevated status of martial artists, albeit not to the same extent as in Hongye City. However, in the eyes of ordinary citizens, martial artists still held a lofty position. Traveling from Shanjing City to Sanjiang City involves a considerably longer journey, requiring passage through 4 or 5 state cities, taking roughly a month just for the journey, not to mention the potential mishaps along the way. If the trio were to set out directly, the likelihood of safely reaching the next city would be slim, particularly for Zongba. The wilderness along the route was fraught with numerous evolved beasts and ferocious creatures. Therefore, Yi Yang and his companions decided to remain in Shanjing City for a while. At the very least, Yi Yang needed to elevate his level, and both Zongba and Hong Ling required time to enhance their cultivation, ideally attaining martial master status. Given their intention to stay temporarily, they needed to find suitable accommodations. Staying at an inn or hotel was impractical, too expensive, and inconvenient. Consequently, the three sought out the outer city management office, where they rented a spacious courtyard for 3 months in exchange for a third-tier crystal core. After purchasing some daily necessities, they settled into the courtyard, with Zongba on guard, Hong Ling preparing meals. After dinner, the three ventured out to explore the outer city, particularly the area surrounding their residence. They returned only after nightfall, having had dinner before each retiring to their respective rooms for the night. The following morning, Yi Yang and his companions organized their gear, switching from their conspicuous armor to standard half-armor, blending in with other hunting teams. After breakfast, they departed the courtyard, locking the door as they made their way toward the city gate. Unlike Hongye City, hunting teams in Shanjing City preferred to travel on foot. The hunters here were formidable, with formal martial artists abounding. Even the smallest teams boasted several formal martial artists. Teams composed entirely of martial novices were virtually non-existent. In the wilderness beyond Shanjing City, where evolved beasts roamed freely, teams made up solely of martial novices would struggle to survive. Unless absolutely necessary, no martial novice would dare venture outside the city to tempt fate. As the trio queued at the city gate to exit, they drew the attention of onlookers, particularly regarding Yi Yang and Hong Ling. Both individuals were equipped with rune rifles, while Yi Yang additionally carried a bow and arrows. Hong Ling attracted attention not only due to her striking appearance, but also because of the exaggerated sniper rifle slung across her back. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Although Hong Ling had not changed her weapon, she had specially customized a batch of bullets, particularly armor-piercing and explosive rounds, capable of injuring even third-tier evolved beasts. This was a request from Hong Ling, while Yi Yang believed that such expensive ammunition was unnecessary. Considering her prowess with dual daggers, he nonetheless arranged for Tian Tong Trading Company to procure a batch, given their ample finances. Upon exiting the city, the queue dispersed, and the trio of Yi Yang chose a direction at random, venturing into the wilderness. However, a group of 7 individuals subtly followed behind them. Many hunters witnessed this scene, but none felt compelled to speak up. After walking several miles, Hong Ling approached Yi Yang and whispered, "Someone is following you. Understood, and no need to concern ourselves. We shall simply distance ourselves," Yi Yang replied. Reassuring Hong Ling, the trio quickened their pace as they continued onward. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, striking down a first-tier spotted cat that had been lurking in the grass. Zongba stepped forward, drawing a dagger to skin the creature. The spotted cat, being a first-tier advanced evolved beast, was not particularly palatable, and while it contained considerable energy, its market value was low. However, its beautiful fur and crystal core made it a worthwhile find. After skillfully skinning the cat and retrieving the crystal core, The trio continued on their way, leaving a gruesome scene behind. Chapter 52. Malicious Intent? Then you shall perish. At the site where the spotted cat was slain, a martial artist accompanied by 6 warriors stood before the mangled carcass. Observing the skinned body, the martial artist furrowed his brow. Are they not taking the spotted cat's corpse? Boss, the meat of the spotted cat isn't tasty. Naturally, they wouldn't want it, replied one astute member beside him. Indeed, boss, we have never consumed a spotted cat ourselves. That's not the point. These 3 individuals are unfamiliar to us, and one of them wields a gun. Their strength has never been remarkable. The spotted cat, at the very least, is a first-tier advanced evolved beast. Its meat could be sold in the outer city where many would appreciate it. Yet they only took the most valuable fur and crystal core. There's something amiss here. Finally, one truly clever soul aligned his thoughts with those of the martial artist. The others exchanged glances, and after a moment of silence, the first to speak asked, Boss, what should we do? Should we notify the team leader? It turned out that these 7 were merely a small squad from a hunting team. The team leader they referred to was a formidable martial artist at the pinnacle of his craft. A prominent figure in Shao City. Not yet. Let us follow and observe the situation. The captain pondered for a moment before shaking his head. With that, the 7 resumed their pursuit, following the direction in which Yi Yang and his companions had departed. Yi Yang, disliking the sensation of being followed, decided to halt after maneuvering around a thicket, concealing himself behind a rock. Before long, the 7 arrived, having just turned the corner of the thicket. After taking a few steps, Yi Yang and his companions emerged from behind the stone. May I assist you with something? Yi Yang's gaze swept over the 7, ultimately settling on the martial artist at the forefront. No, we're simply headed in the same direction. One of the anxious subordinates blurted out before the captain could respond. This ill-timed reply instantly soured the atmosphere. The individual had unwittingly revealed their intentions, as it was clear that they had just arrived after the trio had passed. A simple apology and a hasty retreat would have sufficed. Attack! The martial artist silently cursed at his subordinate's response, realizing that retreat was no longer an option. Fortunately, they were in the wilderness, away from prying eyes. An opportune moment to strike. Though they had gained nothing, it was better than letting potential threats escape. After all, their encounter had revealed the trio's malevolent intent, and it was far more prudent to act decisively. The captain was indeed resolute, but his decisiveness would soon lead to profound regret. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the order to attack was given, Yi Yang took the initiative. Sensing the ill intent of their pursuers, he showed no hesitation. A flurry of arrows shot forth, each one striking true within a mere 50 paces, requiring no aim. The first arrow pierced the martial artist's skull, followed swiftly by the others, each finding its mark among those who had just drawn their weapons. Had they known, they should have simply apologized and left. The mid-tier martial artist captain regretted underestimating his opponents. He had believed he could overpower them, only to be swiftly dispatched by the young man's lethal strike. The thought that this individual might not even be a match for their team leader flashed through his mind before consciousness faded. The remaining 6 had no time to react. Arrows pierced their foreheads, effortlessly penetrating their hardened skulls. 7 individuals, a mid-tier martial artist, 5 high-tier warriors, and 1 peak elite warrior, were easily felled without posing any threat. Evolution points gained. First tier brain domain, 190-1000, outside Hongyi City. Uncle Qing, a martial artist, provided 100 evolution points, while the youth contributed 20, the mid-tier captain contributed another 20, and each of the others added 2, adding to the existing 38 points. The total reached 190 evolution points. With just 10 more, Yi Yang would be able to commence the next phase of his first-tier evolution. As Zongba rummaged through the bodies with his axe in hand, he soon emerged with an assortment of items. While they left the weapons and armor untouched, he discovered a palm-sized gray cloth pouch on the leader. This pouch proved to be a valuable storage bag, offering around 20 cubic units of space. Yi Yang, uninterested in the item, intended to give it to Hong Ling, but she declined. Thus, it fell into Zongba's hands. The storage pouch, impervious to markings, could be opened and utilized as soon as it was acquired, adding a measure of convenience. Delighted, Zongba secured it close to him, and the trio resumed their journey deeper into the lush mountains, having obtained little besides the spotted cat thus far. After eliminating their tail, the trio moved with greater speed. When encountering another first-tier evolved beast, Yang refrained from intervening, allowing Zhongba or Hong Ling to practice their skills. Once again, Hong Ling demonstrated her prowess, dispatching a first-tier advanced evolved beast with a single blow. From her speed, Yang deduced that she too was an evolved being, likely of the agile enhancement type. He also noted her keen eyesight, suggesting further evolution. Yet, as Hong Ling chose not to disclose this, Yang refrained from inquiring. Zhongba also succeeded in slaying a first-tier advanced evolved beast, albeit with some difficulty. Ultimately, he could only salvage the crystal core, leaving behind the gruesome remains as they held little value in the market. Roar, whoosh, thud. In the depths of the forest, a towering 5-meter-tall violent ape howled, gripping a freshly broken tree trunk as thick as a basin, and bellowed to the heavens. It evidently did not expect a seemingly insignificant human to inflict harm upon it, rather than becoming its meal for the day. The human's speed was astounding, and their arrows were both fierce and accurate. The ape had reacted with all its might, but could not even lay a finger on its assailant. The sensation of being struck without the ability to retaliate fueled its fury, and it howled in pain, expressing its current state of agitation. The violent ape was indeed enraged, yet it was in vain. As a third-tier evolved beast, its muscles were as hard as iron, and its fur provided formidable defense. Standard weaponry would struggle to leave a mark. From several paces away, Yang observed the arrows embedded in the violent ape with satisfaction. It appeared that third-tier evolved beasts could not withstand his archery. Moreover, he had yet to activate the runes on his bow. With his current strength, he could not fully unleash the bow's potential. However, even with mere physical prowess, it sufficed. After concluding his experiment, Yang took a powerful step and leapt several meters high, utilizing a nearby tree for leverage. With his bow drawn to perfection, he released another arrow. Whoosh! The arrow soared through the air, its brilliance flickering in the forest before piercing the ape's eye, exploding the eyeball and burrowing deep into its brain. The roar abruptly ceased as the ape's massive arm, which had instinctively risen to shield itself, fell limply to its side. Following this, its colossal body toppled backward with a resounding thud, silencing the world around it. Observing the fallen third-tier violent ape, Yang nodded. It seemed that his decision to wield a bow as his primary weapon was indeed wise, as long as his reflexes surpassed those of his prey. Coupled with accuracy in targeting its vulnerable spots, even the most formidable defenses would prove inconsequential. He would still not be his own opponent. The ferocious ape was shot down, and not far beneath a tree. Two figures descended. Zhongba and Hong Ling. Upon receiving Yi Yang's signal, Zhongba hurried over to retrieve the arrow, then produced a storage bag to stow away the lifeless body of the ferocious ape. After inspecting the arrow, Yi Yang expressed his satisfaction. This arrow, indeed, was worth the hefty sum paid for it. It showed no signs of wear and could be used again. Chapter 53. The Eastern Clan Brain Domain Evolution Stage 1, 290-1000. As that tingling sensation washed over him once more, a genuine smile spread across Yi Yang's face. This golden finger was quite beneficial. Although the evolution points acquired from hunting first-stage evolved beasts had significantly decreased post-evolution, his combat prowess was growing rapidly. Second-stage evolved beasts yielded between 10 to 30 points, while third-stage evolved beasts provided 100 points. Even though 1,000 evolution points were required, it would take no more than 10 third-stage evolved beasts to advance to the second stage of brain domain evolution. By then, it might just bring about a transformative change. The tingling, pleasant sensation signified a surge in power, a feeling that Yi Yang found himself utterly enamored with. However, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating within mere seconds. Clenching his fist, the overwhelming strength granted an infinite sense of security. Should he seek out a fourth-stage evolved beast to test his mettle? This thought suddenly emerged but was swiftly extinguished by Yi Yang. At this moment, he could confidently take on any third-stage evolved beast that was not of the mutated variety, 1 for 1, or 2 for 2. Yet a fourth-stage beast was an entirely different realm. It was prudent to prioritize survival unless absolutely necessary. Zhongba was astonished. He had not anticipated Yi Yang's archery to be so formidable, dispatching third-stage evolved beasts with the ease of slaughtering chickens. This sparked a conjecture in his mind. Perhaps the evolution category of their young master was not as he had claimed, merely enhancement. Hong Ling was equally taken aback. As a practitioner of the enhancement evolution herself, She was aware that the power boost provided by this category was not so terrifying. Wei Yang had yet to break through to the martial master realm. Had he? At most, he was at the pinnacle of martial artist. Yet he could slay third-stage evolved beasts. In contrast, her current mid-level martial master strength would have no issue escaping the ferocious ape, albeit at the cost of injuries. Even with a sniper rifle on her back, it would be futile if she could not land a shot. The ferocious ape's reaction speed was, in fact, quite rapid. The three of them, each lost in their own thoughts, remained silent as they continued their journey. Over 10 kilometers away from Yang and his companions, a brutal battle was unfolding. Both sides donned full body armor and wielded weapons, surrounded by numerous corpses. However, the situation appeared dire for the 6 or 7 individuals trapped in the middle. With a loud bang and a hiss, over 10 figures clad in black armor, armed with long blades, surrounded the 7 in the center, launching devastating strikes. Each swing of their blades sent opponents flying, and those who retreated would leap back into the fray. The battlefield was a chaotic mess, with fallen trees and shattered stones littering the ground, and not far off lay the bodies of over 10 ferocious apes. The death of these numerous third-stage apes indicated that at least one third-stage martial sovereign was involved in the conflict. In reality, all 20 or so combatants engaged in battle were martial sovereigns. However, curiously, despite the perilous skirmish, a beautiful girl clad in fiery red leather armor, her hair tied in a single ponytail, remained unscathed in the center of the fray. Not far from the battlefield, 2 young men watched with amused expressions, accompanied by 4 stern-looking guards wielding hefty blades. The girl cast a furious glare at the 2 young men observing the battle, but they remained oblivious, continuing their low-voiced banter. The leading young man gazed at her with a lascivious glint in his eye, occasionally stealing glances in her direction. Heh, third young master, this Luo Qingqing is a rare beauty. Who would have thought to encounter her here? Once you claim victory, will you allow your little brother a taste? The third young master laughed heartily, but suddenly his expression turned cold as he fixed a steely gaze on his sycophant, saying in a chilling tone, "What are you? A mere nobody who can lay claim to the Luo family's young lady." This remark left the young man momentarily stunned, his expression shifting as he forced a smile and slapped his own face, leaving a red mark. Yes, third young master is right. It was my mistake. Please forgive me. Humph. The third young master scoffed, turning his attention away as he peered out over the battlefield, speaking in a low voice. You are more competent than your second brother, unlike that waste who promised me a grand gift, only to vanish without a trace now. However, with your family's strength, desiring to lay hands on the Luo family is but a foolish dream. The sycophant fell silent, lowering his head, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Yet he dared not express it. The individual before him was not someone he could offend. Even his father, a 4th-stage martial marquis, would not dare to show any disrespect to the third young master. Such was the pity for the Luo family. Li Hoen sighed internally, his desire to grow stronger intensifying. A 4th-stage martial marquis was still too low. His family needed a martial king to maintain stature in the eyes of certain individuals. While the battle was not entirely one-sided, the 6 individuals from the Luo family were clearly struggling, in the center of the fray. Luo Qingqing maintained a facade of calmness, yet the urgency in her eyes was increasingly evident, giving way to a sense of despair. Had she known better, she would have refrained from venturing so far from the city. Dongfengli, do you truly wish to see this through to the bitter end? Luo Qingqing's melodic voice rang out, her gaze ablaze with fury directed at the young man referred to as third young master. Haha, Luo Qingqing, how could I ever consider such an absolute course of action? Once I dispatch your underlings, I shall savor your exquisite fragrance, and in a few days, I will visit your family to propose marriage. I trust your grandfather will not refuse, and he will delightfully send you off to wed. Oh, by the way, I am not inclined to marry so soon. I would rather have you serve as a concubine. Ha 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 ha. Gazing at Dongfeng Li's arrogance, Luo Qingqing felt an overwhelming desire to sink her teeth into him. Yet, alas, she was only at the pinnacle of 2nd-stage evolution, with a long road ahead to reach the 3rd stage. Not to mention the 4 martial marque level guards beside Dongfeng Li. She was no match for them, even against the remaining 10 or so martial sovereigns. Indeed, the 4 guards accompanying Dongfeng Li were all martial marquis level warriors. Though they were merely ordinary martial marquis and not evolved practitioners, The gap between second stage pinnacle and fourth stage was not something that could be bridged by mere talent. Only top-tier third stage evolved practitioners or third stage elementalists might stand a chance. At this moment, Luo Qingqing found herself utterly helpless. She yearned to flee, but escape was impossible. Even her protective guards would be left behind. And afterward, her grandfather might not even seek vengeance for her. Though her grandfather loved her dearly, he was the only martial king in the family, while the Dongfang clan in Sanjiang City boasted 4 martial kings. As for the Dongfang family itself, they resided not in Blue Star but in an alternate world. The alternate world, with its abundant spiritual energy and resources, far surpassed the rejuvenated Blue Star. Naturally, establishing cities and outposts in this alternate realm was also for the safety of Blue Star. Essentially, every spatial rift within and beyond Blue Star housed a city. With the support of their ancestral realm, the Eastern Clan branch in Sanjiang City naturally lacked for experts, and the cultivation resources were beyond the Luo family's comparison. Although the Luo family also had outposts in the alternate realm, they paled in comparison to the colossal Eastern Clan. This disparity was precisely why Dongfangli could make such a statement. Your grandfather will gladly send you off to marry. Setting aside other matters, should Luo Qingqing forge a connection with the Eastern Clan, the Luo family's standing would benefit immensely across both realms. This was not a relationship a single family could easily reject. Dongfangli's boldness stemmed from his innate talent. Even if he was not an evolved practitioner, his potential was second grade, suggesting he could eventually become a martial king. The likelihood of reaching 6th stage martial emperor was high, and even 7th stage martial emperor was within reach. Thus, Dongfangli received ample support from his family, shaping his present character. It was precisely this reason that, despite being a young disciple still pursuing his studies at the academy, he could venture out with 4 martial marquis and nearly 20 martial sovereign guards. Chapter 54. Breaking through, Yi Yang's dual joys. The battle raged on. The 6 martial sovereigns from the Luo family were formidable in their own right. Although outnumbered, they fought valiantly, desperately seeking an opening. Alongside the 3 already fallen martial sovereigns, they managed to slay 4 or 5 of the Eastern Clan's martial sovereign guards. With a sickening squelch, another martial sovereign from the Eastern Clan was slain. While one of the Luo family's martial sovereign guards paid the price of an arm. Cease this at once. Suddenly, Luo Qingqing shouted. Not far away, Dongfangli observed with keen interest before responding. Let us call it a day. With a series of movements, the Eastern Clan's guards withdrew, though they still encircled the Luo family members, while the 6 guards returned to form a protective circle around Luo Qingqing. Dongfangli, do you truly wish to see this end in mutual destruction? Luo Qingqing inquired, her expression darkening. Ha ha, Luo Qingqing. With you and your subordinates, you could never hope to bring about such an outcome. Dongfangli replied, shaking his head with amusement. He truly could not fathom the source of this woman's confidence. It is worth noting that the 4 formidable warriors under his command had yet to make a move. Observing Dongfangli, Luo Qingqing chose silence. Further words would be futile. Miss, a burly man with a bushy beard beside Luo Qingqing glanced over. Uncle Jian, we will break through to the northwest direction shortly. Luo Qingqing whispered. Understood. The bearded man, referred to as Uncle Jian, nodded emphatically and exchanged knowing glances with the others. Suddenly, Luo Qingqing shouted, now, and sprang into action, releasing a transparent crystal stone that soared towards the northwest. The crystal, initially colorless, began to transform into a pale red, then crimson, and finally a fiery red as it flew. Buzz! In an instant, the crystal disintegrated, unleashing 2 blazing orbs of deep red flames that swiftly engulfed several of the encircling martial artists. Boom! The flames were evidently no ordinary fire. They ignited upon contact, radiating an exceedingly high temperature. The 3 martial guards caught in the inferno emitted anguished cries, creating a gap in the encirclement. Go! With a flurry of movement, the members of the Luo family sprang into action, dashing towards the northwest. Remarkably, Luo Qingqing, with something affixed to her thigh, moved with a speed that seemed to surpass even those of her higher-ranked martial guards. And in the blink of an eye, they broke free from the encirclement. After them, Dongfangli bellowed. The martial guards hesitated, their movements delayed. The terrifying potency of the talisman that had just been thrown was fresh in their minds. In less than a breath, 3 of their comrades had been reduced to charred remains. This is the work of an elemental master. The guard's hesitation ignited Dongfang Li's fury. Just as he prepared to pursue personally, he was blocked by two martial guards who stood resolutely in his way. Third young master, you cannot go. Stand aside. Dongfang Li, his face darkened, could no longer concern himself with anything else. The prize was slipping from his grasp, and his fury was palpable. Yet, the two martial guards remained unmoved, shaking their heads with unwavering resolve. These four martial guards were not from the Dongfang family of Sanjiang City, but rather from another realm. Serving under Dongfang Li's elder brother, who had garnered significant attention within their sect, their directive was to ensure Dongfang Li's safety. Other matters were of no concern to them. They were unafraid to defy Dongfang Li's orders, for even he and his father lacked the authority to command them. The steadfastness of the four ignited a smoldering rage within Dongfang Li, which he could not vent, ultimately resulting in his ire being unleashed upon the other martial guards. Pursue them. If they escape, none of you will survive, including your families. This threat sent a jolt through the Dongfang family's martial guards, prompting them to turn and hastily give chase. As protectors of the Dongfang family, their families resided in Sanjiang City, under the family's control, and third young master Dongfang Li was known for his ruthless nature. While he concealed himself well within the academy, it was common knowledge among the Dongfang family that if the third young master threatened to kill your entire family, he would leave no one unscathed. The remaining 10 martial guards rushed after the fleeing figures. Only after these guards had pursued did the 4 martial guards relent, following Dongfang Li in the direction Luo Qingqing had taken. Li Houwen also hurried to catch up. He felt compelled to follow. Having lost over 10 of his guards in the previous skirmish, he found himself unaccompanied and vulnerable. Whoosh, thud. A third-tier wind call leopard fell beneath Yi Yang's arrow. Despite possessing the innate ability to flee using wind, it was too late to enact its escape, as Yi Yang had struck before the beast was aware. Another 100 evolution points, and I've acquired a mutated beast's crystal core. This core was valued at 2 to 3 times that of a typical evolutionary beast core. Zhongba stepped forward to collect the windcall leopard's carcass, and with the previous violent ape. The storage space was nearly at capacity. Brain Domain Evolution Level 1, 440-1000, Psi. With 2 minor advancements, Yi Yang felt invigorated. After this enhancement, his physical prowess had finally breached the martial master stage, resulting in a profound boost to his strength. Following the first level evolution of his brain domain, his combat power reached 10. Sensing the changes, he deduced that post-upgrade, his combat power should now stand at approximately 13, augmented by the perfected Breaking Wind Blade, which offered a 2.5-fold increase. This breakthrough did not merely signify entry into the martial master realm. His raw strength had surpassed 40,000 kilograms, nearing the peak of the initial martial master stage, allowing him to unleash over 1,000,000 kilograms of force. 100,000 kilograms was considered the strength of a dragon. For ordinary martial artists, reaching the strength of a dragon at the martial master stage was the pinnacle of achievement. Due to his combat power, if he practiced black iron martial techniques, wielding the strength of 2 dragons would be extraordinarily impressive. Martial sovereign experts ranged from 1 to 5 dragons in strength, while martial marquis experts spanned from 5 to 10 dragons. Thus, with Yi Yang's current combat power, while he could not claim to rival a peak martial marquis, he was certainly more than a match for an average martial marquis. Moreover, he possessed speed, reflexes, and telekinetic perception to bolster his capabilities. Hence, should he draw his blade, dispatching an ordinary martial marquis would be akin to slaughtering a chicken. Telekinetic perception served not merely for reconnaissance. It encompassed every move and gesture of his opponent during combat, coupled with his exceptional reflexes and swift speed, allowing him to anticipate their actions and strike at their vulnerabilities. This was his ultimate technique. Has Xiaoyang broken through? Hong Ling was the first to sense the shift. The young master has achieved another breakthrough? Zhongba felt the pressure emanating from Yi Yang, his expression shifting from surprise to exhilaration. I must strive harder. Otherwise, if I fall too far behind, I won't be able to keep up with the young master in the future. Their reactions were perceptible to Yi Yang, yet he refrained from explaining or elaborating. Instead, he paused, turning to Zhongba. Under Yi Yang's gaze, Zhongba felt as if he were stripped of clothing, a sensation both uncomfortable and unsettling. Fortunately, Yi Yang's scrutiny was brief, and he soon averted his gaze. As he did so, a glimmer of joy illuminated Yi Yang's eyes. He had not anticipated this delightful surprise. Zhang Ba was also an evolutionary being, though his evolutionary factors had yet to manifest. It made sense. Innate divine strength was indeed a hallmark of evolutionary beings, a detail Yi Yang had previously overlooked. However, based on his sensing, Zhang Ba was still a long way from becoming an evolutionary. With some effort, once we reach the latter half of the first tier, I should be able to stimulate his latent evolutionary factors through contact with lower-tier beings. With this thought, Yi Yang's smile widened. Truly, it was a double blessing. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough, but he also discovered that his follower was an evolutionary being. How splendid! Yi Yang's sudden laughter left Hong Ling and Zhang Ba perplexed. Nevertheless, they did not probe further, assuming it to be the exuberance following a breakthrough. The trio resumed their journey, with Yi Yang planning to seek out a fourth-tier evolutionary beast to vanquish. One kill would suffice for a breakthrough. And there might be more to gain. How perfect! Chapter 55. Aiming to silence, facing backlash, brain domain evolution level 2 Himph, Luo Qingqing, this time. I shall see where you run. After several kilometers, Luo Qingqing and her companions still found no escape. As they were intercepted by 4 Martial Marquis, accompanied by Dongfang Li and Li Houwen. Firstly, with the assistance of the Martial Marquis, Dongfang Li's group was able to move more swiftly. Though these Martial Marquis refrained from attacking, they did not hesitate to aid Dongfang Li in his pursuit. Secondly, Luo Qingqing's unwillingness to abandon the injured members of her team significantly hampered their speed. Confronted by Dongfang Li, with 10 martial sovereigns a mile behind, Luo Qingqing refrained from engaging in idle chatter. With a flip of her left hand, she grasped another crystal stone, yet she did not hurl it immediately. Uncle Jian, lead them with me. Upon seeing the crystal in Luo Qingqing's hand, even the 4 Martial Marquis exhibited expressions of caution, and Dongfang Li and Li Houwen were no exception. With this formidable weapon in hand, Luo Qingqing decisively altered her course, swiftly leading Uncle Jian and the others away. Due to their wariness and the principle that a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall, Dongfang Li could only watch as the Luo family members distanced themselves. However, he did not relent. He called for his martial sovereigns to follow while trailing behind them. Knowing that the Luo family's party included injured members, Luo Qingqing was resolute in not abandoning them, opting instead to maintain a safe distance. She intended to wait until they were weakened and exhausted, at which point it would be easier to manage the situation. Dongfang Li's intentions were clear to Luo Qingqing, yet she could not bring herself to forsake her guards. Miss, you must go on without us. No. We came out together, and we will return together. Uncle Hong and the others are already lost. I cannot leave you to fend for yourselves. Luo Qingqing's insistence moved Uncle Jian and the others deeply, and they silently vowed to protect the young lady at all costs, even if it meant facing death. The two groups, one fleeing and the other pursuing, traversed the wild mountains and forests with great haste. While searching for a fourth-tier evolutionary beast, Yi Yang furrowed his brow and raised his fist, signaling Hong Ling and Zhang Ba to halt. What is it, Xiao Yang? Hong Ling, on high alert, inquired softly. Zhang Ba also gripped his battle axe tightly, eyes scanning the surroundings with intensity. We have trouble, Wei Yang remarked. As soon as his words fell, a group of 7 individuals burst forth from the edge of the forest approximately 2 kilometers ahead. Shortly thereafter, 5 or 6 more figures emerged, followed by another 6. What is happening? Yi Yang was taken aback, and soon a look of realization crossed his face. Just moments ago, he had sensed distant conversations with his mental power. The 2 subsequent groups were already allied, while the initial 7 were a distinct faction. A conflict had erupted, leading to a relentless pursuit. Upon understanding the situation, Yi Yang had no intention of intervening. He waved his hand to signal a change in route to make way. The 3 of them stepped aside, voluntarily clearing the path. Although those engaged in the pursuit were hardly virtuous, it appeared that the ones being chased were the righteous party. Yet in this world, meddling in others' affairs is unwise. The opposing faction had no ties to him. Even if they were to be killed, what concern would it be of his? Yi Yang was not inherently malevolent. He would not actively harm others, adhering to his own principles and boundaries. However, he was also not a beacon of justice, compelled to draw his sword at every injustice he witnessed. His guiding principle was one of non-aggression. If others do not wrong me, I shall not wrong them. Yet, at times, individuals fail to grasp reality and seek to assert their presence. Dongfang Li noticed Yi Yang and his companions, who were attempting to keep their distance, A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he addressed his accompanying Wu Hou guards, saying, "These three have spotted us. They cannot be allowed to escape, or else the family's safety will be jeopardized." Had Dongfeng Li made such a declaration earlier, the four guards would have disregarded it. However, the circumstances had changed. Given Luo Qingqing's prior interventions, it was evident that the Luo family possessed hidden cards, possibly including concealed elementalist practitioners. This posed a significant threat. Thus, the four guards, hailing from the same sect, now joined the pursuit. However, they dared not act recklessly, as Luo Qingqing still held a talisman stone. Yet, it was presumed that her supply of talismans was dwindling. Otherwise, she would have unleashed several and their entire group would be doomed. Recognizing the potential danger, they resolved that today's events could not be disclosed. Exchanging glances, two of the Wu Hou level guards split off to pursue Yi Yang and his companions, out of caution for Luo Qingqing. The Wu Hou guards refrained from full-force engagement, but they showed no such restraint towards Yi Yang and his two companions. The two guards, having detached from the group, surged forward with astonishing speed. Yi Yang, initially uninterested in getting involved, found himself compelled to act as the pursuers turned their attention towards him. With a grim expression, he halted and instructed Hong Ling and the others, "The ones approaching are Wu Hou masters. Keep your distance." Hearing this, the two were startled and promptly complied, retreating without hesitation. The pursuing Wu Hou guards, witnessing their target scatter, left one behind as they aimed to intercept the fleeing trio. After a brief exchange of glances, they too split up, preparing to corner all three. However, with a metallic clang, Yi Yang suddenly vanished from his original position, reappearing directly in front of the Wu Hou intent on chasing Hong Ling. How did he appear so quickly? The Wu Hou's expression shifted as he reached for his weapon, but Yi Yang's blade was already upon him. Sensing the lethal threat emanating from the blade, the guard dared not delay. Instead of drawing his sword, he raised his fists, armored in metal, to strike against the incoming blade. With a resounding clash, the blow was parried. Yet, as the guard's expression transformed, he was propelled backward. Feeling an overwhelming force coursing through his arms, greater than his own mightiest strike. "Is this a Wu Hou master?" The guard could hardly believe his eyes. This was merely a youth. This thought flashed through his mind, and before he could touch the ground, the young man vanished once more. This time, he discerned that it was not the youth's sudden appearance, but rather that the boy moved with such speed that his eyes could not keep pace. "This is bad," the guard realized too late. Wei Yang materialized beside him, his Baichuan blade slicing through the air with blinding speed, executing his signature move, breaking the wind. With a swift motion, a massive head was severed from its body. Brain domain evolved to level 2, 44,100,000. A surge of energy erupted within him, rapidly transforming his bones, meridians, blood, and organs while a refreshing sensation enveloped his mind. He had truly broken through. Wait, what is this? 100,000. How could it require so many points to advance to level 3? 100-fold. Shouldn't it be just 10-fold? Yi Yang blinked, confirming that the evolution points required for the next level was indeed 100,000. Not 10,000. However, his expression shifted. If level 2 to level 3 required 100,000, what about level 3 to level 4? 1 million. Initially confident in his understanding of his golden finger, Yi Yang now felt uncertain. Nevertheless, this was not the time for further contemplation. He needed to eliminate the current adversary first. The other guard, witnessing his comrade engaged in combat, intended to switch positions for a flanking maneuver. Yet, before he could act, his companion was slain. The sudden turn of events left the guard momentarily bewildered, but he quickly concluded that his ally had been overly careless and charged forward, determined to kill Yi Yang before pursuing the escaping duo. He recognized that the youth was not abandoned but possessed the strength to hold back. However, he was slow, too slow. To Yi Yang, the guard's full force strike appeared to unfold in slow motion, far too sluggish for him to engage in a contest of strength. The Baichuan blade maneuvered with exquisite precision, circumventing the guard's strike, and in the midst of the guard's confusion, fear, and regret, Yi Yang swiftly struck, severing the guard's neck. The enormous head and body parted ways, and Yi Yang had already positioned himself behind the guard. What seemed slow transpired in less than the blink of an eye, as if the guard had presented his neck to Yi Yang's blade for execution. Brain domain evolved to level 2, 94,100,000. Goodness. Not only had the evolution points increased, but slaying a 4th level Wu Ho only yielded 50 evolution points. Yi Yang felt dazed. He quickly shook his head. Never mind. Having this golden finger is already a stroke of fortune. This change is likely related to the evolution of his mental power. After all, upon reaching level 2, his mental power had transformed into a tangible force, a fundamental metamorphosis. If only the evolution points could be preserved. That way, when reaching the pinnacle of each level, he could delay his breakthrough until amassing tens of thousands of points, perhaps even managing to cap the evolution at a certain stage. Remembering his experience of leveling up to level 2, where the remaining 440 points of first-level evolution points only reduced to 1/10, Yi Yang began to entertain ideas. Yet, since evolution points could not be retained, the notion of capping evolution was evidently impossible. Chapter 56. The arrow that can curve. All these thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant, from breaking through to level 2 to slaying the second Wu Ho guard. The mysterious powers transformation of his body was far from complete. This transformation did not diminish Yi Yang's combat prowess in the slightest. He then turned his gaze toward Dongfang Li and his crew, who were closing in on the fleeing 7, among whom was Li Howen. The leather armor adorned with a badge, akin to that of the previously slain youth, led Yi Yang to believe that these 2 Wu Ho were dispatched by the opponent. Naturally, he needed to resolve this predicament. The already beleaguered Luo Qingqing and her companions wore grim expressions, her left hand clutching the talisman stone, feeling exceptionally heavy. This was her final talisman. Should she throw it without taking down Dongfang Li and the Wu Ho guards, they would surely meet their demise. Thus, Luo Qingqing hesitated to act. Due to their apprehension regarding the talisman, Dongfang Li refrained from issuing a direct order to attack. The 2 factions remained locked in a tense standoff. Where are the 2 Wu Ho level experts? Luo Qingqing suddenly realized something amiss and then recalled something, turning her gaze toward the distance. Peering into the horizon, a glimmer of excitement ignited in her eyes as she beheld the young man standing a kilometer away, bow in hand, aiming in their direction, while the 2 Wu Ho guards were nowhere to be seen. Could it be? A look of delight crossed Luo Qingqing's face. Observing Luo Qingqing's reaction, Dongfang Li and his companions quickly noticed the anomaly but did not shift their focus, assuming it to be a poorly executed ploy on the opponent's part. Clearly, including Dongfang Li, the 2 Wu Ho guards did not anticipate any unforeseen developments. Yet, the unexpected occurred in an instant. Whoosh! Yi Yang drew his bow. Knocking an arrow, his arms slightly raised, the arrowhead aimed at no particular target. As the bowstring reached full tension, a rune at the base began to shimmer with a faint glow, unleashing the true power of the enchanted bow. Yi Yang sensed the change in the rune, yet his expression remained unchanged. With a release of his fingers, the rune dimmed abruptly, and the taut bowstring propelled the arrow soaring toward the heads of Dongfang Li and his companions. Simultaneously, the 2 Wu Ho guards sensed something was amiss, turning sharply to face the incoming arrow. The arrowhead was directed upward. With their keen eyesight, they immediately discerned that the arrow would not strike anyone. However, they dared not be complacent. One guard retreated to shield Dongfang Li, while the other stepped forward, raising his blade to intercept the arrow. Whoosh! Just as the battle blade neared the flying arrow, an astonishing event transpired. The arrow accelerated dramatically midair, as though it had been forcibly redirected by an unseen hand, curving downward and tracing an arc towards Li Howen, who stood beside Dongfang Li. Following that, a sickening thud resounded. Under the astonished gaze of Li Howen, it seemed as if a silver arrow, akin to a streak of lightning, effortlessly pierced through armor, with its tip and a segment of the shaft protruding from his back. Ah! Li Howen halted abruptly, slowly lowering his gaze to behold the silver metal arrow that had penetrated his left chest, his face awash with confusion. Why? Why would that person shoot me? I did not send him. These questions remained unanswered. The flicker of astonishment crossed Dongfang Li's face, soon replaced by sheer terror. He recalled the 2 guards he had dispatched, now, with the guards absent and the youth still alive. The implications were all too clear. He was no fool and could easily deduce the truth. It was precisely this realization that filled him with dread. Damn it! Whoosh! The arrow struck again, this time prompting the 2 martial experts to act without hesitation. The earlier bizarre scene had made them acutely aware of the arrow's formidable nature. The opponent was undoubtedly a master archer. Having fought on otherworldly battlefields, the 2 understood the immense threat posed by such a marksman. They joined forces not only to intercept the arrow but also to eliminate or capture the young archer. Otherwise, with this master archer in the fray, escape would be impossible for anyone. Yet, their hopes were in vain. The arrow accelerated through the air, tracing a smoothly curved trajectory, bypassing the two of them with astonishing speed. They barely had time to turn around before the arrow zipped past them. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 5 martial-level guards of the Dongfang family reacted not a whit before being successively pierced through the head. Following this, 5 lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. Their eyes slightly widened in death, each marked by a bloodied hole through the temple. Hiss! The martial guards inhaled sharply, retreating in fear to Dongfang Li's side. Luo Qingqing and her companions also gasped in horror. This young man was far too formidable, beyond the capability of their martial level. Where on earth did this prodigy come from? Silence enveloped the wilderness. 2 miles away, Hong Ling and Zongba, concerned for Yi Yang's safety, turned back just in time to witness Yi Yang's display of incredible prowess with a single arrow. Shocked yet exhilarated, they thought. So, Xiao Yang, young master, is this formidable? There's no need to flee. Previously intent on escaping to avoid being a burden, the two pivoted to rejoin Yi Yang. Armed with a treasured bow, Yi Yang nocked an arrow and slowly advanced toward Dongfang Li, with Hong Ling and Zongba sprinting to catch up just a few meters behind. The 3 formed a triangular formation as they approached. Faced with the advancing trio, Dongfang Li and his companions felt an overwhelming pressure. Their hearts raced, and they instinctively felt the urge to flee. This was a primal reaction to danger. Yet, none dared to move. Dongfang Li's attempt to summon a flying device was thwarted by the 2 martial guards. In the presence of a master archer, did he think he could escape on a flying device? Such thoughts were naive, unless he had absolute confidence in blocking the arrows. Naturally, Dongfang Li possessed defensive talismans, but their glaring weakness was a significant vulnerability. At this moment, he only wished to flee, not to remain rooted in place like a turtle. Guarded by a formidable opponent. Sir, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. Observing Yi Yang standing 100 paces away, Dongfang Li swallowed hard, calling out from behind his 2 guards. He had no desire to perish. As the genius of the Dongfang family, he would graduate from the academy in a year and receive substantial support from his clan to venture into other worlds. In the future, he would become a martial king, a martial emperor, or perhaps even ascend to the lofty heights of martial sovereign. At that time, he would be revered by all, commanding a legion of experts. A gentleman's vengeance is not forgotten. Today's humiliation would one day be repaid, but only if he did not die here. Dying here would mean the end of everything. Yi Yang remained silent, curious to see how this evidently privileged individual would respond. Seeing Yi Yang's lack of response and his unwillingness to approach further, with a fearsome arrow knocked on his bowstring, Dongfang Li swallowed again and said, Sir, I admit my fault that I swear. I only intended to disperse unrelated individuals and never meant to harm the innocent. I am willing to offer compensation that will satisfy you for my previous indiscretion. Speak. Yi Yang finally replied. Why hadn't he killed Dongfang Li earlier? He wished to avoid triggering any defensive talismans, which could complicate matters and might even prevent him from killing this person. Moreover, he sought to ascertain the identity of his opponent. Understanding both friend and foe would allow him to prepare for what came next. At present, Yi Yang's display of greed was merely a ruse to lull Dongfang Li into believing he was a mere avaricious individual. In truth, from the moment the 2 martial experts had approached, he had already placed Dongfang Li on his kill list. As for Li Houwen, Yi Yang realized, after regaining his composure, that he had misjudged the situation. Those 2 martial experts were not sent by Dongfang Li. However, since the deed was done, there was no need to dwell on it. Chapter 57. The death of Dongfang Li. Indeed, Yi Yang's performance brought a moment of joy to Dongfang Li, and even the 2 martial experts felt a sense of relief. This youth's strength was excessively abnormal, his talent prodigious. He might well be a descendant of a prominent family, and they would be more than willing to settle matters with compensation. I'll offer 1 million martial coins. Hee. Before Dongfang Li could finish his sentence, Yi Yang's cold chuckle interrupted. If you lack sincerity, there's no need to speak. Hearing this, Dongfang Li was not surprised. He had merely been testing the waters. Had this person not hailed from a prestigious family, 1 million martial coins would have been more than sufficient. The 2 martial guards beside him would undoubtedly be tempted. But now, it appeared that the opponent was not so easily deceived. Wei Yang saw through Dongfang Li's cautious intentions, but chose not to engage further in this game of cat and mouse. After all, they were all destined to die, and this minor dispute was inconsequential to the outcome, so he paid it no mind. No, I am sincere. Just state your price. Seeing Yi Yang draw back his bow, Dongfang Li hastily waved his hands. He was this sort of person, one who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He preyed on those he could overpower and took advantage of those whose influence paled in comparison to his own family. In this wilderness, familial power offered him no sense of security. He could neither fight nor escape, leaving him no choice but to concede. Can you afford what you're offering? Yi Yang began to probe. Of course, I am the legitimate son of the Dongfang family from Sanjiang City. Dongfang Li did not hesitate to reveal his identity. His phoenix eyes locked onto Yi Yang, seeking to discern something. Unfortunately for him, the Dongfang family was as inconsequential to Yi Yang as any random family. He had no awareness of the intricacies of these elite families or their might. Yet, for Dongfang Li, the situation was quite different. Seeing Yi Yang's nonchalant demeanor led him to a misunderstanding. Indeed, this youth was no ordinary individual. This assessment meant he believed Yi Yang hailed from a family of equal stature to his own, for otherwise he would not remain so composed. After all, the Dongfang family's reputation was renowned throughout the cities governed by Sanjiang City, as well as in numerous large base cities. The Dongfang family? You say? Yi Yang murmured, his face betraying no emotion as he coldly stated, then let us settle on 80,000 spirit stones. What? The words left Dongfang Li's mouth agape. Spirit stones? 80,000. What? Does young Master Dongfang not have even this amount of spirit stones? Wait, you aren't trying to deceive me, are you? You can't possibly be lying about being the legitimate son of the Dongfang family? Seeing Yi Yang's eyes narrow, exuding a murderous intent as he drew back his bow once more. Dongfang Li felt utterly dumbfounded, his fists clenched tightly. How dare this fellow threaten me so brazenly? Truly infuriating. Yet he dared not confront him directly. Firstly, he lacked the spirit stones. Secondly, the situation was dire. Sir, I truly do not possess that many spirit stones. How many do you have? 1,000, no, 2,000, 2,000. As Yi Yang's bowstring was drawn taut. Dongfang Li hastily corrected himself. However, having lost trust, he needed to offer even more to compensate. So the bow remained unlowered. Gather the items and count them before my eyes. All right. Dongfang Li resigned, could only retrieve a large quantity of spirit stones from his storage ring. As the stones emerged, they sparkled, capturing the attention of everyone present. Not just the two martial guards beside Dongfang Li, but also Luo Qingqing and her 6 guards, all of whom stared intently at the pile of spirit stones. However, Yi Yang was not among them. As Dongfang Li bent down to begin counting the spirit stones, Yi Yang seized the moment. Thud! The arrow flew with the swiftness of thunder, covering 100 paces in an instant. Dongfang Li, who had just lowered his head, didn't he even have time to summon his defensive talismans before he was shot through the head. Brain Domain Evolution Level 2, 99100000. The turn of events unfolded too rapidly. By the time the two martial experts reacted, Yi Yang had already lowered his bow and unsheathed the treasured blade at his waist. Run! At this moment, the two guards of the Wuhou could no longer afford to consider anything else and swiftly turned to scatter in opposite directions. However, within a mere 100 paces, Yi Yang's speed was incomparable to theirs. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside one of the Wuhou masters. With a swift and silent motion, the glint of his blade flashed, and the formidable 4th-tier expert was decapitated before he even had a chance to resist. Ah! The other Wuhou guard turned back in horror, his soul nearly escaping him. With a frantic motion, he summoned a single-person flying device beside him. Yet, facing a master archer, taking to the skies was a foolhardy choice. Nevertheless, as Yi Yang's bow was left behind, this Wuhou guard perceived an opportunity. Unfortunately, he miscalculated one crucial factor. The distance between him and Yi Yang was still less than what he had just experienced with his companion. Unsurprisingly, as the guard barely settled onto the flying device, the blade swept through his upper body, cleaving him in two from the chest. Stop! Yi Yang commanded coldly, his newfound strength instilling a chilling fear that rendered Luo Qingqing and the other 7 as motionless as if paralyzed by an immobilization spell. After a brief moment, the invigorating sensation brought by the evolution points surged within him, augmenting his strength by over 1,000 kilograms. Such a 15-fold increase in combat prowess was equivalent to an augmentation of over 10,000 kilograms. Coupled with the Windbreaker blade, which added a 2.5 multiplier, the apparent enhancement belied a truly formidable increase in combat capability, rivaling the efforts of many who had trained for years. Wei Yang's combat power was akin to that of a barge. Turning to Luo Qingqing and the others, Yang remained silent. Hong Ling approached and handed him the talisman bow. Zhang Ba had not joined them, as he was already diligently scavenging the battlefield for spoils. This area once again fell into silence. Young master, all items have been collected. Looking at the several storage bags and a golden storage wristband handed over by Zhang Ba, Yang nodded but did not take them. His gaze shifted to Luo Qingqing, who was evidently the leader of this group. "What is your surname?" "My name is Luo Qingqing," she replied, her voice firm despite the circumstance. "You are aware of the Dongfang family?" "Correct, I am," she affirmed. To claim ignorance would be futile, especially after Yi Yang's sudden and lethal display of power, which left Luo Qingqing apprehensive and unwilling to deceive him. However, she clutched the last talisman stone in her hand, ready to defend herself should he attempt to kill her. At worst, she thought, it would be a fight to the death. This phrase sounded somewhat familiar. "Since you know, then give me a reason to spare you. After all, the Dongfang family is vast, and I have only 3 companions. We cannot contend with them." Luo Qingqing raised her head, casting a curious glance at Yi Yang. She could not fathom where this youth drew his audacity, boldly killing a scion of the Dongfang family despite his apparent lack of strength. "I swear by the way of martial arts." "Not enough." Yi Yang shook his head, studying Luo Qingqing intently. "You are an elemental master, are you not?" Vowing by martial arts lacked sincerity. Alarmed at having her long-hidden secret exposed, Luo Qingqing instinctively contemplated fleeing. Yet, the stark reality of their disparity in strength held her back. "Miss, quickly leave. We will hold him off." Before Luo Qingqing could act, the 6 guards roared as they charged at Yi Yang with their blades drawn. This secret could not be allowed to surface. If it were to come to light that the young lady had awakened her elemental master talent without entering an academy for mentorship, the consequences could be catastrophic. Commendable courage. Yi Yang regarded the 6 with a mixture of admiration and disdain. In an instant, he vanished from sight, followed by a series of dull thuds as the 6 were sent hurtling backward at a speed surpassing that of their charge. Each one spitting blood as they crashed to the ground, their faces pale as parchment, their eyes filled with terror directed at Yi Yang. Only those who had engaged in combat would comprehend the dread he instilled. They were utterly incapable of keeping pace with the rhythm of this young monster. Chapter 58. The charming maid Luo Qingqing, the divine moneybank, without dwelling on the thoughts of the 6 who had been sent sprawling. Luo Qingqing remained rooted in place, not out of desire but necessity. Had the previous Wuhou fled already, perhaps she might have considered escape. Some might wonder why an elemental master, whose abilities are enigmatic and potentially superior to martial cultivators, would find herself outmatched by a mere Wuhou. Indeed, Luo Qingqing was an elemental master, a genius who had vaulted to a second-tier root bone, and with the elemental master enhancement, her cultivation speed was remarkable. In just 3 short months, she had ascended from an elite martial artist to the pinnacle of martial mastery. However, her awakened elemental talent was not directly combative. It was a rare auxiliary type. In simpler terms, she could absorb the elements of the world but could not release them directly. She could only store them and utilize them through a special transformation process. The talisman stone before her was but one application of her talent. "Are you not going to flee?" Yi Yang inquired, perplexed. "Running would be futile," Luo Qingqing replied, shaking her head. "You are quite clever," Yi Yang remarked with a radiant smile, a stark contrast to his earlier ruthless demeanor. "I offer you 2 choices. First, swear in the name of the elemental god that you and your subordinates shall not disclose today's events to anyone outside of those present, not even in the slightest. Second, here is a contract. Sign it.as." She gazed at the rune contract Yi Yang produced. The expressions of Luo Qingqing's 6 subordinates shifted dramatically. However, upon contemplating the first option, they collectively exhaled in relief. Realizing that the young man had spared their lives and was now offering them a choice, clearly intending to let them go. Thinking along those lines, Uncle Jin prepared to voice his choice. I choose the second. Suddenly, Luo Qingqing interjected. Her clear, melodious voice rang with unwavering determination, startling not only Uncle Jian and the others, but also Yi Yang himself. Little girl, you must understand my implicit meaning. Do you not? It is merely a vow. How difficult can that be? Noticing the shift in Yi Yang's expression, Luo Qingqing's lips curled into a smirk, nearly bursting into laughter. She was no fool. The young man had discerned her elemental master talent at a glance. How could it be simple? Now fully aware, she comprehended that the Luo family could not protect her. Today, there was Dongfang Li. Who could say what tomorrow would bring? Would there be Li Li or Wang Li? Without a doubt, the answer was affirmative. Her identity as the Luo family's daughter placed her at risk, and not to boast, she possessed a fair degree of beauty. Yet, the most critical factor remained her unwillingness to become a mere pawn of her family. One might wonder how an elemental master, a being of such elevated status, could be reduced to a mere family asset. Shouldn't she be nurtured to become a powerful figure, a pillar of the family? The answer lay in Luo Qingqing's talent. This particular talent did not confer combat power comparable to that of a true elemental master. It was deemed auxiliary yet incapable of healing or providing essential support. What sort of assistance was that? Moreover, 3 months prior, her elder brother had returned from another realm specifically to assess her. After thorough examination, he had brought her to consult his teacher, who had grimly predicted limited growth at that time. Only her brother's teacher could sense her latent abilities with great difficulty. Now, Yi Yang had effortlessly laid bare the truth. How could Luo Qingqing continue to perceive him as merely an ordinary expert? Thus, with her keen intellect, she never considered the first option. Return? What good would that do? Without her brother's support, she could scarcely obtain a few talisman stones, let alone other resources. It was clear that even her beloved grandfather could offer limited assistance. The family was not solely her grandfather's domain. It was also about the interests of every member within it, which was why he had sent her brother's guards to accompany her on this perilous hunting expedition. Miss, Uncle Jian exclaimed in alarm. Uncle Jian, there is no need for further words. You all should return to my brother, she stated firmly. But, no buts. I have made my decision. Luo Qingqing's resolve was unyielding. Uncle Jian, unable to voice further objections, merely sighed in resignation. Although they had only followed Luo Qingqing for a brief 3 months, they understood her character well. After a moment's contemplation, Uncle Jian chose to remain, while the others wished to do the same but were ultimately turned away by Luo Qingqing, who understood that her brother faced greater dangers in the other realm and required assistance. After swearing their oaths, the 5 departed on their flying device, heading straight for a spatial rift leading to a nearby city. Meanwhile, Luo Qingqing and Uncle Jian bit their fingers and signed the rune contract, sealing their fates. From this day forth, the fates of the 2 individuals lay firmly within Yi Yang's grasp. Unless Yi Yang were to exhibit an extraordinary act of mercy, they would remain shackled in servitude for the entirety of their lives. They had emerged from the ordeal as 3, yet returned with not only a substantial bounty of riches, but also an expanded entourage of 5 that, however, the countenance of Yi Yang bore little semblance of joy. The current circumstances deviated somewhat from his expectations. Upon returning to the city, numerous hunting parties had taken note of the trio, or rather, the quintet now. Upon witnessing their unscathed state, astonishment flickered in their eyes, for they were well aware of the dangers that had previously befallen this group. Near the city gates, a figure with a shrewd glint in their eye slipped away from the crowd. Vanishing from sight, Yi Yang paid them no heed as he entered the city with Hong Ling, Zhang Ba, and the newly acquired servants, Luo Qingqing and Chen Jian, heading towards a warehouse. Their spoils were laid bare, a 3rd-tier violent ape and a 3rd-tier wind-calling leopard, with the crystal cores extracted but unsold. The 3rd-tier violent ape was valued at 60,000 martial coins, while the wind-calling leopard commanded a slightly higher price of 70,000. The martial coins of Shao City were interchangeable with those of the major Bay cities, all sourced from the Tongshan Bank. After acquiring 3 communication watches from Tongshan Bank for 60,000 coins, Yi Yang was left with 70,000 in his account. The purchase of these communication watches was prompted by Hong Ling's suggestion. As previously mentioned, these devices represent a person's identity and banking account, amalgamating functionalities akin to that of a mobile phone and a computer. At a price of 20,000 martial coins each. They equate to 100,000 martial coins in Hongyi City, where communication watches are distributed free of charge. Such an exorbitantly priced device could not merely be justified by enhanced functionalities or extended communication range. The primary allure lies in the account associated with Tongshan Bank, a formidable entity rivaling the Tian Tong Trading Company. The term Tongshan implies the ability to withdraw funds, and possessing an account there symbolizes strength. Furthermore, this account serves as identification for entering and exiting major bases. However, to establish permanent residency in a large base, different conditions apply. At the very least, this account permits Yi Yang and his companions unrestricted access for a duration of 3 days, with a stipulation of no more than 3 days stay within a month. Any attempts to overstay or conceal their presence would result in severe consequences. Yi Yang, however, was not particularly concerned with the 3-day limit, as he possessed a token bestowed by Nangongbing Xin of the Qingwan Academy, reputedly allowing him unfettered entry into Sanjiang City and the ability to settle there with ease. His primary interest lay in the Tongshan Bank. Given his previous positive trading experience with Tian Tong Trading Company, Yang preferred to engage with such influential entities, not only for their credibility but also for their capacity to procure the finest items to meet one's needs, provided, of course, that one could afford them. After concluding the transaction, Yi Yang did not return home immediately but instead led his companions directly to the Tian Tong Trading Company within the inner city of Shao City. Since the account with Tongshan Bank granted access to major base cities, entering the inner city of Shao City was a trivial matter. Half an hour later, the four emerged from the Tian Tong Trading Company and finally returned to their residence. Chapter 59. Inventory of Spoils. The assassin Black Fox. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Yang began to tally his gains. First, he examined the storage ring belonging to Dongfang Li. The storage ring boasted considerable space, a full 1,000 cubic units, befitting a scion of a prestigious family. After inspecting this newly acquired storage ring and comparing it to the previous one, Yi Yang felt no hesitation. He promptly exerted his mental force to obliterate the remaining consciousness within, replacing it with his own mental imprint. However, as this ring bore the insignia of the Dongfang family, he could not flaunt its use openly and instead concealed it on his person, using the previous one with a mere 30 cubic units of space in plain sight. Storage rings of varying levels necessitate different methods of attunement. The one obtained from that youth required only a drop of blood to claim ownership, while the current one mandated the imposition of a mental imprint. A clear indication of its superior quality. Upon further inspection of its contents, Yi Yang realized that Dongfang Li had not been entirely forthcoming in addition to the previously mentioned 2,000 spirit stones. The storage ring contained an excess of 3,000 spirit stones, bringing the total in Dongfang Li's possession to over 5,000. Beyond the spirit stones, there was a plethora of crystal cores, all of at least third-tier quality, so numerous they could be described as a heap, including several cores from 5th-tier evolved beasts. In addition to the crystal cores, there were over 20 jade boxes filled with various precious materials, some empty, presumably utilized by Dongfang Li. Lastly, there were high-quality flying devices, weapons, and martial coins, among which was even a runic longsword. As he drew the sword, wielding it felt remarkably comfortable. A thorough examination revealed no insignia from the Dongfang family. Indeed, it was a worthy replacement for his current Baichuan knife. Although he practiced swift blade techniques, the Baichuan's rank was ultimately inferior, and its weight and quality could only be deemed mediocre. Each weapon extracted from Dongfang Li's storage ring surpassed the Baichuan knife in quality. The runic sword was somewhat ostentatious. Given his current prowess, brandishing it would only incite envy. After a careful selection, Yi Yang ultimately chose a black blade, with a black blade and scabbard measuring 1 meter in length, a handle of 30 centimeters, and a blade length of 90 centimeters. Its edge was slightly lighter in hue yet exceptionally sharp. The metal of this blade was of unknown origin, but aside from the runic sword, it was the highest grade among his collection. The black blade bore no name, yet Yi Yang found himself quite fond of it. He stowed the Baichuan knife within the storage ring and set the black blade aside, turning his attention to several tomes. As the legitimate heir of the Dongfang family, the cultivation manuals he possessed were undoubtedly ancestral treasures. However, such manuals would not be permitted to leave the family, indicating that those within the storage ring were either pilfered by Dongfang Li or acquired through purchase. Yi Yang surmised that the former was more likely. Nevertheless, it mattered little now, as they were his by right. Flipping through the manuals, he paid no mind to the cultivation techniques. They were unnecessary for him. What he sought were martial skills. 1 silver grade martial skill, along with 3 bronze grade skills. none below bronze grade, as Dongfangli likely deemed them unworthy. The silver grade technique was a sword art, while the bronze grade skills included a blade technique, a sword technique, and an axe technique. Quite promising indeed. Wei Yang planned to practice the blade technique himself, while the sword technique would await a suitable practitioner, and the axe technique could be bestowed upon Zhang Ba. However, that was not for now. Once Yi Yang had organized the contents of Dongfang Li's storage ring, he turned his attention to Li Houwen's. Li Houwen's storage ring was akin to that of the youth's, likely a common item purchased externally. A simple drop of blood would suffice for attunement. It offered a larger space, exceeding 100 cubic units. He intended to set this aside for his sister when they eventually reunited. After thoroughly inspecting all storage rings and bags, Yi Yang had amassed a considerable trove of valuable spoils. If all these items were to be converted into martial coins, their worth would be incalculable. Suffice it to say, it was an immense fortune. And no wonder it is said that killing and looting leads to a golden belt. This time, fortune had smiled upon him, resulting in a sudden influx of wealth. He packed away items with distinct markings that were unsuitable for use, categorizing the other useful items accordingly. Only then did Yi Yang step out of the room. He extracted a portion of the crystal cores and processed them using the medicinal materials purchased from Tian Tong Trading Company. By nightfall, dozens of consumable crystal cores were prepared. Subsequently, Yi Yang summoned Zhang Ba. An hour later, Zhang Ba emerged, elated, having distributed the several dozen crystal cores and more than 10 precious materials, while simultaneously notifying Hong Ling shortly thereafter. Rosy-cheeked Hong Ling also departed, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she returned to her quarters. For the next month, Yi Yang had no intentions of leaving the city. The strength of Hong Ling and the others required enhancement, and with a substantial array of resources at their disposal, it was only prudent to utilize them. Otherwise, they would serve merely as numbers. Yi Yang was no miser. His subordinates were all individuals he could trust, and their growth and strength would inherently signify his own advancement. In the eastern district of the outer city, there lay a spacious courtyard. This was the base of the Mountain Peak Hunting Group, led by Mu Feng, a peak second-tier martial master, commanding over 10 martial masters and 100 elite martial warriors. Within Shao City, they were regarded as a notable power. However, today, someone had dared to tread upon the tiger's head, plucking the fur from its back. A small squad of his subordinates had been annihilated, and the perpetrators numbered merely 3. Upon receiving this news, Mu Feng's fury knew no bounds. He longed to exact vengeance upon these 3 individuals. Yet, he was acutely aware that to eliminate an entire squad with only 3 individuals unscathed indicated that they possessed formidable strength. One of them might even be a master of the martial sect. Should a martial sect expert be involved, Mu Feng, as a peak second-tier martial master, would be no match for them. In that moment, he recalled a certain individual, the Black Fox. Black Fox was merely a moniker. The true identity of the individual remained shrouded in mystery, as anyone who had laid eyes upon them had met their demise. With no means to vent his frustration through direct confrontation, Mu Feng resolved to seek assistance. The Black Fox was known to engage in the business of life and death, a professional assassin. According to clandestine reports, this Black Fox is likely a master of the martial sovereign level, with records of assassinations indicating a peak martial sovereign who met a bitter end. The price for such a formidable assassin is naturally exorbitant. Yet, considering that his brother-in-law is also among the afflicted, Mu Feng resolved to enlist the services of Black Fox for a future of comfort, even if it meant incurring a hefty cost. "Come in," he commanded. The captain's trusted aide entered, bowing respectfully. With a gesture, he beckoned the aide closer and whispered a series of instructions. The aide acknowledged and swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned bearing a box. Cloaked in a black hooded cape, making his way to the black market within Shaocheng. Many were aware that the Black Fox concealed himself among the shadows of the black market. However, the depths of the black market are fraught with peril. Even the city guards dare not stir trouble there, as it is a refuge for various rogues, wanted criminals, and the like. Mu Feng's subordinate entered the black market, his hood obscuring his face, moving hastily without regard for the avaricious gazes around him. In the narrow alleys deep within the market, upon witnessing the figure in black robes, those who had followed him expressed signs of wariness, lingering briefly before dispersing. The figure in black, noticing that his pursuers had departed, exhaled a long breath. "Whom do you seek?" Just as the black-robed aide released his breath, a rasping voice emerged from the shadows. harsh and unrecognizable. The sound caused the aide's heart to seize, as though gripped by an iron hand. His complexion paling in an instant. Chapter 60. Assassination. Living well in the courtyard. During this period, Yi Yang and his companions had scarcely ventured beyond the threshold, dedicating themselves entirely to their cultivation. With boundless resources at their disposal, even Luo Qingqing had never experienced such treatment, let alone Zhang Ba and Uncle Jian. Given such a splendid opportunity, the two certainly did not intend to squander it, especially with a master available to provide guidance in their cultivation. Aside from Luo Qingqing and Hong Ling, Zhang Ba and Uncle Jian cultivated a silver-level martial art discovered by Yi Yang within the storage ring of Dongfangli. The higher the level of the martial art, the swifter the cultivation. Moreover, with the evolution factor within Zhang Ba being activated by Yi Yang, he had now become an enhancer-type evolutionary, accelerating his training even further. With an abundance of resources at hand, they experienced a rapid breakthrough, soon approaching the threshold of martial master. Hong Ling proved even more formidable, advancing several minor realms within a week to reach the martial sovereign level. Her identity as an enhancer had been confirmed, specializing in dynamic vision and agility, making her a rare multi-directional enhancer. While Hong Ling's rapid advancement was impressive, Yang suspected it was not solely due to her efforts, but rather her inherent strength, far surpassing what she had previously displayed as a mid-level martial master. Yet, Yang chose to remain silent on this matter, feigning ignorance. In truth, he could not discern the full extent of Hong Ling's power. Suspecting either the presence of a formidable master or the possession of some extraordinary artifact that masked her true capabilities, this only deepened Yi Yang's curiosity regarding Hong Ling's identity. As his companions immersed themselves in training, Yi Yang was likewise occupied. He did not require martial arts to enhance his strength, as his brain domain evolution would yield significant gains. However, he did seek to refine his combat skills. Thus he practiced the bronze-level technique 8 Directions Blood Battle and the silver-level Shadowless Blade. The name 8 Directions Blood Battle suggests a technique designed for overcoming numerically superior foes, characterized by a blend of grandiose and meticulous movements, emphasizing offense akin to fire and water, defense like a mountain, making it a battlefield art of slaughter, seamlessly transitioning between attack and defense. It is a rare martial skill, albeit only at the bronze level. Conversely, the silver-level Shadowless Blade is a swift technique that aligns with Yi Yang's preferences, focusing on concealing the blade in its sheath, striking without a trace, ensuring a lethal blow, thus more suited for assassination. However, being a silver-level technique, its combat effectiveness is without question. The coefficients for 8 Directions Blood Battle range from 1 to 4. While Shadowless Blade boasts coefficients from 2 to 6, this starkly illustrates the disparity between the two martial arts, not to mention the previously practiced Black Iron level technique Windbreak Blade, which only reached a maximum coefficient of 2. 5. Yi Yang grasped 8 Directions Blood Battle in a single night, while Shadowless Blade required merely a few additional hours. The advantages of his brain domain evolution at the second stage are immense. Such martial arts pose no threshold for him, and his comprehension speed rivals that of the most exceptional geniuses, eclipsing the so-called prodigies. Yet, this pertains solely to martial skills. Thus far, he had yet to encounter the most enigmatic figures, the Rune Masters and Elemental Masters. Although he had not seen them, their esteemed status suggested a disparity from martial practitioners that words could scarcely convey. Not far from the courtyard, a vendor peddling steamed buns paused at the corner of an alley, seemingly awaiting customers, yet his peripheral gaze remained fixed on the entrance of the courtyard. Time trickled by, and by lunchtime, the vendor, having sold out his buns, departed. A mere 5 minutes later, a tattered, hunched old man with disheveled hair ambled to the opposite end of the alley. Leaning against the wall as if desperately famished, taking a moment to rest, as the clock struck around 2 in the morning, the old man, having been shooed away multiple times, lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with an intensity atypical of a man in such wretched circumstances. His ragged garments parted to reveal a black leather armor beneath, accompanied by an approximately 80-centimeter short blade and a pocket crossbow at his waist. This man was none other than the Black Fox. As an assassin, mastering disguise is essential. Otherwise, he would not have survived for so long. Stealth and ambush are also his forte. However, after several days of surveillance, he found that the residents of this courtyard rarely ventured outside, thwarting his plans to pick them off one by one. Now, the promised time was fast approaching. and he had to act. Tonight presented a perfect opportunity, a moonless night, ideal for murder. The corners of his mouth curled beneath the leather hood as he glanced back at the household that had previously expelled him. A glimmer of frost evident in his gaze. Let you live a little longer. Once I deal with these fellows, I'll settle the score with you. Clearly, the kicks he received during the day had left an impression, and he was preparing for a more severe form of retribution. Not mere kicks, but annihilation. Silently, he approached the courtyard's wall. This barrier, barely 3 to 4 meters high, posed no challenge for the black fox. With a gentle push, he sprang several meters high, landing deftly atop the wall. Crouching low, he surveyed the several houses within the courtyard. Straining his ears, he detected soft snores emanating from one room, while the other rooms lacked snores. The sound of heavy breathing was discernible. Since they are asleep, let them remain so. With a slight smile, the black fox leaped down, the soft soles of his beast-hide boots muffling any potential footfalls. A flawless infiltration. With his light-absorbing short blade in hand, the crossbow was already cocked, its bolt glimmering with an eerie blue-purple hue, indicative of an unknown poison. The crossbow was not intended for outright murder, but rather to injure and provide cover. At close range, its potency was formidable. A sudden assault would leave a martial sovereign master with little chance of escape. It was through such means that he had successfully assassinated 2 peak martial sovereign targets, solidifying his reputation. Of course, these targets were merely ordinary individuals. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. He meticulously researched each target prior to an assassination, refraining from engaging with evolutionaries and familiarizing himself with the formidable figures operating within Shaocheng. This time, the 3 outsiders were an exception. However, after careful observation, he discerned that, aside from one middle-aged individual possessing high-level martial sovereign capabilities, the others were but minor martial masters. Arriving at his destination, Black Fox knew he must first eliminate the greatest threat. Stealthily reaching the door, he carefully listened for a few moments, confirming that the occupants were indeed fast asleep. He aimed the crossbow at the door, a blade clenched between his teeth, while his right hand prepared to unlock the mechanical lock. His technique was commendable. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke the silence, soft yet resonating in the black fox's ears like thunder. Simultaneously, the snores from within ceased. At that moment, the black fox realized he had been compromised. This courtyard was a trap. True to his identity as a seasoned assassin, though startled, he understood that he was ensnared in a scheme. His reflexes were swift, and his repertoire extensive, without a visible motion. Several blue-purple needles shot from his back, and in the same instant, he crouched and spun, aiming the crossbow behind him, his blade poised for a lethal strike. Yet, where was the adversary? The black fox's expression shifted as he realized no one was present behind him, not a single shadow. Crack! Just as he comprehended the absence of anyone behind him and sensed something amiss, a dark shadow struck him from behind, delivering a heavy blow to the back of his head. Ugh! The black fox felt darkness envelop him, a sharp pain radiating from his skull, before consciousness slipped away, doomed. This was the last thought of the black fox before he succumbed to oblivion. Chapter 61. Old Hay, the mountain peak hunting team has fallen. The door swung open, and Uncle Jin was the first to step out, followed closely by Hong Ling, Luo Qingqing, and Zhangba, Xiao Yang. Young master. Their bewildered greetings revealed that Yi Yang had not informed them of the black fox's arrival. The sensitivity of his mental perception was already acute at the first stage, but it required active engagement. Upon reaching the second tier, the ability of telepathic perception naturally ascended, acquiring a functionality akin to early warning. When the black fox appeared in the vicinity, Yi Yang acutely sensed the malevolent intent, and it became straightforward thereafter. With a slight extension of his senses, he locked onto the target. Then, feigning ignorance, he quietly awaited the fish to take the bait. Initially, he assumed the adversary would strike swiftly, but to his surprise, this individual exhibited remarkable patience, only breaching the wall several days later, at which point he was effortlessly apprehended. No worries, a mere minor calamity. The others were puzzled by the term minor calamity, yet upon seeing the black-armored figure lying motionless on the ground, they could surmise its implications. They bound the individual and took him to the cellar. The cellar served not only as a storage for provisions, but could also function as a refuge in critical moments. Apart from buildings, such structures were ubiquitous in the outer city, and this courtyard was no exception. Two luminous stones illuminated the approximately 100 square meter cellar, where the target was secured and seated upon a stone platform. Under Yi Yang's instructions, a basin of cold water was splashed upon him. With a splutter, the black fox awakened. After blinking for a moment to comprehend his predicament, he noticed various small items he had concealed nearby and then glanced at his removed leather armor. A chill of despair coursed through him. This was indeed the end. "Speak up, your identity and who sent you?" Yi Yang inquired, toying with a hand crossbow, his expression radiant and his tone gentle. Though the smile was bright, the black fox perceived it as the hypocrisy of a demon. "Not speaking? Very well. Let me show you something more gruesome." Yi Yang was unfazed. This individual was likely a professional, and being so, he must possess a strong sense of ethics. However, Yi Yang was not in a hurry. Holding a sharp, non-toxic knife, he approached step by step, and with a sudden thrust, the 10-centimeter blade plunged into the black fox's thigh. The tip unexpectedly striking the hard femur with a resounding thud. The black fox screamed. If it had merely been a stab, he might have stifled a groan, but this was bone. The blade had directly punctured it. And such agony could only be expressed through a scream. "Oh, my apologies for hitting the bone. However, it seems to be quite effective." As he spoke, Yi Yang's hand trembled, inadvertently causing the knife's tip to scrape against the bone a few times. The scream abruptly ceased, replaced by a sharp intake of breath. This youth was exceedingly ruthless, undoubtedly intentional. The phrase "killing is simply a matter of striking the head to the ground" echoed in the minds of not just the black fox, but also Red Ling and the others, who were taken aback by the scene. Particularly, Luo Qingqing and Uncle Jian, who had only recently accepted this sunny, cheerful young man as their master, found their perceptions utterly shattered in an instant. They exchanged glances, both shivering involuntarily. I'll talk. Please stop the torment." The black fox finally spoke. With a swift motion, Yi Yang withdrew the knife, wiped the blood on the black fox's pant leg, and pressed the blade against his other thigh, though without applying pressure. The black fox shuddered, his voice laced with a sob. "Yes, it's Mu Feng, the leader of the Mountain Peak Hunting Group. He sent me to assassinate you. Furthermore, my name is Black Fox, as in the fox from the word fox. I am a professional assassin." Professional assassin? Filtering through the information on the Mountain Peak Hunting Group, Yi Yang became increasingly intrigued by the black fox's identity. "Do you operate under an organization?" No, I'm a solo operator, truly. I'm not deceiving you. I swear it." Sensing the knife's pressure on his leg, the black fox hastily swore an oath. "All right, then what can you tell me about the Mountain Peak Hunting Group?" Through the black fox's explanations, Yi Yang's expression turned curious, as did the others. Recalling the individuals they had eliminated days prior, it was evident that the Mountain Peak Hunting Group was indeed reckless. "Now, let us offer you a chance at survival." Yi Yang produced a runic contract for the black fox to sign. Being well-versed in such matters, the black fox recognized the significance of the document. He had a mentor, rumored to be a master assassin who had escaped from the major base city, the capital. Regrettably, his mentor had passed away early. Otherwise, his achievements would undoubtedly have surpassed this. Gazing at the runic contract before him, the black fox understood that signing would bind him completely, yet refusing would mean certain death. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. The black fox deemed himself to be such a sage. Without hesitation, he signed the document, prompting a smile to spread across Yi Yang's face. "From now on, you shall be known as Old Black." Yi Yang assigned him a name and added with a hint of profundity, "Rest assured, you will not regret your choice today." With that, he instructed Uncle Jian to tend to Old Black's wounds before turning to leave the cellar. Such minor injuries, given the current level of medicinal advancements and Old Black's martial prowess, would heal almost instantaneously. The hemostatic powder was applied, and within a minute, the wounds had scabbed over. "I'm giving you an opportunity to redeem yourself. Bring back all the assets of the Mountain Peak Hunting Group." "Yes, young master." The black fox understood he could neither refuse nor deny this task. As for how to reclaim the assets, it was straightforward. Once the owner was deceased, the belongings naturally belonged to him. Truly a professional. After a little over 2 hours, just before dawn, Old Black returned to the courtyard. Not only had he recovered all the assets of the Mountain Peak Hunting Group, but he had also thoughtfully brought back his own collection from the black market. intending to present it to his master. However, Yi Yang was not the type to take from his subordinates. Even after signing the contract with Luo Qingqing, he had not claimed any of her possessions. Inside a storage pouch were numerous items that an ordinary person would never encounter in a lifetime, yet Yi Yang merely scoffed at them. Having seen the storage ring of Dongfangli, his standards had inadvertently risen significantly. Nevertheless, a reward was warranted for the completion of a task. A few minutes later, Old Black emerged from Yi Yang's room, his face brimming with excitement, reminiscent of how Zhang Ba had looked when he left. Except for one peculiar detail. His hands had transformed into claws covered in fur. In a flurry, Old Black dashed into the last room of the courtyard, diving headlong into his training. Meanwhile, Yi Yang not only reaped a windfall but also gained a commendable subordinate. On the other hand, the members of the Mountain Peak Hunting Group were in a frenzy, arriving at their headquarters just before dawn to report to their leader and receive new assignments. They were met with a suffocating stench of blood upon pushing open the door. The expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically, and they rushed inside. To their horror, not a single living soul remained in the headquarters. Not even their leader, who lay dead in his bedroom. This outcome struck them like a bolt from the blue. After a seemingly peaceful night, their stronghold had collapsed. The members of the hunting group were bereft. Yet one captain stepped forward, urging everyone to search meticulously for any remaining clues. Their eyes lit up as they began to scour the headquarters. Ultimately, however, they found nothing. While there were some unprocessed prey in the storage room, not a single weapon, currency card, or evolved beast crystal remained. Even the better quality arms had vanished. Quickly, send someone to report to the security team. The first captain shouted, veins bulging at his temples, leaping 3 feet into the air in outrage. This was outrageous. Not only had they been slaughtered, but everything had been stripped clean. This was utterly excessive. Chapter 62. Breaking the seclusion for practical combat. Time passed swiftly in the seclusion mode. In the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. 1 day. After a prolonged period of idleness, Yi Yang reflected that life had become a tad too comfortable. Moreover, his sister had been in Sanjiang City for over a month. While he remained in the small town of Shao City, it was time to pick up the pace. Furthermore, merely engaging in secluded cultivation without enhancing practical combat skills was not advisable. This, primarily, was a concern for his subordinates. Subsequently, with a wave of his hand, Yi Yang led his team of 6, including 5 subordinates, towards the inner city's Tiantong trading house. He procured a heavier, sturdier, and sharper double-bladed battle axe for Zhang Ba. And after Old Black perused his choices for a while, he ultimately retrieved a pair of 1-meter-long curved knives from his storage ring. Such paired weapons were rather rare, regarded as a form of surprise weaponry. Upon receiving the curved knives, Old Black was elated, and he quickly developed a second form for the 2 blades, the flying boomerang, enabling them to spin and strike enemies upon being thrown. The knives were indeed excellent, boasting considerable power, as for Luo Qingqing, Uncle Jian, and Hong Ling. The weapons in their possession were already adequate and did not require replacement. Under the guidance of Yi Yang, Luo Qingqing made notable progress in the development of her innate abilities. Although the advancements were modest, she managed to uncover her second form. The 6 individuals, fully armed and prepared, swaggered out of Shao City, each mounting their flying skateboards. With a swift motion, they ascended approximately 5 meters off the ground, soaring towards the wilderness amidst the envious gazes of many onlookers. The flying skateboard, a single-person aerial device, could morph and wrap around one's arms or other areas, deployed when necessary. It boasted impressive speed, conserving physical energy. However, unlike true flying machines equipped with protective shields, this device was merely a mode of transportation. Its exceptionally sturdy material allowed it to serve as a shield but offered little else in terms of utility. Thus, Yang aptly renamed it the flying skateboard, distinguishing it from authentic aerial vehicles. Theoretically, the flying skateboard could reach altitudes of several thousand meters, with speed soaring to 500 or 600 kilometers per hour, driven by runic energy in an environmentally friendly manner. Nonetheless, Yi Yang and his companions dared not ascend too high, opting instead to fly close to the ground. The reason? The skies were home to numerous evolved beasts. Although none appeared particularly formidable at present, this did not imply their absence. Encounters with flying evolved beasts, which made the sky their domain, could render the flying skateboard utterly ineffective. Moreover, none among them possessed the ability to fly. a fall from thousands of meters would render them easy prey for the aerial predators. Or worse, result in grievous injuries or death. For the sake of their lives, maintaining a low profile was prudent. After all, possessing flying skateboards for transportation was already a significant advantage. Had they not noticed the envy and admiration in the eyes of many hunters, who could only traverse the blue star on foot? Yi Yang led the group, with the others flanking him on either side. Their speed, while not pushed to the limit, was nonetheless brisk. The first and second tier evolved beasts in the wilderness were not their target. They deftly bypassed them without a glance. It wasn't until they reached the Great Qing Mountains that they halted and dismounted from their flying skateboards. Yi Yang and the others stowed their devices, while Zhang Ba, who had grown taller, now standing at an imposing 2.5 meters, wielded a heavy battle axe weighing over 5,000 pounds in his right hand, and secured a wide-bladed flying skateboard against his left arm. Using it as a shield, the team comprised a melee damage dealer, a powerhouse of strength, an agile speedster, a nature-type evolved being, and a ranged attacker, alongside an elemental mage. They were well-equipped for their expedition. Oh, if only they could also have a runic master. It would be perfect. As Yi Yang descended from the flying skateboard, he pondered this and indulged in delightful daydreams. The primary objective of this outing was practical combat, with each member expected to contribute. The mountains were teeming with evolved beasts. Before long, the group stumbled upon a peak-level second-tier black bear. Among them, only Zhang Ba was suitable to engage. Bears already possessed considerable strength, which was magnified upon evolution. As a high-ranking martial artist and a strength-based evolved being, Zhang Ba was well-matched for this adversary. Meeting Yi Yang's gaze, Zhang Ba wasted no time. He let out a low growl to attract the black bear's attention and charged forth. Battle axe in hand. With a thunderous clash, the man and beast collided. Zhang Ba held the towering flying skateboard shield before him to fend off the bear's claws. After the impact, the black bear was forced back. While Zhang Ba remained rooted to the spot, his eyes alight with determination, and charged once more with brute force. The black bear, recognizing the terrifying strength of its human opponent, adapted its strategy, using its claws and massive jaws, coupled with agile movements, to counterattack. Zhang Ba, equally astute, wielded his shield, battle axe, and feet with remarkable agility. The newly equipped battle axe was heavy, robust, and sharp, capable of both bludgeoning and slicing, leaving numerous wounds upon the black bear. From a distance, Yang observed the battle, deep in thought. He had not anticipated Zhang Ba to have such insight in using the shield. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to craft a specialized flying device for him in the future. One with sharper edges and superior materials. This idea blossomed in his mind. A sudden thrust from Zhang Ba's left hand sent the sharp end of the flying device piercing into the black bear's flank, creating a gaping wound. This blow dealt far greater damage than previous strikes. The black bear staggered backward, and Zhang Ba seized the opportunity to pursue, deftly evading a massive paw aimed at him, and swung his battle axe in a powerful horizontal arc with a resounding thud. The blade cleaved through the bear's neck, unleashing a torrent of blood. In its final moments, the black bear lashed out, aiming a kick directly at Zhang Ba's torso. Had this strike connected, the consequences would have been severe. However, Zhang Ba reacted swiftly, retracting his shield just in time to block the blow. He was sent flying over 20 meters. Yet the black bear collapsed to the ground, lifeless within moments. Breathing heavily, Zhang Ba rose and flexed his arms, striding toward Yi Yang. "Young master, I have not failed you. Indeed, you performed admirably. How is the flying skateboard?" Yi Yang inquired, nodding in approval. "Excellent," Zhang Ba grinned, then added, "If only the front end were a bit sharper and the material more resilient. Nothing overly extravagant, just a bit harder than the current model. Ideally, the underside should be smooth." "Very well, I shall arrange that upon our return." "Thank you, young master." With that, the group continued on their quest, Zhang Ba carrying the black bear's carcass as they ventured deeper into the sprawling forests beyond Shao City. Where evolved beasts were plentiful, second-tier creatures were ubiquitous, and third-tier ones were not scarce either. Even fourth- and fifth-tier beasts would not be absent from the inner areas, as they traversed the terrain. Yi Yang and his companions engaged in training exercises, being cautious not to venture too deeply. Yi Yang, without uttering a word, could effortlessly shoot down third-tier and even fourth-tier evolved beasts. His reaction speed was astonishing. And his arrows, with their unexpected curves, could not be countered by ordinary evolved beings. Hong Ling had no trouble dispatching third-tier beasts, even experimenting with the special ammunition she had purchased, which she had never used before. It created quite a commotion but proved effective. Old Hay also performed admirably, able to face off against peak third-tier evolved beasts without transforming, and when he did transform, even fourth-tier evolved beasts were no match for him. The only team member yet to engage was the lone elemental mage, Luo Qingqing. Wei Yang intended to find a mutated beast for her to practice on, as using a blade was not typically the domain of an elemental mage. Moreover, he had procured over 10 runestones, and having identified weaknesses to improve upon, Yi Yang was curious to discover the extent of Luo Qingqing's current capabilities. Chapter 63. Luo, the true elemental mage, defeats a third-tier fire spirit lizard. Fortune favors the diligent. After sparing several ordinary third and fourth-tier evolved beasts, and a pack of third-tier blue wolves, Yi Yang and his companions finally encountered a mutated beast, the fire spirit lizard. This creature was cloaked in crimson scales, measuring over 2 meters in length, with a streamlined body and 2 prominent bulges atop its head. In the West, evolved beings referred to lizard-like creatures as a type of subdragon. Those capable of flight were termed dragons. However, in the East, particularly in the Great Xia region, such classifications were not acknowledged. A lizard remains simply a lizard, regardless of its ability to fly, merely an evolution of a reptile. The fire spirit lizard was not a flying creature but rather a terrestrial beast. This particular specimen was evidently not yet mature. Adult fire spirit lizards could reach the 5th tier, while this one hovered around the peak of the 3rd tier, on the cusp of advancing to the 4th. Being a mutated beast, the fire spirit lizard claimed its own territory, as evidenced by the charred trees and vegetation surrounding its lair. Its handiwork, within a radius of several miles, save for its food. No other 3rd or 4th tier evolved beasts dared to tread. This creature was undeniably domineering. Given its aggressive nature, the fire spirit lizard was far from courteous to the intruding Yi Yang and his companions. With powerful, muscular legs, it swiftly launched an attack, and Luo Qingqing wasted no time. She charged forward with a determined stride. With a roar, the fire spirit lizard unleashed a torrent of searing breath, refusing to relent against the audacious humans who dared approach. In response, Luo Qingqing held a runestone in each hand. With a flick of her right wrist, instead of throwing the runestone, she conjured a fiery arrow that surged toward the fire spirit lizard. Upon contact, the 2 elemental forces clashed explosively, creating a detonation akin to stars colliding with the earth. The resulting shockwave sent a fierce gust of wind, causing Luo Qingqing to retreat swiftly, while the fire spirit lizard was also pushed back several meters. The 2 adversaries locked eyes, each recognizing the formidable challenge the other presented. The fiery arrow represented an adjustment Yi Yang had made after keenly observing Luo Qingqing's techniques, identifying her innate strengths and weaknesses through his acute telepathic perception. Luo Qingqing's talent proved exceptionally useful. She could capture vast amounts of elemental energy from her surroundings and store it within runestones, a feat that other elemental mages reportedly could not achieve. However, this ability came with its own limitations, as the storage capacity of the runestones was finite. In the past, she had typically stored energy and then released it by throwing the runestones, resulting in considerable power but also wasting a significant amount of energy. Yi Yang, while not fully comprehending the intricacies, suggested that instead of discarding the runestones, she might harness the captured elements as a guiding force, gradually releasing the energy stored within them during an attack. By controlling the elemental energy during this simultaneous release, Luo Qingqing eventually developed her current method of attack, allowing each runestone to unleash 3 separate strikes, albeit limited to one-on-one confrontations for the time being. As for the potency of her attacks, the deep crater, several meters in depth and nearly 10 meters in diameter, left behind after the explosion speaks volumes. Of course, it is not to suggest that Luo Qingqing's strike alone possessed such formidable power. When both forces are combined, it would at least be halved. Nevertheless, even so, the potency of the attack is undeniably impressive. Furthermore, in the application of talismans, Luo Qingqing has also made significant strides, and with her enhanced abilities, she has now firmly established herself as a genuine 3rd-tier elemental master. Hiss, is this the might of an elemental master? Everyone, except for Yi Yang, was left momentarily speechless. Wei Yang remained calm because he had previously experienced it himself. In the training room of the courtyard. However, the sensation in a training room differs somewhat from that in combat. While maintaining an outward composure, he was still astonished internally. It was said that elemental masters possessed various other offensive techniques. But Luo Qingqing had not received formal training and was unaware, only knowing that the method to elevate her rank was through meditation. Although she possessed meditation techniques, she could not gather combat skills from outside. As the battle raged on, Luo Qingqing repeatedly unleashed rocket attacks, her methods rather singular, yet the fire spirit lizard was not slow to respond, resulting in a standoff. The others observed intently, while Yi Yang remained vigilant, wary of any potential ambush. Only Hong Ling watched the battle with a complex expression, her eyes reflecting envy and pain. Wei Yang noticed Hong Ling's expression, but could not fathom the reason behind it. Unable to offer her assistance, he could only wait for the day she comes to terms with it and reveals her reasoning, then assess the situation. After expending 3 talismans and depleting their energy, Luo Qingqing had nearly mastered the use of rockets. After evading an attack from the fire spirit lizard, she replaced it with a new talisman, simultaneously moving her left hand. With a swift motion of her left hand, a blue water dragon suddenly materialized and then crashed forcefully into the fire spirit lizard's mouth, which had been poised to unleash its breath. Hiss, water counters fire. Both are elemental energies, and both possess third-tier strength. The sudden appearance of the water dragon extinguished the fire spirit lizard's brewing breath. Now's the moment. Luo Qingqing's gaze sharpened, and with a subtle movement of her right hand, 3 rockets took shape in an instant, lined up, and then shot forth. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fire spirit lizard's red scales absorbed part of the impact, yet could not completely withstand the onslaught of the elemental rockets, resulting in 3 gaping wounds, the one on its head being the most fatal. Bang! The third-tier fire-type mutated beast, the fire spirit lizard, was slain. Watching the creature collapse, its color shifting from red to a dark hue, Luo Qingqing stood frozen, her gaze vacant. Subsequently, tears began to fall like a broken kite. Qingqing, you are amazing, ha ha ha, a fire-type mutated beast, just like that, slain. Miss, you have finally succeeded. At the moment of the fire spirit lizard's demise, the crowd rushed over to Wei Yang smiled while the others congratulated Luo Qingqing. Before long, it was the observant Hong Ling who sensed something amiss and hurried forward to offer comfort. With a swift motion, Luo Qingqing turned, kneeling before Yi Yang on one knee, her tear-streaked face raised, and excitedly proclaimed, "Thank you, my lord, for your support. I vow to follow you loyally henceforth, in gratitude for your immense kindness. You still wish not to follow me? Is that even possible?" Yi Yang chuckled heartily, rolling his eyes. "No, my lord, that's not what I meant." Luo Qingqing grew anxious, eager to explain. "All right, rise. I understand your intentions. Your current achievements are largely due to your own talent, intelligence, and hard work, rather than my influence." Yi Yang comprehended Luo Qingqing's sentiment. Previously, she had followed him out of contractual obligation, but now, from this moment forward, her allegiance was willingly given, and the constraints of the contract had dissipated completely. Even if Yi Yang were to release her from the contract now, she would never betray him. In Luo Qingqing's heart, Yi Yang was her guiding light, her mentor, and a benefactor of immeasurable grace. Wei Yang could sense Luo Qingqing's sincerity. However, matters of the contract would be addressed later. After all, for those who genuinely follow and dedicate their loyalty, such constraints were negligible. Although Yi Yang spoke lightly of it, Luo Qingqing knelt earnestly, bowing her head 3 times before rising to go. "You slayed the fire spirit lizard. Retrieve the corpse. After you absorb the crystal core, it should be beneficial for you." "Yes, my lord." Once Luo Qingqing had secured the fire spirit lizard's body, the practical test came to an end. Wei Yang then commenced his own journey to hunt for evolution points. He did not act alongside his subordinates, but rather left alone after establishing an emergency communication signal, bow in hand. The others formed a hunting party, aiming to gather the substantial currency and cultivation resources needed for their future journey to Sanjiang City. Yi Yang's subordinates were well aware of their destination. Luo Qingqing was not from Sanjiang City. Likely Howan, she hailed from a large bay city closer to Shaocheng, west of the expansive hills of Hongye City, Tianfeng City. The strength of large bay cities varied significantly. Sanjiang City's overall power surpassed that of Tianfeng City, ranking high among large bay cities, second only to the 2 colossal cities, Jingqing and Modu. Among them, Qingwan Academy and several other martial academies within the city played crucial roles. Chapter 64. A chance encounter. Are you students of Qingwan Academy? Yi Yang stood a good 10 steps ahead of a man and 5 women, gripping his runic bow with vigilance. Surrounding them lay a chaotic scene, with over a dozen figures clad in black armor, their necks and eye sockets pierced by arrows. The environment bore the scars of a fierce battle, marked by traces of fire, earthen spikes, frost, and the remnants of many fallen plants, alongside shattered and displaced heads. Clearly, a grand conflict had unfolded here not long ago. Half an hour prior, after parting ways with Hong Ling and the others, Yi Yang chose a direction to embark on his journey for evolution points. Whoosh, a third-tier evolved beast fell. Brain domain evolution. Second tier 199-510-0000. Whoosh, a fourth-tier evolved beast. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon a fourth-tier mutated beast. No second thoughts, let us take it down. 3 fourth-tier beasts, one of which was an evolved beast, alongside several third-tier evolved beasts. He secured 2 complete corpses of 4th-tier evolved beasts and several 3rd-tier crystal cores. Brain domain evolution, 2nd tier, 370100000. As Yi Yang glided along on his flying skateboard, nearly skimming the ground in search of prey, he detected signs of a struggle from over 10 kilometers away. Initially, he intended to take a detour, but upon noticing the attire of those under siege, he swiftly changed his mind. Moreover, there was another reason. The assailants, clad in black clothing and armor, their faces concealed by menacing masks, clearly did not appear to be virtuous individuals. The highest ranked among them was merely a 4th-tier martial lord. Although their numbers were considerable, their strength was rather mediocre. Who would wear masks in broad daylight to commit murder? Especially in such an organized manner, with masks that exuded an aura of malevolence. These individuals might as well have carved their identities into their faces. In light of these observations, Yi Yang resolved to wade into the murky waters. When it came to killing, he believed in efficiency and ensuring his own safety while swiftly eliminating his targets. Coming from a humble background, Yi Yang held no notions of noble conduct when it came to ambushing. He valued effectiveness. Besides, who would engage in a frontal battle when wielding a bow? Under his high efficiency, a man and a woman struggled to fend off their attackers with blades and swords, while 4 women retreated continuously, occasionally casting feeble fireballs and ice shards for support. The students of Qingwan Academy found themselves in a precarious situation, eyes wide in astonishment as they watched the black-clad assassins fall one after another. Brain domain evolution, 2nd tier, 655100000. Once he confirmed that there were no remaining threats, Yi Yang slowly emerged from the forest on his flying skateboard, standing before the man and 5 women, posing the question, "Are you students of Qingwan Academy?" The 6 individuals, who had been on the brink of despair, nearly burst into tears of joy. Just moments ago, they had been ambushed by dozens of black-armored assassins in this very area. Fortunately, their team included 4 elemental masters, and the other 2, a man and a woman, were no pushovers either. They had promptly sensed the danger and taken action to defend themselves. However, after an extended battle, the elemental masters had drained much of their mental energy. Though they had eliminated a significant portion of the assassins, their ability to gather elemental energy for further attacks had been severely limited. Even the support from the 2 evolved fighters posed little threat to the black-armored assailants, who easily countered their efforts. If this continued, they would surely perish in the depths of their despair. They never anticipated the arrival of a powerful archer. Just how formidable was this archer? To put it simply, even at their peak, the team of 4 elemental masters and 2 evolved martial practitioners would not dare to underestimate him. They might even find themselves taken down one by one. Their team was not particularly strong. They had a 3rd-tier fire elemental master, a 2nd-tier earth elemental master, a 2nd-tier ice elemental master, and a 2nd-tier wind elemental master. Additionally, there were the 2 3rd-tier enhanced evolved fighters, a man and a woman. To say their strength was lacking is relative. The 3rd-tier fire elemental master could handle multiple martial lords with ease during their prime, even wiping them out entirely. Not only due to the formidable power of elemental energy, but also because elemental masters employ ranged attacks. You cannot reach them, yet they can strike you with great force. The outcome is evident. However, the situation is different with a divine archer, especially one capable of curving arrows, which poses a significant threat to elemental masters. Unless one's strength exceeds that of the opponent, enabling them to intercept or melt the arrows as they are launched. Clearly, a third-tier fire elemental master is incapable of such feats, otherwise this team would not find themselves in such dire straits. After all, to melt the arrows shot by Yi Yang in mid-flight requires an extraordinary level of both power and precise control over elemental energy. At the third tier, such capabilities are evidently unattainable. Digressing from the topic, the only man in the group, warily observing Yi Yang who stood on his flying skateboard wielding a runic bow, lowered his blade but did not sheath it. Respectfully replied, "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed one. We are indeed students of Qingwan Academy. My name is Qin Zhong, a third-year student in the martial arts department." After speaking, Qin Zhong fell silent and refrained from introducing the others. The sword-wielding beauty pursed her lips without uttering a word, her sword held in a reverse grip, while the four girls sheltered behind them were all busy gathering their mental strength. Elemental masters restore their mental strength through meditation, envisioning elemental runes in their minds. Different runes correspond to various means of attack, each with distinct potency. The use of elemental energy for attacks similarly requires mental power. The greater the mental strength, the more formidable and enduring the assault. Wei Yang observed their reactions without concern. These individuals had just undergone an assassination attempt, their strength severely depleted, and his sudden appearance warranted their vigilance. However, dispelling misunderstandings was a straightforward task. "Do you know Nangong Bingxin, Nangong's senior sister?" It was evident that these individuals were familiar with her. "You know Nangong's senior sister?" Qin Feng and the sword-wielding girl exchanged glances and inquired. "Indeed, I know her. My sister is a new student at Qingwan Academy, taken under Nangong Bingxin's wing. They should be sisters in arms. May I ask your name?" The question came not from Qin Feng or the sword-wielding girl, but from a girl behind them, approximately 1.60 meters tall, sporting twin ponytails. Wei Yang. "Ah, then it must be true. Is your sister named Yiqing?" The ponytailed girl asked excitedly. "Are you performing a play here?" Upon hearing the ponytailed girl's words, Yi Yang realized she was probing. How could she not know his sister's name? Moreover, if he was not mistaken, this ponytailed girl was an ice elemental master. Quite clever with some cunning. Wei Yang smiled and shook his head. "My sister's name is Yixin Xin. Greetings, Senior Yi. Our earlier actions were indeed improper. We hope for your forgiveness." Upon hearing Yi Yang accurately state the name, the ponytailed girl promptly bowed in apology. The others, recognizing the legitimacy of their identities, ceased their meditation, as the effectiveness of meditating here was subpar. In the absence of necessity, they were not inclined to continue. Qin Feng and the sword-wielding girl also sheathed their weapons, bowing and apologizing once more. With misunderstandings resolved, Yi Yang dismounted from his flying skateboard, stowing it away and wrapping it around his wrist. After exchanging introductions with the group, he inquired about the events that had transpired. As Qin Feng recounted the tale, Yi Yang's brow furrowed deeper with each passing moment. Upon concluding, he stepped toward a body, reaching out to remove the grotesque mask that concealed its face. Upon seeing the visage beneath the mask, Yi Yang's pupils constricted, and the expressions of Qin Feng, the ponytailed girl Su Rou, and the third-tier fire elemental master Zhou Ku turned pale. Except for Qin Feng, the five girls recoiled as if confronted with something horrifying. "Do you recognize him?" How could we possibly recognize him?" Qin Feng shook his head in disbelief. "It seems this matter is not trivial. Let them find a place to recover their strength. I shall guard you while you regain some energy before we depart from here." "Understood." Acknowledging Yi Yang's serious demeanor, Qin Feng recognized the gravity of the situation and promptly turned to locate the others nearby. Upon hearing the news, they found a flat area nearby to sit cross-legged, producing a vial of pale blue liquid, their faces contorting in pain as they consumed it. Chapter 65. Martial Alliance, a deadly warning swoosh. Swoosh, swooshed, someone's coming, Qin Feng exclaimed in alarm. "Fear not, it is merely my people arriving." Wei Yang's voice calmed the group. Soon, Hong Ling and the others emerged from the dense forest, joining them. "Xiao Yang, what transpired?" After relaying the events that unfolded, the group was taken aback, astonished at their fortuitous encounter with the mysterious elemental masters, and even more so at meeting four of them, aside from Hong Ling's gaze lingering on the armored figures. The others discreetly cast glances towards Su Rou and Zhou Ku. These were elemental masters, enigmatic and formidable beings. Even Luo Qingqing had been a rare sight, let alone those hailing from the illustrious Qingwan Academy. Lao He expressed his suspicion, rushing toward a nearby armored corpse. Upon nearing, he squatted down to retrieve a broken dagger's hilt, examining it before returning. Young master, I have seen this person before. Tio, be precise. I have seen this dagger. Hastily, Yang inquired. Where? In the black market of Shao City. This answer was anticipated, given Lao Hei's previous entanglements with the black market, and this was his first outing since joining Yi Yang. However, Hong Ling's subsequent words heightened Yi Yang's vigilance. If I am not mistaken, these individuals are likely members of the Martial Alliance. The Martial Alliance? Impossible. I recognized one of their faces. They are clearly a disfigured assassin. Yi Yang's words revealed his lack of understanding of the situation. As soon as Hong Ling uttered the term Martial Alliance, not only did Luo Qingqing, Jin Shu, and Lao Hei change their expressions, but Qin Feng and the sword-wielding girl Wu Feifei's faces also darkened immediately. Once again, Hong Ling spoke. The Martial Alliance is not what you presume. The official organization for martial practitioners is called the Martial Arts Association, while the Martial Alliance was formed 200 years ago by a group of evolved beings and several ordinary martial practitioners. They believe that all men are created equal and should not be divided into classes. Evolved beings and ordinary martial practitioners should not be mere followers of elemental masters. Wei Yang was left speechless. The first half of what she said was acceptable, but the latter half was absurd. Evolved beings and ordinary martial practitioners became followers of their own volition. No one forced them, and not all martial practitioners became followers. These individuals were likely suffering from a delusion. Indeed, Hong Ling continued, thus, the core ideology of this organization is to oppose elemental masters and high-ranking nobles. Initially, their numbers were small, but over time, during a rebellion in the other world, they nearly caused a city to fall, resulting in countless casualties, which drew the attention of the higher-ups and military. Following that, a series of crackdowns and sieges against the Martial Alliance ensued. Subsequently, this organization, which had previously been quite active, lurked in the shadows, occasionally executing operations, even sending agents to the mother planet to instigate destruction. Over the course of several centuries, they have employed assassinations, targeted the talented, and even instigated beast tides to create chaos and upheaval. Furthermore, with the involvement of other nefarious individuals, the Martial Alliance has not only survived but has grown increasingly powerful, multiplying instead of being eradicated. Martial Alliance members conduct their operations with great caution, yet their appearance invariably signals significant events. So they are the KB organization from Blue Star. Wei Yang comprehended. These individuals had evidently lost their senses and, influenced by greed and other factors, had chosen a path of darkness. Reflecting upon the Taliban, Al-Qaeda, and later ISIS on Earth in his previous life, he recognized a similar pattern. However, the repercussions of these organizations in this world were far more severe. With Hong Ling's elucidation, Yi Yang began to grasp the reasons behind the ambush on Zhou Ku and her fellow Qingwan Academy students. They were likely targeted and subsequently besieged. To eliminate 4 novice elemental masters. The Martial Alliance had mobilized so many elites, even sacrificing over a dozen 4th-tier martial generals. This organization was truly deranged. However, as his thoughts swirled, Yi Yang contemplated something, his gaze sweeping across Qin Feng and Wu Feifei before finally resting on Zhou Ku, who was still meditating to recover. Hong Ling, Lao Hei, please investigate further. Qingqing, you and Jin Shu stay alert. I wish to have a word with Miss Zhou. Understood. After issuing his orders, Yang approached Zhou Ku. Sensing someone approaching while seated beneath a large tree, Zhou Ku awakened from her meditation. Miss Zhou, shall we have a chat over there? Very well, Senior Yi, please. How courteous. The two moved to a secluded spot, distancing themselves from the others by over 100 steps. Miss Zhou, I would like to inquire how you all traveled from Sanjiang City, given that there are numerous places outside Sanjiang City for training. Why venture so far to the vicinity of Shao City? After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Ku replied, We came here on Qin Feng's suggestion. He hails from Shao City, having entered Qingwan Academy 3 years ago and is considered a genius within the martial arts department. As for why we came to Shaocheng, it is because our task was to harvest 10 stalks of Qingyang grass. Given that Qingyang grass is most abundant in the vicinity of Shaocheng, we made our way here, guided by Qin Feng. Are you implying that it was you who sought out Qin Feng? Yi Yang interrupted Zhou Ku with a question. Indeed, she replied. Are you familiar with the Wu Alliance? Yi Yang asked after a brief moment of silence. Zhou Ku looked up. Are you suggesting that these black-armored assassins belong to the Wu Alliance? Precisely, my companions recognize their identities, and they are most likely from the Wu Alliance. A sigh of relief escaped Zhou. If that is the case, it certainly makes sense. While the Wu Alliance does not frequently attack students from our Qingyuan Academy, the incidents are not uncommon. This time, we must have strayed too far. If we were near Sanjiang City, those wretched rats would undoubtedly refrain from making a move. Miss Zhou, what I am trying to convey is not this. Do you not suspect that there may be an issue within our team? Yi Yang voiced his concerns. That seems unlikely, Zhou pondered. Our decision to take on this task was made on the fly. And finding Qin Feng to guide us, as well as including Wu Feifei, was equally spontaneous. After locating them, we set off immediately. We departed from Sanjiang City and arrived at Boyang City this morning, before heading straight into the wilderness without any delays. So, if there were no problems with the individuals involved, and our journey was so tightly scheduled without a hint of delay, how could they possibly have laid an ambush here for you? Is there someone in the Wu Alliance who possesses foresight? Zhou remained silent, clearly realizing that there was indeed an issue at hand. Her mind raced as she contemplated where the oversight might have occurred. Yet after much thought, she found herself at a loss for clues. In truth, this situation is rather straightforward. If, as Zhou suggested, taking on the task was a last-minute decision, and summoning people was equally spontaneous, with no delays during the journey, then the problem must lie in one of two areas. Either the task issuance was flawed, or there is a mole within our ranks. This is quite apparent. If both of these possibilities are ruled out, then there remains only one potentiality. The Wu Alliance's target may not have been the Qingyuan Academy group at all. Their ambush could merely be coincidental. If this is the case, the situation becomes far more dire. A large number of Wu Alliance members appearing in the forest means what? Naturally, it is the evolutionary beasts, coupled with the previously mentioned tactics employed by the Wu Alliance, which involve provoking a beast tide. Suddenly, a sense of alarm rang in Yi Yang's mind. An acute feeling of imminent danger surged within him. For the first time, he sensed a life-threatening peril. We must leave immediately and return to Shaocheng. He urged, Hongling, we need to go. After contacting Hongling via his communication watch, Yi Yang turned to Zhou, who was still deep in thought, and said, Miss Zhou, we must return to Shaocheng at once. If you have nowhere else to go, I suggest you accompany us. Huh? What is going on? Zhou asked, surprised to be interrupted. Yi Yang shook his head, offering no explanation. It's hard to explain, but we must return immediately. Never mind, let us go to Boyang City instead. It has routes leading to Sanjiang City, while Shaocheng does not. All right, then we shall part ways here, Zhou decided, and Yi Yang chose not to say any more. Having previously saved these individuals and now having warned them, Yi Yang felt he had done his part. Moreover, returning to Shaocheng might not be the optimal solution. Perhaps Boyang City would prove to be safer. As for joining them in Boyang City, Yi Yang had no such intention, primarily because it was significantly farther away, nearly 1,000 kilometers, while Shaocheng was less than 200 kilometers away. At full speed, they could reach it in under half an hour. With no city defenses to hinder them from a beast tide, the wilderness would be exceedingly perilous. Even formidable warriors could fall. After all, the avian evolutionary beasts were quite fearsome. Without wasting any time, after bidding farewell, Yi Yang turned to reunite with Hongling and the others, then summoned his flying skateboard to depart. Zhou, left behind, watched as Yi Yang and his companions hastily left. After some consideration, she called her companions to gather the bodies of the assassins and take them away. Although the task of harvesting Qingyang grass was left unfulfilled, the corpses of these Wu Alliance members would still yield significant academic credits, even surpassing those from the Qingyang grass task. Such a substantial benefit, along with the importance of academic credits, was not something the six could overlook. Thus, after a delay of over 10 minutes, 1 man and 5 women summoned their flying vehicles and set off towards Boyang City. Chapter 66. Preparing to return to the city, the frantic Wu Alliance Yi Yang, riding his flying skateboard, led the way, deliberately avoiding the evolutionary beasts ahead, guided by his strong mental perception. He could distinctly sense the growing agitation among these creatures. Realizing this, Yi Yang urged his flying skateboard to accelerate. Behind him, Hongling and the others exchanged glances and hastened to catch up. For the first time, they felt the anxious energy emanating from Yi Yang. Particularly Hongling, having known Yi Yang since his early days as a martial apprentice, she had witnessed his unwavering composure, no matter the circumstances. Yet now, His emotions were anything but stable under Yi Yang's guidance. The group emerged from the Dakingshan Mountains in just 10 minutes, maintaining their speed and ascending about 10 meters higher, continuing their flight towards Shaocheng, roughly 100 kilometers away. Whoosh, 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 the team accelerated, reaching near maximum power within mere seconds. Achieving speeds of 500 kilometers per hour. As they flew overhead, they naturally startled numerous low-tier evolutionary beasts and hunters in the wilderness. Damn it, are they rushing to their demise? Many hunters cursed, annoyed at the disturbance that caused their prey to scatter. What the hell? Those bastards think they're so great just because they have money. The commotion from their flight startled some evolutionary beasts in the Dakingshan Mountains, prompting swift retreat to the city. Amidst the curses, a voice from above caught the attention of many who received the warning, leaving them puzzled. The evolutionary beasts in the Dakingshan Mountains are acting up? That can't be true. If there were truly a beast tide, the city lord's mansion and military would have surely notified us. But what if? These people are coming from the Dakingshan direction, and they're moving so quickly. Different thoughts swirled among the crowd. Some, adhering to the adage that it is better to heed advice and preserve their lives, promptly turned back towards Shaocheng. Naturally, others were unwilling to concede, clinging to a sense of hope and disregarding the warnings. Yi Yang merely thought that more people meant additional defensive strength, so he informed some hunters along their path. Whether they heeded the warning was beyond his concern. He could not afford to stop and persuade them earnestly. A few minutes later, Yi Yang and his group slowed down. Shaocheng was now in sight, and flying at full speed could potentially provoke defensive artillery from the city walls. The city guard was orderly, with no unusual occurrences, allowing Yi Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. After dismounting from their flying skateboards and passing through security checks, they entered the city gates. Xiaoyang, where to next? First, we'll head to Tian'ong Trading Company to restock supplies. Then return to our residence. All right. The group presented their identification to enter the inner city and proceeded to Tian'ong Trading Company. After selling the bodies of the evolutionary beasts they had hunted and making some purchases, they spent over 100,000 martial coins, totaling nearly 1 million in expenses. Upon returning to their courtyard, Yi Yang once again set to work, processing the crystal cores of the third-tier fire spirit lizards and a few other cores, distributing them among his companions for their cultivation to maintain their condition. He then prepared over 20 kilograms of fire spirit lizard meat for their meals. Being a fire element mutated beast, its crystal core would not benefit elemental practitioners unless consumed by someone of the fire element. Otherwise, it could lead to complications. However, the beast meat posed no such issues. The energy contained within the meat of mutated beasts was accessible to anyone, and its potency far exceeded that of other evolutionary beasts of the same tier. Not to mention its exquisite taste. Such a valuable resource was not something Yi Yang would part with lightly. After all, they were not short on funds, and unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from selling it. After their training and meals, the group did not rest. Under Yi Yang's guidance, they went to a tavern near the city walls facing the Dakingshan direction, requesting a private room to drink tea. The agitation among the evolutionary beasts in the Dakingshan was indeed concerning. The unease he sensed upon leaving had not escaped his notice. Yet, when the beast tide would strike and how many would reach Shaocheng remained uncertain. Thus, after dining, they awaited developments near the city walls. This course of action bore two advantages. First, they could provide timely support, as the individuals in their team possessed considerable strength and could also gain some evolution points. Second, should the situation turn dire, it would facilitate their escape. Some might find the latter thought selfish, but such is the reality. If the situation became untenable, Yi Yang would not sacrifice his life for Shaocheng. Rather than staying to fight to the bitter end, it would be wiser to preserve his life, increase his strength, and later return to exact vengeance on the evolutionary beasts. Certainly, retreat without confrontation is utterly impossible. Their means of escape lies in the flying hoverboards, as long as there are no fifth-tier flying evolved beasts or fourth-tier mutated creatures. The safety of the few individuals is assured during low altitude. High-speed flight. Roar. Outside the city, a thunderous beast roar resounds, unmistakably indicating the presence of more than just one or two reckless evolved beasts. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble violently. They are coming, Yi Yang whispers urgently, beckoning the others to depart. Wait. Just as they reach the doorway, Yi Yang abruptly raises a hand, signaling them to halt. Within his psychic perception, he discerns that a fully armed group is approaching the city wall. No. It should be the city gate. These individuals, clad in uniform black armor, nearly 100 in number, wear menacing masks as they lurk around the city gate, while another 20, divided into two small squads, approach the gate wielding weapons. The city guards stationed at the gate are loudly commanding the hunters within the gate to pass through swiftly, preparing to close it. These individuals are dangerous. They belong to the Martial Alliance, and they intend to force the gate open. Yang had underestimated the madness of the Martial Alliance. He had thought their summoning of the beast tide was already enough insanity, yet they also seek to open the gate and allow the evolved beasts into the city. If the gate cannot be shut, throngs of evolved beasts will pour into the city, and coupled with the chaos they create, the consequences could lead to the annihilation of Shao City. Curse these lunatics. Even if they manage to let the evolved beasts into the city, they too risk being caught in the crossfire and perishing. These fiends are clearly trading their lives for the destruction of Shao City. Hurry, let us head to the gate for support, and don the masks we procured earlier. Yes. The others promptly retrieve silver half-masks and don them, as does Yang. The 6 of them, now masked, burst from their private room and dash toward the city gate. Meanwhile, on the streets, civilians are fleeing toward the city, many of whom are martial artists, along with reinforcements from the city guards heading toward the city wall. Observing this scene, Yang's eyes glint, and he shouts, "There are spies from the Martial Alliance. They intend to open the city gate." His thunderous cry momentarily halts the supporting city guards, with a commanding officer among them glancing their way. "Quick, follow me for support." The distance to the city gate is still several thousand meters, and the skirmish there has already commenced. Several officers scrutinize Yang and his companions, analyzing their intentions. One officer's communication watch beeps. Upon seeing the flashing red marker and code, the officer's expressions shift dramatically. A third-tier martial grandmaster steps forward and bellows, "First squad, follow me to support the city gate. All other squads, ascend the city wall and engage the evolved beasts. The general and the city lord will arrive shortly." Yes, the reinforcements hasten their pace, with the martial grandmaster leading over a dozen elite members of the first squad ahead to provide support. "We shall go too." Without waiting for an invitation, Yang exclaims, sidestepping the advancing troops, swiftly maneuvering through the streets to catch up with the leading officers, then accelerating past them. Suddenly, the sound of whistling through the air fills the sky. Looking up, he sees dozens of warriors on flying hoverboards, clad in battle armor and wielding weapons, swiftly soaring toward the city gate. Good, the gate should be secure now. The martial grandmaster, upon witnessing these airborne warriors, breathes a sigh of relief, a smile crossing his face. Mirrored by the other officers. Change of orders. Everyone from the first squad, ascend the city. Chapter 67. Engagement. Martial Alliance's plan foiled. Beast tide approaches at the city gate. A dozen elite members of the Martial Alliance face off against several dozen city guards, whose highest rank is merely Martial Master. The outcome is a foregone conclusion. Within a few exchanges, the city guards are annihilated, their rune guns proving utterly ineffective, failing even to pierce the black armor of their opponents. After slaughtering dozens of city guards, the elite members of the Martial Alliance immediately turn their attention to the gate, attacking the mechanism connecting it. This mechanism controls the gate. If destroyed, it cannot be closed without human effort. Even if it is shut, without a mechanism to secure it, the only means to hold it shut would be to pile bodies against it or fill the gate with rubble. At this moment, a massive beast tide appears several dozen kilometers away, expected to arrive within half an hour. In half an hour, can sufficient rubble or heavy objects be found? Perhaps, but the likelihood is slim. Whoosh, a squad of over 40 elite city guards, all clad in armor and riding flying devices, arrives. Each of them is at least a peak martial master, with most being third-tier martial grandmasters. The 4 leading them are all 4th-tier martial generals. "Kill!" A shout erupts from among the Martial Alliance experts, recognizing this elite unit. Following a command from one among them, 15 combatants recklessly charge forward, leaving 3 4th-tier martial generals to continue their assault on the mechanism. A deep gash has already appeared at the mechanism connecting one of the gates. Had the material not been sufficiently sturdy and thick, it is likely that one of the gates would have been severed by now. "Eliminate these scum." The commander of the special forces, not one to tolerate insolence, points his broad-backed blade and bellows, signaling his dozens of subordinates to charge at the Martial Alliance members. Simultaneously, the four leading martial generals also spring into action. Rushing toward the three martial generals still hacking at the mechanism. Clang, clang, the battle erupts, both sides fighting fiercely. One side desperately defends while the other charges with reckless abandon. Neither side holds back, engaging in all-out strikes from the very first moment of contact. In the blink of an eye, both sides suffer injuries. Whoosh, boom. Just as the four martial generals from the special forces enter the gate, a firework explodes outside, bursting high in the air. With the explosion, 100 or so Martial Alliance assassins, clad in black armor and wearing menacing masks, surge forth from their hiding places around the gate. Damn it! These 100 assassins are all martial grandmasters, and nearly 10 of them are martial generals leading the charge. Such a concentration of power, with martial generals alone accounting for nearly half the entirety of Shao City's defenses, if it weren't for the presence of a martial king in Shao City. Charge in and eliminate those three. Gritting his teeth, the commander of the special forces decides to disregard his own safety and focus on neutralizing the three individuals who pose the greatest threat to Shao City. In doing so, the special forces now risk total annihilation. However, should they fail to act, not only will they perish, but so too will their family and friends within the city. Thus, he sacrifices his comrades, believing that the other soldiers will understand his predicament. Having dispatched 15 Martial Alliance experts, the special forces remain with just over 20 men, suffering nearly a 1-to-1 casualty rate, a first for this elite force of Shao City. Yet at this moment of life and death, they cannot afford to hesitate nor harbor any resentment, turning to face the approaching horde of Martial Alliance scum. Kill, the temporary commander, a high-ranking martial grandmaster of the special forces, bellows, charging forward with his blade drawn. He faces a fourth-tier martial general from the Martial Alliance, the distance between them a mere 10 steps, allowing him to clearly see the disdain and bloodlust in his opponent's eyes. The disparity of a major realm cannot be compensated for by mere numbers, especially when the advantage lies with the enemy. The temporary commander has already cast aside his own life. They must buy time for their captain to eliminate the three threats at the gate. Otherwise, when the beast tide arrives, no one will survive. Just as this martial grandmaster, like his comrades, prepares to risk his life to stall, a sudden whooshing sound pierces the air from ahead, coming from behind the Martial Alliance members. Some in the special forces cannot help but glance up, witnessing a flurry of radiant flashes, and then, the foremost Martial Alliance members are struck in the neck by arrows, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, from behind the Martial Alliance, a volley of crimson fire arrows is unleashed from the hands of a woman wearing a silver half-mask, piercing through the martial grandmasters of the enemy, creating gaping wounds in their chests, rendering them evidently unable to survive. Sharpshooter? An elemental master? The Special Forces members feel as though they are in a dream, their faces lighting up with ecstatic joy. Simultaneously, they observe 4 others, also wearing silver half-masks, brandishing weapons and axes, charging into the fray against the Martial Alliance assassins. Reinforcements have arrived. Kill, the temporary commander, overwhelmed with joy, bellows, bringing his thick-bladed sword down to slay a martial grandmaster of the Martial Alliance. As for the previous Wuho, the one who was struck by an arrow in the neck has perished. Judging by the circumstances, it appears that the arrow severed his spine before penetrating further, for he would not have succumbed so swiftly otherwise. 200 meters away, atop a rooftop near the city gate, Yiyang, wielding a rune bow and donning a silver mask, coldly unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows. His primary target was the Wuho masters among the assassins, as they posed the greatest threat. In a mere 2 breaths, 5 or 6 of these Wuho experts had already been felled. This greatly alleviated the casualties among the special forces, preventing them from being overwhelmed in a single encounter. The arrows continued to fly. After the remaining 4 Wuho-level assassins each dispatched a member of the elite special forces, they too met the same fate as their comrades. Yiyang furrowed his brow as he noted that the 10 Wuho assassins had only yielded 400 evolution points. He quickly dismissed such thoughts. This was not the time for such concerns. The familiar tingling sensation returned as evolution quietly progressed, thankfully not hindering Yiyang's actions. Otherwise, he would have been forced to halt. As arrows continued to rain down, claiming the lives of the Wu Alliance's assassins. Yiyang also kept an eye on the 4 members of Hongling who had charged into the enemy ranks, as well as on Luo Qingqing, who was retreating while launching incendiary arrows. After releasing over 20 fire arrows, Luo Qingqing found her supply exhausted. Drawing the blade from her waist, she prepared to join the fray, only to discover that the battle had already concluded. Wei Yang atop the rooftop also ceased his onslaught. Approximately 100 assassins had been eliminated. Aside from those who had been slain or had suffered grievous wounds to their chests, each remaining assassin bore a gleaming metal arrow embedded in their necks. Among the Tin Wuhou, nearly half had fallen to Yang's arrows. With a flurry of movement, the 4 commanders of the special forces burst forth from the city gate. They had returned after dispatching the 3 experts who had been sabotaging the gate to provide support. Yet outside the gate, a profound silence reigned. The 4 surveyed the scene, their expressions shifting from shock to elation. Of the 40 or so subordinates, only 17 remained, while the Wu Alliance's assassins lay vanquished. Upon closer inspection, the 6 individuals adorned in silver masks had gathered and were now making their way towards the walls. Captain, among those 6 is an elemental master. At the forefront stands a master archer. The one who first struck down the Tin Wuhou experts of the Wu Alliance, while the others are formidable as well. Ordinary martial artists stand no chance against them. Why subordinates suspect they are all evolved beings. An assembly of evolved beings. Leading the charge is a master archer capable of slaying 4th-tier Wuhou, along with an elemental master? The captain gasped in astonishment. Where did these individuals come from? Such a lavishly equipped team. After a brief moment of shock, the captain regained his composure. Now is not the time for such thoughts. Dispatch a squad to secure the city gate while the rest of us ascend the walls. Quickly, yes. Under the captain's command, the special forces, without even pausing to gather the bodies of their fallen comrades, surged forward. Shortly thereafter, they caught up with Yi Yang and his companions, but did not overtake them. Instead, they followed closely behind, hastening towards the walls. The commotion outside grew increasingly intense, and the beast tide drew nearer. Chapter 68. The beast tide assaults the city, the crimson golden purple-eyed ape standing atop the towering city walls. One could gaze far and wide. Below, numerous hunters ascended via the pulley elevators lowered from the battlements. The city gates had already been shut. Any who dared approach the gates at this time, regardless of their identity, would be met with lethal force from the city guards, showing no mercy whatsoever. Further afield, there were no hunters to be found. It was around 4 in the afternoon, and many hunting parties had yet to return. Those who had not returned had either fallen prey to the beasts or found refuge in hiding point. 10 kilometers ahead lay a mass of evolved beasts, ranging from low tier to 1st and 2nd tier, with 3rd, 4th, and even 5th-tier beasts lurking behind. They charged forth, driven by the singular intent to attack and devour. Eye in the skies above, thousands of flying evolved beasts descended upon them. Prepare for aerial defense. An officer bellowed as every 20 meters along the ramparts, a 4-barreled rune cannon was activated, and 6-barreled anti-aircraft rune machine guns roared to life. Bang, bang, bang. The defensive firepower unleashed its fury, these war machines unleashing a torrent of ammunition that formed a dense wall of firepower in the air before the walls. Yet, despite this formidable barrage, several 3rd and 4th-tier flying evolved beasts managed to breach the hail of bullets. With a whir, over a dozen silver-glimmering flying boards soared from the city, larger and faster than those utilized by Yi Yang and his group. The individuals atop these boards donned full protective armor, adorned with runes, evidently crafted from rune steel. These must be the most formidable forces of Shao City. It was not merely their personal strength that was remarkable. Their equipment was evidently extraordinary as well. Each unit assumed defensive positions. Fire the cannons in unison. A voice called out from the front, as the speaker gripped a long-handled great sword and propelled himself toward a 4th-tier flying evolved beast on his flying apparatus. Caw! The beast, resembling a hawk, was a Qingling eagle.